He woke up in a new body, only to learn he now runs the strangest pet shop in the world. In this era, power comes from the beasts you raise, but in his store, even a weak skeleton can evolve into a dragon slayer overnight. Customers whisper that the clerk is a goddess, yet the real monster is the boss himself, whose mysterious system lets him turn any cute creature into a royal-class killing machine. What happens when a reincarnated shopkeeper becomes the strongest beastmaster alive? Let's find out. The protagonist's name is Su Ping, and it's easy to guess that he's been reincarnated. Right now, he's facing a formidable opponent, and his faithful companion is bleeding. The worst thing that could happen is a collision with these worms. He grabbed a broken worm fang, ready to defend himself, while his little companion began to emit lightning. The huge worms pounced on them all at once, and he rushed into the attack with a loud cry. A few days ago, when he woke up, he noticed that he had become different. His email ID contained a foreign name and a foreign city, Longjiang. Like everyone who has been reincarnated, he now lives with a new identity. This is a world very similar to Earth. Here, technology has gone too far, but it is only auxiliary. Celestial beasts are the basis of existence here. There are many types of celestial beasts, and they are closely related to human society. They are usually used for everyday work, as well as for military purposes. Many heavenly beasts are trained to kill. Even the status of large countries is determined by their strength. In other words, this is a world that relies on heavenly beasts. Since the people here respect the strong, accordingly, if he wants to survive here, then he must become stronger. If he is going to become stronger, then he must plan his actions carefully. First, he must understand where he is, and since he is now Su Ping, all of his Ping belongings are also his. But what is this person's origin? He walked out of his room and bumped into some girl. She was slightly surprised at first, then frowned and asked, "Did their lazy guy really wake up so early? This is just crazy." He thought, is this girl the sister of the body's owner? She's quite cute. And what is that badge on her chest? Noticing where he was looking, she immediately swung her arm and hit him with all her might, ordering him to stop staring at her. As soon as her fist hit his stomach, drool flew out of his mouth, and he wondered, where did she get so much strength? She crossed her arms and said that she was actually a master of martial animals, so he shouldn't think bad thoughts. Su Lingyue is a freshman at Fengshan University. Ping thought it seemed she and the body's former owner weren't getting along very well. He barely stood up and asked, what's wrong with her? He was her real older brother after all. Her eyes flashed unkindly, and she asked, has he already forgotten all his pranks? How he put bugs in school bags, stole people's lunches, glued toilet seats, replaced toothpaste with mustard, hid other people's shoes, and locked doors. MC became nervous, realizing what an idiot the body's former owner was. And she said that in any case, she came to kick him out of the house. A customer of his pet store asked her to call him, and he must go there today. Otherwise, he would regret it. Having thrown these words at him, she slammed the door, and he looked after her in surprise, thinking that he had thought the body's former owner was a useless piece of trash. He didn't expect that he had his own pet store. Well, time to get to work. After that, he entered the address into the GPS and set off on a journey through the city of Longjiang. Along the way, he met many people with their celestial beasts and finally reached a dubious street where his pet store was located. He looked around and wondered, does this useless trash work in this homeless shelter? He opened the gate using a fingerprint scan and thought that he would clean up the place a bit and then be able to open. There was nothing difficult about it. After that, the gate rose, and when he looked inside the pet store, a bad smell immediately reached his nose. Some dog was peeing from a cage and urinating in a pile on the floor. It had done this before. Ping scolded the beast, then rolled up his sleeves and asked discontentedly, did it dare underestimate him? At that moment, someone hit him on the back, pushing him inside, and he quickly got up, asking who he was. The guy who hit him asked, did he forget his regular customer? He had been guarding him here all week. MC thought, could he really be an enemy? The guy pointed discontentedly at his battered pet and said that he left the Black Wind here for only 3 days to look after him. And he, an idiot, locked him in with 10 lionesses for 3 days. Does he even understand how cruel females are? Let him just look at him. That's what he's become. Ping smiled nervously and apologized for the inconvenience caused to him. All responsibility lies with him. He will not take money from him. The guy got very angry and asked, does he think he cares about money? He ordered his pet to take him and teach him a lesson, after which the Black Wind rushed towards him at full speed, breaking everything in its path. The beast quickly moved behind him, and its sharp tip of the tail froze on his neck, slightly pressing on the skin. Feeling this, MC became very nervous and thought about how fast he was. Do people in this world solve problems only with force? And how did the former owner of the body even manage to anger this man? He tried to remove the sharp tail from his neck and nervously asked him to talk. Wouldn't it be good to just sit down and discuss everything? How about he pay 3 times more for his loss? He asked. Is he thinking of buying it off with money for ruining his battle beast? But he thought of something. After that, he smiled and told the Black Wind to demonstrate a new attack on him. Let him blow up this fraudulent company and restore his honor. He must remember that the blood of a white dragon flows in him. A clot of energy began to accumulate in the beast's mouth, and seeing such a bright light, Ping was frightened and wondered why it was so strong. The Black Wind opened its mouth wider, preparing to strike, and he thought that he had only recently been reborn. And why did he find himself in such a weak body? He didn't even have his own pet. At that moment, a spark flashed, lightning struck him, and time froze around him. After that, a system window appeared in front of him with a message stating that a suitable target had been found and the contract was beginning. He smiled and thought that his cheating system had finally turned on. Now it was more like reincarnation. But when the system reported that the suitable target was the mischievous pet store, he was greatly surprised and exclaimed, "How is my contract connected to this place?" The system said that he was now the owner of the super pet system, after which his entire body began to glow, and he asked in surprise, "What is that?" The system said that while in the pet store he would be immune to damage. Any attack in the pet store would be useless against him. He wondered if this meant he was now invulnerable. Wasn't the linked object this place? The system confirmed it, and he looked at it doubtfully, after which time resumed its course, and the man ordered his pet to tear him to shreds. The beast was about to strike, but MC closed its mouth and asked discontentedly, did he want to do something to his pet store? The beast trembled with fear. Ping ordered it to lie down, and it immediately sank to the ground, quietly sobbing in fear. MC asked its owner if he didn't like their service. The guy was surprised that he stopped the Black Wind with his bare hands. And why hadn't he heard of such a strong guy before? He nervously answered him that this was not the case at all. And then Ping approached him, saying that if there were no problems, then he could look after his pet for a couple more days. He would definitely take care of it. In the eyes of his client, this looked like a threat. After which he ran out of the pet store with his pet, screaming loudly. MC looked after him, puzzled, and thought, is he really that scary? The system informed him that the problem in the pet store was resolved. He was given one chance to update the status of the pet store. He agreed to this and thought that, unexpectedly, this system turned out to be very thoughtful. After that, streams of energy swirled around him, and the pet store was instantly transformed. It became very clean and beautiful here. He looked at his reflection in the polished tiles and thought in surprise, is this an update? It's cool here now. He was interested in a certain room, and when he entered it, he saw two small animals sleeping in cages. He was puzzled by the fact that these animals were very small, and the system informed him that they were tamed pets. All tamed pets will be adjusted to the standard size. At the moment, he can hatch 9 pets in this room. He has the ability to train and heal them. He said that this is not cool at all. They won't dirty all his cages, will they? The system told him that he doesn't need to worry. The pets are in a state of cultivation and do not need food or excretion. He rubbed his chin in confusion and asked, these 2 pets should be taken back by their owners, right? To prevent people from causing trouble again? What should he do? The system congratulated him on the launch of the main line. The main quest begins. Now he can choose a pet and evolve it to level 3 or higher. He can choose a lighting rat or a moon dog. He thought the main line was only activated now. This system is completely unreliable. He chose a rat because he doesn't get along well with dogs. A window for the lighting rat status opened in front of him. It's a thunder beast, and it has a special skill, being cute. It's an unremarkable beast, mostly seen as a pet. Ping picked up the rat and wondered what kind of special skill it was. Where was the thunder and lightning? The system told him that depending on the type of training, the beast would learn different skills. Since the beast had been selected, he needed to enter the cultivation dimension, the cloud thunder realm. The system began loading, after which a portal appeared under his feet and he fell through the ground and fell at high speed, screaming in fear along with the rat. Finally, they moved to another dimension. MC landed nimbly, unlike the rat, and looked around in surprise, asking, is this the cultivation dimension? There were huge trees all around, lightning striking them and crystals growing near the roots. He raised his head to examine the large tree and asked, does anyone even live here? The lightning rat, meanwhile, had climbed onto his shoulder and was now trembling with fear. And the system reported that the Cloud Thunder Kingdom was a place inhabited by countless ancient giant beasts. This place is ideal for cultivating thunder beasts. The probability of encountering beasts 100 meters tall and below was high. 1,000 meters tall was low, and 10,000 meters tall and above was very low. He picked up the rat and said that this place was terrifying, and that there was a high chance of encountering such tall beasts, but they hadn't seen them, right? The rat suddenly squealed loudly and waved its paws, and when Ping looked up, he saw the enormous 10-meter-tall king of beasts, the thunder pool, above his head. He was very frightened by such a size, after which the thunder pool shot fire breath from its mouth at them, and he died. He was immediately transferred to another space, and he caught his breath, exclaiming, what kind of creature is this? Isn't he dead? The system informed him that he was killed by the king of beasts, and is now in the resurrection space. He will soon return to life. Warning: failure to complete this quest will result in lower scores for the owner. The quest will also fail if he leaves this place. If the number of points received is below 60, then he will be destroyed. He became slightly angry and told the system that it didn't tell him this when he accepted the quest. And how many points does he have now? It pointed to a running bar and said that he needs to scroll down to see the rewards and punishments. Besides, he has too few points, so he does not have permission to view the score. He cursed loudly and exclaimed that it was mocking him. What if the King of Beasts kills him again? The system informed him that there was a small chance he would encounter the King of Beasts. He could find more suitable prey to kill it himself. Since his perception level was too low, it was recommended to enter into a temporary contract with the beast. After reading this, he smiled nervously and thought that the system was in no hurry to help him. After this, he was resurrected, and he reappeared in the Cloud Thunder Kingdom with the rat and entered into a temporary contract with it. The system informed him that his mental state and the lighting rat had successfully merged. After some time, all discomfort would pass. He looked around and, seeing a beast similar to horses, thought that it shouldn't be very dangerous. They had a chance to defeat it alone. Suddenly, the rat squeaked, and he immediately realized that danger lay ahead. After entering into a temporary contract, he felt the beast's fear. At that moment, a huge worm jumped out from underground and grabbed the horse with its sharp teeth. It was a 10-meter beast, a giant sandworm, but it was still a small specimen. The rat hissed, and MC, deciding they had a chance, since the worm was still small, sent the rat into battle and advised it to aim for the neck. While the worm was happily devouring the horse, the rat attacked, but it couldn't penetrate the beast's hard shell and hit its head. The system immediately informed Ping that the lighting rat had died from a head injury, but a new skill had been acquired, a dash. Does he wish to resurrect the pet? He nervously thought that the lighting rat's combat power was completely insufficient. Fortunately, it can be resurrected infinitely. No matter how much health this beast has, they can reduce it little by little. He resurrected the lighting rat, and the system reported that the remaining number of resurrections is infinite. MC ordered the beast to continue and approach the worm. Let it use its body size to dodge the attack. The rat began to attack, following his orders, and Ping ordered it to dash right away and attack the crack in the worm's shell. The rat tilted its head, pointing its horns forward, and immediately struck the worm's body. MC was glad they had succeeded, but it wasn't enough, and the monster grabbed the rat. The system reported that lighting rat had died from internal bleeding. He wished to resurrect it. He immediately pressed the resurrection button and told the rat to hold out a little longer. After that, the small beast struck again, resurrecting it, and then sent it back into battle. This continued for some time, the rat dying and reviving, and at one point, sparks began to emanate from it. The system reported that due to the high concentration of thunder in the environment, Lighting Rat had mastered some of the Thunder system's power. Lightning can now be attached to the skill. The skill was successfully upgraded, and Dash has now become Thunder Dash. Ping was overjoyed and said that an elemental attack should completely penetrate this monster's defense. He ordered the rat to use a skill to end the battle, and it immediately rushed forward, leaving a trail of lightning behind it, and successfully dealt with the enemy. The rat stopped to catch its breath, and the system reported that the battle was over. 2% completed. MC clenched his fist in joy and exclaimed that it had killed this worm beautifully. It seemed the rat could only use a thunder skill once a day. He should let it rest a bit before looking for new prey. Suddenly, everything around him trembled. He lost his balance and fell, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A pile of 100-meter-long giant sandworms appeared in front of him. These were adults, and apparently they had come to avenge the hatchling. They immediately began to attack. The beast hit Ping with its tail, throwing him and the rat aside, causing him to cough up blood. He glanced at these monsters and thought that they had broken 5 or 6 of his ribs. Adults are much stronger. Is there any point in fighting them? The difference in combat power is simply enormous. He glanced at the rat and thought that it was also in bad shape. It had not yet recovered from the last battle. It would be better if he did not resist. There were too many enemies, and no matter how furiously he resurrected and fought, it would be difficult for him to even hit them with 2 fists. The most sensible choice was to resurrect and then level up. He spread his arms out to the sides, preparing to accept his death, and a huge worm pounced on him, its mouth wide open. Hearing a squeak behind him, MC immediately turned to the lighting rat, which was trying to get up. Then it lunged forward, attacking the worm and breaking its fang, protecting the guy. He looked in surprise at the sparks in the air and exclaimed, "It was able to use Thunder Dash again? And of its own free will?" The rat landed nearby, it squeaked, and Ping said that he could feel its fighting spirit. It was time for them to consolidate this experience. He took the worm's fang and said that since it hadn't given up, he wouldn't sit still either. Despite their chances, they decided to fight to the death, and obviously lost. They resurrected in a random place, and MC immediately sat down and sighed heavily, thinking that this was strange. He died and was resurrected, but he was still so tired. The system told him that resurrection has a certain psychological burden. The current host's mental strength is too low. It's normal for him to feel tired after being resurrected so often in a short period of time. While improving his strength, he should also pay attention to training his mental strength. He smiled slightly and thought that no matter how good a car's engine was, it was useless without gasoline. It looked like he would have to train his body well. Noticing the rat squeak warily, he immediately stood up and looked around, wondering if there were enemies nearby. He noted that the terrain was different from where they had fought before. Everything here felt very hard. It turned out that they had resurrected right on the shell of some huge beetle. It began to move, and they immediately jumped to the ground. It was a stone cockroach, a 10-meter-long beast. It opened its mouth and spat acid at them, but fortunately, Ping was able to dodge. After that, he ordered the rat to go into full readiness and attack. The small beast enveloped its body in sparks and then rushed into battle. Morning came. They managed to deal with that stone cockroach, and then with the other monsters around, and now they lay on their bodies and rested. The system congratulated him on completing the quest. He used Resurrection only 68 times, and Lighting Rat 147 times. In total, they killed 472 beasts. Thunderdash skill increased to Thunderstorm. Lighting Rat's Perception skill, Residual. As a reward, he received Dragon Beast Identification, Basic Stage. He thought, Thunderstorm and Residual Perception? Had Lighting Rat really learned the skills of the 10 legendary secret techniques? Heavenly Beast skills are divided into 6 qualities, depending on combat power. The higher the quality, the more powerful the skills. Among these extensive skills, some are inherited from ancient times. They are called secret skills. The method for acquiring secret skills has long been lost, and only the most gifted celestial beasts can comprehend it. The system informed him that prolonged exposure to the thunder element allowed the Lighting Rat to fully unlock its potential and learn secret skills. He laughed, now understanding how it happened, and asked it to return them home quickly. The system said that the temporary contract between master and pet was terminated, and preparations for their return were beginning. His body immediately began to evaporate, and he returned home. Sometime later, the annual Fengshan University competition began. A huge projection of a man appeared in the sky and announced to everyone that today was the last day of the selection process. Who among the participants will emerge victorious this year? Which celestial beast will demonstrate its strength? Whose team will reach the top? Perhaps Ye Hao or Zhang Shuihan or Zhang Xiao. Amidst the crowd of students stood a third-year student at Fengshan University, Su Yanying. She sighed heavily. Previously, she had thought that the district selection process would be straightforward. But in that competition, she came across promising participants whose faces showed that they would win. She lost twice in a row. In this competition, she will face Zhang Xiao. She only has the 100-toothed tiger left, which she barely healed, so it's time for her to take the Lighting Rat. She still won't have enough strength, but according to the competition rules, participants must have at least 2 fighting beasts. One way or another, they will soon see the strength of her 100-toothed tiger. After that, she went to the pet store. Entering inside, she called out to the owner, but no one answered. She looked around and thought that the store was empty. Is he going to move? What a timely arrival. She called out to the owner again, saying that she came to pick up the pet, and MC came out of the room, greeting her. She said that she left the Lighting Rat here 2 weeks ago, and she would like to take it back. Is it okay? He was slightly surprised to see the owner of this rat, and rudely replied that her rat was doing very well. It couldn't be better. Let her remember to pay everything. She tilted her head to the side in bewilderment, and wondered why he was being so strange. Was he worried because she hadn't paid right away? She smiled and told him not to worry. Even though she had arrived early, she would still pay the entire amount, no less. He only glanced at her in response, and then headed back to the room. She scratched her head in confusion, wondering what she had done wrong. Meanwhile, he woke up the rat, picked it up, and said that it was time to go home. The rat was very happy, and he left the room, asking it not to forget him. As soon as he gave the girl her pet, money was credited to his pet store account, which was automatically converted into energy points. The system informed him of a new task. Chaos conceals the wrath of the spirits. He must acquire his own heavenly beast. He's given 7 days to complete the quest. As a reward, he'll receive 1 random War Beast Master Skill Book. Failure will result in a penalty. His points will be reduced. If he lacks points, the master will be destroyed. He can purchase an awakening potion from the system store to become a War Beast Master. Upon learning this, he became agitated, then went to the system store and saw several items there. The system informed him that this was in the master's mind. If he wanted to buy something in the future, he could simply call up the store window. He wanted to take the awakening potion, but he didn't have enough energy. Money is also converted into energy points at a ratio of 100 to 1. At the moment, his account only had 1 energy point. He thought, is that so little? It can't be. It turns out the girl only transferred him 108 yuan for this service. He immediately seethed with rage and exclaimed that thanks to him, her pet had mastered several secret skills, and she only gave him 108 yuan. Time passed, and the competition began. The host said it was simply amazing. Zhang Xiao's demonic dragon dog severely injured Su Yanying's tiger with his first attack. As expected of Zhang Xiao, known as the Chosen Terminator, he is strong and, as always, at his best. Zhang Xiao was also a third-year university student. He looked haughtily at his opponent and asked with a smile, will they continue? Meanwhile, Vice Principal Dong and the others sat in the designated seats. He said that Su Yanying was also once a strong athlete, but she was unlucky enough to compete against such masters 2 years in a row. Her heavenly beast was seriously injured, and she had practically no chance of winning. Huoji said that she was still young. In the face of absolute defeat, they either give up or fight recklessly, leaving no choice. This is truly wrong. The man next to her, Frank, said that she knew better from the outside. The result of this fight was directly related to the possibility of joining the main competition in the future. Their friend added that even when the chances were slim, she would naturally want to do everything possible to fight. The host said they were eager to see how Su Yanying handled this, and meanwhile she was thinking, should she admit defeat or fight to the death? She lost so quickly. The tiger lost, and last time, despite receiving treatment, it never fully recovered. As if reading her mind, the host said that her beast was injured again. Now she had practically no hope of winning. She nervously clenched her teeth and thought that it was time for her to put an end to her 3-year university career. Her opponent meanwhile chuckled and commanded the demonic dragon dog to let her die with dignity, after which the host excitedly said that Zhang Xiao had made his move. He planned to finish the fight before the tiger returned to the battle. Seeing a flame ball flying straight at her, she was terrified and said that she gave up, after which an explosion was heard. One of the spectators screamed in fright and said that this thing almost killed him, and the guy next to him laughed and told him not to worry. Everything was under the control of high-ranking judges. Few students were capable of destroying the star shield. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw a shield standing in front of her, and the host said that the referee intervened because Su Yanying had given up. Now they can congratulate Zhang Xiao on winning the first round. He clicked his tongue in displeasure, thinking that he almost finished her off. He finally told her not to rely on luck next time, but she ignored him and turned to her second beast, wondering what she should do. She only had a lighting rat left, and it was still eating all sorts of junk since she got it from the pet store. Maybe that guy had ruined it? Could she really force a rat to fight in this state? She gritted her teeth and thought that she couldn't do that. Even a 100-toothed tiger could lose in one blow, so how could she expose a rat to such senseless danger? The host reminded the participants that according to the rules, Su Yanying only had a lighting rat left for the next round, and she wondered if she should release it. Even if she had mastered the secret skill of enhancing the power of the third stage, it would only increase the combat power from the first stage to the second. The host said that everyone knew that a first stage lighting rat wouldn't stand a chance against a third stage demonic dragon dog. The spectators laughed and told the girl not to be afraid. Let her just turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhang Xiao's dog thoroughly enjoyed the snack. They started shouting at her to surrender, which made the rat angry, and she thought that the gap in strength was too great. She couldn't let her pet die in vain. It seemed she should stop there. She was about to raise her hand to say she gave up, but the rat ran forward with a loud, enraged roar. The host was surprised by this and said that it seemed Su Yanying was already ready for this battle without any waiting. The countdown to the start of the round began. Yanying looked at her pet in surprise, and it squeaked, reassuring her, while Zhang Xiao grinned and said that fortunately this little thing came out on its own, otherwise it would have been too boring. As soon as the countdown ended, he ordered his beast to burn this trash, and the dog released several fireballs in their direction. The rat meanwhile began to fill the air around it with electricity, and Huoji leaned forward with interest, wondering in surprise, could it really be it? Yanying ordered the lighting rat to use lightning speed to dodge, and it immediately aborted the attack. Since its owner didn't know what abilities it now possessed, she simply gave it trivial commands. Of course, the rat had to obey, and it began to dodge the falling fireballs, squealing in fear, and yet the small beast was still hit. Huoji immediately dismissed that thought and thought she was overthinking it. Meanwhile, the host said that the lighting rat had been knocked down by the demonic dragon dog's attack. There is a saying that running is shameful, but useful. But this rat will have to run too fast. Zhang Xiao, eager to see blood, ordered his dogs to torture the rat for him. The host said the demonic dragon dog was preparing for close combat. It seemed Zhang Xiao had no plans to end the round. He wanted to slowly teach the little rat a lesson it would never forget. Yanying immediately used her third stage power enhancement, and before the dog's jaws could close, the rat had already escaped. Dong was surprised that the little beast was so fast, and Frank chuckled, saying it was getting more and more interesting. The host said the lighting rat had managed to dodge, and the girl gave it the order to attack immediately. Finally, the rat could fully utilize its abilities. It began to electrify the air around it, and Huoji again noticed something surprising. After that, the little beast fired a huge lightning arrow at the enemy. It was the 7th stage of the thunder system. Thunderclap. Such a powerful blow even pierced the protective dome above the arena, and the sight astonished everyone around. The vice principal exclaimed in disbelief. A first stage lighting rat could use a 7th stage skill? The man said with a smile that the youth of today are formidable. After such a blow, the dog was naturally defeated, and Zhang Xiao smiled nervously, not understanding how this could have happened. Even the host was speechless. All the spectators froze in anticipation, after which the host loudly declared that it was a thunderclap. Lighting Rat really mastered a 7th stage skill. This is simply unthinkable. The winner of this fight has been determined. The spotlight fell on Yanying, who was sitting fearfully on the floor, and the spectators immediately began to rejoice, praising her skills. Meanwhile, she looked at her pet and wondered when it had become so strong. After all, this hadn't happened just a couple of days ago. and then a thought occurred to her. Could it really be because of that suspicious pet store? She picked up the rat and wondered if the pet shop owner was some legendary master, although he didn't look like one at all. Ping, meanwhile, sneezed and told the beast he was feeding not to move. After that, he rubbed his nose and thought, who was thinking about him? Meanwhile, the host excitedly said that this fight was destined to go down in university history. They weren't saying goodbye because there was still one round left. An ordinary first-level pet actually possessed a 7th-level skill, a first for the university. Even in all of Longjang, this had never happened before. Zhang Xiao clutched his head and thought he should have guessed. No one would send some trash to such a serious competition. The host said that for now this match was a draw. Both sides were already preparing to fight to the death in the decisive round. Zhang Xiao was preparing a countermeasure to defeat the lighting rat. He recalled his demon dog and told the girl that she was really good. After that, he waved his hand and shouted in rage that this wouldn't be the end. A stone rhinoceros emerged from the portal behind him. This beast would be their opponent. The guy said that Thunderclap was now useless, and the girl tensed because it was a ground-type heavenly beast. She had never seen him use it before. It was his hidden ace. The host excitedly said that he had summoned a 4th-stage stone rhinoceros. Its size was impressive, and the beast had incredible properties. The upcoming battle threatened something bad for the lighting rat, but the small beast boldly stepped forward, and he said that it was apparently ready for battle. It was completely unafraid of its opponent. He announced at the beginning of the round, and Frank said that, looking at Zhang Xiao's actions, it was clear that he was going to use all his strength, but this little thing still couldn't handle it. He thought this round would be uninteresting. Woji told him not to jump to conclusions. This heavenly beast had surpassed its own limits. If it only had 1st-stage strength, it wouldn't have been able to stand still after using a 7th-stage skill. And judging by this beast's strong fighting spirit, she dared to guess that it hadn't displayed its full strength. Meanwhile, the countdown ended. The host waved his hand, announcing the start of the battle, and Zhang Xiao immediately used 2nd-stage strength and momentum enhancement, as well as 3rd-stage armor enhancement. The host immediately noticed the heavenly beast's remarkable skills. He used several enhancement skills on the stone rhinoceros at once. At this point, its combat power had reached at least the 5th stage. Yanying immediately felt intense pressure and wanted to give her pet a boost, but it rushed into battle, and she became worried as the distance was too great for her to use a skill. Noticing this, the host asked if Su Yanying had made a mistake. The lighting rat actually came face to face with the stone rhinoceros without the effort skill. Zhang Xiao grinned broadly, relishing his victory, and commanded the stone rhinoceros to crush the rat into a pancake. At that moment, a huge foot covered the small beast with a shadow, but as soon as the impact occurred, it split in two and jumped out from under the enemy's paws. Seeing this, Frank was very surprised. It was a residual split, another 7th-stage skill. Huoji laughed and remarked that this was so interesting. She wanted this girl for her team. The host said that the lighting rat decided not to fight the stone rhinoceros, instead heading straight for Zhang Xiao's position. Did she really plan to deal with the king? It caught the enemy by surprise, taking advantage of its opponent's weakness. Remembering Ping, the lighting rat pounced on the guy. He retreated back in fear and erected a 3rd-stage shield in front of himself. After that, the rat used Thunderclap, breaking through his shield, and a roar was heard. The host excitedly said that lighting rat and the residual clone simultaneously used Thunderclap, but the star shield was destroyed almost immediately. Could he have survived this attack? A huge indentation remained on the ground at the impact site, and a second before his death, the divine phoenix of the judges lifted Zhang Xiao into the air, and he almost lost consciousness from fear. After that, the phoenix lowered him to the ground, and the judge said that Zhang Xiao lost in the 3rd round. The host immediately declared the girl the winner and congratulated her on successfully passing the selection, after which all the spectators began chanting her name and calling her Rat King. She loved all this attention so much. She was glad that she was able to win, and thought, is she really not dreaming? In addition to Thunderclap, it also took over the residual clone. She is sure that the pet store owner did this. He really is incredible. He looks unremarkable. Who would have thought that he is an incomparable master? Night fell. MC went to his room, and before going to bed, he thought about how he could earn more than 10,000 yuan in a week. But he can't just rely on the pet shop. The system showed him that his pet shop currently only offers 3 services: shelter, rental, and feed sales. Since he didn't purchase animal spaces, 2 spaces are currently unusable, which the system gives him for free. Using 1 space costs 10 yuan per hour. The Celestial Beast Rental Service is a comprehensive assessment based on the rank, combat power, and qualifications of the beasts. He currently doesn't breed celestial beasts, so the assessment is impossible. To sell feed, he needs to personally collect the ingredients. Prices are set depending on the quality of the feed. He then thought that he doesn't have enough money for the first, he doesn't even have the qualifications for the second, which leaves only the 3rd option. He asked, can the ingredients be collected anywhere, or only in special cultivation zones, like Cloud Thunder Realm? The system told him that harvesting was available in all cultivation zones. Cloud Thunder Realm was just one of countless high-ranking zones. Furthermore, the higher the zone level, the higher the chance of obtaining the best ingredient. Reading the last line, he felt disappointed. He'd spent 3 whole days fussing with a lighting rat in a high-ranking zone and missed the opportunity to harvest some good fodder. This couldn't go on any longer. Within 3 days, he would have become a war beast master. After that, he went to the pet shop and asked the system to show him a list of cultivation zones. To enter an elite cultivation zone, 1,000 points were required. A high-ranking one, 100, a mid-ranking one, 10, and a low-ranking one, 1. Since he only had 1 point, he could only afford the lowest-ranking zones. He thought that if he had known about this earlier, he wouldn't be so angry now. The system said that as a professional pet shop owner, he should consciously collect all items related to celestial beasts. A suitable cultivation zone was selected for him, the extraterrestrial meteorite 1002. Did he wish to enter? He immediately agreed and thought that he knew he couldn't miss the opportunity to level up his pet. After that, he entered another dimension and found himself on a lawn next to a lake in which large, long-necked beasts roamed. The system informed him that he had been temporarily given a beginner's item, a scroll for appraising ancient flowers and herbs. Each item could only be used 3 times. He needed to think about it to activate it. The completion time was 1 day, and the number of free resurrections was 30. He reached for the scrolls the system had so kindly given him, and thought, so he just needed to think about it? He successfully retrieved and activated the items, after which he saw a system window next to each plant describing it. He walked further into the forest, thinking that plants that could be picked up without any danger were cheap. In a clearing ahead, he saw a ground-type stone beast, and the system showed him its characteristics. He looked at the flower it was eating. It was a stone rose of high rarity. Long-term use can increase the damage of fire-type skills. It was the favorite food of fire attribute celestial beasts. He immediately ran out of the forest and headed for the plant, thinking that expensive pet food was always found in dangerous places. He had limited storage space, so he had to choose the most expensive plants. Before the beast could eat it, he tore it out of the soil and put it in storage. But he immediately paid for his actions. The beast ate him. So he hunted for rare plants, sacrificing himself each time, and when the number of free resurrections was finally exhausted, he was returned to the pet store. He sat down on the floor and caught his breath, thinking that dying and resurrecting 30 times in 1 day was still very tiring for him. But now, there would be no problems. He glanced at his huge storage and decided to put everything in its place. Time passed. A chicken lived in a house, and it was very sick, so much so that it did not eat anything. The old man approached the beast and worriedly said that it hadn't eaten a grain of rice in a week. A member of the Black Wolf team's grandson Fan Yujing opened the suitcase and said that this was the most expensive celestial bird food in the Shangcheng area. He should just give it to Xiaohui, and it was guaranteed to restore its appetite. Smelling the aroma, the bird immediately emerged from its hiding place, and the old man was delighted, asking his granddaughter Xiaoyu to let the beast try it quickly. She pulled a centipede out of the jar and fed it to Xiaohui, but it immediately spat it out along with black blood. Seeing this, Yujing became very nervous, and the girl said that Xiaohui would never eat even the rarest and darkest centipedes in the world. He told her to quickly contact the Celestial Beast Clinic. Judging by the symptoms, it had a parasitic heart infection. They needed to help it as soon as possible, before it was too late. The old man immediately picked up the chicken, getting ready to go to the doctor, when his wife entered the room and told him not to worry. Their Xiaohuo was safe. She brought some fruit with her, and her granddaughter said Xiaohuo was seriously ill, so they were going to the clinic. Her grandmother, perplexed, asked what was wrong, after which the chicken snatched the fruit from her hands, and as soon as it swallowed, the animal felt noticeably better. The old man was glad that it was finally eating something, and his wife smiled, saying that the owner of that place hadn't lied. The scarlet bird possesses the purest attribute. They shouldn't eat unknown things, otherwise it will lead to loss of appetite and heart damage. The pet will recover if it regularly eats the fruits of the stone rose. The girl glanced at the jar of centipedes and asked Yujing if they had been feeding their pet incorrectly all this time. He was indignant and told his grandmother not to believe the nonsense of all sorts of shady traders. This was the first time he'd heard of pet food being divided into types. How much did she buy it for? She continued feeding Xiaohuo and said that 1 fruit costs 130 yuan. Hearing this, he was very surprised and said that means she spent more than 1,000 yuan in total. The girl said they weren't even in Shangcheng. How can pet food be so expensive? Maybe this trader is illegal? She'd heard that illegal traders mix all sorts of chemicals into their food, and pets like it so much that they stop eating other food. If you take this food away from them, they go crazy, and if the pet continues to eat this chemical food, it will die. The old man was very scared for Xiaohuo, and looked at how it was happily eating the fruits, after which Yujing grabbed his grandmother by the shoulders and asked where this pet store was, and what it was called. He would find this merchant. She nervously answered him that she had been to the mischievous pet store, after which he and his sister went to sort things out. He He called out to the owner from the doorway, rudely saying that they had something to talk about, then went up to the counter and asked what he added to the food for the heavenly beasts. Ping looked at him in confusion and thought that he had only sold one food so far. Are these two talking about the fruits of the rock rose? Could their pet really be having problems with cultivation? He replied that their food for the heavenly beasts is completely natural, without any additives. Did the scarlet bird have any side effects after eating it? The guy asked. So the food is without additives? But it kept eating his food. Does he think that's good? Let him speak frankly. Passersby crowded outside the pet store, starting to discuss the situation. This pet store had problems before. There used to be animal feces scattered everywhere, and now they sell expensive food. But the thing is, they've never even heard of this food. Unfortunately, illegal pet stores are like that. There was an online expose that they use celestial beast food with low-quality nutritional supplements. MC started getting angry, and the girl told her brother to stop doing this useless nonsense. He should better ask his friends from the Pet Food Association to check out this illegal dealer. Ping finally got angry and asked, "Do they think he's selling bad food?" He stood up so abruptly that the girl fell over in fear, and he said that this was an unsubstantiated accusation. Where is their evidence? Yujing immediately rushed to protect his sister, even though he hadn't even touched her, and grabbed him by the neck, asking, "Does he want to die?" The system activated immunity to the pet shop owner, and the guy's fingers instantly broke. He cried out loudly in pain and wondered why he was so strong. The system gave him a limited task. His pet shop had been baselessly slandered. He must prove his innocence and the usefulness of his food, or he would suffer losses. As a reward for successfully completing the task, he would receive one chance to enter any cultivation zone and an unlimited number of resurrections. The maximum stay in the zone was 5 days. For failure, he would be deducted 10 points. Passersby began whispering that the pet shop owner had started beating him without saying anything, and he thought that if he didn't explain it to them, he would lose not only his points, but also his customers. He sighed heavily and asked them to be quiet. He guaranteed that there were absolutely no problems with his pet food. Since everyone had doubts about the quality of his products, he would prove everything to them. People didn't even want to listen to him, and started calling for him to close the pet store. And when he loudly ordered them to be quiet, silence finally reigned. He took out a blue yuan fruit and asked if anyone had a water-type beast with them. Xiaoyu confusedly replied that she had such a beast, after which she summoned Ono. This water-type beast had first-stage strength, low affinity, and few skills. Her brother immediately shielded the beast and asked what he was going to do. He replied that he would give Ono a blue-level fruit, then they would see that his food was completely harmless. The beast ate it without a problem, after which people began to discuss it. Has anyone heard of this fruit? There's something similar at specialty pet stores, but it's for constipation. They laughed, not expecting anything, but the animal suddenly grew in size, and then it started glowing very brightly. Yujing immediately covered his sister with a shield, and she wondered, what is this? Why is it glowing like that? When the glow ended, she saw that her beast's rank had risen to the 2nd stage, and its strength to the middle 1st stage. MC smiled with satisfaction, and thought that the blue yuan fruits could boost low-ranking beasts to the 2nd stage. It was clear that the fodder from the cultivation zone was some kind of counterfeit. However, this water beast's level had only risen by 1 stage, and its strength had only increased by half, and its abilities were worrying him. As the rank of heavenly beasts increased, its strength also increased slightly. The less combat power gained from strengthening, the worse its skills, and vice versa. Moreover, the bloodline of heavenly beasts is also divided into ranks. A bloodline rank means that a beast can naturally increase its basic combat power as its age and rank increase. For example, a water beast with a 3rd stage bloodline, even without help with cultivation, will be able to naturally rise to the 3rd stage. But if it doesn't train, its strength won't increase. People were surprised that the beast had become stronger, while Yujing was shocked. Looking at the beast's appearance, he had no doubt that it had successfully advanced. He had only heard of the treasures used by the Federation's celestial beasts. If so, the identity of this pet shop owner was too terrifying. The girl rushed to check her pet and asked if it was really him. Maybe he had switched it? Her brother immediately forced her to bow to him and apologized, saying that they had really overdone it. They were so blind that they were asking for forgiveness. Ping glanced at them with displeasure, then pointed to the blue fruits and said that he would take 8,700 yuan for one. He doesn't cheat customers, and he is an honest businessman. Yujing smiled nervously and said that his sister would pay for it now, and thought that for such a price, leveling up this weak little thing was a real bargain, like a pittance. MC, meanwhile, thought that the price was still as low as before. The animal feed he was dying for was incredibly cheap. He asked the system if it really couldn't increase the price. This amazing feed was too cheap. It told him that the set prices couldn't be changed. He sighed heavily, telling the guy that the properties of his sister's beast were too low. He advised them to use colored Buddha's heart leaves. Besides, for a full recovery, the scarlet bird needs to take stone rose fruits for a long time. Yujing patted his sister on the head and said that of course, Xiaoyu would pay for everything. Someone from the onlookers asked Is it really that effective and yet so cheap? Is this really a scam? Maybe I should buy them something too? The man remarked that his pet food had a visible effect for such a cheap price. Of course he would buy something too. They all pounced on Ping, and he smiled at them, telling them to wait in line. After the sale, about 31,500 yuan were credited to his account, which converted into 315 energy points. For completing a limited time quest, he was granted the opportunity to enter any cultivation zone for 5 days. He was glad that he had finally accumulated points. Now he could buy an awakening potion. He immediately opened the system shop, bought the potion, and uncorked the bottle with anticipation. As soon as he drank the potion, he felt something. A vision appeared before his eyes of a bright light enveloping his body and filling him with power. When it was over, he resolutely looked up and said that he had finally become a battle beast master. Hearing a buzzing sound behind him, he immediately turned around and grabbed a fly by the wings, surprised to notice that his reaction speed had increased. The system informed him that he had 215 points remaining. Would he like to upgrade the level of the Chaos Spirit Pool? Using the Chaos Spirit Pool requires 10 points of energy at a time. There's a high probability of unsuccessful summoning. The probability of a low-ranking celestial beast appearing is very low, and the probability of a mid-ranking beast appearing is extremely low. Upgrading the Spirit Pool to level 2 requires 100 points, and after upgrading, each use costs 100 energy. A level 2 pool gives a medium probability of successfully summoning a low-ranking celestial beast, a low probability of a mid-ranking beast, and an extremely low probability of a high-ranking beast. He thought he had a good chance of getting a mid-ranking pet without leveling up, but this was too much. After upgrading, a high-ranking pet might appear, so he should try. He immediately upgraded the Chaos Spirit Pool to level 2, and he had 115 points left. He prepared himself, here and now, success or failure. What will happen? He used the spirit pool, and a bright beam of light struck it, filling the entire room with smoke. MC peered in anticipation at the dark silhouette in this cloud of smoke, and wondered what kind of pet he would get. But it turned out to be just a small skeleton. It has a rank and power of the first stage. It is a demonic-type beast with low properties and only one skill: recombination of severed limbs. This is the lowest ranked beast. Most likely, only the most hopeless people are forced to have it. Ping was greatly disappointed and exclaimed, "And this is 100 energy points?" The skeleton laughed contentedly and said that this was not a compliment. The system said the quest was successfully completed. He received one random skill book of the War Beast Master. He received the assassination skill. By consuming a certain amount of mental power, his pet will be able to awaken a murderous heart. Once in rage mode, the pet will continue to deliver a deadly attack even if seriously injured. He rubbed his chin in confusion and thought that there were so many powerful creatures in high-ranking cultivation zones, so no matter how much the basic properties increased, the skeleton would inevitably be killed in seconds. But with the assassination skill, he would reap the benefits with minimal investment. This time, there were no losses. The system said that it had detected that the owner had met the necessary conditions to start a new main quest line. He needed to upgrade his pet's properties to mid and high level. As a reward for completing it, he would receive a Chaos Star Universe map. He had 7 days to complete this quest. If he failed, 10 points would be deducted. He thought indignantly, what kind of requirement is this? Even the lighting rat only had below-average properties, and the small skeleton was very weak even for its type. The difference in difficulty is too great. It's like turning a stone into a diamond. He reached out to the small skeleton, and it hit him with its fist, and he noticed that it was so optimistic. Voices were heard from the main room. He thought they were customers and immediately locked the skeleton in the cage. It was Yanying with her friend Lele. She called the pet store owner, and the girl looked around, asking why this place was in such a boondocks. MC left the room and, seeing this girl, was immediately disappointed, and called her 108 yuan, noting that she had come again. And what is the purpose of her dear visit this time? She ran up to him and displeasedly told him not to call her that. She told him her name and said that yesterday the lighting rat was completely different from before. Didn't he do something to it? He looked away and thought that they were all unhappy. He told her that he didn't do anything. They only had regular walks and games. He smiled and turned to the lighting rat, asking, "Is that really how it was?" The beast squeaked in fear, then Ping stroked its head, and Yanying thought that he called walking cultivation. The lighting rat wasn't even afraid of the 4th stage dragon dog, but now she trembled in front of this guy. Meanwhile, he suggested that her pet repeat their walks sometime, and in the girl's eyes, he looked threatening. Could his strength really be equal to the 5th stage? But he exudes pressure higher than the 6th stage. Her friend whispered that this guy looks like an ordinary person. The pet shop itself is small and ordinary. Is she sure she wasn't mistaken? She put her finger to her lips and asked her to be quieter. She can't explain it now. This guy is probably a 7th stage master. If she irritates him, their lives will be in danger. She looked at her with bewilderment, while MC thought that judging by the fact that the system didn't give out limited tasks, it wasn't about the pets. He asked why they came. Did they also think his prices were high? Yanying shuddered in fear, her eyes looking threatening, and she thought that for only 108 yuan, her pet had become very strong. This guy was testing her honesty. She asked him to accept a small thank you from her, and transferred him 1,000 yuan, but the transfer failed, The other party rejected it. She looked at him in surprise and, seeing his irritated face, wondered if this was really not enough for him. She increased the price to 5,000, but he grimaced again and rejected it. She exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that enough?" Lile asked. "What are you doing?" Let her finally transfer the money to him. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked her for help because she had no more money, and she, with a heavy sigh, said that she had no choice anyway. After this, Yan Ying looked confidently at Ping and thought that she should pay an appropriate price for the work. This was a rare opportunity to meet a person of great authority. She transferred 10,000 yuan to him, but he rejected it again, and she nervously thought, why? His expression became more and more dissatisfied. She exclaimed that she couldn't believe it, but she still wouldn't give up. After that, she transferred him 100,000 yuan, and he immediately clicked the accept button. However, the system informed him that prices could not be changed, so he was prohibited from accepting additional money for pet store services. Because of this, he had to reject the transfer, and Yan Ying, already with tears in her eyes, asked, "Isn't that enough for him?" Apparently, she didn't know the true value of his services and asked him to name a price. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said that he didn't need money. Let her tell him why she came. He decided to put up with these rules in order to rise higher, and she covered her mouth in shock and thought, is he really refusing money? In this world, there really are young and strong people indifferent to fame and fortune, and this man is right in front of her. After that, she pointed to her pet and said that they had a competition in a few days, but her other celestial beasts were seriously injured, and she was pinning her last hope on the lighting rat. Therefore, she wanted him to strengthen it in 3 days. He was glad that the lighting rat was returning and thought that leveling up the small skeleton would become much more convenient. The system detected that the customer had a need to cultivate a pet, so they could use the entry-level celestial beast cultivation option. He could accept orders based on the service price. So, for cultivating beasts below the 3rd stage, he would receive 10,000 yuan. He was surprised that this option was so profitable, but currently, only orders below the 3rd stage were being accepted. He clarified, he just needs to strengthen the celestial beast, right? The service cost for 3 days would be 10,000 yuan. She thought that although it was not cheap, if it resulted in the same improvement as the previous cultivation, it would definitely be worth it. It was even very profitable. She agreed to it, and thought that this was the most reputable pet shop. It was a pity she didn't know about this place earlier. Missing out on such a cultivation opportunity would truly be a great loss. After that, she transferred the money to him, which was converted into 100 points. And now he has 115 energy points in his account. He asked if she needed any other services besides cultivation. The pet shop also provides maintenance and treatment for animals. She was surprised that he also does this, and thought that a veterinary clinic would be much more expensive. She, of course, agreed to this, and he asked her to summon the pet she wanted to keep there. She summoned 3 injured animals, and he became slightly nervous when he saw their sizes. The system said that there was a customer request for temporary pet taming. To avoid affecting the pet shop's reputation, he is advised to upgrade the sections as soon as possible. He did not understand how exactly this would affect the reputation, and it said that the initially provided free sections were made from waste spiritual stones. They contain little spiritual power, as well as complex, disordered waste ore beams. At the initial levels, this is quite useful, but there is a high risk of causing a mutation in the pet. He cursed silently and thought he knew it, but he'd better level up and buy 3 new cages at the same time. The system informed him of a successful purchase, with 50 energy points withdrawn. He now had access to 5 of the 9 sections, which cost 100 yuan per hour. Level 2 taming sections are completely safe for celestial beasts, but each slot will consume 1 energy point per day. If there aren't enough points, the taming sections will disappear. He felt so sick that his mouth started bleeding, and the girl worriedly asked what was wrong with him. He told her he was fine. 3 beasts for 3 days would cost a total of 21,600 yuan. She should remember to count everything before leaving. She immediately transferred the money to him, and Lele thought this guy was so strange. After that, he moved the beasts to the sections, and his account now had 291 energy points. The system said he had received a side quest. Complete his first pet cultivation order. Requirements. The service provided in the pet shop must be of the highest quality. He must cultivate and more than double the initial combat power of the client's celestial beasts. As a reward for completing the quests, he will receive 3 entry-level great panaceas, and he has 3 days to complete them. Does he wish to accept the side quest? He thought he needed to raise the properties of the small skeleton to above average. It is currently at the 1st stage, so how should he cultivate it? Compared to cultivating a lighting rat, it is like water and wine. He agreed to complete both tasks and then opened the list of cultivation zones. Since he had the chance to enter any zone, he naturally decided to choose an elite one. He looked through the list and decided that the most suitable place for leveling up the small skeleton was the Chaos Realm. He decided to enter this dimension, after which tentacles grew from underground and grabbed him along with the beasts. The tentacles pulled them into a sea of blood, after which they found themselves in another world, right on someone's bones. MC immediately smelled a heavy smell of rot, and a lightning rat squeaked loudly, warning him of danger. A huge skeleton approached him and crushed a small one, after which it swung, and Ping was terrified. He wanted to give the rat an order, but was immediately followed by a blow. The huge skeleton slashed with its weapon at them with all its might, but they were nowhere to be found. They managed to dodge, and the small skeleton had already come to life. MC noted with a smirk that not everyone in the elite zones had reached the rank of the King of Beasts. Before him stood a giant skeleton, a demonic-type battle beast with a rank of the 7th stage and the strength of the 5th. Its properties are low, and its skills include recombination of severed limbs, cleave, and roar of war. The huge skeleton attacked again, and the rat managed to dodge, but the small skeleton died from the crushing. Ping immediately resurrected it and commanded the rat to use Thunderclap. It began to create a sparkling sword, after which MC commanded it to cut the skeleton's arm, and the rat attacked. It rushed forward, unleashing all its thunderous might on the enemy, and the skeleton screamed loudly. The rat was thrown back by the sound wave. It died from the rupture of its internal organs, while the skeleton meanwhile used another skill. It began to collect the bones scattered everywhere, and thus restored its arm. Ping noticed that the red gem on its forehead was glowing and thought, did it enhance his skill? It was quite expensive. He revived the beasts, and they also grabbed his legs, shaking with fear, and he, sighing heavily, said that he would have to use the book. The system informed him that he used the combat skill, Killing Intent. The huge skeleton immediately rushed towards them, and he used the new skill on the beasts, and they went on the attack. But the huge skeleton attacked them again, and they all died at once. They were revived, and MC noticed that they had resurrected in the same place. Although the blow just now was powerful, it also exposed its weak point. The body's asymmetrical center of gravity makes it extremely difficult to maintain balance. It seems invulnerable, but is actually fragile. Lightning Rat rushed into battle, using residual separation to avoid the blow, after which Ping ordered it to use Thunderclap. One cuts off the leg, and the second bombards the cervical vertebrae, with the small skeleton providing support. He needs that gem. Two rats rushed to attack. They did everything exactly as he directed, and the small skeleton only watched. Finally, they defeated that huge beast. The gem fell from the monster's forehead and landed directly on the small skeleton's head, and the system reported that Lightning Rat had completed the kill. Strength upgrade, 3rd stage. Residual separation upgraded to multiple residual separation. Using the power of thunder and lightning to create 2 temporary clones, there is a small chance of creating 3. He was delighted that the rat could now create more clones. Meanwhile, the small skeleton picked up the red stone, and the sight mesmerized it. MC noticed it, and the system informed him that this was a unique skill of demon-type celestial beasts. This skill could be enhanced by absorbing the energy of a beast of the same type. As soon as the little skeleton absorbed the gem, its power increased, and it gained a new skill, elementary sword art. MC was overjoyed and patted the skeleton on the head, but misjudged its strength and tore it off, saying that he had always intended for it to turn out this way. Now it would be able to crush other skeletons. Their hard work had finally paid off. The little skeleton returned its head to its place, and immediately after, a strange sound was heard. The Lightning Rat turned around, squeaking in fear, and Ping saw a monster that had just appeared above the bloody sea. It was a woman with many wings, but part of her body was like a skeleton. Even the system didn't know what kind of creature it was, and MC wondered if it could be someone high-ranking. Who knows, maybe with her he could get another gem. The woman extended her hand towards him and began to suck out his soul, but he couldn't even do anything. After that, he and all the animals died, and he pressed the resurrection button, thinking that she was so strong that she killed them at first sight. When he resurrected, he called out to her and asked if she was by any chance the boss of this kingdom. She looked at him but remained silent, and he waved his hand at her, asking if she even had intelligence. Instead of answering, she began to suck his soul out, and he excitedly asked her to wait so he could finish speaking. He died again and moved to another space. The system reminded him that he could be resurrected an infinite number of times, but he was in no hurry to return yet. He crossed his arms over his chest with displeasure and thought that he was wasting his time here. But nothing is free. He decided to go to another place and teleported to a place with a lot of bone spikes. He immediately noticed that it was quiet there, but when he walked a little forward, he realized that he was standing high above the ground, and below was a huge army of generals. Among them, he saw that same woman, and she, noticing him, nervously pointed her finger at him, after which the place where he was standing shook and he fell. But someone's hand grabbed him. It turns out that he moved right onto the head of the local king, and he, measuring him with a glance, ordered him to tell how he ended up here. He gives him 3 seconds to answer. He felt a very strong pressure from him, which, of course, made him nervous, and he answered him that he was just passing by. And he is apparently the one in charge here? He looked at him and thought, why didn't he just kill him? Is he trying to find out something? It would be good to just die, but he's holding him so tightly that he can't do anything. Under these circumstances, the system is useless. Time is ticking. He still hasn't completed the task. The king said that he is clearly not an ordinary person, since he was able to sneak up on him silently. Let him answer him immediately. He will not ask a third time. Ping grinned nervously, realizing he'd been afraid of his power from the start. He needed to calm down. He had a chance to maneuver. They'd likely never seen a human before and probably didn't know the system existed. This was all he could use. He told him he was a clone of the strongest man in the world. He'd come here to test their threat level. If it was too high, they would be exterminated. One of the generals immediately raised his sword, calling on his warriors to protect the king. But his eyes flashed, and part of the army instantly vanished. MC asked, did he kill his loyal followers? Wouldn't his conscience bother him? Maybe he's just a weakling who can only defeat the weak. The king killed him with a beam of energy, leaving no trace of him, and said that protecting him was tantamount to neglecting him, since there was nothing in this world that could threaten him. Ping revived next to him and asked, is that true? The king's army and his generals were greatly surprised by such abilities, after which he used the power of his ring and got rid of Ping. He was revived, then died again. This happened many times. When he was revived again, he thought that the more painful the death, the less pain he felt. He had already gotten used to it. The king looked at him and said that this creature was capable of continuously changing the time and space of his kingdom. What kind of terrifying creature is this that calls itself a human invader? MC aimed at his ring and died again, then revived, and before the king killed him again, he managed to touch his ring and move the gem to his inventory. Immediately after that, he disappeared, and the king was greatly surprised and jumped up from his throne, exclaiming that he had used 2 higher laws simultaneously and teleported out of his line of sight. Who is he? After that, he revived in a random place and asked, did they really think he would keep dying? They are so naive. His plan was really cool. After that, he revived the little skeleton, and when he showed it a huge gem, it clutched its head in admiration. Ping smiled and asked the skeleton, does this please you? His pet will never be deprived. Let it absorb it, because now it's its turn to fight. The monster headed straight for them, and at that moment, the protagonist said, basic sword art. A system window appeared in front of him, saying, successful kill, strength boost, stage 4, quest progress, 46%, remaining time, 1 day. The monster stepped on the creature, and several more demonic creatures moved forward. MC said that's a lot of XP. He trusted this little skeleton. The next second, the beast made several attacks, and the system reported, little skeleton makes a kill, strength boost, stage 6. The lightning rat makes a kill, strength boost, stage 6. Quest progress, 94%. Remaining time 14 minutes. After some time, the protagonist sat on a mountain of bones and sighing said, what small fry, and there's no end to this. Then he heard a loud scream. A huge creature emerged from the mountain of bodies, and the protagonist flew down, saying, this one isn't dead yet. He smiled and added, even better, he said. Killing intent. The beasts agreed to this, and he said that they would make progress if they killed it. The monster pointed its weapon at them. The protagonist shouted, little skeleton, beginner sword art. The next second, the skeleton swung its weapon, cutting through the monster's weapon. In response, the creature screamed loudly, directing its arms forward, shattering the ground in front of it into numerous stone pieces. A huge number of hands appeared from the ground and grabbed the protagonist and the beasts. The protagonist shouted, what? The system reported, quest progress is 94%. Remaining time is 7 minutes. Time is running out. Please, he must pay attention to the progress while completing the quest. The protagonist uttered, they must not remind him. He thought, damn it, he's caught. Then he shouted, lightning rat, it must attack the core of this with a thunderclap. The next second, the mouse squeaked loudly, then concentrated powerful energy, directing it straight at the center of the monster's chest. The protagonist shouted in surprise, blocked. A system window appeared, stating that the enemy's name, rank, type, strength, properties, and skills were unknown. MC thought, again unable to determine who it was. Then he said, but he had already figured out 2 things. The first was that these arms didn't care about any damage. And second, this core really was its weakness. The system reported 3 minutes remaining. The protagonist shouted, lighting rat, it must use thunderclap, thunderclap. It must cover its body with gathered electrical energy. The mouse then began concentrating energy around itself, creating a powerful charge. The system reported that lighting rat had mastered a new skill, thundercloak. Effect, by using this skill on an enemy, lighting rat can inflict moderate and prolonged damage and the same paralysis effect at close range. This effect is enhanced against demon-type enemies. MC shouted in surprise, skill. He noticed the hands emerging from the ground which were repeatedly struck by lightning bolts. He shouted, finally, he's free. Little skeleton, right now. The next second, the skeleton swung his weapon and charged at the monster. The system reported, little skeleton has completed the kill. Strength increase, 7th stage. Lighting rat has completed the kill. Strength increase, 7th stage. The protagonist smiled and said, little skeleton has absorbed a small portion of the Bloodstone's power, and its combat power has increased by leaps and bounds. Its absorption skill is definitely the answer. Then a system window appeared, stating, the main quest has been successfully completed. He received the Chaos Star Universe map. The side quest has been successfully completed. He has obtained 3 entry-level Great Panaceas. The reward is automatically stored in the storage. Exit the cultivation system. After a while, he said, open stats. A system window appeared in front of him, saying, Little skeleton, species, demonic beast, rank, upper 2nd stage, strength, average 7th stage, properties, above average, skills, puppeteer, undead enslavement, corpse, intermediate swordsmanship, severed limb recombination. A beast with the lowest rank of the demonic type, most likely only the most hopeless people are forced to wield it. The protagonist said, strength at the 7th stage, properties above average, and a rank of only the 2nd stage. Hey system, are you sure this isn't a mistake? The system window said. The professional evaluation is based on a comparison of Little Skeleton's data from the beginning of the infinite chaos to the present, and the owner shouldn't doubt the evaluation. He said, beginning of the infinite chaos, interesting. Then a system window appeared, saying, Dark Shadow Lighting Rat, species, Thunder Beast, rank, medium tier 3, strength, low tier 7, attributes, above average, skills, 10 thunderclaps, multiple residual separation, thunderclap, thunderstorm, thundercloak, undead call, undead claw. Once a common pet, it's now capable of posing a threat. The protagonist said thoughtfully that he didn't know Thunder Beast could also master undead skills. He wondered how the arena spectators would react to undead skills. He looked at the creatures secured in a special device and said, I'd like to see. Then he reached for the cube that appeared and, taking out a map, asked, System, is this the Chaos Star Universe map? A system window appeared, stating that this was a lost ancient cultivation method that could increase the master's cultivation level. Map Chaos Star Universe will allow his body to become part of the vast universe. To cultivate, he must align his acupuncture points, muscles, and bones with the stars. This is completely different from the commonly used federations and cultivation methods. The protagonist smiled and said, wow, so he can cultivate too? After a while, he assumed a meditative pose and began concentrating his energy. Chaos Star Universe. He must allow the star power to gather in the core and increase its mass. When using star techniques, it is necessary to rotate the energy to form a vortex. This way, the star power in the body can be released, thereby influencing the outside world. Map Chaos Star Universe. The first stage, the realm of the star vortex. MC looked at the energy flying around and wondered, is it accumulating in a whirlpool? Then he said, frankly speaking, he should be absorbing the star energy. He began waving his arms from side to side and added, with his rank as a martial beast master, these things are not easy to catch. Then he looked at his hands and was surprised. He couldn't catch it. The energy from this must be directly penetrating his body. He thought, since that's the case, what would happen if he tried concentrating his core on the energy's directions? Then he felt the energy in the core and shouted, it worked! Then he added, of course, to absorb the star power, he'll have to use the star power himself. He reached for the cube again and added, by the way, he has 3 great panaceas. He didn't even know what effect this had. Then he placed the 3 pills on his hand and popped them into his mouth. Powerful energy scattered around him and he said, the star clusters in his body have grown larger. A system window appeared in front of him, congratulating him on successfully entering the realm of the star vortex. The character panel is unlocked. He shouted in surprise. His strength is only at the 3rd stage? With that, he looked at the system window, which stated, name, Suping, species, human, rank, star vortex realm, strength, middle 3rd stage, rating, unknown, special skill, killing intent. Then he said, hey system, a beautiful photo. Of course he's grateful, but what other questions? The system said, master doesn't have permission to view his current strength. Please increase his combat power as soon as possible. He looked at his clenched fist and thought, after taking 3 panaceas, his strength has increased to the middle 3rd stage. Normal cultivation would take at least 4 to 5 years. Very impressive. He then asked, system, are there any other quests with panacea rewards? A system window appeared, stating, the great panacea is only valid for the 1st and 2nd stages. Master has successfully advanced to the 3rd stage. Please, he should explore and cultivate independently. Furthermore, this universe was created by the Chaos Star Universe map, designed to simulate the real universe. While the host is absorbing star powers and cultivating, he must pay attention to other stars slightly larger than himself to prevent inhalation. He wondered, what kind of inhalation was that? Interrupting his training or something? A system window appeared, warning him that his soul would be destroyed. He screamed in fear. Damn it, it's the system. The system reported a warning for swearing. The master should remember that in the Chaos Star universe, time flows the same as in a normal universe, so he must be careful. He, trying to catch his breath, said that it was more like the coexistence of opportunity and risk. He wondered, a food chain? Then he closed his eyes and thought, okay, he'll just avoid the giant stars and absorb everything smaller than him. Then he sighed and said, what a hassle, but a little boring. As he remembered, she's also a 3rd stage martial beastmaster. He doesn't even know if he can withstand her blow now. After a while, they were sitting at the table, and the mother, sitting next to him, told him not to starve and to get more. The protagonist wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiling said her cooking was incredible. It was full and would return to the room. She asked, since when did her boy become so polite? Okay, he can go. Then she began to clear the table and added, his sister is currently training. She has a competition in a few days, so he shouldn't disturb her. Tomorrow morning, she'll make his favorite corn cake. He shouldn't forget to eat it before leaving. He walked to the stairs, turned around and replied, okay mom. He thought, although she's the mother of the previous owner of this body, she treats him well. At least he can feel the kindness and warmth of home. He stretched his neck and said, So, Su Lingyue's preparing. I'd like to talk to her. He'll forget about it and continue training. Then he walked down the hallway and noticed energy coming out of the half-open door. He was surprised. Huh? It looks like star power. He peeked inside and thought, big brother watching his little sister's cultivation. This shouldn't be considered peeping. He noticed his sister lying on the bed and reading a book. She was using a large star vortex. He wondered in surprise. Why can she absorb star power just by lying on the bed? And the core is so big. The star power seemed to be drawn to her body. Perhaps this cultivation method was taught at the university? Star power in the real world is weaker than in the Chaos Star universe, and it's evenly distributed. In that universe, star power is divided into dense and sparse areas. He's afraid that a giant star has captured the star power that should be evenly distributed. Then he crouched on the floor and thought, if he can learn the university's training methods, then in the Chaos Star universe, the power and speed of cultivation would also increase. He began to concentrate and thought, it seemed like she was rotating her star energy. He'd try it. It's a pull. He opened his eyes and thought, exactly. How come he hadn't thought of this before? When there's enough mass, the pull generated by the rotation can itself attract the power of a nearby star to absorb it. Now His Majesty won't have to run around. For now, he needs to try again to see the difference between forward and reverse swirl. At this moment, the sister sat up in bed and said in surprise, it feels like it's getting harder and harder. Maybe it's because of the dream? The protagonist thought. It worked. Once again, a forward and reverse vortex. At this moment, his sister screamed and said, this feeling, how is this possible? She turned around and said, it's strange. The star power suddenly seemed to freeze. It was impossible to absorb. Why did the star power suddenly become disordered? Could there be a strong master nearby? All her power began to leave her again. Then she sighed and fell back onto the bed. Mom shouted, what happened? She replied, Mom, it's fine. She's training. This star power is definitely abnormal. It came from the room of her brother, the loser. At this moment, the protagonist sighed with fatigue, looked at his fist and said, I almost mastered it. After a while, he stood behind the counter of his pet store. The next second, he found himself in the Chaos Star universe. He held his hands out in front of him and, smiling, said, cool. He automatically absorbs star silhouettes. The main thing is to keep his distance and not get too close. He can cultivate even in his sleep. Then, he sensed two silhouettes approaching him. One of them said, shop owner, she's come for pets. He looked ahead in surprise and thoughtfully said that he sees big and small ones. Then he looked at the girls and said, oh, it's them. Su Yanying indignantly covered her face with her hands and shouted, what are you talking about? He coughed awkwardly and said that he meant star powers. Exactly, because star powers are too weak and they both need a lot of training. Otherwise, how are they going to control stronger celestial beasts? She shouted in surprise. Stronger celestial beasts? She wondered if Lightning Rat had really improved in 3 days. She then said that the most common celestial beasts found at their university were 3rd and 4th stage, and her pet had 7th stage combat power. The protagonist told them to wait a bit. He'd bring it right away. He then placed a Lightning Rat in front of them and said, here. She already paid last time. Yanjing placed the beast on her shoulder and said, okay. She's grateful. She wondered in surprise, has the fur changed color? She then turned her attention to the other beasts and wondered why all the beasts seemed depressed. After a few days, they weren't quite happy to see their owner. Had they by any chance become attached to this place? Then the protagonist waved his hand and told them to leave. Yanjing looked at the beast in her arms and wondered if they developed any interest in it after a few days. Even during a temporary contract, a pet doesn't feel any affection for its owner. They only obey basic commands, but once the contract is terminated, they stop. At that moment, Lily extended her hand to the beast and said their wounds seem to have healed. Their fur color has become brighter and fresher. Yanjing smiled and thought, what a busy shop. Then she said, Master, she's grateful for taking care of them. Could he recommend any other food? He looked at her and thought, she's trying to placate him. Fine, he won't fleece her. Then they went to the display case, and he told her to just buy this. 1,200 yuan each. Food for fallen phoenix. She was surprised. 1,200 each? Then she said there wasn't much time left before the competition. She needed to warm up. She thought she was very interested to see how strong the lightning rat had become. Then she placed the beast on the floor and, turning to Lile, told her to bring out the strongest celestial beast. She shouldn't hold back. In response, Lile chuckled and asked, is she that confident? At that moment, a rift appeared behind her, and a creature began to emerge from it. She shouted for it to come. An earth monk emerged from the rift. Lile said, if it hurts, she shouldn't cry, okay? Yanjing thought about it. She really had summoned a high-ranking stone-type humanoid beast, Lily's favorite trump card. Although she wasn't yet an adult, she already possessed the power of the 5th stage. She hoped the lighting rat could hold out while they had thunderclap and residual separation. Then she shouted, forward. The lighting rat's eyes lit up, and Lile shouted, Earth Monk, it must have fun with this. Her creature clasped its hands, and then it used Earth Split, sending several limbs straight into the floor, destroying it. Yanjing shouted, residual separation. The lighting rat appeared in the sky, splitting into several identical beasts. Lily covered her mouth in surprise and shouted. Did it create 3 clones? Her opponent said. This is multiple residual division. Then the lighting rats rushed into battle, heading straight for Lily, and she created a barrier in front of herself and shouted, Yan Ying, she must order her to fight the Earth Monk. Her star shield is too weak. She replied that she shouldn't be afraid. She only ordered them to get close to her, but not to attack. She thought, the Earth Monk is a high-ranking celestial beast with a good origin, and its insight is incredible. This is the perfect opportunity to test residual division. Then the Earth Monk leaped forward and used explosion. Appearing underground, it appeared very close to its owner. Then it emerged from the ground and grabbed the lighting rat with its hands. The girls shouted in surprise. Did it grab this? Then the lighting rat jumped on the Earth Monk's head and the girls shouted. The lighting rat outsmarted the Earth Monk. Then the lighting rat opened its mouth and its rival, trembling with fear, ran toward its owner. She was surprised. Why? An Earth Monk is afraid of this because it didn't catch its real body? Then the creature leaped at Lily, covering her with its body, and then created an earthen dome. Lily shouted that she was already safe. This should release her. Yan Ying, watching this, was surprised. Why? An Earth Monk, a high-ranking rock-type beast with a good background and decent properties, was so afraid of a low-ranking lighting rat. Then she smiled and, clenching her fist, said, the power of this one has surpassed all bounds. After some time, the host announced the start of the next round of the annual Fengshan University competition. On the left side of the arena, the new dark horse of the second year, Su Yanying, and on the right side of the arena, a professional competitor who made it into the top 10 last year, the very essence of insight, Li Ji. The rules remain the same. Each side takes turns, bringing 3 pets into battle. The first side to defeat all of the opponent's pets wins. He asks for them. Then Li Ji put his hand forward and shouted, it must come. A water stealth beast appeared behind him. The onlookers were amazed. They must see what a weak beast he summoned. Isn't he afraid that this beast will lose? The guy thoughtfully said that he didn't think last year's top 10 made a similar mistake. They were underestimating this Li Ji. Yan Ying thought, water stealth beast is a water-type celestial beast of mid-rank origin. It is good at surprise attacks. Then she said, let it come out. A fallen phoenix appeared in the arena. She said, completely opposite properties, they will see whose is stronger. Then the host shouted, oh! Participant Su summoned a fallen phoenix of high-rank origin. This is truly a formidable enemy for a water stealth beast. How will Li Ji respond? At this moment, he raised his hand and said that he surrenders. The host said, great, he does. Then he was surprised. Huh? Participant Li just admitted defeat? Did he hear wrong? The participant adjusted the glasses on his face and said that it was true. He lost in the first round. The host shouted that he had no idea what happened, but participant Li decided to surrender. Yan Ying wins the first round. She thought he was laughing? What was he planning? At that moment, her opponent said that sometimes, in order to catch prey, you need bait. At that moment, Yan Ying noticed the energy approaching her and shouted, what? A magic chain flew straight at them, and an earth spider beast appeared behind her opponent. He said that the fallen phoenix wasn't the strongest beast in her hands, but it was definitely the hardest to handle. He adjusted his glasses again. As for lightning rat, ugly rock beast, and 100-tooth saber tiger are all ground types. He just needs to send out high combat ability and would easily suppress them. However, the fallen phoenix, which is good at aerial attacks, was difficult to defeat even against a 5th stage celestial beast. The poor chick would be eaten alive. But first, he needed to clarify one thing. He apologized. Classmate Su, he had managed to study all the information regarding her, and she lost. At that moment, a ball of fire flew straight at him, but he put up a barrier in front of himself and grinning, said, it's a futile attempt. He looked at the fire on his hand in surprise and shouted, damn, it's burning. Yanjing blew on an imaginary gun she created with her fingers and asked, is he done talking? He gritted his teeth in irritation and shouted, she. He then pointed his hand forward and shouted, ground spikes. His opponent shouted, fallen phoenix, this must be dodged. She concentrated energy around herself and, crossing her arms, thought, fast. She shouted, speed boost. He must get rid of this here and now. The phoenix then flew to the side, trying to avoid the enemy's attack. Then Yanyin quacked, Scarlet Flamebird, Fire Slash. Her opponent said, Earth Spider Beast, protecting Earth Monk. At that moment, a stone shield appeared in front of the spider, blocking it from the fire. His opponent was surprised that, although Earth-type celestial beasts have a slight resistance to fire, this wall was incredibly strong. Li Ji adjusted his glasses again and asked, can she see the difference now? Her puny phoenix was able to resist a fully grown ground-type hunter. Confinement. This must be a success. The host shouted, no way. This is that very same confinement skill. They say it can envelop absolutely any low-ranking creature. The ferocity of this inspires fear even in high-ranking pets. At that moment, Yanyin looked around and noticed that everything was narrowing. Fallen Phoenix, we need to find a way out of here. She took a stance, pointed her hand forward and shouted, strength increased by 3 stages. The Phoenix grabbed the net and then directed fire forward. The host shouted, the net continues to narrow, completely ignoring the Fallen Phoenix's desperate attacks. It's all hopeless. Not a drop of water will penetrate this net. Even the contestant herself is on the brink of death. The only rational thing would be to simply give up, but contestant Su is still holding on. The net has already shackled her body, and she said, Fallen Phoenix, as her beast's pressure tightened, leaving wounds on her body. she shouted. Fallen Phoenix. It must not resist, then it will inflict less harm on itself. Her opponent adjusted his glasses again and said that this was part of his plan, that she must surrender, then the pain will immediately go away. She began to say these words, but at that moment, the phoenix concentrated fiery energy in its beak, and then abruptly tore the net apart, sending fiery energy forward, destroying the wall in front of the opponent's pet, and also injuring it. The others cried out in surprise. What? Those are ultra-flaming rays? Unbelievable. Participant Sue's pet has an advanced level 8 skill. Just one attack and the earth spider beast was immobilized. Watching this, Frank said, well, although the fallen phoenix has a high-ranking origin, it actually has the lowest properties. Moreover, fallen phoenixes don't naturally possess ultra-blazing rays, Huoji said thoughtfully. Be that as it may, her fallen phoenix did indeed do this. But the most important thing is that it hasn't yet reached maturity, a promising future. At this moment, the vice principal said, don't forget that she also has a lightning rat with its thunderclap. Frank looked at him and asked, what's this girl's name? What year is she in? At this moment, Huoji grabbed his clothes and said her name was Yan Ying. She had already noticed her. Was he planning to rob someone? He laughed awkwardly and said he was just curious. Then the vice principal thought, I didn't expect such a genius to emerge this year. If she can enter the main team, achieve worthy achievements, and gain great fame, she will become a chance that the entire university can rely on to rise up. At this moment, one of the spectators pointed a finger at the arena and shouted, it's her. It's the owner of the Mouse King. The guy clenched his fist and said, damn it, and his pet still hasn't mastered high-ranking skills. At this moment, Yan Ying looked in surprise at Fallen Phoenix, who screamed loudly, its body covered in flames. She shouted in surprise, promoted? In addition to the ultra-blazing rays of the 8th stage, its strength has also risen to the lower 4th stage. With such immense talent, is it still a pet? Did that shop really boost intelligence and improve properties in addition to providing medical services? God, it seems he overdid it. Then the host shouted, Yan Ying has won the second round. He asks the parties to prepare for the final round. Li Ji shouted, damn it, why is she so lucky? Almost won. Her fallen phoenix is no slouch. So be it. Now she'll witness true terror. At that moment, a wind demon beast began to emerge from the rift behind him. Yan Ying covered herself with her hands and shouted in surprise, what? A four-winged beast? It's a fully grown wind demon beast, with the strength of the ultimate 5th stage. At that moment, Huoji shouted, aren't students forbidden from carrying fierce beasts? What if something goes wrong? Frank folded his arms and said she was being too conservative. So many newcomers die in the desert regions every year, and this fierce beast could possibly be the start of a new competition. She looked at him. Then the vice principal said, no need to worry. He adjusted his mustache and added, their university is rich with powerful teachers, and the judges include high-ranking masters, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for the wind demon beast, it was probably rented somehow. He'll definitely deal with it after the match. Then Li Ji, pressing himself to the ground, tried to shield himself from the wind flow, shouted, Wind Demon Beast, Omni-Natural Slash. Not noticing the demon's actions, he turned around and shouted, damn creature. He thought the rank difference was too great. He barely managed to summon it. At that moment, his opponent concentrated energy around herself and shouted, Power Boost, Momentum Boost, Perception Boost, Durability Boost. This is their chance. Fallen Phoenix. It must directly attack the master. Then the fight will end. The next second, Fallen Phoenix used ultra-blazing rays. The demon, noticing this, abruptly darted to the side, attacking the phoenix. Yan Ying thought, how fast? Then the host shouted, 1 second. Participant Sue's pet was killed in 1 second. Then the demon sent a whirlwind at her with its hand, and she shouted in surprise, what's going on? Wind currents began to leave wounds on her body, and Huoji, turning to the vice principal, asked, can he see? She had already lost this round, but the wind demon beast still hadn't stopped. She looked at Li Ji and screamed, oh shit. He's losing consciousness. At that moment, Yan Ying closed in with a barrier and shouted for everyone to stop. The vice principal shouted, the wind demon beast is out of control. Judges, they must stop the fight immediately. One of the judges summoned the wind god bird and commanded, forward. The bird flew straight at Yan Ying's barrier. The spectators were amazed at its speed. Could it really be faster than the wind god bird? At that moment, the lighting rat appeared in front of the phoenix. They shouted, this speed is simply astounding. The host was surprised. A lighting rat? Yan Ying suddenly summoned the lighting rat to block the Omni-Nature Slash. It could have died at that moment. Huoji thought, that's not true. Yan Ying hadn't taken any action to summon it. The lighting rat had been in the arena the whole time, so the lighting rat can conceal its aura. The host shouted, the third round has begun. Yan Ying, looking at the wind attacks approaching her, thought that the number of them was continuing to increase. How could she dodge it? Lighting Rat then created a magic symbol beneath itself and swung its tail, using the undead summon, Skeleton Swordsman. The onlookers were surprised. Undead summon? Lighting Rat can use demonic-type skills? This is outrageous. Coach, he wants Lighting Rat too. The next second, Yan Ying was surprised when the skeleton shielded her. The host shouted, what a sight! Lighting Rat just used a demonic-type skill. As expected, it successfully blocked the all-nature slash. Then the lighting rat let out a battle cry and the wind demon beast responded in kind. Powerful attacks rushed forward. The ground cracked into many pieces. Yan Ying covered herself with her shield and shouted, lighting rat. The host shouted, Lighting Rat quickly collides with the Wind Demon Beast. Participant Sue was simply trembling with excitement, and the end awaits them. The next second, the Wind Demon Beast's body began to split into two, and the host shouted in surprise, "Instantly killed?" Lighting Rat actually killed the out-of-control Wind Demon Beast. Unexpectedly, the Wind Demon Beast received such a deep cut from Lighting Rat. Unbelievable. Lighting Rat's strength is simply terrifying. At this moment, one of the judges watching from above thought, what a strong killing intent. Lighting Rat really wants to kill the Wind Demon Beast? Then he turned around and thought, is it obeying her orders? He noticed Yan Ying's surprised face and thought, is she so surprised by the victory? Perhaps Lighting Rat has also gone out of control? These rookies have gotten too wild. Then he thrust his hand forward and shouted, Wind God Bird, he thought. For maliciously killing celestial beasts in the competition, the participant will at least be disqualified. We can't let such a promising new star's future be cut off. At this moment, the Phoenix headed straight for the Lighting Rat, but it suddenly turned around, using 10 thunder curves. The judge shouted, Wind God Bird, back off. It managed to injure the Wind God Bird? He frowned and thought, how is that possible? Only a few 7th-tier celestial beasts can keep up with its speed. Not to mention the Lighting Rat. The spectators were surprised. Really? That's 10 thunder curves. He heard that, under the influence of this skill, 10,000 lightning bolts would exhaust him in an instant, and even stone-type celestial orbs couldn't withstand that. The vice principal adjusted his mustache and added, this little mouse managed to master the 7th-tier thunderclap, and now it's using 10 curves? Frank scratched his nose and said, it's as if it deliberately learned such excellent celestial skills. Now it can sell for an exorbitant price compared to other mid-tier pets. Then Huoji thought, Lighting Rat isn't afraid even of the Wind God Bird. Incredible courage. She said she was starting to like this girl more and more. At that moment, the judge asked in surprise, Wind God Bird? A powerful tornado formed. The divine beasts glared at each other, and the judge, pointing his hand forward, shouted, this must calm down Wind God Bird. He thought, damn it, if the Wind God Bird is allowed to fight the out-of-control Lighting Rat, the entire arena will be destroyed. At that moment, Yan Ying was stunned, then suddenly smiled and said, Lighting Rat, has it mastered a high-ranking skill again? The creature returned to its original form and turned to its owner, squeaking happily. Yan Ying reached out to it and told it to come to her. Her little one. Then the judge was surprised. Lighting Rat hadn't lost control. After this, the host shouted, Yan Ying wins this competition. They congratulated her on advancing to the next stage. At this point, the protagonist stretched his body and, sighing loudly, asked, do they think this is interesting? He looked at the screen that appeared from his bracelet. The video said to inject his own star power into the civet and comb the meridians of its front legs. Over time, the civet's front legs would become stronger. The difficulty of cultivating this lies in the need to thoroughly understand the celestial beast's body structure. Otherwise, the injected star power will not be able to strengthen and will cause harm to the body. The girl in the video took out a measuring tape and, holding it to the civet, suggested observing the change. 12 centimeters. The front legs had grown a full 2 centimeters, and finally, the attack power of the front legs had increased by 1/5. This cultivation took only 3 months. The protagonist watched this and, smiling, thought, is it really that hard to level up pets in this world? That's why Yanjing was so surprised. He asked if he could start a blog too and grab all the viewers. Then a sports car pulled up to his pet shop, and Fan Yujing stepped out, smiling, and said, Master, they haven't seen each other in a while. He walked inside, picked up a flask, and asked, is there anything new? MC looked at him and said, it's him. How's the hand? He laughed and, clenching his fist, asked, Master, has he never been treated at Shanshan Hospital? He sent energy forward, then adjusted his clothes, and smiling, said, I had to fork out a little, but his shattered bone is now as good as new. The protagonist adjusted his hair and noticed that he spoke as if he had money. After that, he rested his elbow on the shelf and said, then here's what I can offer. This is demon-type food. He can sell it to him at a discount. He cried out in surprise. What, is it 100 times more expensive than last time? The sister covered her mouth with her hands and said in surprise, Brother, one such feed will be more expensive than his operation. Then the protagonist said that if they don't want to, they can leave. He has training ahead of him. After that, Yujing, with an awkward laugh, scratched the back of his head and said that he had just been charged up, but he was as cruel as always, and frankly, he came here for a different reason. He wanted to invite him to the outpost. In the past, the Blue Star was a poor planet with few resources, until one day, an unknown force tore apart space, forming stellar rifts. These unstable cracks became passages to other unknown planets. Some planets were rich in resources, while others were inhabited by ferocious monsters, some of which were as hot as the sun. Thanks to star rifts, humans were able to continuously obtain resources from other planets and build a strong country. But this prosperity lasted only a few hundred years, until humans began warring over the possession of high-quality rifts. The human population was reduced by more than half, and approximately 70% of the entire Blue Star region became barren and uninhabitable. The remaining humans finally reached a consensus and formed the Human Federation. The survivors migrated to safer lands free of star rifts. For their survival, The Human Federation actively cultivates martial beast masters, and the strongest among them are selected as explorers, who travel to other planets in search of valuable resources. MC pondered this. Explorers then. Yujing said that last night a new star rift appeared in the deserted area outside the Longjiang base city. The Black Wolf group wanted to go explore, but they were attacked, and they lost Bloodflame-tailed Fox. He glanced at the system window, which said congratulations on starting a side quest, find a lost pet. The reward for successful completion was 1 secret mystical skill. The penalty for failure was a deduction of 10 points. He wondered, a mystical skill? Last time, the reward was the Chaos Star Universe map, which had been quite useful, and this reward didn't seem so bad, especially since he wanted to test his skills in real combat. After some time, the northern gate of Longjiang, the road to the outpost. A worker radioed, "This is a tunneling vehicle. Let me through." They've arrived at tunneling base number 38. Yujing walked forward and waving shouted, "Captain, they've arrived." The captain of the Black Wolf group, Fan Gangli, folded his arms and asked, "Is this the otherworldly genius he'd spoken of? Who does he have the honor of meeting?" Next to him, the deputy captain, Li Ying, was wiping his weapon. The protagonist came closer and, introducing himself, said he was a super unremarkable person. Li Ying said they'd heard about him from Yujing, and it was clear at first glance how young he was. Was he just 20? The protagonist looked at them and replied, 18. They thought in surprise, 18? Then Li Ying asked, "Does that mean he hasn't graduated from the University of Martial Beast Masters yet? Where does he study?" The protagonist replied that he is self-taught. Yujing shouted in surprise, "What?" Then the captain held his hand out in front of him and said, "Brother Su, this star rift is 100% life-threatening. Before entering, they need to register it. In addition, to facilitate mutual cooperation in battle, he hopes that he will allow them to get acquainted with his pets." The protagonist replied, "No problem, but he has no intention of joining their group at all. He will only find a lost pet." Li Ying shouted, "He's very young, but he does not watch his words. In his opinion, you can join them just by wanting to." The captain held his hand out in front of him and said, "Hey, Brother Su is Fan's guest, so he should be polite." After that, the protagonist ordered the beast to come. A little skeleton appeared from the rift. The others shouted in surprise, "Is that little skeleton?" The next second, the skull was torn from the body and fell to the ground. MC took the hand, took out the core, and said, "After 7 to 8 days of diligent absorption, this thing is still so big. But it should be enough for these wastelands." Then Yujing approached him and, covering himself with his hand, asked, "Did he just take it?" The protagonist replied, "Yeah, just his point." He was surprised, but maybe he doesn't know the character of their captain and his deputy. If he really lets them down, he's finished. The protagonist put the skull back in place and told him not to worry. He can trust him. He won't disappoint him. Then he ordered Little Skeleton to draw his sword. The next second, Little Skeleton used intermediate swordsmanship. The others were surprised, thinking, "What speed?" He had already sheathed his sword. The next second, the ground they were standing on split into several layers, and they shouted in surprise, "What the hell?" After a while, the system announced that the next step was to enter his identification information. The identification process began, and the system greeted him. Information appeared in front of him, stating his name was Su Ping, gender was male, and age was 18. Education, Lanlong Kindergarten, Shengying Elementary School, Shengying Middle School, and Baiwu High School. His relatives were father, Su Yuanshan, mother Li Qingru, and younger sister Su Lingyu. He was not a martial beast master. The system reported that he had been registered as a temporary clearer. MC asked, "Is that all?" Yujing looked at his information in surprise and wondered. He graduated from high school? For some reason, he was sure he was officially a martial beast master, and he was 18 years old too? Then Li Ying told him not to get too excited. Temporary employees could also receive the merits of full clearers, but they still wouldn't have all the privileges, right? He walked into the corridor, and Yujing, turning to the protagonist, said, "This way." The deputy captain added that if he committed any crimes, he would still be punished like an ordinary civilian. Yujing stepped forward and told him not to worry. Master Su, if he had any problems with the police, he would come to his aid, and no thanks. His tunneling privileges would allow it. The protagonist thought, he's been jabbering non-stop about his privileges all day. He really is hopeless. A few moments later, they approached the federal tunneling storage facility. The enormous, massive doors swung open, releasing clouds of smoke. The MC looked at the huge number of flasks and thought, wow. The captain walked to the center of the room and said, "Brother Su, the deserted areas are extremely dangerous. He should bring something for self-defense. He's offering a treat." The protagonist thought, you wouldn't even find something like this at the market. Then Gangli said that he understood that all this was, of course, expensive. The protagonist replied that he understood. Yujing, looking around, said that with each visit, he admired this treasure more and more. The protagonist approached one of the flasks and thought, some things are as good as even special cultivation artifacts. Some things obtained from other planets. And then the captain noticed that there was a little time left. Did he notice something? The protagonist pointed at one of the flasks and said, "This." The captain was surprised. "This?" He looked at the plate, which said, "Basic skills from the 1st to 6th stages of a martial beastmaster, price 10 merits." He thought, basic skills? Li Ying laughed and said, who he brought to them. Yujing. Gangli also laughed, and Yujing, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, said, "They're just going to very dangerous desert areas now." The captain was suggesting that he should get good self-defense equipment, not just some training skills. He replied that he didn't want to be indebted to others until he completed the task. He shouldn't worry, he had everything under control. The captain thought, skills take a long time. This man either has no brains or knows his own strength very well. He'll find out soon enough. After a while, the protagonist looked at the box containing the armor and asked what it was. Yujing, already changed, smiled and said that the captain had given it to him. With this armor, he could withstand attacks from 5th stage beasts. If the Black Wolf failed again, they would be disgraced. MC said he understood. After a while, they arrived at the right place and climbed the highest pillar. The protagonist asked if they knew anything about this star rift. Yujing said the danger level was rated at rank B. Demonic beasts had been spotted, and no rare ores had been discovered. The protagonist thought, demonic type? He was in the right place after all. Then he said he'd said 2 people were seriously injured. If he was the first, who was the second? He replied that the deputy had called the second assistant. He'd heard he had a bad temper, so it was best not to anger him. The next second, a huge creature crushed its paw in front of it. The protagonist cried out in surprise. Who is that? A silver-ranked advancer, Lin Mokong, stood before them. He placed his foot on the fallen creature and remarked on how slow they were, how he'd almost fallen asleep waiting for them. After a while, MC holding Yujing offered to help. He threw his arm over his shoulder and replied, Alpha. Fortunately, his resolve was unbreakable. Anyone below the 6th level pales in comparison. The protagonist thought, okay, enough slandering. At that moment, Mokong shook Gangli's hand and said, have you heard that his beloved blood flame-tailed fox has gone missing? He replied that he'd been careless. He'd be completely miserable without it. He truly didn't want to go out. He said he'd said that you should only take pros into the desert. But now he's with them. The commander laughed and remarked that he was right. Then Mokong turned his gaze to the protagonist and asked in surprise, who is this? It wasn't in the database. The captain placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said it was Fan's friend, Su Ping's brother. He asked, how skinny? Is this your first time in the desert? The protagonist asked, would you mind explaining what just happened? He looked surprised, huh? He thought, looks like this greenery is asking for trouble? Then he said, if they can't even handle this, then what are they doing in the desert? Gangli said, hey, Su Ping may not be experienced enough, but he has decent abilities as a battle beast master. His strength is up to par. Mokong walked forward and asked, so, in his opinion, strength alone is enough. Then anyone could become a clearer. He wondered, what a brat who dared to look at him like that. He added, after entering, everyone follows his command. Otherwise, they shouldn't accuse him of being ruthless. Gangli replied that he didn't have to worry. He brought the people, and he would naturally take care of them. Mokong turned around in surprise and said, what the hell? This guy has a terrifying gaze, as if he were looking at a corpse. He wondered if this was his first time in the deserted areas. After that, they entered the rift, and Yujing turned to the protagonist and told him not to pay attention. They, clearers, were always straightforward. He replied, so be it, because he thinks the same way. After this, Gangli walked on and said, well, it's dark on this planet. Mokong added that no creatures had been detected, but they should still be on guard. After this, they continued on, and then he said that they were going through this forest, and Li Ying should look for a way. He replied, yes. His beast rose into the sky, and Yujing noticed a small, unknown beast ahead by the lake. Li Ying, using a device, said that the fog was too thick. He couldn't make it out. Gangli turned slightly and asked if there was any way around this area. He replied, no way. There are several dangerous beasts on other routes. Mokong said that he should check. If anything dangerous happened, he would immediately report it. Then he took out a special device, on which the beast appeared. He said it was an adult tiger tapir, its strength approximately 5th stage. He stood up and said firmly that he would get rid of him. No problem, he was a pro at such things. Mokong also used the device and added, no noise or dust, no delay. The protagonist told him to wait. Was he sure he saw everything? He should lend him his night vision goggles. Mokong turned around and indignantly asked, what's he talking about? He doubted his decision. He replied that tiger tapirs rarely drink water. They get their water by eating small insects. Can they sense the surrounding temperature? Tiger tapirs aren't even found in such an environment. Yujing turned to Li Ying and asked, are you sure he's not mistaken? Yes, tiger tapirs live in tropical zones and it's cold here. He replied that he was sure it was a tiger tapir. Mokong, placing 2 fingers on the device, told them to open their eyes. Amateurs, it's an ordinary tiger tapir. He then shouted, what a waste of time. He must do it. Cardoso boa. His beast lunged at the tapir, and then the creature turned around, revealing the skin hanging off its bones. Gangli shouted, it's been dead for a long time, so what's this? It disguised itself as a tapir. The protagonist shouted, Mokong, let it spit it out right now. If it doesn't want it to die. He turned around and shouted indignantly, he's completely out of his mind, the idiot. What the hell is he ordering him to do? At that moment, his beast's eyes filled with blood. It screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Gangli said, Brother Su, did he say it was a spirit beast? Does he know what to do? He hadn't encountered many demonic beasts. The protagonist replied that a mature spirit beast's strength is equal to the 7th stage. They often disguise themselves as weak bait to lure in prey. Once inside the victim's body, they quickly absorb it from the inside. He shouted, since it's 7th stage, they can defeat it together. The protagonist replied that this wasn't true. The danger wasn't the dead spirit itself, but the creature it was in symbiosis with, a blood soul beast. Yujing was surprised. A blood soul beast? He should wait. What was he even talking about? MC replied that blood soul beasts lurk where spirit beasts dwell. If he wasn't mistaken, this lake wasn't water at all, but blood. A blood soul beast dwells here. Mokong shouted that he'd lost contact with his beast. What the hell? The protagonist turned around and shouted that they had to leave. If 7th stage spirit beasts were feeding this, then this one had at least the power of a 9th stage spirit beast. It could be the king of beasts. They ran in the opposite direction, while a huge creature with an incredibly large eye followed them. It aimed its tentacles at them, and the others began summoning their beasts, a bloodthirsty wolf and a Quetzalcoatlus. Gangli shouted for the others to jump on. Li Ying, he must find a retreat route. He shouted, there are 2 ways. There are several unknown beasts to the east, but the west is unsafe, so where will they run? He said, damn it, they have no choice. Mokong shouted indignantly, the captain has lost his beast. They must flee west if they do not want to die. If they keep going like this, who knows where they will end up? Then Gangli turned to the protagonist and asked what he thought. He replied that he advised going straight east. Mokong shouted, is he crazy? In his opinion, 1 blood soul beast is not enough for them? Li Ying shouted, captain, he is also for retreat. Gangli said, brother Su, is he sure? If he is wrong, then. The protagonist replied that he was not joking. If he wants to find the blood flame-tailed fox, then he will have to trust him. Hurry, they do not have time. He replied that he hoped this wouldn't be his last decision. He then turned around and shouted, Li Ying, they should head east. He replied, yes. He added, towards the canyon. They turned sharply and headed in the right direction, while the enormous creature moved behind them. Li Ying, placing his fingers on the device, shouted, captain. All the monsters in the canyon suddenly scattered. He turned around and, frowning, said, they sensed the blood soul beast behind them. That's why they fled. He then turned around and shouted, ha! He was surprised. The blood soul beast's speed is gradually weakening? Mokong was also surprised. How did this happen? MC replied, its power is very strong, but it can't actively pursue its prey, so it uses spirit beasts as bait. Not to mention, this canyon is too narrow for that. They're not such a delicacy for that. Only a fool would wait for takeout without even ordering, or fish with an empty hook. Gangli thought, really, he was unlikely to back down. Mokong looked at him and shouted, stop looking. He didn't know about the blood soul beast's abilities. Then Li Ying shouted, captain, they'll soon reach the missing one, but at the exit of the canyon, there stands a heavenly beast. The protagonist looked at Mokong and asked, did he hear that? He looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist reached out to him and asked, can I borrow your glasses? He irritably snatched the device away from himself and told him not to get cocky. Catch it, idiot. MC caught the device and said he was very grateful. He then placed the device in the correct place on his armor, and the system reported that the night vision optical module had been installed. He looked forward and, noticing its existence, said that it was an adult dead spirit with the power of the 5th stage. Gangli asked, demon type again? Is that a problem? The protagonist replied, don't worry, he'll handle it, it'll be fine. Then a little skeleton emerged from the crack, rushing forward with a sword, using intermediate swordsmanship. The others were surprised, but he killed them in a second. Yujing was surprised. Was it really that easy to kill? If he'd known about this, he would have listened to Su Ping in everything. Mokong angrily said that he was just lucky. He could do it too. He thought with irritation, what a show-off. Then they continued on, and Gangli, looking ahead, said that this mountain was very dangerous. They had encountered a high-ranking beast here in the past and lost the blood flame-tailed fox. MC dismounted the beast and said, okay, they must hurry. Everyone should go down and look for traces. They began, and the next second the beast clapped its hands. Yujing looked at it and asked, multi-eared monkey, did this detect something? The beast was holding the bracers with its tail, and Mokong was surprised. Is that a hand? He then said that these were the golden bracers of the Black Mist group. At least a captain-level explorer should be able to afford such good bracers. He said that if the group captain died, then how strong and unusual were the beasts that inhabited this area? The protagonist said that if he hadn't noticed anything, then he should give it to him. Mokong, holding the bracers in his hand, told him to forget about it. What did he even know about special equipment? The protagonist repeated that he should give it to him. He approached closely and said, he thinks he's cool, having listened to him twice. Shouldn't he be so arrogant and order him around? He's a silver-ranked pioneer. If he kills an unknown master of war beasts, nothing will happen to him. Does he understand what he means? Then he dropped the bracers and said, oops, I dropped them? He'll pick them up himself. When MC bent down to pick them up, Yujing wondered what had happened to them. Then the protagonist picked them up and thought, the blood had dried long ago, which meant he must have died a few days ago. But a strong dark aura was still emanating from the wound. Was there a high-ranking demonic beast somewhere nearby? Gangli, noticing his expression, asked, is this related to the blood flame-tailed fox? The protagonist sighed and thought, if the hand has been here for a few days, does that mean he left? Then he said that wasn't true. Mokong laughed and asked, why did he make such a face? He thought he had any sense at all. What a man. The next second, the protagonist, already enraged, punched him in the face while the others looked on in confusion. Mokong shouted indignantly, idiot, he'll kill him. He reached for his weapon and shouted, idiot, how dare he touch his face? Looks like he's tired of living. With these words, he pressed the tip of his sword to the protagonist's face. But at that moment, The tip of a sharp sword appeared near his neck, held by Little Skeleton. He thought in surprise, when did that happen? Then Li Ying pressed his weapon to the back of the protagonist's neck and told him to order his pet to lower the weapon. The protagonist asked, why doesn't his friend do it first? Yu Jing, surprised, suggested they discuss it. Why did he hit the man? MC turned his gaze on him and said that he asked for this himself. Now they shouldn't accuse him of ruthlessness. At that moment, Little Skeleton released a terrifying aura. Li Ying's mouth opened in surprise and thought, what a dark, killer-like aura. Is he really confident that he can take them all down at once? Mokong shouted that he was bluffing. He shouldn't take him for a coward. Gangli turned to him and said that Su Ping was wrong, and he apologized for him. Then he would compensate him for the loss of his beast. They needed to do him a favor until they completed the task. Yu Jing noted that it was all true. In desert areas, one should never kill one's own. After all, no one would survive. The protagonist asked, really? But he felt like he was doing a disservice. One more, one less. Mokong gritted his teeth in irritation, looking at him, then lowered his weapon and, sighing, said that he remembered him. For now he was under his command, but at the base he would speak differently. The protagonist said that he, the deputy, would lead the next steps. How did he feel about that? He thought that if they left the situation to chance, then they would never get out. Did this guy really want to help them? Then he said that he answered only to the captain. He asked him not to ask such questions. Then Gangli put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said, initiative is a good thing. But if next time he thought of something like that, then he should not expect mercy. Did he understand everything? He leaned closer and said that he had seen him in action. He should relax. He didn't care. But he didn't think Mokong would give up so easily. He should be careful on the road. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he understood. Then they saw a bright glow coming from ahead. Gangli shouted, something's happening, quickly. At that moment, Ye Chenshan threw Luo Gushui's arm over his shoulder and shouted that they should leave. She told him to go and leave her. They moved a little to the side while their beasts fought the huge monster. Chenshan covered his ears and thought, damn it, this is a psycho attack. Then several sharp shards flew forward, wounding their beasts. He thought his body wouldn't have time to react, but the next second, the shards were cut into many small pieces. He fell to the ground and shouted, they, Gangli and the others were sitting on the beast, and he said they were the Black Wolf group. They saw their SOS signal. He replied that they should be careful. They were attacked by a skeleton devil. Gangli looked at the monster and thought, is this it? He shouted, this is the creature that attacked them last time. While the monsters were heading towards them, MC and the others were helping the injured climb onto the beast. They were yelling at them to hold on. Mokong turned around and yelled at them to hold on tight, as the road would be bumpy. Then the protagonist and Guxue fell to the ground, and the paw of a huge skeleton devil was heading straight for them. One of the party members yelled, hurry! Li Ying extended his hand, and Yu Jing yelled at them to hurry. After that, everyone climbed onto the beast. Li Ying thought, this kid just almost got killed. He recovered so quickly. MC turned around and said, deputy, he needs to find a normal path. These monsters don't care about obstacles, but they slow them down. He replied, okay. Then Gangli said that a skeleton devil and several other dangerous creatures were chasing him. Are they the only ones left on their team? Chenshan frowned and replied, his last ground-type beast is already lost. Guxue shouted, her sacred flame bird can still fight. Gangli said, even among 8th stage beasts, the sacred flame bird is still strong. Was it also injured? The skeleton devil's heavenly beast strength is at the 9th stage? The protagonist thought, skeleton devil's vital parts are wrapped in strong bones. Little Skeleton is absolutely useless in this case. He needs help. He'll have to ask Mokong for a favor. Then Chenshan said, guys, they won't escape at this rate. He had an idea. They should call all their heavenly beasts. They will delay the monsters and buy them time. Mokong shouted that he just lost one. Does he want him to become poor? He put his hand to his chest and replied that after that, he promises to compensate them for the entire amount of pets they lost. They will also receive a reward, he promises. Gangli, hearing his name, was surprised. Is he the same one? The gold-ranked advancer? Mokong gritted his teeth and said he didn't care who he was. He'd spent too much effort raising his pet, and he was saying he wanted to make up for the losses. He wanted 3 times as much. Then he shouted, damn it, Li Ying. He has to tell everyone nearby to summon all their beasts, otherwise they'll all die. He asked, did they hear? If they value their lives, they have to pull them out. Yu Jing shouted, damn it. Then the protagonist jumped off the beast onto the ground along with the little skeleton and turned to face the enormous skeleton devil. Yu Jing called out to him in alarm, and Mokong looked at him, smiled, and thought, is this idiot trying to play the hero? Well, he can burn in hell. He's sure no one will stop to help him. The next second, several hands of the dead appeared from the ground. The group on the beast screamed in surprise. What? This is bad. They're surrounded. A huge number of undead rose from the ground, and Gangli noticed in surprise. There was no reaction. Was it aimed at them? Then MC said, Captain, his pet has been with him for so long, can he just leave him like that? At that moment, Little Skeleton used enslave undead. Then the protagonist shouted, killing intent. A huge number of skeletons rushed forward. He shouted, the entire army, attack. The skeletons rushed forward, and the protagonist also ran into the battle and shouted, Little Skeleton, he must flank the battlefield. We need to deal him a surprise attack. Then Skeleton Devil swung his leg, and the onlookers were amazed. An 8th level skeleton devil was so easily attacked by a skeleton. Then Gangli jumped off the beast and said that he was coming to help. Yujing shouted, "Captain will help too." Li Ying said, "Since the captain has come down, then how about they do too?" Mokong shouted indignantly. "What? He wants to help that idiot?" He replied that they could just sit back, but then they would only become the talk of the town. On the other hand, would he let a little skeleton take all their credit? He indignantly slammed his fist against his leg and shouted, "Damn it! Damn it!" He obeys him again. Then the captain summoned Bloodthirsty Wolf. Li Ying summoned Quetzalcoatlus. Yujing summoned Mountois. Gukshui summoned Sacred Flame Bird. Mokong summoned Hexkey. They shouted to their pets to destroy the skeleton devil. Monkey used intermediate weapon art, unleashing several powerful attacks straight at the monster. Bird used ultra blazing rays. Dragon concentrated ice breath. Mountois used destructive strikes. Then Yujing shouted, "Excellent. This is going to spit with teeth." Gangli shouted, "Bloodthirsty Wolf, we can't let this one get away." Bloody Hunt. It headed straight for the monster, concentrated its attack, and MC thought in surprise, its thick ribs exposed. Guksho shouted for everyone to hide. Chenshan concentrated a barrier in front of him and shouted, "This is a psychic attack." Powerful energy scattered around, and the group closed in behind the barrier. They shouted, "Quetzalcoatlus." The captain, frowning, said, "Bloodthirsty Wolf, come on, this must answer." While their pets lay on the ground, they shouted for them to get up. Recombination of severed limbs. Chenshan slammed his fist into the ground and shouted, "The whole attack went wrong. Clearly the 6th and 7th stages are incapable of defeating an 8th stage beast. This is simply fantastic." The next second, the skeleton devil pointed its teeth at them. The group shouted, "This is bad. The distance is too great. They won't be able to recall them." Mokong shouted, "Idiots, you should have just run away," like he said. Then the protagonist said, "Little skeleton, intermediate sword art." The next second, the skeleton swung his sword, cutting through several teeth at once. The others were surprised. Little skeleton was still standing. Gangli turned around and asked in surprise, "How did it withstand an 8th stage psychic attack? How was that possible?" The protagonist walked forward and said that it wouldn't have withstood it if it hadn't used corpse roar at the same time. The captain thought. He remembers seeing a sound wave during the roar. Could it really have repelled the psychic attack with corpse roar? He'd never heard of such a tactic. A normal person wouldn't have thought of using it. Without countless training, it would be impossible to use corpse roar at the same time as this attack. He shouted, "What did this man survive?" Then the monster began to emit a dark aura from its chest, and the others cried out in surprise. "Is this a 9th level skill? They're walking with death." Mokong ran in the opposite direction and shouted that he wasn't going to die with them. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius of the death annihilation would evaporate. The protagonist shouted, "Little skeleton now!" Little skeleton swung his weapon, unleashing an attack forward. The others called out to the protagonist, and then the attack hit the skeleton devil. The system window reported that Little Skeleton has completed the kill. Strength increase, 8th stage. Skill upgrade from intermediate swordsmanship to supreme swordsmanship. Wukong asked, "Was an 8th stage bone crusher killed so easily? How was that possible?" Gangli said, "Even he wouldn't have thought of such a tactic." Gukshu asked, "Was this done by an unremarkable little skeleton?" Yujing tried to catch his breath and said, "He almost shit his pants with fear." Master Su, "How did he know that it was vulnerable from the inside?" MC replied, "No way, he guessed by chance. He thought about it, but how? Only some demon-type beasts are capable of using severed limb recombination. How? How could it recover if he saw it? How could it not do this before? There is only one answer. The creature's body is just a shell. The spiritual core is the root of this heavenly beast. Thanks to the core, it survived. Thanks to this skill, it constantly recovered its body. As long as it uses it correctly, any demon-type heavenly beast will be a paper tiger to this creature." This fight dispelled all doubts. The skeleton began to come together piece by piece, and Li Ying screamed, "Horror! Is this idiot not dead yet?" Chenshan said, "No, these movements are unusual, as if the creature is being deliberately controlled." "Is that really it? A puppeteer?" Yujing asked. "Master Su, is this his doing?" Ping replied, "Something like that." Yujing screamed, "What do you mean, something like that?" Little Skeleton summoned an army of other skeletons, just defeated a high-ranking beast, and turned it into a puppet. And anyway, how can it cast spells and attack in close combat at the same time? How did he train this creature? Energy spots appeared near the fighters, and Gangli said they will skip the details and continue searching for the bloody fox. Li Ying replied, "Yea, sir." Suddenly, the order to wait was given, and MC said he had unfinished business. He hoped they would pretend they didn't see it. He walked forward, and Gangli extended his hand and asked to listen to him. Mokong put up a barrier in front of himself and asked what he was going to do. Ping replied that he wouldn't do anything. He just wanted to remind him to be careful. The deserted areas are full of dangers. A traveler must be vigilant. Suddenly, Mokong's hand was cut off by a skeleton and he screamed loudly, "Idiot, how is he?" MC said that he would only live because of the captain. But if he saw his face again, Mokong asked again. "What?" Ping said he would personally finish him off since he didn't want to disappear himself. Mokong grabbed his hand and started to run away, screaming loudly. Yujing screamed, "Master Su, what did he do again? This is too much." Gukshe frowned and thought, This man has an impure heart. If they stay with him, he would kill them sooner or later. It would be right to decisively expel him. MC said they are looking for the fire-tailed blood fox. Maybe they know something? Chenshin grabbed his head and asked again. The blood fox? He can't remember. Guksui said, she thinks she saw his tracks. MC looked to the side and cried out, there. After a while, he looked puzzledly at the skeleton standing next to him. He thought something in this pit attracted the little skeleton. He reached out and asked to lend him her flare gun. Gukshui threw the gun and told him to take it. Ping fired the flare gun when suddenly he saw the fox. He cried out, is it that one? Gangli said happily it was found. The guys jumped down and Gangli patted the fox and said, it sure made them worry. He turned around and said, mission accomplished. Everyone needs to get ready to return. MC asked to wait a bit, and Gangli asked, Brother Su? Ping looked at the skeleton and said he thought there was something inside. Yujing clicked on his watch and offered to take a look. The system window reported that the stone was composed of 91% unknown element, 2% gold, 1% silver, 3% iron, and a very small percentage of uranium and helium. Yujing said that no matches with known elements were found. It was an unknown ore. MC replied that he understood. He looked thoughtfully towards the others and asked why they were just leaving. Yujing laughed and said that he had forgotten that he was still a newbie. If they, the miners, could find usable rare ores, then they would definitely benefit. Star rifts open the way for them to all the stars and planets, but the probability of finding valuable ores is low, like searching for gold and sand. Time is very valuable, so what miner would want to waste it? Anyway, he just needs to report back when he gets back. The federal government will send people to take samples. Ping looked at the skeleton and thought, the little skeleton likes this ore so much that it must not be an ordinary thing. Maybe he should take a sample himself? After a while, the system window reported that the task was successfully completed. He received a reward, the demonic body of a golden crow. Guksho extended her hand and asked Mr. Ru to take her business card. She hoped that he would stop by their university sometime. She wants to introduce him to their rector. Ping looked at this puzzledly and said, thank you for the invitation. He thought he had gone to university in his past life too, but compared to this, he was more interested in the details provided by the system. He walked forward and waved his hand, saying, he still had work to do. They would talk about it next time. Gukshui followed him and asked him to wait. She said he left. She grabbed her head and asked, should she have told him directly that she wanted to invite him as a teacher? In the morning, MC was walking down the street and yawning. He opened the door, behind which Linya was standing, her arms folded. She asked, so early? What, he didn't sleep? Probably he walked around all night again? Ping grinned and asked, by the way, is she too? Linyue screamed in displeasure. She is not like him. Big brother, he is a loser. She gets up every morning to train. MC went to the stairs and said, she did well. He is proud of her. Linyue began to stomp her feet and screamed. She doesn't need his praise. MC went up to his room and lay down on the bed, opening the system window. He asked, system, what is this? It reported that the Golden Crow demonic body is the secret martial technique of the Golden Crow clan. Born from a fiery star like the sun, he was born with the ability to penetrate mountains and rivers. After cultivating, he became invincible, capable of crushing stars. In ancient times, he conquered most of the primordial universe. Wherever the Golden Crow went, everything turned to dust. Later generations call him a demon. MC shouted loudly, is he that strong? The system window warned, cultivating the Golden Crow's demonic body will continuously change the shape of his body. The process is extremely long and painful, and requires extremely highly developed star power and great material support. In the end, he will cease to be human. He will rule the heavens as the Golden Crow demon. Ping looked at his hand and asked, will his body turn into a monster? He thought, it looks too much like a villain. The system window reported, the host doesn't need to worry about it. After completing the cultivation, the Golden Crow's body will consist of pure energy. He can maintain the original appearance according to his preferences, and it won't affect his normal life. MC thought, a normal life? He chuckled and asked, where is a normal life here? The weak in this world live without respect. People will be able to live like human beings if they cease to be human. He frowned and said, okay, they will play by their rules. After a while, he ordered the boxes to be placed here, then they can go. The movers carried the goods and answered, okay. Ping reached for the box and said how convenient it is that the Federal Tunnel Storage has home delivery. The system reported that identification was successful. MC thought, on the way to the quarry, he killed several beasts and received merits. He was able to afford lighter armor. Water armor activated. Adaptation to the owner's star power level. Currently, this provides protection from attacks from the 1st to the 7th level. Ping opened the crates and thought, the materials for the first level of the Golden Crow demonic body had also been collected. This was significantly more efficient than personally gathering everything from the cultivation zones. Creating a Golden Crow demonic body requires a large amount of materials and star energy, which can be replenished from the clearer storage and the Hundun star power map. Having obtained the Golden Crow demonic body, he will be able to explore the more dangerous areas of the desert regions and the Hundun star power map. This is simply perfect. Only one question remains. This ore. He picked it up and asked, can the system store this loot? The system window reported that it was. Upgrading and maintaining the receiving device slot requires the owner to pay energy points. Ping said, in that case, how about converting these ores into new pet sections? He'll provide the materials himself, But will it give a discount for further upgrades? And of course, all this is just for cultivating celestial beasts. The system beeped and announced that new permissions had been unlocked. Section modifications. Once he collected all the necessary materials, he could upgrade the taming sections by paying 20% of the originally required energy, and the new sections would provide additional effects. Second level section, Shadow. Tombstone, 200 points out of 98. Gravel, 70 points. Large Beast Bone, 30 points. Heart of a Wandering Soul, 1 point. Energy points, 200 points out of 58. Effects. Significantly increase the properties and combat power of a celestial beast. The celestial beast's intelligence is slightly increased, and non-fatal wounds are healed. Pets that are not demonic are reduced by 50%. Pets belonging to the demon type, they get a plus 70% to their stats. MC smiled and thought, so they can upgrade. How much freedom? He said, although the side effects are quite serious, but such a powerful effect is definitely worth it. These materials are in the storage, they can get them without a problem. But energy points, he will have to temporarily close the shop while he cultivates. At that moment, Yan Ying's watch received a call and she asked, is the mischievous shop? She thought it was the master calling her. She answered and asked, how are they, master? MC asked, is she satisfied with the Thunder Mouse's current strength? Yan Ying happily said, yeah. She's very, very happy. She doesn't even know how to thank him. Ping said, great. He needs her just right. Is she free? She put her hand to her chest and thought, did Master really ask her for something? This is a great opportunity to get closer. She said, Master, let him just ask. As long as she can, she will help. The MC said that he would like to record a short video with her. She became embarrassed and looked at him in surprise. She imagined it and thought, a short video? She asked again, film it. On video? But for what? Ping asked again, is she free? Then she will become famous. People on the street heard his shout, which made Yan Ying very embarrassed and asked to be quieter. Ping asked, doesn't she want to? Then he will find someone else. Yan Ying became embarrassed and spoke up. She understood him. After a while, she entered the store and said, owner, she has arrived. The MC looked up at her and said, here she is. He blushed and loudly cleared his throat, looking at Yan Ying. He said, she dressed beautifully today. Yan Ying spoke up. He did say that they would record a short video. The MC thought, well, as long as it doesn't interfere with the performance. He told her to summon the Thunder Mouse for now. Yan Ying asked, a Thunder Mouse? She screamed, really? With her? He will get away with this. Ping asked again, what won't work? He'll film her summoning the Thunder Mouse, and then it should make a thunderclap and a thunderstorm, that's all. Yan Ying's eyes widened in surprise and asked, is that all? MC asked again, what's wrong? What should they film then? He wants to film the fruits of his labor. So she didn't take the creature with her? Yan Ying smiled and replied, she took it. She took it. Okay, master. Even though the annual competition is already over, the finals are ahead. Champion Ye Hao will finally fight her. If he takes her on stage, he'll get great publicity. MC said thoughtfully, the finals. Okay, but what kind of champion is Ye Hao? Isn't she the winner? Yan Ying said he's a champion who possesses a powerful 10th level beast. However, she had expected to get into the top 20 at most, not second place. This far exceeded her expectations. Ping thought for a moment. 9th place then. He didn't think there was anyone at this university capable of defeating a Thunder Mouse. He said he was interested. After a while, MC and Yan Ying were walking through Fengshan University. Ping looked around and said, Thunder Mice are quite popular here. Yan Ying flexed her muscles and said, at the annual competition, everyone had personally seen the creature's potential. The Thunder Mouse is a real star now. Master Su, the finals haven't started yet. Will they be handing out flyers? MC said they won't. Most of these students are just following the trend, hoping to grow an apple tree from a seed. In any case, they'll be scared off by his prices. Yan Ying said fearfully, exactly. He didn't accept the money Lily lent her after all. They passed Hao, who was surrounded by girls. They asked God Ye, will he join the clearers after graduation? What nonsense. She heard that the top teams have already sent out invitations. How jealous they are. Hao just laughed in response, and the girls continued talking. With the power of God Ye, it probably won't take even half a year to get into the first team. According to the girl, it's possible right away. Suddenly, Ye Hao looked away and said to wait. Classmate Su, he was just looking for her. Yan Ying asked in surprise, was he looking for her? Did something happen? Hao replied, nothing. He just wants to thank her in advance for the match. His silver snake-tailed dragon finally broke through to the 7th lower step. Yan Ying smiled and asked again, really? She congratulates. MC thought, so it is him, the guy who can defeat the Thunder Mouse. Hao leaned towards the girl and said, he forgot to say something. In their match, he suggests she not use the Thunder Mouse. Yan Ying asked again, why? Hao clutched his head and said, she understands. His celestial beast accidentally stepped onto the 7th stage, and it hadn't fully mastered all its powers. She already knew. It would be ugly if the Thunder Mouse choked on its own blood, but the defeat of the fallen phoenix would at least be interesting to watch. Yan Ying lowered her gaze and said, she knows. MC turned around, and Xiao held up 2 fingers and said, well then, I'll see you in the finals. The girls laughed happily, looking at the handsome man. He said he'd try to be more merciful. MC stepped forward and said he didn't advise it. Even if the King of Beasts came out, the Thunder Mouse wouldn't be afraid, not to mention an immature silver dragon. Hao turned around and asked, who is this? Yan Ying asked to be introduced. This is Master Su. He helped her train the Thunder Mouse. You could say he's half the owner of the Thunder Mouse. This is Ye Hao, their university's annual champion. He's the person who spends the most money on his pets. MC cupped his fist and said, wow. what an honor. Hao wondered, was the power of that Thunder Mouse nurtured by this young guy? Could it be that a new master has appeared behind the scenes? He spoke thoughtfully, flattering him. Money is just material. As long as he nurtures heavenly beasts well, it's worth any amount. I wonder, Master Su, isn't he interested in working? Ping folded his arms and said, he talks nicely, but their shop is doing so well that he's too busy. Since he's so sincere, he'll make an exception. 500,000, that's the price for his services. Hao's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, 500,000? What kind of services are these? Is this guy serious? MC spread his hands and asked, has he lost his desire? Master Ye, who loves his heavenly beasts, can't spare even 500,000? Has he lost his desire? Hao grew angry and turned away, saying, money is no problem, he'll pay as much as it takes. If he has the strength to take it on. MC smirked and said, it's a deal. They'll see each other at the competition. He thought, wealthy people from prestigious universities spend money without batting an eyelid. He had come to the right place. After a while, a scream rang out. What a wonderful counterattack. At the first-year exhibition match, a guy screamed, horror, let it rip the creature apart for him. Lin Yu grinned and said, that's a rash move. Second stage speed boost. Forward. Snowball. Her creature rushed toward the opponent, using nightmare paralysis, followed by dark flame. The host said, that was a very good match. Participant Su Lingyue wins. Yan Ying said, she so calmly killed an opponent who was stronger than her. MC considered the situation. Her skills were good, but unfortunately, there was a catch. The instructor folded his arms and said that in previous years, she might have made the team, but this year, there were too many strong competitors. It's not that her phantom fire beast doesn't have strengths, but it's definitely ordinary. Another guy said, exactly, but will this year's champion be a rare dragon beast with a 9th stage bloodline or an ordinary beast with a 1st stage bloodline? It will be a divine fight. Minsong rubbed his mustache and said, this young girl could become a future star if she had a strong mentor, but whether she meets such a master depends only on luck. The host announced that the final match was about to begin. Su Yanying, who took 2nd place, was opposite her, the annual champion, Ye Hao. The MC walked out with Yanying, and Lin Ye looked at him and asked, what's that idiot doing here? Ping put his hand on the Thunder Mouse and asked, hey buddy, did he miss him? It's been a while since they fought side by side. Yanying asked, Thunder Mouse? It squeaked and rushed towards Yanying. The guy thoughtfully asked, why did the Thunder Mouse suddenly back away? The other guy asked, was it scared of the silver snake-tailed dragon? Lin Yu grabbed her head and thought, he's not even a martial beast master. He's just getting in the way. Hao said to do as he said, then she wouldn't make a fool of herself. Yanying screamed, Fallen Phoenix, ultra blazing rays. The MC said, contestant Su Yanying suddenly attacked. She decided to show everyone her skills. Hao said to have fun with her. Silver snake-tailed dragon. A loud dragon roar rang out and the host asked in surprise, what? He used an 8th stage dragon skill. As expected of a 9th stage dragon beast, it's too powerful. Yanying screamed, Fallen Phoenix once again. Hao stretched out his hand and asked, did he survive? Okay. Now he'll show her the difference between them. Silver snake-tailed dragon. Defense. The host shouted, is the silver dragon actually trying to hold back the rays? What else can you call it? Carelessness or confidence? All the phoenix's power couldn't deal any effective damage to the king. What despair. As the saying goes, the harder you work, the more frustrated you become. This is the oppressive power of a 9th stage bloodline. The guys said it was so powerful. The power of the ultra-blazing rays belongs to the 8th stage. For a dragon, it's like tickling. The young man said, even though it's an 8th stage skill, the fallen phoenix itself is only at the 5th stage. Compared to the silver snake-tailed dragon, it's still far behind. Hao commanded the silver snake-tailed dragon to show her what it's capable of. Dragon flame jet, silver storm wing, frost step. The host reported, the silver snake-tailed dragon used fire, wind, and ice skills simultaneously. What a mastery. Although it didn't aim, the range is really too great. Yanying screamed, Fallen Phoenix, there's no need to be afraid. Speed boost. She managed to put up a shield and let out a loud cry, and the host reported that under the onslaught of the attack, participant Su is forced to only defend herself. The Fallen Phoenix made a mistake. He was hit. The Fallen Phoenix was actually knocked down by a random pet skill. This is the power of the annual champion, the might of a king. He was completely crushed. Yanying screamed, Fallen Phoenix. She ran up to the creature and said, the silver snake-tailed dragon has become much stronger than last time. Is it really over? She's afraid, and so is the Thunder Mouse. Hao rolled up his sleeves and said, how boring. Cultivating celestial beasts of this level, how can he charge such a high price? MC suddenly stepped forward and said, killing intent. Yanying looked at the mouse and thought, has the Thunder Mouse's aura changed? Ping ordered the creature to move forward and tear it apart. The mouse moved forward and kicked off the ground, charging. The host laughed and shouted, the Mouse King has entered the arena. Hao looked at this and thought, faster than in the semifinals? The host said, the Thunder Mouse actually managed to pierce the chest of this beast. Also, the aura of the undead claw suppresses the strong resilience inherent in the dragon bloodline. Hao sent mana down his hand and said with a laugh, that's right. This is what makes victory worthwhile. 4th stage power boost. He ordered the silver snake-tailed dragon to trample the mouse. The host shouted, participant, Ye Hao is going to freeze the entire earth. It's fatal for a heavenly beast that can't fly. The Thunder Mouse has nowhere to run. Is this really the end? The MC turned to ice and looked to the side, telling the Thunder Mouse to use the triple combo he taught him. His weakness, his mouth. A cry rang out. 10 thunder bends. What is he planning? No way. The Thunder Mouse wasn't frozen. It cleared a path for itself with lightning. Hao frowned and asked, "Are there 3 of them? One of them must be real." He looked at the creature and thought, although it's not obvious, this mouse is protected by thunder armor. The mouse can't escape his sight. They're attacking right now. Hao looked to the side and thought, a clone? Could it be that the creature attacking from the side is the real thing? He shouted loudly, "A silver snake-tailed dragon. Is this also a clone?" MC said, "Idiot." All 3 were distracting him. Hao turned around in surprise and thought, what? There was a 4th creature all this time. The mouse approached the dragon and attacked with its sharp claws. The host shouted, "Its mouth! This is the only part of the silver snake-tailed dragon that isn't covered in scales." Now the Thunder Mouse has reached the dragon. The Thunder Mouse has become so strong. The guy said, "That's strange." He heard that Ye Hao's beast had risen to the 7th stage, but it was still inferior to the Thunder Mouse. Hao turned around and asked, how did this mouse's fighting style change so much? Could it really be this guy? He frowned and clenched his fist, thinking, horrible. If he loses now, doesn't that mean he won the champion title by luck? Hao shouted, "Silver snake-tailed dragon." The MC reported, "It's directly attacking the contestant, but contestant Sue's lower body was frozen and she can't dodge." The MC said, "It's ugly." The mouse used thunderclap towards the dragon, and the MC shouted, "A desperate attempt to steal chicken behind the host's eyes. Who is eating rice?" The dragon was injured again. All the spectators widened their eyes in surprise as they watched the battle. The silver snake-tailed dragon fell to the ground. "This is unbelievable. The Thunder Mouse has won. The silver snake-tailed dragon lost, and such a humiliating loss at that." Ling Yue asked in surprise, "How did this happen?" Hao looked at it in surprise and said, "The Thunder Mouse won so easily." He wondered, did she deliberately hide her strength, or was it that guy's doing? The host said, "No wonder. The Mouse King Su Yanying crushed the annual champion." Yanying wondered, "Is that all?" The MC asked, "Is he satisfied with his strength now? Will he pay 500,000 in cash or by bank transfer?" Hao replied, "He'll transfer the money later. But first, let him answer one question. My silver snake-tailed dragon, can it become as strong as the Thunder Mouse?" The MC replied, "Of course it can, but it's up to him to decide when his turn comes." Yanying asked them to wait. The man asked, "Did they notice? The guy this girl came out with, he's not that simple." Oji replied, "She's already noticed. He's been controlling the Thunder Mouse this whole time. Even Frosty Step didn't stop him. It's a pity their team is already full." The man asked, "Vice Rector Dong, what grade is this student in?" Minsong replied, "He's quite modest, so let him ask him himself after the match." He put his hand to his chin and thought, he doesn't know who this is at all. Such a gifted student, not even inferior to Ye Hao, but his mentor didn't actually report. What a negligence in his duties. After a while, Yanying's voice was heard in the vice rector's office. "Let them get up quickly. This is her special reception. Her teacher said that a big man wishes to see them. They are about to arrive." MC picked up the teapot and asked, "Special reception? Great. He would like to talk to their rector about some business." Yanying shouted, "Let him get up." After a while, Gouche opened the door and said, "Please let him pass, His Holiness." The old man rubbed his beard and said, after watching this match, even he felt his blood boil. Minsong said, he had no idea that their university had a person worthy of His Holiness's personal presence. He asks, he has already prepared good tea. This person has potential. At this moment, Yanying grabbed MC by the cheek and asked him to stop. If the vice principal saw them, they would be finished. Ping looked ahead and asked, "Is that them?" An old man from the White Crane squad. The commander laughed and said, "Youth is beautiful." The guys from the Shadow and Iron Hand squads looked at them carefully. Yanying, with tears in her eyes, said, "What a strong and powerful aura." Minsong rubbed his mustache and said, "Young man, judging by his age, he's probably a second-year student. Who's his teacher? Let him tell him, and he'll put him in a first-class dormitory." Gukshu put her hand to her mouth and muttered, "Vice principal, this guy isn't their student." MC looked at her and asked, "Teacher Luo?" Minsong smiled and asked, "Never mind. If not, would he like to study with them? The tuition is free, and upon graduation, the university will give him a high-ranking heavenly beast." Yanying's eyes widened in surprise, and she thought, free training, and they'll even give you a high-ranking beast? She'd never heard of such conditions. The guy frowned, thinking, this old fox is pretending to actually know him. MC replied, "He's not interested." Minsong removed his hands from his mustache and wondered, what? He's not interested in such good conditions. What about the monthly scholarship then? Gukshui smiled and offered to introduce him. Vice Rector, did he remember her telling him about that dangerous mission for the tunnelers? That young man killed the Bone Crusher, saved her and Ye Chenshan. Minsong replied, "Of course, for Fengshan this is a feat." He looked away and asked to wait. Really? MC asked again, why are they looking at him? Do they want tea? A loud cry rang out. Kill the 8th level Bone Crusher. He even saved the gold-ranked miner Ye Chenshan. The guy said, what a frightening force. The prodigal son decided to go for a walk. Which family is he from? Guang said, he had never seen anything like this in the 4 families. The old man asked, nothing is known about him. Maybe he is the youngest son of the Ye family? MC looked away and asked, what kind of Ye family is this? His surname is Su. Don't mix up people's last names, guys. Yanin screamed. Master Su, his tone is too rude. If they anger them, then they will see no mercy. Guang looked at him and thought, so he is an ordinary person. He said, He doesn't need to study. It is better for him to join their squad right away. He will be in the first team and get double benefits. Yanning thought, to be in the first team and also get double benefits? Even she is only subscribed to the fourth team and even then without any privileges. Ping said, he is not interested at all. It is better to study than to join them. Everyone shouted loudly. What? The guy said. Let him please all the poor people with his offer. Let him join them. He will immediately get 100,000 clearance points. The old man asked. The old man is ready to give him sets of exclusive armor and special martial arts. What does he say? Yanning screamed. She agrees. She agrees. MC looked at her with displeasure and asked, did she hit her head? Everyone had forgotten about her existence. Besides, who would look after the store and sell the goods if he became a tunneler? Gukshui asked, Mr. Su, if he would like to become a distinguished lecturer at their university. MC asked again, a lecturer? Yanning cried out, a lecturer? She thought, to be eligible for that, you need to have at least a 7th level qualification, and you need to pass the assessment stages to be able to get a position. A lecturer can directly influence the fates of hundreds of students. How many people are lining up and waiting to be accepted for the coveted position? Gukshui smiled and said, that's right. Only 1 class a week, and the rest of the time he can do whatever he pleases. He will have all the privileges and access to all the campus resources. MC asked again, all the resources? He thought that cultivating the Golden Crow demonic body required many rare materials, and if he could obtain everything from here, it would save him a lot of effort. Moreover, with a teaching license, he would no longer have to worry about goods of extraterrestrial origin. As easy as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ping smiled and said they had reached an agreement. After a while, Ping sat in front of a huge pile of books and asked, what are these? Gukshui turned around and said that to become a teacher, he needed to pass a series of tests evaluating his physical fitness, combat skills, knowledge level, and so on. He needed to get an average score of 60 on the written exam, then it would not be difficult. MC said, I hope it's not too late to withdraw. Minsong suddenly approached him and cleared his throat, saying, this is the standard for outsiders. Mr. Su was able to kill demonic beasts in the barren terrain, and his combat skills were beyond doubt. As for teaching, he was confident that he could master it after working in a few classes as a teaching assistant. Ping asked, what does he mean? Minsong twirled his mustache again and said, he'll just take a physical fitness test. Their educational system should record information about each teacher's strength. This will make it easier to assign suitable students to classes. Ping paused, clearly trying to test his skills. Old fox, if he's not good enough, his allowance will be deducted, right? He asked. Okay, what kind of test is this? Minsong asked to follow him. After a while, in a high-level testing hall, Minsong stopped and said, he needs to fight this Baiji alone. If he lasts a minute, he'll pass. MC asked, without heavenly beasts? Minsong replied. That's right. Gukshui stood to the side, thinking, this is a high-level combat weapon. Even she lasted only 30 seconds. The vice principal was trying to show Su Ping his power. MC stepped forward and thought, okay, they'll test the fruits of his training. He shouted, go. The robot began to attack, and Ping used a star shield. It shattered his shield, but he jumped aside. Minsong stood behind the glass and watched. He thought, he lasted the first 20 seconds. That's a good reaction. But his star shield is too weak. MC activated the seal, but flew up and thought, horror, as long as his body is hovering in the air, he won't dodge. Beams from the robot were directed at his body, and Minsong spoke. It was all over in less than 20 seconds. After all, this was the first time he challenged Bai's, so that's it. At that moment, MC dodged, and green vines bound his body and stretched him in different directions. Gukshui ordered him to watch out. At that moment, bright flames enveloped his body, and Gukshui screamed, Vice Principal, have him abort the test immediately. Minsong replied, no need to rush. He didn't call for help, which means he hasn't given up yet. He thought the Base's attack would gradually increase from low to high, and it only takes about 5 seconds from the 1st to the 6th stage. They would immediately stop it when it reached the fatal point. But how much damage would he suffer? Ping screamed and thought, the water armor can't withstand it anymore. These vines are too tightly entwined. Gukshui spoke. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Why hasn't the Base stopped yet? She turned around and shouted, Vice Principal, 10 seconds have passed, but it still hasn't stopped. This firestorm should be at the 8th stage. Why isn't it reacting at all? Has he lost consciousness? Bright flames enveloped MC's body, but he continued to hold on. He frowned, and his body was covered in bright mana, which quickly tore the clothes off his body and tore apart the vines. He fell to the floor and screamed, annoying machine. He clenched his fist and punched the robot, pushing it further and further aside. Gukshui and the Vice Principal screamed loudly. What? He not only survived the attack, but even fought back. In the face of Baiji, they were all defeated, but now this machine is broken? MC paused and thought, this feeling, what is it? The system window reported, the first stage Golden Crow's demonic body combat mode is still unstable, so it will only slightly improve its combat performance. Only in special cases will the incomplete Golden Crow form be activated, utilizing the Golden Crow's power. Ping asked in surprise, incomplete? Was that only a portion of its entire power? The robot reported, verification complete, peak star power, middle 3rd stage, attack power, middle 7th stage, defense ability, lower 8th stage, and the final combat power assessment, highest 7th stage. MC approached them and asked, well, is that enough? Minsong said, bravo, bravo. Mr. Su is more than capable of being a senior mentor. Gukshui looked at him in surprise and wondered, Senior mentor? Minsong clapped his hands and said, his electronic ID will be ready tomorrow. Welcome to Fengshan. Ping thought, ordinary people can't stand the power of bays. If it weren't for his demonic body, he would have been thrown into the fisheries long ago. Old fox. Minsong asked. Teacher Su, is he dissatisfied with something? Could it be because of his torn clothes? MC turned away and thought, he's still playing dumb. In any case, his results are quite good. He's too lazy to worry. He said, if that's all, then they'll say goodbye. Minsong said he'd give him a ride, but MC said, no need. Minsong waved him off and said, okay, let him remember to hold classes once a week. Guksho asked, the final grade is the highest 7th level, but his star power is only 3rd level? This is so strange. Is it possible? Minsong said, there is only one option. He has a secret teaching, but he started training recently. There is a real master behind this man. When she has the opportunity, let her find out who is behind him. Gukshe replied, okay. MC thought, there must be some clues in his store. He should first find out the location of his store. Suddenly, Ping peeked out from around the corner and asked, why do they engage in such childish nonsense? Couldn't they ask? In return, let them find him a couple of rich students. Minsong said, Teacher Su, he is still here. After a while, Ping returned home, where his mother met him. Qingju asked, why is he naked? Is he hurt somewhere? MC asked his mother not to worry, and she began to circle around him and ask, wow, and how long has their Ping started swinging? Let him let his mother take a closer look at him. MC said, Mom, stop touching him. He will explain everything to her after he changes. Qingju asked, you brat, what are you embarrassed about? Has he forgotten who changed his diapers? Ping went up to his room and took off his damaged clothes. He thought, the water armor is broken. Will he be able to fix it? Suddenly, Lin Yue ran into his room and shouted, Su Ping, he has star power, right? MC was standing in the room in his underwear and turned around and asked, yes, so what? Lin Yue was embarrassed to see this and grabbed her face. She screamed loudly, he's a pervert. When did his star power awaken? Ping asked displeasedly, who is the pervert? After all, she was the one who barged in without permission. Lin Yue shouted, brother, he's more perverted. Let him put on his clothes first. MC smirked and thought she invaded her older brother's room and called him by his name. It's worth teaching her a lesson so that in the future she will know how to treat him. He asked, didn't she like it? He lifted the jacket and said, then he will let her see enough. There you go. Lin Yue screamed, he's a pervert. She put her fist forward and screamed. She says right away, she recently broke through to the 4th stage. Let him stay away from her. Ping smirked and thought, let her try. Now he's completely different. Lin Yue hit him on the soft fabric, causing MC to double over and scream. God, he thought. His defenses are at the 8th stage. How did this happen? The system window reported, this data is related to the unfinished appearance of the Golden Raven. As for the owner's normal state, the physical strength is above the 3rd stage. MC screamed loudly. Horror. Couldn't it say before? After a while, he was sitting in front of his mother and sister. Qingju was peeling an apple and asked, when did his star power bloodline awaken? What kind of celestial beast did he have? What were its properties? Ping replied, not long ago. Currently, it's a little skeleton with below average properties. Qingju asked, why bother with a low-ranking little skeleton? Mom will buy him a proper beast. Likshui replied, Mom, it only awakened recently, so he won't be able to use the celestial beast you gave him. Besides, the more expensive the pets, the more expensive the food they eat. With his meager income, how will he be able to feed the beast? Qingju asked, by the way, does he still have money left to pay the utility bills at the store? If he's short, he should tell Mom and stop taking out small loans. MC thought, the body's former owner. He looked at his watch and said, he hasn't earned much lately, so let them take a look. The system window reported that Su Ping had 500,000 points available in his account. Lin Yue screamed, 500,000? Mom asked, where did he get that kind of money? Lin Yue asked fearfully, oh my god, did he steal it by any chance? MC said the Thunder Mouse was gaining popularity in Fengshan, and it was advertised. He thought, of course he can't tell them that all the money he earned in the store was converted into energy, and that this was a real millionaire. Qingju said, then she can rest assured that Ping has finally risen. Lin Yue, she should learn from her elder brother. Lin Yu pointed down and asked, what? Who would learn from him? He has always been and always will be behind her. MC sighed and replied, okay, sister, he will definitely take care of her. The next day, a girl came into the store and asked, the owner of the store, they say he is the same person who raised the Thunder Mouse? Is that true? Ping thought, as soon as he became popular, the first customers came. He answered, that's right, and what's her question? She needs pet food or a boost. The girl took a jar from the shelf and said she had 4 beasts and wanted them to become stronger than the Thunder Mouse. He cleared his throat and said, dear customer. He wondered if she'd just arrived and already started talking like that. MC said the thing was, Thunder Mouse cultivation was a limited service. Only regular cultivation was currently available. The girl thought about it. Limited? It turns out the Thunder Mouse really is unique. She asked what the effect of the regular cultivation was. Ping showed the size with his fingers and said, well, the effect of this one is much weaker. It will slightly improve her pet stats. Low-ranking beasts cost 10,000 and mid-ranking ones 100,000. The girl thought in surprise, it will slightly improve them? It sounds so unprofessional. Well, of course, Su Yanying has long since taken all the advantages for herself. Or is this shop using the Thunder Mouse's name to attract people and make money? In any case, there's no point in saying anything. The girl turned around and said, forget it, she'll look elsewhere. MC asked her to stop. when suddenly the system window announced that due to the customer's doubts and the cancellation of the initial order, which caused significant losses to the store, the owner must perform professional cultivation. He asked, "Is professional cultivation necessary?" The system window reported, "The fee for professional cultivation is 100 times the cost of ordinary cultivation. Cultivation period, 30 days. Cultivation requirements, the properties of the beasts being cultivated must reach an above average level. The reward for successful completion is 1 mid-level great panacea and 1 secret mystic skill. The penalty for failure is 10 points deduction." MC thought, a great panacea and a secret mystic skill, that's not a bad reward, but the price is 100 times the cost of ordinary cultivation. Can people afford it? The girl turned around and asked, "Owner, does he have anything to say?" Ping replied, "Dear customer, he understood her desire to refine the heavenly beast. However, the effect of cultivating a thunder mouse is quite expensive, and ordinary people may not be able to afford it." The girl asked how much. "Money is not a problem," MC replied, 1 million. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought, 1 million? This person can't take a large sum of money and run away. She put her palm to her face and asked, "Owner, is he renting the store?" MC smiled and said, "Of course not. She can be sure of their store's reputation. He won't run away. If she doesn't believe him, she can check him on the Fengshan University website. He's Su Ping, a super unremarkable guy." The girl thought about it. Fengshan? Does he also study at their university? She opened the system window and started entering his name. She said, "Judging by his age, he's either a first or second year student. If he plays tricks, then he shouldn't blame the senior student when he disappears from Fengshan." A system window opened in front of her, informing her that MC was a high-ranking teacher in the combat department. The girl screamed loudly, "A high-ranking teacher of combat at Fengshan University?" She thought, what kind of pretense? Why didn't he say so right away? That he works in the most authoritative department, and a high-ranking teacher at that. MC asked, "So what? Who's gone missing now? A senior student?" The girl blushed with shame and bowed, asking Teacher Su for forgiveness. She had just offended him. Let him forgive her ignorance. MC thought, having a teacher's license is really convenient. He said to call him master or boss in the store. She will come back later and give the money for the cultivation. The girl said, "Aha, Master Su is right, but she doesn't have much money. Here is her pet, Tianxiang pig." The system window reported that an amount of 1 million heavenly currency had been deposited into his account, which had been converted into 10,000 energy points. Ping looked at this in surprise and thought, she transferred 1 million as if nothing had happened. But he doesn't have that much money, he only has it with him. Horrible. Ye Hao owes 500 points. Maybe that's not enough? The girl said slightly sadly. Teacher, Master Su, his face is so displeased. He has insulted her more than once. MC thought, miscalculation, miscalculation. She asked him not to take it to heart. After the cultivation is completed, she will also present a thank you gift. Ping thought, such a rich lamb. No, a client. He will forget it. No, it's too late to greet. He turned away and asked her not to worry. He, Su Ping, always treated all clients equally. He's about to start. If she is done, then she can take the creature in a month. The girl thought, not only did he not care about her previous insult, but he also wants to complete the high-intensity cultivation of the 7th stage in just 1 month. What generosity, what a teacher. She bowed and thanked Master Su for cultivating. MC looked at the system window and wondered where he should spend 10,000 energy points. Should he upgrade the store or the house spirit pool? A cultivation zone as powerful as the Cloud Thunder Realm required 1,000 energy points to enter. And to achieve the same level of progress as a Thunder Mouse, he would need to enter it at least twice. But then, he wouldn't have enough energy to upgrade. He should carefully consider professional cultivation. The system window informed him that the second-level store had a cultivation space, and he could unlock the skill Primary Shadow Clone. Ping asked for more details. The system window reported, cultivation space. This can be used for temporary rest for celestial beasts that haven't been retrieved after cultivation is complete, and there's no need to occupy the beast sections. Initial Shadow Clone. The clone will imitate the host's behavior and transfer the celestial beast to the cultivation area for normal cultivation. Each time the primary shadow clone is used, a 50% cultivation income fee must be paid. MC screamed, holy shit, this shadow clone skill is too cool. Even though normal cultivation only costs 50 energy points, as long as the passenger flow is high enough, beasts can be cultivated without interruption. Even if he receives 10 orders a day, he can make his money back in just 20 days. After a while, some guys approached the store and asked, is this here? It looked like they were going inside. MC looked at the people and thought, there's a noise outside. He shouted in surprise, are all of them? Are these his customers? People started coming inside and saying, Master, boss, isn't he the one who strengthens pets? Boss, master, will he strengthen his celestial beast? Ping clicked on the system window and said, he will accept everyone. The system window reported, entering the cultivation space, star debris. Number of resurrections, 30. Time, 10 days. 10 energy points deducted. MC descended into the space and looked at the system window, which reported that to activate the shadow cloning function for the first time, the master must complete a full cultivation of pets. 200 energy points deducted, creating a clone. MC covered himself in mana and created a double of himself, after which he asked, Is this a shadow clone? It feels like it isn't. Did he make a mistake or something? The key to cultivating celestial beasts lies in an environment in which attributes fuse. The stronger the fire attribute, the more favorable it is to practice fire beast skills. Underground lava, 2000 degrees. Ping looked around and said, "This isn't bad." He jumped down and ordered everyone to follow him. He thought, isn't it hot at all? Just like during the battle with the bays. Back then, the temperature was fatally high. Not only did he not get burned, it also activated the golden crow form. The animals started making loud noises. MC looked around and wondered if the golden crow form was connected to the fire attribute. In any case, there's resurrection, so it's useless not to try. He stretched out his hand and released a stream of fire. Ping thought, it's true. The fire element is obedient, as if it were tamed. This is the Golden Crow's personal talent. He looked at his clone and ordered that idiot not to even try. MC stripped and descended into the lava, saying that time was precious. He ordered the clone to throw them here. It's time to start cultivating. The animals screamed in fear and MC happily said, great. The system window reported that the red flame dog, purple flame cat, fire frog, and little lion were burned alive. Ping clicked the resurrection button on the system window and asked, are they sure they're fire attribute? Let them at least pretend to try. The animals resurrected and fell into the lava again, screaming loudly. MC laughed and said, they lasted a little longer. After a while, loud screams were heard. Scorching step, fire cloak, raging flame drift, flame roar. After a while, people were shouting loudly and joyfully. His pet mastered a mid-rank skill in one day. What kind of illegal technology is this? The boss is really cool. How wonderful it is to have such a master living in their city. So effective. Master, she wants to place an order too. Master, he needs a section for cultivation. Let him sell him food. Ping held his hand out in front of him and asked, everyone take turns, okay? Let them take their time. He will serve everyone. The system window reported that 26,000 heavenly currency had been credited to his account, which had been converted into 260 energy points. Energy points. 11,650. After a while, he said, he thought it would take 20 days to recoup the spent energy points, but now a couple of days would be enough. Even all the beast sections are fully occupied. He pressed the button on the system window and said, bye-bye. The system window reported that the pet section has been unlocked to the limit, 25 points out of 25. Now purchasing is impossible. He wants to upgrade to level 2. The upgrade cost is 1,000 points for one. MC said thoughtfully, no thank you. He thought for a moment. His current goal is Tianshan Pig. Entry into a high-ranking cultivation zone is very expensive. It would be a shame to go there with only one pet. But what if? He looked to the side and said, system. He wants to upgrade the house spirit pool. The system window reported that 10,000 energy points had been written off. About 2,000 remained. Everything around was covered in mana, and the system window announced that it congratulated the owner on successfully leveling up. Using the Chaos Spirit Pool requires 10,000 energy points at a time. Now, there is a low probability of the Beast King spawning. Use. MC folded his hands and thought, one use requires 100,000 money. This is robbery. Last time, a first stage little skeleton spawned. He said he didn't ask for the Beast King, but at least let them give him a 6th stage medium pet. Ping pressed the button and said, use. After a while, bright lightning appeared in the sky, and people looked around and asked, what the hell? What's going on with the weather? Lightning struck the ground, and MC quickly approached it. His eyes widened in surprise and cried out, it is the light-bearing serpent of purgatory. The system window reported, a light-bearing serpent of purgatory of the fire dragon species, a 9th rank creature and has a middle 3rd stage. Creature skills, dragon breath, dragon power. After a while, Ping screamed, did it really pay off? 9th stage, he's practically the king of beasts. He won the step lottery. The majesty of dragons does not allow any weakling to touch their bodies, especially their heads. Small in stature, but with a formidable character. MC grabbed the creature by the mouth and said, unfortunately for him, he was invulnerable in the store. He offered him an honest contract. Let him blink if he understood. The system window reported that the contract was concluded. After a while, a notification arrived on his watch. Professor Su, he has a lecture scheduled for groups 1 through 3 of the 3rd year tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock. Please let him be on time. After a while, at Fengshan University, the director of the combat department said there were 2 minutes left. How unreasonable. Such irresponsibility on the very first day. Gouche lowered her head and said, Teacher Su is not familiar with this place, so he most likely got lost. Director, he should wait in the lecture hall. The director said he was only away on business for a few days, and there is already such a disorganization. He heard that she recommended this guy. Since when has she not reported to him? Is she the new director? Gouche replied, of course not. She mentally asked Su Ping to hurry. She cannot anger the director. She asked to forgive her. Director, if Su Ping does not come, she is ready to be punished. Suddenly, MC appeared in front of them, and Gouche shouted, Su Ping. The director asked, is this the same newcomer? MC smiled and thought, he had fun riding on a dragon. He said, he barely made it in time. The guy turned around and asked, Have you guys heard that a new young master has joined the combat department? He thinks he is a relative of the director. His profile on the official website is almost empty, as if it's fake. Someone laughed and asked if he was the director's son. He thinks he got in through connections. Ling Yu looked at the guys with displeasure and asked what they were gossiping about. He's young, so what? On the contrary, it shows his strength. Instead of gossiping, they should train. The guy laughed and asked if she really dreamed of becoming a high-ranking teacher. Another guy asked how naive she is. She thinks she can become a teacher just by training. Gukshu entered the classroom and screamed. Silence in the lecture hall. The lesson is about to begin. In this lecture, they will talk with the director about the main resources found in desert areas and a little about combat. This is Teacher Su Ping. He will be helping. Someone shouted in surprise. Wow, he's their peer, and he's a teacher. Yi Hao frowned and thought with displeasure. Is he really a teacher? The guy pointed at himself and asked, what's going on? Yi Hao cleared his throat and ordered him to stop talking. Ling Yue jumped up and shouted, Su Ping, why is he there? This can't be. The guy chuckled and said, just now she was teaching them righteousness with her whole demeanor. Instead of gossiping, they should practice. Well, she replied, no, just. The guy stood up and shouted, Teacher Su. He heard he killed a bonebreaker. Is it true? Can you tell them the details? Everyone in the audience started whispering, Bonebreaker, who is that? He heard it was a dangerous high-ranking beast, but it was extremely rare and no one had ever seen it, because everyone who saw it died. He didn't believe it was that dangerous. MC replied, of course, but that's not the main topic of this lecture. He'll tell you more about it when he gets the chance. The principal laughed and said, it hasn't even been a day since he became a teacher, and he's already putting on airs. The kids started clapping and asking him to show off his skills. Otherwise, how would he prove he had the strength to teach them? That's right, that's right. Yi Hao frowned and thought, he hadn't been able to discern its strength last time, so he was also curious. Besides, when would it be his turn to raise his pet? Ling Yu clutched her face and thought, this is the end. What connection does this straw have with the bone crusher? What a shame. Gukshe frowned and said, they're in the middle of a lecture, so don't interrupt. She assures them that his strength is. The director interrupted her and said, Teacher Luo, her words are unconvincing. Moreover, is there any point in talking about his achievements in the recent expedition? Everyone calmed down, and Gushue asked the director to forgive her for her rudeness. The director asked, Teacher Su, will he demonstrate? Otherwise, it would be bad if rumors spread that his relatives are working at Fengshan. MC thought, alas, even at the university there's no peace for people. He activated his mana and said, the price he paid was very high. A skeleton emerged from the rift and everyone mockingly asked, is this a little skeleton? The guy pointed at the creature and said, God yay, let him see how cute it is. He dressed up as a skeleton when he was 10 years old. The principal waved his hand and said, Teacher Su, don't worry, the main thing is not to harm the students. And he takes full responsibility. Ping looked at the evil skeleton and said, calm down, you can't hurt anyone. Lin Yue held her face with her palms and thought, the weakest demon-type beast, what is he going to show? Suddenly, the skeleton rushed forward and used the ultimate sword art. A huge scorched mark appeared in the center of the stairs, surprising everyone present. Everyone screamed, what? The students asked in fear. What was that? What did this little skeleton do? What kind of little skeleton is this? It's the Skeleton King. Yi Hao thought, what power? He's afraid his silver snake-tailed dragon won't be able to withstand this for even a minute. Ling Yu asked in surprise, is a first-grade little skeleton really that strong? Besides, didn't Su Ping just awaken? MC folded his arms and asked, so, how is it? Or, should he show him again? The director asked. Dare he joke? Gu Shui chuckled, and the principal said, this classroom is made of special materials worth 10 million, and it's durable enough to withstand even an 8th level attack. But little skeleton, with one swing. Ping said, those who aren't convinced should raise their hands. Don't hesitate to come and discuss it with him. Everyone fell silent and exchanged glances. MC asked displeasedly, why are they all lowering their heads and remaining silent? If there are no words, then will they begin the lesson? All the students quickly bowed their heads, and Ping ordered them to open page 45. This material was discovered in a rank A-star rift. After the lecture, some students said it was the quietest lesson in their lives. Even the sound of a strand of hair falling to the ground could be heard, but no one thought or wrote it down, because everyone's attention was riveted by that deep crack. After a while, he closed the car door and said, the respected vice principal gave some teacher a ride in his car. What an honor. Min Song said, what a thing. By the way, he heard that he tamed the third-year students into obedience. The students didn't even whisper during the lesson. Teacher Su, he's one of the best talents in Fengshan. MC looked at him and thought, what is this old fox trying to achieve? He wanted him to repay him for the protection. The control system asked for his fingerprints. Suddenly, Chenshan appeared in front of him and said, Brother Su, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Ping asked again, Ye Chenshan? After a while, they sat at the table in the room and MC said, it's so quiet this afternoon. He didn't have a single client. Chenshan said he needed to discuss a secret matter with Brother Su, so he asked people to leave the street. Of course, he will compensate for the loss of clients. MC asked, the vice principal heard everything perfectly well, right? Min Song said, But he also has business with Teacher Sue. The Global Elite League tournament is coming soon. The Elite League tournament is held once every 3 years, and only martial beastmasters of the 7th stage and below can participate. In addition to generous prizes, the Elite League champion can also receive the guidance of a legendary martial beastmaster. Almost all of the past champions successfully achieved the highest title, and some of them became legendary martial beastmasters admired by thousands. They protect the entire continent from evil threats. If Teacher Sue wishes to participate, he can approve a year-round leave with pay and benefits. Also, the rewards after the tournament are his. MC folded his arms and said, "Pass. He has a lot to do in the store." Minsong cried out in surprise. What? As a martial beast master, he's not interested in the elite tournament? Ping wondered if he took him for a fool. Winning the championship means becoming famous all over the world. His current fame is enough to make money, but if he becomes a worldwide celebrity, perhaps then he will also become a target. It's still safer to rely on system upgrades. Chenshan clasped his hands and said, he originally wanted to propose to Brother Sue to explore the secret realm together, but alas, his proposal is nothing compared to the Elite League. MC asked, "Secret realm? What is it?" Minsong asked, "Is he talking about one of the 3 secret realms unique to all of Asia?" Chenshan asked, "Only explorers of at least the silver rank know about secret realms. So how does he know?" Minsong laughed and said, "Before retirement, the old man was half a gold rank explorer." Ping ordered him to stop speaking in riddles. Ordinary star rifts lead to ordinary stars. The only valuable things there are ores and primitive creatures. But Dragon Ledge Mountain, Whalebone River, and Devil's Tomb. These 3 rifts lead to a star field that once reproduced a civilization comparable or even superior to Blue Star. Chenshan stood up and said, although those civilizations have long since disappeared, the artifacts said to be there are priceless. If this is true, it could change the existing picture of the world and even help us understand the supreme law of the universe. MC pondered, is it that important? The performance itself has a larger scope, Minsong continued. However, that place was inhabited by a very large number of unknown celestial beasts. Countless strong people tried to penetrate the secret realm, but none survived. So, the secret realm was sealed off by the federal government. Only before the Elite League does the safer outer zone open up to the best explorers. Chenshan sat back and said, that's right, and he was fortunate enough to qualify to explore the outer zone of the Dragon Ledge. Right now, he's looking for teammates, but it's a pity about Brother Sue. Ping continued. Even though he wasn't interested in their elite league, the men asked again, but MC smiled and thought, the system's domain of power is all-encompassing, and this secret kingdom of Dragon Ledge Mountain might be among them. Will these unknown beasts be able to resist the endless revival of the system? He said he should think about the secret kingdom. After a while, MC began to close his shop, and the girl shouted, Mister. But it's his turn, Mister. The guy said, Master, his beast needs cultivation. MC waved his hand and apologized, but the shop closes at the end of the working day. Those who didn't make it can come early tomorrow. People started screaming loudly. Horror. If they knew this, he would have come earlier. He will wait at the door until dawn. He will be the first one. The girl decided to spend the night at the nearest inn. She too, they will go together. Ping flexed his arms and said, he is not used to the sudden increase in business. He has no time for training at all during the day. He ordered the system to open the list of cultivation zones and find Dragon Ledge. The system reported that nothing was found for this query. MC asked, nothing? Let it search for anything related to the word dragon. The system window reported, Illusion of Heritage, the land of the Dragon King's legacy. The cost of this is 2,000 energy points. Ping asked again, Illusion of Heritage? He thought, these bones must be it. He said, the system. Let it name the characteristics of this cultivation zone. The system window reported, Illusion of Heritage. As the name suggests, the illusion is intangible in nature, and the owner will not be able to take anything except combat practice. MC asked, why then is the illusory heritage twice as expensive as entering the Cloud Thunder realm and the deceased Hundun realm? What's the reason? The system reported that, firstly, there are both strong and weak beasts in the cultivation zones, but only the strongest of the strong live in the illusory heritage. Their levels are incomparable. Secondly, each inheritance site contains the king's soul of a fallen god, waiting for a strong, tested person to inherit it. Such a priceless gift cannot be copied. That would be sacrilege. Ping thought about it. The king's soul cannot be copied, but at least other things can. He would be offended if all the laurels went to a small skeleton. He opened the door and walked inside. He thought, this dog's due date has long since expired and the owner still hasn't claimed it. Either he has amnesia, or MC reached out to the dog and the system window announced the contract had been concluded. The system window reported a first stage moon dog. Its appearance is a combat type beast. Its strength is first stage, but its attributes are low. Its skills include howling and tearing. Its iron, health, and loyalty make it an excellent choice for a budding combat beastmaster. MC wondered if the dog's owner had died. Ping looked at the dog and said, it's been taking up space for so long, so it will work well with him from now on. The dog barked loudly in response. After a while, He and his pets rushed forward and screamed. The system window reported that 2,000 energy points had been deducted. The owner entered the land of the Dragon King's legacy, an illusion of legacy. The number of resurrections is 10, and the time is 7 days. After a while, a voice asked, will he accept the test of his legacy? MC replied, he does. Suddenly, a huge tower erupted from underground, and Ping asked, what is it? The voice reported, 9 floors in a dragon column, 9 poles. Climbing to the 9th floor is considered only a preliminary test for receiving the inheritance. Ping asked again, preliminary? How could he pass all the trials? The dragon replied, as it fell, flying flesh and blood, turning into the sky. Scattered dragon scales turned into 109 parts of the continent, which turned into earth. But when the land of dragon scales was polluted by turbid air, countless monsters were born. To restore the king's soul, these places must be cleared of monsters. At this time, those who reached the 9th floor will face the final trial. MC thought, the very existence of such conditions meant that no one could accidentally obtain the inheritance. The difficulty of the trials was quite justified. He pressed himself against the door and said, but 109 dragon scales is too much. How long will he have to suffer? The gate opened and he entered, asking, is there no light? The dragon spoke, Challenger, let him learn to revere the dragon's majesty. MC screamed, what pressure? At that moment, he heard a dog barking and asked, Moondog. Ping's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, but wasn't it standing behind him? Then why was the sound coming from there? At that moment, loud animal cries began to be heard all around, and MC asked, he hears it from everywhere. Are they ghosts? The protagonist looked at his bracelet and asked, were those really ghosts? Then he looked forward in surprise and shouted, this, a statue? He looked at the statue in surprise, while the beasts were holding their bruises. He sighed and said, they hit the wall while wandering in the dark. He then illuminated the statue and thought that the structure of this wall was probably the cause of the sound's directional distortion. However, is the first floor really that simple? What's with all this reverence? The next second, the statue suddenly began to move, swinging its weapon, but Little Skeleton instantly parried the attack. MC turned around and thought, the statue guarding the gate was alive. That means the other one is too. The next second, a huge weapon pierced his body, and he thought, damn it. The system reported, the owner has died. The remaining number of resurrections is 9. The place of death is random. The protagonist thought, damn it, he's too slow. If he had focused all his star power on one point, then he would have survived this blow. It was a pity it was too fast. Fortunately, he had Little Skeleton, who could handle the statues. Then he revived and looked at the statue again. He illuminated it and noticed 2 statues pointing their weapons directly at him. Little Skeleton appeared in front of him and said, no. The next second, the weapon stopped right next to him, and the protagonist, touching it, thought, but of course, learning to revere means he's not allowed to look directly at the dragon. Then, along with the beasts, he walked forward and said, that was done so quickly. As he walked forward, he thought, the 5th sense of a war beast master is much more developed than that of ordinary people, especially the ability to perceive the flow of nearby stellar power. Even without seeing anything, it doesn't disorient one. This new perception is under the pressure of this creature, and one must also be aware of the dangers around them. This requires a great expenditure of mental energy, which ordinary warbeast masters cannot bear. The good thing is that he's figured out the rules of the first floor, and can focus all his attention on direction and perception. Pressure resistance has already been tested in other cultivation zones, so he's used to it, so the first floor is a piece of cake for him. The next second, the creature headed straight for him. MC, noticing this, thought he felt a deadly aura. No, this deadly aura has a slight flaw. It's not emitted by a living creature, it's an illusion. At that moment, the dragon flew next to them, and they approached a wall hung with skulls. The protagonist said, pass. A voice was heard, congratulating the challenger on passing the first floor test, and he should proceed to the second floor. After a while, he and the beasts found themselves in his pet shop. The system reported, Purgatory Candle Dragon Power Boost. 4th stage, acquired skill, Dragon Roar. Moon Chasing Dog Power Boost. 3rd stage, acquired skill, Fury, Hunting. Tianjiang Pig's strength has been increased. 3rd stage, the acquired skill is Exalted Taste, a powerful toxin. Little Skeleton's strength has been increased. 8th stage, the acquired skill is Dragon Execution. The protagonist sighed and thought that the result was very good. They had reached the 8th floor in one go. 2 or 3 runs would be enough for Tianjiang Pig. However, the 9th floor Guardian's strength is equivalent to the 9th stage. Even though Little Skeleton has mastered the Dragon Execution skill, he is still no match for the 9th stage. The gap is too great. He'll have to wait until he fully masters the Skeleton King's Bloodstone. 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yo peeked around the corner and thought, this loser can't withstand a blow from a 4th stage master, so how can he become a senior lecturer? This matter is very murky, but she must expose him. Then she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance to the pet store. She thought, her loser brother has been detected on the radar, but what is this? Why is he here so early? Before this, he always came after lunch at 2 or 3 o'clock. A cheer came from the crowd. He's finally here. He's going to improve his pets today, right? She's been waiting for him for so long. He hasn't forgotten about her, has he? Ling Yu pressed herself against the wall and thought, these people seemed to really be hoping for her brother, as if they had seen a savior. Network marketing? Then MC put down his bicycle and said, "Everyone line up, the rules remain the same, everyone take turns." Everyone present shouted, "Yes." Then Ye Hao walked forward and asked if he could go in. One of the guys turned around and asked, "What?" "He has to stand in line, smart guy." Then Hao walked forward. The others, noticing him, began to be surprised. "How? Of course he can go in, that's not up for discussion." The people parted in different directions. They were surprised. "What? Hao himself is here? How? How is he Hao?" Ling Yu's eyes widened in surprise. She thought, "How? Isn't that the former champion? The #1 third-year champion came to see her worthless brother? Why? Did this loser really anger him?" Then the protagonist looked at Hao in surprise and asked the purpose of his dear visit. A beast appeared behind him, and it said, "Dear people, you really are forgetful. He hasn't forgotten about the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, has he?" A powerful energy began to emanate from the beast, and the people tried to cover themselves. They screamed, "What a strong wind! It's the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon. Everyone move aside, otherwise it will crush them." Lin Yue thought, why did Hao summon his pet? Was he planning an exemplary execution? Then Hao smiled and said, seeing the beautiful heroic appearance of the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, "Is he already thinking about where to start cultivating it?" MC wondered why he was here. This beast had a 9th level bloodline system. When will the high-level celestial beast breeding service be unlocked? A system window appeared, telling him he needed to complete at least one professional breeding session for the shop to be upgraded to level 3. A prerequisite for upgrading to level 3 was the owner expanding the shop's floor space to 3,000 square meters. He thought, damn. 3,000 square meters? This isn't a shop, it's some kind of factory. At that moment, the girl clenched her fists and exclaimed, "How wonderful." This was her first time seeing a 9th level beast up close. Hao had also come to breed his pet. The guy next to her asked, "What's so surprising?" After all, they'd managed to strengthen the lighting rat and little skeleton so well. The guy next to him said thoughtfully, "Fool, this man himself said that 9th stage bloodlines are very rare, and dragon-type beasts are even rarer, incomparable to 1st stage bloodlines. But if a master who's never raised a dragon takes on the matter, then it's just a theory." The girl noticed he was right. She didn't seem to have seen the master walking around with a high-ranking celestial beast. Then Hao approached the protagonist and asked if maybe he really had never raised a dragon-type beast. The protagonist looked at him and thought, Hao can afford a high-ranking celestial beast. He's definitely a high-class customer, and his friends are probably well off. If he gives up now, he might lose more potential high-quality clients in the future. Then he said he didn't have much time. He only does this occasionally. He originally wanted to wait until it grew, but never mind. They should let him present the modest fruits of his efforts for their judgment. At that moment, a rift appeared next to him, from which a powerful energy emanated. The people, trying to close themselves off, were surprised. What was that? What a powerful aura! Lin Yu covered her face with her hands and said, "What a strong smell. Who did this idle fellow tame?" The people cried out in surprise. "A purgatory candle dragon?" The next second, the beast screamed loudly, and the people, pressed to the ground, shouted, "This is the majesty of a dragon." Such intense pressure. At that moment, Hao, turning to his beast, was surprised. What? The dragon's majesty is enough to make the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon surrender? Even his Silver Snake Thunder Dragon, which was superior in size. The protagonist raised his hand and said, "He's wrong, Hao. The main reason for disobedience isn't the dragon's majesty, but its bloodline." He was surprised. "What is he talking about?" he replied. "The 9th stage is a level with a huge margin of safety, the difference so great that it can even exceed the strength of the 1st to 8th stages combined. However, there is bloodline suppression between high and low-level celestial beasts, and dragons are the race with the strictest hierarchy. The best proof is that the Silver Snake Thunder Dragon learned the dragon's majesty through hard work, while the Purgatory Candle Dragon possessed it from birth." Hao blushed with embarrassment, put his hand to his head, and said, "So that's how it is. He'll know." He thought he hadn't expected him to be so skilled in cultivation and explain the characteristics of high-ranking beasts in such detail. He was truly dizzy for even raising such a question. How he longed to lock himself away. Then the protagonist placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to relax. He understood that he wanted to improve his strength. When his turn comes, he certainly won't forget. Hao turned to him and called him, and the protagonist walked forward and, smiling, said, "The naive lamb is already being prepared for slaughter." At that moment, Ling Yu, surprised, sank to the floor and said, "Purgatory Candle Dragon, little skeleton, lighting rat, high-ranking teacher. It's all true. Her older brother really is that cool." Work at the pet store began smoothly and calmly. The people inside said, "Master, they ask him to help them one more time." And him, "Master, they ask him." The protagonist replied, "No problem, they must pay." Then he looked at the animals and asked, "The 4 of them again? Did they miss him?" The animals began to run away in fear. That evening, MC looked at the screen, which said the money had been automatically converted into energy points. Energy points, 4336392. He considered upgrading his shop, requiring 10,000. He also needed to complete his professional cultivation and expand the shop to 3,000 square meters. But if the upgrade was successful, the shop's profitability would not only double, but if he bought a real-life house, even just for a shop, in a residential area, they'd cost at least 40,000, 50,000 per square meter. He'd need at least 150 million. But if the upgrade was successful, The shop's profitability would not only double, but he could also use it as an excuse to move his mother and sister into the shop. That way, he could stay in the shop all day and be protected by the system. But wait, he'd only just started cultivating. He didn't want to end the game so quickly. It wasn't just expensive, it was total robbery. He sighed desperately and wondered, how can I earn that much money? He glanced to the side and wondered, become a tunneler. No, it's too dangerous. If it weren't for exchanging merits for materials to cultivate the Golden Crow body, it would be useless. Why? It should be possible to use Purgatory Candle Dragon as collateral for a 10 million loan, but then it would be impossible to cultivate it until the debt is repaid. It's too slow, so no. So what's left was the status of a high-ranking teacher used. After a while, Longjiang Base City, Shangcheng District. Xu Kuang looked at the screen, which displayed several people with signatures. 7th stage, 12,000 per hour, elementary type. 7th stage, 13,000 per hour, poisonous type. 8th stage, 40,000 per hour, combat type. 9th stage, 100,000 at a time, dragon type. Kuang put his feet on the table and asked, why isn't there anyone with a demonic type base on the official website? Damn, small websites are full of ads and scammers again. He sighed and asked, is it really that hard to find a master for an unpopular beast type? He was from the God of War Academy. A martial beast master, 3rd year, Kuang, 5th level. Then he noticed a message saying that the instructor, the first handsome Longjiang, had sent him a message asking whether he should view it or close it. After some time, the main character got out of the taxi and transferred 1,800 2-star currency. Looking around, he asked, is this the upper part of the city? The big money is circulating here, so the prices are high. He walked forward, but someone held out their hands in front of him. One of the guards waved his baton and said, judging by his appearance, he's not from around here. No outsiders allowed in. MC looked at him silently, then wondered, is he a dedicated good instructor who came in the middle of the night? Not allowed in. Then he opened the chat and asked, how is he? The chat answered, Senior, this is his address. Senior, when he arrives, he just needs to tell the guards his name. Senior, he's waiting for him in the combat hall. The protagonist uttered, oh my god, horrible emojis. Then he looked at the guard and said he was going to see Kuang, so he was asking them to let him through. The guard smiled and, opening the way for him, asked, is he Mr. Kuang's guest? Please, he must pass. At that moment, Kuang was training. A voice announced that the defense level had been raised to the highest 3rd level. He breathed heavily and said, still not enough. The system reported that the defense level had been raised to the highest 4th level, activating the martial arts mod Wolf Fist. Kuang extended his hand forward and then attacked the enemy. The system reported that over 80% of functions had been lost and that work had ceased. At that moment, a guard entered the room and, raising his hand, said, Mr. Kuang, his guest has arrived. He smiled and said, Senior, he has finally arrived. MC walked forward and thought, this is a training ground for the rich. It's almost as big as Fengshan. Then the guard smiled and said that he won't disturb them. Kuang waved his hand and thought, what the hell? Why is he so young? Then he put his hands on his waist and asked, is he Longjiang's first handsome assistant, right? He replied that it is him. He was surprised. Him? He is the first handsome senior? The protagonist nodded and said that he guessed correctly. Is he Kuang? The information said that he owns a demon-type pet. He knows a thing or two about this type of beast, so he can give him some advice. Kuang asked, advice? He thought this guy has an ordinary aura, although he senses star power in him, but it is not higher than his. Whether he can defeat him is a separate question, but pretending to be an important person to advise him? Damn, how did he manage to call him senior? He even sent cute emoticons. The majestic young master of the Kuang family was acting so condescendingly towards such a person. Shameful. And then the MC asked, what's wrong with him? Did he just test his star power? Kuang thought in surprise. How did he know? He was actually able to understand what he analyzed. The protagonist said that he understood it from his expression. He thought if he can't even feel this, then his training in the Star Chaos Star universe was in vain. After that, he extended his hand forward and asked, he's not sure about him, is he? Come on, he should pour star power into his right hand and try hitting him. Kuang thought. Does he want to compensate for the damage? Then he began to concentrate the power in his fist and thought that he would hit him so hard that he wouldn't have enough strength to call the police. He told him not to regret it. After that, he looked at his fist in surprise and thought, what happened? Why is it so hard to gather all the star power? Maybe he's overtrained? Then MC chuckled, concentrating the energy behind his back, and Kuang, sweating, was confused. What's going on? The star power seemed to have solidified. It's there, but he can't use it. The next second, the protagonist directed energy at him and told him to receive. He looked at that and then moved back, covering himself with his hands. He thought, what the hell? Obviously, only those with strong star power can influence the flow of nearby star power. Those who have reached the 9th rank are able to control star power to the extreme, and they can also move objects from a distance or fly. But isn't this person's strength inferior to his? The strange star power phenomenon flowing through his body right now is undoubtedly caused by the person in front of him. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding his star power? Is there really such a young, high-ranking master in this world? Only the Federation can grant such a high rank. Each rank represents absolute power in a specific field. He then said, Dare he ask, what is the rank of the senior? The protagonist thought, he's quite smart to know about ranks, but he'll change the subject so as not to push it too far. He then said that he's not worthy of knowing his rank. If he's still unsure, then he can try 2 more attacks. He spread his arms out to the sides and replied, okay. After that, he shouted for it to come. At that moment, beasts appeared in the cracks on either side of him. The protagonist thought, Shampy crawlers and spirit beasts, 6th stage bloodlines. Then the beast began to emit dark smoke, and MC thought, this miasma is obscuring my vision. At that moment, another beast appeared, and the protagonist, dodging the beast's paw, thought, Shampy crawlers, the name of this one speaks for itself. If it originally had the power of the 6th stage, then after being slowed by the dry and hard sand on the ground, its actual combat power might not be higher than the 5th stage. The protagonist grabbed its paw and thought, thanks to the golden crow form he cultivated in the Dragon King's heritage land, he can use 70% of the incomplete golden crow form. Currently, its power is at the mid-6th stage. At that moment, he pushed the beast away, and Kwong thought in surprise. Shampy crawlers had been knocked over. He clenched his fists and shouted, damn it. He wanted to use Shampy crawler's soft paws to muffle the sound of his footsteps. The protagonist smiled and said, not a bad idea if he can truly avoid the side effects, otherwise it's just paper talk. Then he turned around and asked, not yet? Now he must watch how he expels it. He concentrated his energy and thought, he'd heard this creature's roar hundreds of times. He'll try to temper his throat. In the next second, he unleashed a powerful attack, and his opponent's beast screamed loudly. Kwong covered his ears and shouted, is that a dragon's roar? Then the protagonist thought, afraid that these 2 heavenly beasts usually fight opponents inferior to themselves. They were so accustomed to riding the wind that even their master neglected tactical command. Although the dragon roar he uttered with all his might wasn't even 20% of the old Demon King's power, it was more than enough to frighten this bourgeois. Kwong asked in surprise, isn't a dragon's roar a skill reserved for high-ranking dragons? How did a master of martial beasts master this? How can a human body produce such a powerful sound? The protagonist said, he just strengthened his body a bit, nothing out of the ordinary. Although his cuties weren't quite as skilled in combat, they were incredible in terms of cultivation. Kwong asked, cuties? Senior? He has a keen eye for beast aesthetics. The sheer awesomeness and insanity of demonic-type beasts is mind-blowing. Besides, ordinary battle beast masters have little experience fighting this unpopular type, so watching their masters caught off guard is doubly satisfying. Raising such beasts is just a nightmare. Being rejected and despised by his classmates, he can live with that, but even the teachers look at him strangely. The most unbearable thing is that his lack of knowledge about demonic pets is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's already so late to do anything, senior. Then the protagonist put his hand to his head and sighing, told him to slow down. He realized that in addition to relying on his crushing level for his past victories, he had also relied too much on the advantage of his unpopular type. With this technique, he could defeat people of low or equal level. But once he encountered experts, his tactical weakness would be exposed. He asked in surprise, then the senior, he should enlighten him. What should he do? MC took out an item from his inner pocket and said, here. Kwong looked at it in surprise and shouted, is this really a hellish bone lotus? The protagonist replied, hell's eye. This item will greatly improve the intelligence of demonic beasts, giving them enough skills to support a wide range of tactics. Of course, he will also teach him his own command skills. Kwong bowed and said, someone at the market once offered 5 million yuan for precious demonic beast fodder. He really wants to give him this? He's very grateful. MC shouted, he doesn't need his thank you speeches, damn it. He owes 1 million for the manual. This thing costs 1.2 million. I almost forgot. The taxi fare is 3,604. Payment first, then the goods. For his information, he'll be able to sell him more food in the future. Kwong thought about it. What? A hellish bone lotus costs 1.2 million? Even adding up all the expenses, it's much lower than the market price. Does this mean he wants a long-term supply of feed? This is a huge benefit for him. Then he smiled and said, okay, senior. After that, the protagonist got into the taxi looking out the back window. He looked at Kwong and told him to remember, the next time his bone beast encounters a flying beast, he simply needs to create several floors of bone prison. While resisting the attack, the bone prison can also be used for counterattacks. Finally, he should use turbid fog to increase the hunting range of the blood spirit attack. He replied that he understood everything. Senior. Then the protagonist said, let's go. Kwong shouted, good luck to him, senior. The car moved forward. He waved his hand and shouted, damn it, he should stop. Okay, he doesn't need senior's contact information for now. After some time, the protagonist opened the door and said that he was home. His mother looked at him and asked why he was so late today. Hadn't he eaten? She had prepared a hot meal. Then he sat down at the table and said that he had been a little busy. He looked at all the dishes on the table and wondered, was it some kind of holiday today? He thought that usually only leftovers remained by the time he arrived. Then he turned his gaze to his sister, who covered herself with a pillow. Embarrassed, he sighed, and after tasting the food, said, devil. His mother patted him on the head and said, Little devil, of course his mother cooks well, is he just realizing it? He thought that this was the first time he had eaten such a delicious dish since his reincarnation. Perhaps his avatar's mother was a high-ranking chef? After a while, he sat on the floor of his room and thought. Today, with the enhanced demonic body of the Golden Crow, he was able to use the power of the 6th stage. But if the master of those 2 beasts had been an experienced tactician, then he would have had to use the little skeleton, as his own strength would not have been enough. But right now, he was stuck in a narrow period above the 3rd stage. Breaking through to the 4th stage simply by practicing in Chaos Star Universe might take several weeks. But if he bought a panacea from the store, everything would be different. The system that should open the store. He looked at the system window that appeared and thought, there's no panacea here. It requires 1,000 energy to refresh once. He will refresh. He pressed the button and then, noticing the item, thought, a middle trap ring? Not bad. There's a 25% chance of catching a 9th stage heavenly beast if little skeleton can't break through to the 9th stage. Plus, it's a one-time use system artifact, so he'll buy it just in case. He pressed the button, then thought, upgrade again. He pressed the button and thought, damn. 50,000. For spirit control, not only is this thing expensive, but it's also ordinary. What if it's a useless skill that seems useless after the first use, but what if it's a really twisted ability? But what if he drinks a panacea after the upgrade? Is this thing worth it? Then he extended his finger and thought, buy it. Streams of energy rushed into his head. Then he concentrated the energy in his hand and, holding it out to the glass, commanded it to rise. The next second, a glass of water appeared in his hand, and he happily thought, it worked. Who would have thought that a common level skill would have such a powerful effect? Spirit control, a martial beastmaster's skill, allows the user to use star power to manipulate objects remotely. Basically, if they want to use star power to affect external objects, a large amount of star energy must be compressed, compressed, and condensed again, repeating this process until the star power solidifies. Once the star power is completely solidified, it can easily destroy and even create objects. This is the power of a 9th level rank. However, martial beastmasters below the 9th stage don't possess such powerful star power, nor do they have the control to condense star power for solidification. At best, they can only release weak star power to exert force on the body or equipment. These powers quickly dissipate without an object to attach to, much less move. He didn't expect the spirit control skill to directly enhance his star power. As expected of a system product, this should allow him to explore the system's limits. He concentrated his energy on the bed beneath him, then strained himself hard, commanding it to rise. He thought, well, with his current strength, he can only lift 2.5 kilograms. That's not enough for a real fight. He wanted to use a panacea to increase his star power, but for some reason, he felt like he lacked it. A few days later, he was riding his bicycle when a voice came from the device. He has a lecture at 2 p.m. Please come early. At that moment, a man peered out from the car behind him and wondered how a cyclist could go faster than a car. The protagonist laughed to himself and thought, after mastering the force-using skill, there are quite a few opportunities to use spirit control. Sometime later at Fengshan University, Diane approached the students and said, hey, I heard there's this upstart student here, nicknamed Hao. Do they know him? One of the students replied, of course they do. Who are they? Why do they need Hao? Diane hit him on the head and shouted, if they know him, they should tell him to come out and greet them quickly. Don't they recognize the students from Janlan University? His classmates laughed, watching this. And then a student hit Diane in the chest and shouted, why is he bothering them? If they're so strong, they should find Hao themselves. They'll watch him beat the crap out of them. Then one of Diane's classmates grabbed his arm and asked if he should shorten his arms. He shouted that it hurt, and he shouted as if he needed to be taught a lesson. He dislocated his arm even more, and then a student extended his hand forward and asked, so are they going to call Hao? The injured guy replied that he would. But at that moment, Diane stuck his foot out in front of them, blocking their path, and said, slow down. The student was surprised. What? Don't they want them to call Hao? He folded his arms and asked, do they think it's that simple? Do they think they can just leave after pushing their uncle? They need to talk about this. His comrades added, oh my god, Diane, why is he bullying the freshmen again? They should be wasting their internship. Diane laughed and said that he didn't think Fengshan freshmen seemed such trash. His comrade said that he agreed. Then one of the students, whom he grabbed by the neck, said that he could beat him up, but he shouldn't insult their university. They're not trash. One of Diane's comrades raised his fist and laughed. That's an interesting demand. Well then, they're obligated to comply. Then the MC grabbed his hand and he turned to him in surprise. The protagonist ordered him to let them go. The student indignantly asked, who the hell is he? The protagonist squeezed his hand tighter and repeated, he told them to let them go. Diane asked, he dared touch students from their university? His friend stretched his neck and said, that's quite a bold thing. Another of their comrades added, interesting. The student shouted in surprise, it's Sue. The protagonist gestured for him to be quiet, then smiled and said, it's none of their business. They should disappear. Diane looked at him in surprise and asked, he's from Fengshan too? His comrades pointed at him and told him to look. This guy still rides an antique bicycle from the last century. What a clown. You made me laugh. This fool is a student? He should go home. The MC sighed, holding onto his bike, and then Diane put his foot on his bike wheel and told him to make sure they don't see him on a bike again. Walking suits him better. The protagonist asked, he thinks so? But it seems like crawling suits him better. Diane looked at him in surprise. Then he was suddenly pressed to the ground. He raised his head and said in annoyance, "Damn it, what was that?" His friend laughed and, looking at him, asked, "Diane, did he trip on level ground?" He shouted, "What the hell is he laughing at?" His comrade thought something was wrong. He didn't even notice his movement. This guy. The student pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked, "Hey, what did he do?" He replied, "Nothing. He touched him, and he touched him, that's all." And he said, "He's got guts. Come on, he has to get to him." Diane shouted at him to get lost. He was his prey. He reached for the crack at his side and asked, did he dare to attack? He would break his legs with his own hands. A huge beast appeared. He added, "He's forcing him to reveal his trump card, Goldmane Bear. That's commendable. But he'll still die because of him." He then laughed loudly, and MC thought how troublesome it was. If it weren't for his university salary, he'd be too lazy to intervene. He then looked at the device on his hand and said that, in any case, his lecture would start soon. The others should quickly summon their beasts. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhou Yunshan told Minsong he heard that they had a genius named Hao studying there. In his 3rd year, he had already reached the 5th stage, and his Silver Snake Thunder Dragon had become even more invincible. They must be merciful in these exchange competitions. Fel Yambo, a high-ranking professor, sat next to him, arms folded and quiet. Minsong folded his hands in front of him, and laughing, said they were well-informed. Well, since they already knew their trump card, he wouldn't pretend. They'd always won in the previous exchange competitions. Now it was their turn to show off. Yunshan laughed and said they hadn't won every time. They'd even drawn one game. He replied there was no point in talking. They'd see each other at the match. At that moment, Gukshui asked if she could ask if the students from their university had arrived. They needed to register them. Yanbo said no problem. They said they were going to check in. He'd call them. After a while, the battered students approached the right place. Diane greeted the leaders. Yanbo shouted, "What? What have they gotten themselves into? Don't they know they have a competition the day after tomorrow? Who did this to them?" At that moment, Minsong and his assistant burst out laughing, and Yanbo thought, "They're laughing. Idiots." Then he looked at the students and shouted, "Have they swallowed their tongues? They should speak up. Are they afraid to say anything? If they don't, they'll be punished." Dian raised his hand and shouted that he was reporting. They were attacked by a student from Fengshan. Minsong asked in surprise, was it their student who attacked them? He wondered when they had another genius. Yunshan asked, what in the world happened? They should speak more clearly. Who attacked them? Don't just tarnish Fengshan's reputation like that. Dian said that they were just strolling around, but one guy somehow found out they were there for an exchange match and attacked them, catching them off guard. Yunshan said that if he dared to lie, he should expect no mercy. Then he shouted, is his word true? The student turned around, and then his comrades nodded and confirmed it. Everything exactly as he said. Yunshan slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, I understand, so this is their hospitality. How dare they? With these words, he looked at Minsong and he asked, do they know the name of the offender? What did he look like? Dian walked forward and said that it was a short-haired student about their age. His surname was something like Su. Minsong thought in surprise. Su? After some time, the protagonist looked in surprise at the window that appeared from the device. He asked, Vice Rector? He wanted something? He was training. He replied, Teacher, didn't he recently beat up some Janlon students? The protagonist replied, yes, some kind of problem? He shouted, big problems. The ones he beat up were the top students sent for the exchange competition. Now people from their university are looking for him everywhere. The protagonist scratched his ear and said he was simply teaching them a lesson, especially since he'd only broken one arm and one leg. They dared to settle scores with him? He shouted. They were the ones who started bullying 2 students from their university. With his means, finding them shouldn't be a problem, right? Minsong replied that he'd already found the 2 students, but they had no way to testify. MC asked why. Minsong stood by the bed with the students and said it was because someone was trying to hide something. That person was the first to silence them. The protagonist frowned and asked if he wanted him to take the blame. He replied that he believed he wouldn't attack without reason, but not the people from Janlon. He would find a way to deal with them. He shouldn't come to the university for a while. If they took any action, he wouldn't be able to protect it. The system reported the websites of the teachers in the Longjiang-based city. Guang asked when he would come again. The protagonist replied that he needed his help. After a while, the host shouted, the annual exchange competition is about to begin. Fengshan University versus Janlon University. Janlon has achieved an excellent result over the past 10 years, 8 wins and 1 draw. Will Fengshan be able to shatter the myth of Janlon's invincibility this year? They will have to wait and see. From Fengshan, 5 third-year martial beastmasters are entering. Each of them is a heavyweight in the annual competition. The spectators shouted, how? Go! Senior Su, good luck! The host shouted, and from Janlon, what? They only sent 1 third-year student. The spectators were surprised. Didn't they choose 5-on-5 matches? Then why is he alone? Where are Diane and the others? He so wanted to see the deadly Goldmane Bear. He heard that someone from Fengshan attacked them before the match. What? How can someone be so impudent? Even if they wanted to win, they shouldn't have done this. Fengshan is playing dirty. They demand a strict investigation. They demand an apology. At this moment, Ling Yue, peering out, pointed her finger at them and told them to show evidence. Don't slander them senselessly. One of the students turned to her and said that he had seen Dayan's injuries with his own eyes. How could this be fake? This is disgusting. Feng Shan is doing such things underhandedly when they can't win fairly. Ling Yue shouted in irritation. The student added. Look, they should see, she just wanted to attack them. No wonder this university is as unscrupulous as that guy with the surname Su. His friend laughed and Ling Yue was surprised. That surname. At this moment, shouts came from all sides. They demand an apology. They are scoundrels. Hao approached Luo Fengtian and said, Brother, they should forget about the match today. They should just enjoy another battle. He asked if he was scared. Yan Ying said he misunderstood. They didn't want to pressure him with numbers. There was no honor in that. Yi Hao added, Precisely, don't refuse a good wine when it's offered. He strongly advises him to retreat. In response, he laughed and said that he didn't think they understood the whole situation at all. From the moment he raised his hand against his university, the meaning of this game changed from victory to punishment. At that moment, a huge beast appeared from the rift behind him. Hao covered his face with his hand and shouted, What a powerful aura. Min Song was surprised. Isn't that a 9th level beast, a dark black dragon? Yunshun stroked his beard and said, If they continue to cover for the culprits, they shouldn't blame them for their rudeness. Then Hao shouted at them, not to take the enemy lightly. Everyone should summon their main beasts. Fengchen said, he really doesn't think the 5 of them together can defeat him, right? The next second, his beast attacked all the opponent's beasts at once, and the host shouted, Lose? Fengshan lost in an instant. The difference in strength between them is like the difference between Earth and space. The spectators were amazed. The difference was so great. Even Hao couldn't do it. Has the dark black dragon already reached the 7th stage? Are the students from Jianlun just making fun of them with their strength? Then Dian clenched his fist and shouted joyfully, Good fight, Brother Fengtian. He must inflict even more pain on them. Let them understand how much it costs to mess with them. Lin Yu, horrified, covered her face and said, This isn't a fight anymore. It's a bloodbath. At that moment, Fengtian's dragon bit off a piece of Hao's flesh, while Fengtian himself held his opponent by the hair. Minsong rose to his feet and shouted, Enough, referee. He must stop the game immediately. Yinshan asked, Has he forgotten? This year, the referee is theirs, so it's useless. He'll see how long they last. Minsong turned around and shouted, He said the witnesses are still unconscious. When they wake up, the truth will be revealed. Yanbo said that his words were useless. How long would it take for them to wake up? He replied that they had suffered greatly in the attack. At best, within 6 months. Yunshan asked, 6 months? Their opinions might change in 6 months. He was just stalling. Then Yambo said, Fengtian, he needs to teach them another lesson. He doesn't believe that wrinkled turtle surnamed Su would want to come out. He replied, Okay. He concentrated energy in his hand and was about to direct it at Hao, but he told him not to dream of dousing them with dirty water. At that moment, Lingye looked at the device in surprise and said, They still refuse. She called the protagonist and shouted, Where is he? He told her not to worry. He more or less guessed that things would turn out this way. He was already there. He looked at Minsong and added, he just didn't expect the situation to be so dire. At that moment, Minsong turned around and shouted in surprise, Su Ping? Why is he here? Yunshin looked at him, smiled, and asked if he was the guy with the surname Su. Delivering him to the door himself had saved him a lot of trouble. MC replied that he was passing by and decided to drop by. Why were they looking for him? Minsong was indignant. Damn it. Didn't he tell him not to come? The protagonist looked away, smiled, and said there was no choice. His sweet sister begged him to come. Then Yanbo extended his hand forward and shouted, How dare he be so arrogant after hurting their students? This is beyond all bounds. He should surrender without resistance. The next second, Minsong grabbed his hand and he was surprised. What? Is he covering for this bastard? He replied that he was on his territory, and he shouldn't touch him until the evidence was convincing. Yambo clenched his fist and said, Old man, he advises him to hand it over voluntarily. Otherwise, he won't be able to get away with it in the future. The protagonist, smiling, said, Yeah, he beat them up, so what? Their students are complete losers. Any questions? Yanbo glared at him indignantly, and Minsong whispered to the protagonist, This man is an 8th level martial beastmaster. He shouldn't trifle with him. In response, he whispered not to worry. He'd try to resolve this peacefully. Then Yunshan said, Dayan and the others are among the strongest students in their university. Even a sneak attack requires at least some strength, which he has. What year is he in? Minsong said he wasn't a student, but a high-ranking teacher. Yanbo was surprised. A high-ranking teacher? Is someone so young worthy of such a position? Yunshan said, I wonder, with 4th level star power, one can become a senior teacher? So someone with unique power has appeared in the rotten and hopeless Fengshan? The protagonist thought he didn't feel like he was testing his star power. Judging by his face, he had already scanned him. Then he said he didn't need them to know who he was. He was here to give them an explanation. Yanbo coughed into his fist and asked, An explanation? He didn't need an explanation from a second-rate teacher who beats children on the sly. He couldn't believe he was being serious just now. What a waste of emotion. The MC came closer and proposed a bet. He could believe it or not, but not only did he not have to make amends, he could also force them to bow their heads before him and beg him to forgive him. Yanbo, enraged, shouted, How dare he, a brat, say such a thing? Mocking their students is one thing, but how dare he insult the vice principal and him? He should go down to the arena with him and fight. They will see if his mouth is stronger than his fists. Minsong held out his hand to the protagonist and shouted, "It's not worth it." He said, "No problem." Min Song shouted, he can't even imagine what it would mean to have a duel between teachers from different universities if he loses in front of so many students. The protagonist said he knew. Losing to Jianlan would mean Feng Shan openly admitting that it is inferior to them. The teacher who loses the battle will also take the blame and resign. Min Song looked at him and said, now that he knows this, he shouldn't accept the challenge. The honor of his university isn't his alone. If he loses, the protagonist stepped forward and said, what then, if he loses? What honor is he talking about? Jianlan had been thrown face down in the dirt so many times. There's no damn honor here for a long time. Yanbo pointed to the side and laughed, saying, he thought he was smart, but in fact, he's not exactly brilliant. He's giving him one last chance. They can fight somewhere else. He won't be so embarrassed. The protagonist said no need. He accepts the challenge. Then the host, looking at the system window, shouted in surprise, what? Ladies and gentlemen, urgent competition update. It's now a teacher exchange match. Feng Chen looked up and said, some idiot wanted to die in front of all the students. Soon he'll see the difference between teacher and student. Dayan, smiling, said, anyone who dares to challenge the fell demon will die. The guy next to him shouted, teacher, please, he must teach him a lesson. The students began muttering, this guy, how old is he? He thinks he's the same age as them? There's no need to watch. There's no way the teacher would lose to such a befuddled youth with his many years of combat experience. Should I record this fight to show others? At this moment, Ling Yue fearfully put her hands to her head and shouted, how did the elder brother manage to challenge the teacher from Jianlan? Then the students were asked to remove the participants from the previous fight. After that, the host raised his hand and shouted, next up comes a high-ranking teacher from Jianlan University, Fel Yanbo. On the contrary, a high-ranking teacher from Fengshan, Su Ping. He asks both sides to descend into the arena. At this moment, Yanbo jumped into the arena, breaking the ground beneath him, and shouted that he would be the first to go out. The host shouted, what majestic power. As expected of an 8th stage martial beastmaster, just one jump can have such destructive power. Now they ask for Su Ping. Where is he? At this moment the protagonist was floating in the air. Then the host shouted, in the sky. A teacher floating in the air? Incredible. Teacher, Su actually walks on the wind. Has he already reached the 9th title rank? Minsong, perplexed, shouted, what? A title rank? After this, the protagonist landed opposite his opponent, and he wondered in surprise, why is this youth a title rank? Doesn't he have 4th stage star power? Feng Tian thought that now it was clear why Dayan had fallen out of nowhere, because he didn't need to use any movements to control his star power. At this moment, Lin Yue pinched her cheek and was surprised her brother was a title rank. It hurt. Then Hao, shaking all over, said, teacher, he's begging him. Dayan shouted, how is this possible? His companion added, impossible. Where in Fengshan would such a creature come from? Then the MC held his hand forward and said, let's begin. 8th stage War Beast Master, Instructor Fel. The host then clenched his fist and shouted, now he's asking both instructors to summon their pets. Yanbo frowned, thinking, a 20-year-old could only cultivate a celestial beast for 10 years at most. He might have spent all his energy cultivating his star power so he could fly on the wind. But his weakness was his combat skills. He concentrated his energy, and a rift appeared next to him, and he shouted for it to eat him. He thought it was impossible for it to match his combat experience. A purple shadow fox appeared next to him, and Minsong, pointing his hand to the side, shouted for it to come straight at him. The students shouted in surprise. It was a beast with an 8th stage bloodline. They should see how many tails the purple shadow fox had. Its combat power had also reached the highest 8th stage. Damn it, the dark black dragon Fengtian was already problematic, but now there was a purple shadow fox. Although the 7th and 8th stages are only one stage apart, their strength is like cloud and mud. Moreover, the purple shadow fox is the most ferocious thunder beast. Dayan laughed and asked, they know how dangerous it is, right? His comrade shouted, they're not vegetarians, and the protagonist asked, 8th stage then? He reached out to the rift that had formed next to him and said, what a coincidence indeed. A creature began to emerge from the rift and Yanbo shouted in surprise. This, the protagonist said, his pet is also 8th stage. His opponent shouted, Purgatory Candle Dragon? Then the protagonist's pet unleashed the power of the dragon. Everyone present was amazed at how powerful it was. Even through the protective barrier, one could sense it. At this moment, Minsong also adjusted his mustache and thought, so Su Ping's main beast is the Purgatory Candle Dragon. This guy's quite good. This is one of the best dragon-type creatures. His fears were truly unnecessary. He then extended his hand and ordered the energy barrier defense level to be set to maximum. Also, all 2nd level energy defenses need to be activated. Then the MC smiled and said that he no longer needed to be polite. His opponent began to concentrate his energy and told him not to get cocky ahead of time. Although his beast was quite rare, he noticed that it currently only had the combat power of the lower 8th stage, lower against the highest. It was still unclear who would win and who would die. 8th stage power boost. The beast's body began to glow with energy, and the host shouted, Purple Shadow Fox is resisting the restraining effect of Dragon Majesty. With its 8th stage power boosted, Purple Shadow Fox had probably already stepped onto the 9th stage field at this point. Why didn't Instructor Su also boost his pet? That would be equivalent to allowing it to fight 1 against 2. The protagonist then asked, is that all? 1 against 2 isn't enough, Minsong asked indignantly. Was he underestimating him? Purple Shadow Fox. 8 thunderclaps. His beast screamed loudly, then began concentrating energy in its tails. At this moment Hao frowned, placed his hand on his chest, and asked, 8. Lightning Rat could cause serious injury with 1. Purple Shadow Fox can release 8 at once. Is this thanks to the power of the 8th stage? Then the attack aimed at the protagonist's beast, and the host shouted. 8 thunderclaps nullified all of Instructor Su Ping's attacks. How will he react? At this moment, the protagonist's pet used Dragon Roar, repelling the enemy's attack. Yanbo frowned and said, he had the guts to bother him. Fox. It must use multiple residual separation. The host shouted, wow. It's multiple residual separation, a 7th stage skill. The fox used Thunderbite. The host shouted that he had cast the Thunderbite skill on every clone. Now it was impossible to distinguish the original, and Purple Shadow Fox was still targeting the enemy pet's master. Teacher Yanbo really wasn't letting anyone retreat. Then a powerful explosion appeared in the center of the arena, and he shouted in surprise. Did Teacher Su Ping succeed? He had dodged it in the process. When 3 clones attacked him at once, he doubted even a dragon's body could withstand it. The resulting smoke began to clear, and the MC asked, residual separation? How familiar. But unfortunately, his clones had weak illusions. At that moment, the dragon grabbed one of the foxes by the neck and the host shouted in surprise, caught the original on the first try? Yanbo waved his hand and shouted, how is that possible? Purple Shadow Fox, it must be free. It used Thunder Blast. The protagonist turned around abruptly and the host shouted, it's over. At such a distance, his head was continuously bombarded with thunderbolts. The consequences are unimaginable. Diane smiled and said, that's it, this should roast his dragon mouth to pieces. His comrade added, compared to Master Yanbo, he's still too soft. At this moment, Minsong slammed his fist on the chair and sighing, said, the gap in combat experience is certainly too great. He shouldn't have let him fight. Yunchan said, that sound. All the thunderbolts fired at once. No need to look. The outcome has already been decided. The protagonist asked, who said that? Yanbo was surprised. What? The host shouted. Unbelievable. Purgatory Candle Dragon received so many bolts, but his mouth only has a few cracks. On the contrary, this Purple Shadow Fox is on the verge of death. Yanbo, noticing the cracks on the dragon's face, said in surprise, are these stone and plant type defensive skills, stone armor and vine armor? Then the host shouted, the Purgatory Candle Dragon is unharmed. It received so many charges, but thanks to the stone and vine armor, it didn't even sustain a scratch. Yanbo clenched his fist and shouted, shameless. He's forcing a high-ranking dragon beast to only learn defensive skills. What a waste. Where's his pride in dragons? The protagonist asked, did he just mention pride in dragons? He thought, having been defeated again and again by his fellow dragon beasts whose combat power far exceeds his own, even the highest dragon beasts should be able to lower their proud dragon heads and master defensive skills. After all, no one wants to die, right? Then the host announced, and in the first round, Su Ping wins. The students cheered, excellent. Their teacher is back to normal. Hooray, awesome. Daiyan clenched his fist and uttered, curse. Minsong sighed and said, there really was no need to be afraid. Yanbo then said, he shouldn't rejoice too soon. This is just his secondary pet. Since his primary pet is a 9th stage dragon-type beast, then he no longer needs to show mercy. At that moment, another beast emerged from the rift, and he shouted, shake this world. A hell snake emerged from the rift. The students were astonished. This is a 9th stage beast. A hell snake? Dayambo said, hey, Yanbo's old demon beast has the combat power of a 9th stage demon. This light snake is no match for him now. His companion added, that's right, by the way, after the last battle, the Purgatory Candle Dragon must have expended a lot of energy, so he will definitely lose. The students shouted, he must destroy it, Teacher Yanbo. He must show him that their university is no joke. It's already going downhill. Then the protagonist extended his hand toward the rift and said, did he say the Purgatory Candle Dragon was his primary pet? At that moment, another rift appeared, and the host asked, what creature do those eyes belong to? What a small summoning rift? Could it be an agile celestial beast? Then a little skeleton emerged from the rift, and the students, shuddering from the cold, wondered, little skeleton, why would he summon such a weak beast? Maybe he made a mistake? Why did it get so cold? The appearance of this skeleton had changed so strangely. Lingyu said that this was the first time she had seen such a kind of skeleton. Then Yanbo said, he has seen many mutated celestial beasts emanating from barren areas. He means that this is his primary pet? He gives him a minute to summon another. Then he noticed his beast's reaction and thought in surprise. For decades, the only emotion Hellsnake had felt was the desire to kill. But why? Why was he feeling fear right now? This fear of what? The next second, Little Skeleton launched a lightning-fast attack. Yanbo turned around in surprise and exclaimed, how fast? When did he? Little Skeleton then returned the sword and made another cut on the enemy beast's neck. The host shouted, Hellsnake was defeated in an instant. What kind of power is in this little skeleton? Everyone watched in bewilderment. The protagonist created a barrier above himself, blocking out the defeated creature's bodily fluids. Then he turned to the instructor and told him to quickly take his pet and take it to the doctors. Yanbo clenched his fists and exclaimed, but how? A pet he had painstakingly nurtured, how could some low-ranking beast defeat it so easily? He doesn't believe it. What it is? MC asked. Did he want to know? He turned around and asked, but did he have to reveal it? The student shouted, victory. How wonderful. The first victory in 10 years. The thief of ladies' hearts. He did it beautifully. Then Dayan shouted, "Don't move! They mustn't let him get away." He raised his hand against their team members, and he also dared to harm their teacher's pet. He must not leave the arena without an explanation. The students of the same university shouted, "For sure, they won't allow it. Insolent, he must apologize. They demand an explanation. He must apologize." The protagonist asked, "Do they want an explanation?" "They will be given an explanation." He used a video call, and then, turning to the host, asked to put it on the big screen. He replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, Kwang appeared on the screen and said, "Master, he finally called." The students were surprised. "What is this? Who is this? What is he up to?" The protagonist told him to stop it. He is still not his master. He must get out of the way and let the two of them get on camera. He replied that he obeyed. Flasks with students appeared on the screen, and one of the Janlan students pointed his finger forward and shouted, "It's them! Brother Dayan, it's those two students." He replied that he expected this. He wants them to testify? With such severe wounds, these two people have already turned into vegetables and pose no threat. Then the protagonist said that he sees that medicine in Shangcheng is well developed. They have already recovered. Will they be able to speak? They replied, "Yes." "Hello, teacher." Dayan, perplexed, shouted, "What? How is this possible?" Yunchan asked, "Who are these people?" The students shouted, "Damn it, we need to get out of here." Lin Yue walked forward and shouted, "Where are they going?" The protagonist asked them to briefly recount what happened that day. One of the students said that day they were surrounded by several students from Janlan. They wanted to know about the young master, but they refused to talk. They beat them. But then teacher Suping saved them. But that day after class, the students from Janlan attacked them. When he woke up, he was already lying here. The other students were surprised. How could this happen? Did Dayan and the guys really lose? Ling Yue pointed her finger at them and added, "It turns out they were the ones who attacked first. They were also accused of impiety." Dayan held out his hand and shouted, "Liars, they must get out of the way. They just conspired." At this moment, Yunshin, enraged, slammed his fist on the chair and said, "Dayan." The students fell to the ground in fear. They asked, "Vice principal?" He said, "He told him that time, if he dared to lie, what would happen to him?" He replied, "Expulsion, stripping him of his martial beast master's bloodline, and never again associating with the heavenly beasts." Then Yunshin bowed before Minsong and declared, he is to blame for their indiscipline. He would be responsible for the two students' medical expenses and all future expenses. He hoped that he could let go of the past. They, Janlan and Fengshan, would always be friends. Minsong adjusted his mustache and, smiling, said, "Okay." At that moment, MC flew up to them and told them to stop. He looked at Yunshan and asked, "Haven't forgotten anything?" He looked at him and asked, "Does he want something? A rare treasure? High-ranking celestial beasts?" He could satisfy that if it was within his power. The protagonist smiled, pointed his finger down, and told him not to worry. He didn't want much. He should kneel and apologize. Yanbo shouted indignantly, "What? He shouldn't bully people." The protagonist said that he lost to him, which meant he was no longer a university teacher. His words carried no weight. Yanbo clenched his fist and shouted indignantly, Minsong said, "Teacher Su, there's no need for that." He replied, "Of course there is. He just wants to tell everyone present that if anyone dares to provoke Fengshan again, they must be prepared to pay the price. And one more thing, there is no friendship between them. They are subordinate to them. All their high-quality resources will always be available to them." Yunchan knelt down and punched the ground. The other students also knelt down. Minsong asked, "Is this what he calls a peaceful solution?" After a while, a huge line formed outside the pet store. There were shouts, "Is it his turn? Owner, will he sell them food? Owner, is this precision here? This store is so old, but there's no room to squeeze in." The guy next to him looked at him and asked, "Doesn't he know? The owner of this store is a title ranker. It takes barely half a day to raise heavenly beasts. It's a bit expensive, but it works surprisingly well." The guy asked, "Really? Hey, he has to keep this a secret. If more people find out, they won't be able to rise in the rankings." The protagonist thought he'd only wanted to settle a dispute in the exchange competition, but unexpectedly, it had made him famous, boosting the store's reputation. Then he said, "Next." Ling Yue began to push her way through the crowd and told them to step aside and let her pass. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why did she come?" She replied that she also wanted to raise her beast, couldn't she? He said, "It's a serious matter, but she forgot to say hello, and why would Her Majesty stand in line?" She said she didn't want any special attention just because she was his sister. She wanted to take this opportunity to become stronger. Then the protagonist said, "Okay, what level is her beast?" She summoned her pet and said that it had recently reached the 4th level. The protagonist looked at the tablet and said, "The lower 4th level just reaches the range of a middle celestial beast, so the fee would be 100,000 per use." She screamed indignantly, "What? 100,000? She'd only earned 30,000 the whole year." Then the protagonist picked up her beast and said, "Next." Ling Yu held out her hands and told him to wait. She didn't bring any money, she'd pay later. He placed her pet in the rift and replied, "No problem." The system said, "Warning, this shop's price cannot be changed. Discounts are prohibited without permission. Please return the Phantom Fire Beast to the customer." MC thought he'd pay every penny out of his own pocket, and of course, all of this was still aimed at cultivating stronger celestial beasts, just as the system wanted. He hoped it would turn a blind eye. Then, the system said, "Just this once." After that, the protagonist said, he recently learned her cultivation technique, so they're even. Lin Yue looked at him in surprise and said, She's been training in her room all day. How could he have learned anything? And not that long ago either, she wondered. Hasn't he already reached the 9th stage? How could he have learned this not long ago? After a while, a voice said, "Challenger, you must learn to avoid its edge. You must endure the attack of the golden scale bearded dragon beast for 10 minutes. A golden scale bearded dragon beast appeared in front of the protagonist. Rank, mid-9th stage. Strength, 9th stage. Skills, unknown. MC said that its strength had already reached the 9th stage. Finally, he could get at least some information about high-ranking heavenly beasts. Little Skeleton, his pet, rushed to attack, dealing several blows. The protagonist waved his hand and, turning to the beasts, told them to fight bravely. They must help Little Skeleton. We must attack the enemy's blind spots. Killing intent. The next second, the pets rushed to attack. The protagonist shouted, "Little Skeleton, now." The dragon used the dragon roar. And then its body split into two. From there, another creature with 2 heads appeared. The system window said, "Name unknown, rank Beast King, skills unknown." Less than half an hour, 7 minutes left. The protagonist asked, "Is this the 2nd stage? Beast King then?" Just in time to test Little Skeleton after absorbing the Skeleton King's bloodline together. The beasts continued their attack. After a while, part of the mountain flew aside. The system reported, "Time is up." MC said, "Place of death." The system reported, "The Dragon King's trial is over. Successful kill. Purgatory Candle Dragon's power increased. 8th stage. Skill acquired. Hardening. Tianxiang Pig's power increased. 5th stage. Skill acquired. Vine Armor. Snowball's power increased. Skill acquired. Alien Phantasm. Moon Chasing Dog's power increased. 6th stage. Moon Chasing Dog promoted to Dark Dragon Dog. Bloodline upgraded from 1st to 7th stage. The acquired skill is Dragon Armor. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Dog's bloodline was upgraded?" The beast barked and the protagonist shouted, "That's what happened." After some time, MC and his beasts fought a huge number of monsters. He shouted, "Tianxiang Pig, it must use paralyzing poison powder. Dark Dragon Dog, we must block them all." The pets rushed to attack and the protagonist shouted, "Snowball and Purgatory Candle Dragon are responsible for the remaining units." He thought, since Little Skeleton had absorbed the Bloodstone, it would be almost impossible to level it up in normal battles in these lands. But Dark Dragon Dog, with Purgatory Candle Dragon, is easily cultivated. Tianjiang Pig and Snowball, that's what makes them capable of killing even a dragon. Then he clenched his fist and, smiling, said, "Purgatory Candle Dragon, Dark Dragon Dog, we must finish him off together." Then the system reported, "Dark Dragon Dog's power has increased. The 7th level. The acquired skill is Soul Pursuit for 100 miles. The effect is a significant increase in perception and olfactory abilities." The protagonist stroked the beast's muzzle and remarked, "Very opportune. It doesn't have any reconnaissance skills. Now, in the future, it will be enough to simply let it sniff the food to determine its quality." The system reported an increase in the power of Purgatory Candle Dragon. The 8th level. The acquired skill is Dragon Patron. The effect is double defense for several seconds, and damage is also increased in accordance with its defense. The protagonist thoughtfully asked, "Another skill related to survival? Had it really died so often that it hadn't yet mastered the advantage of its dragon form?" The system reported an increase in Snowball's power, the 7th level. The acquired skill is Fire Whirlwind. The effect is enveloping the enemy in a huge fiery vortex, inflicting explosive damage and continuous burning damage. The power of Tianjiang Pig has been increased. The 6th stage of the acquired skill is Nightmare Dungeon. Effect puts the target to sleep and plunges them into a nightmare, causing them to constantly suffer mental damage until they lose consciousness. MC said thoughtfully, "One has the strongest long-range fire-type attack of the 8th stage, and the other has the most vile mental attack, designed for a single creature." The system reported that the time for exploring the Dragon King's land of heritage has come to an end. Prepare for return. The next morning, a crowd gathered outside the store again. Voices could be heard. "Boss, is it his turn? Master, will he sell him food?" Then Ling Yue picked up her pet and asked in surprise, "So fast?" The pig's owner was surprised. "Master, didn't he say it would take a month?" The protagonist thought, no wonder. After all, he paid 2,000 energy points to enter the Dragon King's land of heritage. Moreover, the secret realm was about to open, and he needed to improve his skills as soon as possible. The girl said in surprise, "Oh my god, what muscles! Is this really her Tianxiang Pig?" Ling Yue said, "Her beast too. Where does that mountain of muscle come from?" MC said, "Next. But she could try it out for herself if she didn't believe him." The student grabbed the girls and, sending them toward the exit, shouted, "There's no need to test anyone. The owner is finished with them, so they shouldn't hold up the line. The owner's style will always be like this, so there's no need to doubt it. They should leave. They're trying them out at home. They shouldn't waste the owner's precious time." Ling Yue said, "How creepy." The protagonist thought, now there's no need to prove anything to people. Then he looked at the sphere that had formed in front of him, and the system reported, "Professional cultivation successful. Rewards for successful completion, 1 mid-level great panacea, 1 secret mystic skill." The protagonist asked, "What mystic skill will drop?" It's opening. A book appeared before him, and he asked, "Demon God's overwhelming fist?" The next second, he found himself in another dimension and thought, "Damn, where is he? What gigantic beasts!" The strength of each of them seemed to rival that of the king of beasts. Then, a bright light appeared in the sky above the beasts, from which a golden fist emerged, followed by a huge creature that slammed the fist into the ground. The protagonist shouted, "What a terrifying blow! The creature folded its arms and said, "There are 5 styles of overwhelming fist. By mastering the first style, one can master the power of the 4th stage. The effects of the first style are extremely serious and dangerous. The principle of controlling this power is incomparable. Ordinary practitioners can only master the first style at best. When it comes to the second, their strength is incapable of withstanding it. At best, a colossal weight would fall on his arm, shattering it into pieces. Only the pure bloodline of a golden crow, with its despotic vitality, could withstand the backlash from the 5 golden styles of the demon god's overwhelming fist. He must answer. Does he wish to learn it?" The protagonist laughed lightly and said, "Apparently, for the body of a golden crow, there is no more suitable martial skill than the demon god's overwhelming fist." He pressed the button and shouted, "Learn!" The creature laughed and said, "Very good. He hasn't met such a cheerful person in a long time." Then it transformed into several spheres which said, "The first style is Taomo, the second style is Fumo, the third style is Genmo, the 4th style is Jumo, and the 5th style is Wumo." The creature said, "Only after learning the first style can he proceed to the next ones." MC thought, the secret realm is different from ordinary barren areas. There must be many masters inside. He's afraid that one little skeleton won't be enough. His strength must also be improved to a higher level, and he must have dragged little skeleton down. Then he said, "Well, the shop will be closed for a few days, and he will pour all his strength into overwhelming the Dragon King's legacy lands." 2 days later, the equivalent of a month and a half of cultivation, the protagonist was breathing heavily. He was in the Dragon King Heritage Land. The first style of the Demon God Suppressor Fist is almost complete. The system reported that the remaining energy points are insufficient, preparing for return. The protagonist was surprised so quickly. He was so close to completion. Well, it seemed the Golden Crow's demonic body had also improved significantly, and he would soon break through to the 2nd level. The monsters were already gone. He hoped this power would be enough. Sometime later, near Pioneering Base Number 7, Mo Lao, a master of the Supreme 8th Stage Martial Beast, smiled and remarked to the captain that his group was very strong. Why did they need their help? Chen Long, a master of the Supreme 8th Stage Martial Beast, asked if he wasn't afraid they would reveal his secrets. Ni Chenkong, the captain of the Polar Star Group, laughed and asked, "So their group is that strong?" Luo Guxie, a high-ranking Fengshan teacher and the core force of the Polar Star Group, with a master of the Supreme 7th Stage, watched them silently with a smile. He declared that, frankly speaking, this time he wanted to obtain a valuable item. He had investigated, and it was guarded by a very powerful beast. Don't let our team's reputation in the Barrens detract from their extensive experience in the Barrens, those who are pioneers, and that's enough to enter the secret realm. There are only him, Chen Shan, and Xiao Shui, just 3 people. However, in his experience, at least 6 masters are needed to safely obtain it. Long whispered that this meant they wanted a big prize they couldn't get themselves. Lao whispered that the price would then rise accordingly. He declared to the captain that he had chosen them for a reason, so they would do everything in their power. However, in the secret realm, they must also be vigilant against others who would kill for easy money. Many would do anything for that, but they weren't one of them. If he wanted this thing, then they had to choose what they wanted to take. Chen Kong said that was no problem. Then Lao would be second, and he would be third. What about distributing the remaining valuables based on each person's combat performance? He thought that the treasures of the secret realm didn't belong to the first to find them, but to those who could bring them out alive. If the predators in the team are not fed enough, there will be endless troubles. Lao said that he was the team captain. It would be reasonable for him to be the first to choose. He pointed out that he was mistaken. He didn't have the right to choose first. They looked at him, dumbfounded. They quietly asked, who else could choose first if not the team captain himself? Chen Shan greeted the team captain and announced that Ping had come to see them. Lao asked, "Who is that young man next to Chen Shan?" Long whispered that with such a weak star power, he hadn't even reached the 6th level. He wasn't here thanks to his connections, was he? Chen Kong greeted him and, shaking Ping's hand, said that he had long wanted to meet him. The protagonist shook hands, asking if he was Captain Chen Kong. He said he would introduce him to the others. Long asked, turning to the captain. He said he wasn't the first to choose, so did he really mean this guy? Chen Kong declared that he was. This was Ping, the man who saved Chen Shan and Xiao Shui's lives, and also killed a stage 8 demonic beast. He asked Ping if he wouldn't give up his right to first choice, would he? The protagonist replied that he would respectfully agree. They cried out in surprise. He had defeated a stage 8 demonic beast, but he was so young. Chen Kong asked if there were any questions left, other than the order of reward selection. Lao remarked that with such achievements at his age, he truly deserved to fight alongside them. Long replied that if he was Chen Shan's patron, then he had nothing more to add. Sometime later, they arrived at the entrance to the secret kingdom of Dragon Ledge Mountain, the gate to Dragon Ledge. Chen Kong remarked to Ping that since Dragon Ledge was located at the top of the mountain, the air was very thin. If he wasn't used to it, he might want to slow down. MC remarked that he wasn't tired, it just took a long time. Couldn't they just use flying pets to get to the top? Long irritably declared that he shouldn't dare do whatever he wanted and involve him in this. Ping looked at him, puzzled. The group captain laughed and said that this was his first time here. He wasn't familiar with the rules. This area is so dangerous that summoning a flying beast could easily lead to an accident. Therefore, there's an unspoken rule rule among the explorers. Fighting or summoning celestial beasts is prohibited at the gate to Dragon Ledge. Violators will be punished, expelled, or even imprisoned. Officials send their specialists here specifically. Don't draw attention to yourself. At this moment, the sounds of fighting were heard nearby. Chen Kong shouted, "Could it be that two young masters from the Qin and Tang families?" Ping asked, "Isn't fighting forbidden?" He claimed that the rules were made for ordinary people like them, and those big families that can cover the sky with one hand don't care. Even the government doesn't interfere. Judging by the Qin family's momentum, they were going to reach the gate before the Tang family. This is bad. Their fight was causing a rockfall. They must be careful. Long smugly said that there was no need to remind them of this. The rockfall was too slow. It wouldn't hit them. The protagonist looked at him, then abruptly rushed up the stone stairs. The group captain shouted in confusion, turning to Ping. The protagonist used his abilities and shouted that they must smash the falling rocks. They won't be able to dodge it. It's impossible to dodge on these stairs. Chen Kong shouted that he understood. They began to destroy the rocks using their abilities. Lao and Long were surprised to see that this guy's judgment and leadership skills were highly developed. The team's cohesion and enthusiasm immediately increased, after which they climbed to the top of the gate to the Dragon Ledge. At this time, an old man at the stairs asked to make way and said that my lady wanted to challenge the Dragon Ledge for the 6th time. The people shouted in shock, "It's the Tang family." This is the same duo of masters. They are called the two winds of the Tang family, Zhuo Waken and Shen Mo. Could it be that the young master of the Tang family, Ruyan, was standing next to them? She's about to challenge the Dragon Ledge for the 6th time. This secret realm has only been opened a few times, right? This is simply creepy. Ruyan declared that the first place in the Dragon Ledge ranking should belong only to her Tang family. She politely asked them not to ask for trouble. Qin Shaoqian, a young master of the Qin family with an average 8th stage, asked, "Is she serious?" It so happened that he had also passed the test 5 times, and now he wanted to challenge them for the 6th time. People thought it would be an interesting spectacle. Only the Tang family, with their resources, could compete with the Qin family. She pointed out that she had only been toying with him before, with no intention of winning. Did he want to continue? He asked if she was serious. They rushed at each other with the intention of striking each other, and Ruyan declared that he was only talking. They should settle this with their fists. Shaotian said that he thought the same thing. Dao Zun, the highest 9th stage, shouted that they must stop. The secret realm, Dragon Ledge Mountain, was open. Are they still not in a hurry? People shouted that this was a legendary man with great strength. They must not provoke him. If he declared the gates were open, then they must hurry. Waken used his abilities and declared that the Tang family forbade it. Would anyone dare take a single step? The protagonist ignored the threat and headed for the gate, much to his surprise. They shouted, "Who the hell is this? This guy clearly isn't afraid of reincarnation." Disobeying the Tang family, Mo used his ability and shouted that he must die. At the last moment, a sword fell from the sky, destroying his ability. Zun remarked that if they had any grievances, they should settle them privately. There was no need to make a mess here. The protagonist said he was very grateful. MC thought it was a powerful sword technique, unrelated to the heavenly beasts. He said there was no need to thank him. How many ants were crushed was none of his business. He was only trimming the overgrown branches. Moreover, this strike couldn't harm him, could it? Ping chuckled and headed for the gate. Wakun shouted, "How dare he disregard the Tang family?" Mo shouted that he had to stop. People noticed that this impulsive guy didn't care about the Tang family at all. If it weren't for Zun, he would have been reduced to bones. How reckless of him. Daring to provoke the Tang family in the deserted regions. That's the perfect description of death. What group was he from? Who's the captain of this group? If they catch them, will the Tang family give them a reward? Although they shouldn't even dream of that, because the Tang family was coming for him, so they should hurry and just enter the gate. Long whispered irritably, covering his face with his hand. Was this guy really trying to kill them? Chen Kong asked in a whisper. Should this be called bravery or recklessness? He had easily done something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Kukshe whispered with a smile that he was still the same, not at all afraid of powerful people. After a while, at the pillar of the Dragon Gate, an unknown voice asked if he would accept the test of his heritage. The protagonist thought that, while there was no one here, it was time to test the difference between this place and the cultivation zone assigned by the system. By the way, I should test my current strength. Which floor could I reach? The protagonist said he agreed to take the test. Meanwhile, Wakun and Mao respectfully greeted the young master of the Tang family. Rian asked why it had taken them so long to respond. So many people had arrived before them. Wakun said he apologized to the mistress. They hadn't been able to catch that scum. However, he had sent people to find out his identity. Letting him slip by was the old man's negligence. He begs her to punish him. She said, placing her hand on the old man's shoulder, that in the past 4 years, only their Tang family and the Qin family had managed to ascend to the 5th floor of the Dragon Ledge and take first place in the heavenly rankings. The Liu family and the Ye family, who took 2nd place, had also ascended to the 3rd floor last year. You could say the heavenly ranking is a symbol of the Tang family's strength. He's just a little guy. for whom even the second floor is an incredible challenge, right? Their goal is to make sure they get through the 6th floor first to take first place in the rankings. They don't care about anything else. They said they understood. They will do everything in their power to help the mistress get through the 6th floor. After a while, people shouted in surprise. Did the light of the 6th floor just turn on? Doesn't that mean someone just passed the 6th floor test? The tower lit up again. The 7th floor has also been conquered. Only 2 floors left until completion. Then they shouted in shock. Did the 8th floor really get through? Who has such power? Someone actually got through the 8th floor before the Tang family. Wakan furiously shouted. Which family got through before them? Not only was this guy the first to enter the secret realm, but even the top spot in the heavenly rankings was stolen from the Tang family. He's furious. A mysterious voice from the tower announced that the first to conquer 4 floors has proven their worthiness to receive the inheritance. The remaining challengers can now take up the challenge. Chen Kong, dumbfounded, declared that the tower had been conquered. Even the tower's hull was shattered by a fist. How is this possible? The Tang and Qin families, clearly the most promising to ascend to the top, haven't entered the tower yet. Rian shouted in surprise. What happened to the top of the pillar? Xiaoqin asked. Which family possesses such power? At this moment, people shouted out that they wanted to see who had conquered the tower. The protagonist asked with a smile. Is this the demon god's overwhelming fist? He was able to defeat the boss with a single blow. The one who had humiliated him countless times in the past, destroyed him, and even forced him to skip the 2nd stage. He's become incredibly powerful. The protagonist thought this was excellent. He'd completed everything he needed to check. The system's cultivation zone was no different from this place. The others had also been drawn to the Dragon Ledge column. Now was the time to return to the group and collect the treasures. Chen Kong noted that although they came here for treasures, they had no intention of passing through the Dragon Ledge column. However, seeing someone so easily pass the 9th floor, Chen Shan agreed. He felt a sense of disappointment. The MC asked, turning to the group captain, what their next step was. Long turned around, looking at him in surprise. He said with a smile that he was just in time. Where was he? They were waiting for him to collect the treasures. Ping said he was warming up slightly. Now he was ready to get to work while everyone else was in the column. The group members were dumbfounded, thinking, so for him it was just warming up? That meant Ping wasn't the first one to enter the secret realm for nothing. Could it really be Ping, the guy who passed the column? Long whispered that this guy was taking advantage of the captain's trust to act on his own. This irritated him. Lao whispered that he shouldn't worry. If possible, they would teach him a lesson and show him that he was the core of the team. After some time, Dragon Scale Continent number 92 arrived. Chen Kong announced that Lao was in charge of reconnaissance, and Guxue was in charge of aerial reconnaissance. Guxue summoned a flame bird and said that it understood its task. Lao summoned his beast, Earth Cradle, and said that it was no problem for him. He trusted it. The protagonist summoned Dark Dragon Dog and said he wanted to test its skills. He asked why he had summoned a 7th level heavenly beast. Was his Earth Cradle handling foot reconnaissance? Or did he not trust them? The protagonist ordered his beast to sniff the surroundings for intruders. Long crossed his arms and declared that he had to return his beast. The Dark Dragon Dog was too big and too conspicuous. Besides, this was a secret realm. This wasn't an ordinary barren area. What could he track down with a 6th level pet? The Dark Dragon Dog growled viciously, and MC pointed out to the team captain that there was an enemy nearby. Lao asked, what enemy are we talking about? Chen Kong asked. Where is the enemy currently located? He chuckled and said that his beast hadn't detected any hostility in the area. Guxue pointed out to the team captain that her flame bird hadn't detected anything. Long smiled smugly and asked, is Ping trying to attract attention? He thought anyone would believe him. Suddenly, enemies appeared, and their beasts screamed furiously. They saw numerous wind pythons rapidly approaching them. They screamed when they appeared. Chen Kong shouted, this is bad. These wind pythons are probably at least a 9th stage threat. It's too late to run. Everyone needs to prepare for battle. He then summoned his 9th stage bloodline beast with a lower 9th stage combat power. The group captain ordered Long to use the giant earth dragon to protect them, while the others' heavenly beasts attacked the enemies. Long summoned the giant earth dragon with a lower 8th stage bloodline power. Lao summoned the sickle guard with a lower 9th stage bloodline power. Guxue summoned the tribal bird with a middle 8th stage bloodline power. Chen Shan summoned the gray-scaled lizard with a upper 8th stage bloodline power. The giant earth dragon used its abilities to protect the group, while the other beasts prepared to fight the monsters. Guxue asked why Teacher Ping's dark dragon dog wasn't protected. Long asked what she was afraid of. He had 2 9th level beasts with him. As long as he wasn't as reckless as his master, everything would be fine. She said she had a different opinion. The group of wind pythons outside was too dense. There was nowhere to hide. He had to let him inside and protect him immediately. He said it was easy to do. However, what if the wind pythons got inside? Was it necessary to take such a great risk for a mere 7th level beast? Chen Shan declared that the beast deserved it. The dark dragon dog was the first to notice the danger. Besides, Master Ping was their benefactor. They couldn't abandon his heavenly beast, so his gray-scaled lizard would be responsible for protecting it. He asked him to open the protection. The protagonist remarked that there was no need to do so. He appreciated their kindness, but they needn't worry. His beast isn't just a scout, it's also a bit of a combatant. If they killed a Wind Rider peony leader, they won't be a problem anymore. The monsters can't do anything without their leader. Lao whispered that he was just trying to make an excuse. His dark dragon dog only had a 7th level bloodline. Even if it had the strength of a top 7th level, it still wouldn't be able to handle 9th level pythons. He whispered that this fight would put him in his place. He used the ability Earth Cradle Concealment. Gukshui asked if that was the pet skill that grants invisibility. Lao said it was true. He commanded his beast to activate invisibility. This would allow them to observe the battlefield. A fierce battle between beasts and monsters began. Gukshui asked, "What about the dark dragon dog? Were there really no bones left?" Chen Kong shouted that she was wrong. She needed to look there. It looked like some kind of line of light. She looked on in shock, just as Dark Dragon Dog struck the beast down with its abilities. Gukshui asked in surprise, could this light be the result of multiple shields stacked on top of each other? A 7th level heavenly beast charging through a horde of 9th level wind pythons? Long asked in shock, did he call it a bit of a fighting type? A 8th level wind python king appeared on the battlefield and attacked Dark Dragon Dog. The group watched the battle in shock, worried about Ping. However, Dark Dragon Dog was able to defend itself with its barrier. Lao exclaimed in surprise, this beast has amazing defense. Long asked in shock, why does he think his Earth Dragon is inferior to this dog? The Dark Dragon Dog made a quick strike at the monster, leaving a barely perceptible mark on it. He thought the blow had only slightly scratched the skin, meaning all of Dark Dragon Dog's strength was focused solely on defense. No wonder it was so difficult. But his giant Earth Dragon has several skills. Suddenly, the king of the wind pythons screamed and fell to the ground. Lao shouted in shock. Was the monster poisoned? How is this possible? Long shouted that the enemy leader has very tough skin. How did he inject it with poison? They shouted that this beast is very strong. After a while, Dark Dragon Dog delivered the decisive blow to the enemy leader. Ping thought that in the Dragon King's lands, they had suffered many beatings. His beast had been cornered and destroyed so many times. Enough playing around, it was time to finish. His beast used a dragon roar, causing the wind pythons to scatter in all directions. The party members shouted, raising their hands in victory, as they triumphed without sustaining any injuries. The Dark Dragon Dog is incredibly strong. Long apologetically declared that his pet was truly high quality. The protagonist said that his beast had only average properties. Lao declared that he was displaying commendable modesty. If his beast had average properties, then were their pets inferior? MC used identification and the system window reported that it was an Earth Cradle. Species, Earth, Fire. Bloodline, level 9. Strength, average level 7. Special skill, Concealment, Wind and Fire Step. Burrowing, Soul Pursuit 10 miles. Properties, inferior. Ping thought, looking away, that he thought too much of himself. They were all no different from each other. Chen Shun asked in surprise, looking at the Dark Dragon Dog, are these really wind python eggs? Long noticed that the young in this egg sac hadn't yet formed, meaning the nourishing essence provided by the mother snake hadn't yet been absorbed. Giving his celestial beasts the eggs would be an excellent tonic. Lao said that Ping's pet had been the first to spot the enemies and single-handedly killed the leader of the python pack, so he truly had the exclusive right to use them. The protagonist noted that their scales were often used to make invisible paint, and they fetched a high price on the market. They could have them, if they didn't mind. He whispered, looking at the old man, is he suggesting they take them? Why, instead of troubling them, had he offered to share the spoils? The old man whispered that his strength was incomprehensible. It was better not to make an enemy of him, but to seize the opportunity to befriend him and make peace. Long whispered that he thought the same. They bowed and thanked him. If he needs anything in the future, just let them know. The protagonist said with a smile that he would remember their words. After a while, Chen Kong said, pointing his index finger at the map, that there was a cave somewhere in the northeast. This was the purpose of their trip. Long thoughtfully remarked that this was good. They wouldn't reach that place until tomorrow morning. MC thought that he had already been there when he took the Dragon King's legacy test, and that there really was a hidden treasure there. However, there were still several more hidden treasures on this continent. But why did they choose this particular place? Ping asked, turning to the team captain, if he had drawn this map himself. He said his friend had sold it to him at a very good price. Did he have any questions? The protagonist said that wasn't true. He was simply curious that in such a large area, there was only one hidden treasure. It was odd. The team captain said with a laugh that with such competition in the secret realm, it was not surprising. Long said the captain was right. By the time this map was made, other treasures might have already been found. The protagonist looked at them and said nothing. The next day, at the cave entrance, MC shouted that they should wait and not go inside. A 9th level beast had taken up residence inside the cave. Chen Kong asked in surprise how he knew about this. They hadn't even entered yet. Ping thought with a smile that he had been here before. He naturally didn't remember everything in detail, like in the Dragon Ledge Tower, but at least he had a good idea of what was there. The protagonist asked if they still doubted the Dark Dragon Dog's charm. He said thoughtfully that he was right. His pet had identified a flock of wind-winged pythons, which had greatly helped them. Long grumbled, that's bad. Another 9th level enemy. Guksui said with a fearful expression that the wind python squad had a combined combat power of tier 9, and each of the monsters was tier 7 or 8. The cave's environment was unknown to them, and a tier 9 beast was hiding inside. Lao nervously said that the difficulty had increased several notches. Even with such a strong ally as Ping, he was afraid that suppressing the local boss would be difficult. The group captain asked with a smile, "So, a local boss? How about luring the monster out of its hole?" Long said, summoning his beast. That made sense. They would prepare an ambush at the cave entrance. Chen Kong declared, using his abilities, that once the enemy inside revealed themselves, they would catch them off guard. He shouted, "It's easy." He summoned a giant earth dragon. His beast used its earthquake abilities. Gukshu commanded her flame bird to use a fire attack. Lao ordered his pets to conceal their presence. Long declared, turning to the captain, that the ambush was already prepared. All that remained was to wait. Chen Kong, crossing his arms, said he wouldn't wait. He would lure the enemy out. He asked, dumbfounded, "Will he really do this? Has he gone crazy? It's too risky." The team captain asked, "Have you forgotten? He had a 9th level beast, so he didn't need to worry about it. It was unknown when the enemy would emerge, even if he had to wait." Almost all the other explorers had left the Dragon Ledge Tower and entered the Dragon's Scale continent. Therefore, the situation could take a turn for the worse. Long tried to object, but the protagonist said with a smile that he didn't need to worry about that. He was also going with the captain. Chen Kong smiled and said that was good. If Ping went with him, he would be at peace. After some time, they entered the cave. The team captain said that the poisonous air in the cave was getting thicker and thicker. His star power isn't yet strong enough to withstand the poison, so he should wait outside. Besides, his first choice of treasure has already been confirmed, so there's no need to risk his life. The protagonist told him not to worry. He's wearing water armor, and no poison below stage 8 can harm him. However, he's learned that on this expedition the captain is only entitled to 3rd place in the selection, and now he's leading the most dangerous mission. The explorers he knows haven't been this dedicated. While no one's here, maybe he should tell him what's going on? He said with a laugh. Truly nothing can be hidden from him. In this cave, there exists a star cloud spiritual tree. The fruit from this tree can stimulate the full potential of a martial beastmaster below stage 8, causing them to be reborn. He'll even be able to break through to the next level. This is a rare treasure in this world. He'll get it before anyone else. MC noted that, in other words, he'd given up the opportunity to choose the treasure first, but he'd risked entering the cave first. All this for the fruit? Chen Kong said exactly that. There were some things he shouldn't ask. In any case, he was determined to obtain this tree. If he, too, coveted this tree, even if he was a benefactor, he shouldn't accuse him of being rude. Ping thought with a smile that it turned out he simply wanted the fruit of the spiritual tree. It looked like a great panacea dispensed by the system, a completely ordinary treasure. However, it seemed important to him. This Chen Kong wasn't a bad person and had no ulterior motives, so why not help him? The protagonist declared he wasn't interested in the fruit. However, he wanted to remind him that the beast guarding this place belonged to a species of dragons of the highest 9th stage. It was a bloody flame dragon, a cunning creature specializing in psychic attacks. He would be signing his own death warrant if he went after the fruit. He asked in shock, could the opponent really be a 9th level opponent? The problem was that the creature had psychic attacks. Who was he anyway? How did he know about this? The protagonist smiled and remarked that there were some things he shouldn't ask. In any case, if he wanted the tree, he just needed to follow him. Then, MC shattered the rock in the cave with a punch, revealing a passage. The team captain looked on in surprise and asked, could this really be a spiritual lamp? Ping said that, fueled by star power, it could resist most psychic attacks. Chen Kong asked how he knew the location of this item. The protagonist thought, of course he'd been here before. He also knew that such a powerful treasure could only be used in the Dragon King's legacy, and it couldn't be taken. How hungry he was. The protagonist smiled and said that this was also a secret treasure. It's time for them to go. They have the lamp. Now they can go behind the tree. The cave shook from a sudden roar, which greatly surprised them. He shouted that they were under attack. MC shouted that he was wrong. He didn't think it was behind them. Their group outside was in trouble. At this time, at the entrance of the cave, they shouted that they were under attack. Long ordered the giant green dragon to use the ability, Rockfall, to defeat the enemy. Lao ordered his beast, the Sickle Guard, to destroy the enemy. Their battle beasts rushed at the monster and used their attack skills, and they managed to deal a critical blow to the opponent. Then Ping said, holding the team captain with his hand, that they must stop. Long declared with red eyes, turning to the captain, that they had succeeded. Guksho joyfully shouted with red eyes that they must see this quickly. They were able to defeat the enemy. The protagonists declared that it was terrible. They were too late. Chen Kong shouted, what have they done? He asked, what is he talking about? Didn't they successfully kill the 9th level beast? The beast roared furiously and ordered the scythe-bearing guard to destroy them. The team captain shouted, they've been enchanted. His subordinates will soon kill each other. The protagonist said he must summon the demonic ray. He mustn't leave the protective zone of the spirit lamp. Otherwise, they will become the same as their allies. The team captain used his beast to protect his allies. MC shouted, turning to the team captain, he must take advantage of this moment and infuse star power into the lamp. Then Long said he had a headache. Chen Shan asked, what was that just now? Gukshu asked, so it was their heavenly beasts? Lao declared that the beast was to blame. Chen Kong shouted, are they okay? They can't leave the protective zone of the spirit lamp. Ping declared that together they could destroy the illusory field if they infused star power into the spirit lamp. They shouted, using their abilities, that they understood him. Long shouted, turning around, that he had noticed movement. Then he shouted, using his abilities, that Ping needed to be careful. Long protected him with his body from the enemy attack, using a star shield. The protagonist looked at him, dumbfounded. The team captain ordered everyone to follow the spirit lamp. The protagonist shouted, stop hiding in the shadows. Let them show themselves. The Poison Fang group laughed, and the participant said that his beast's penetration effect was truly excellent. The group's deputy, a mid-8th stage, said that he apologized to them, but such an order came from the boss. Behind him was a scorpion sniper with the combat power of a high 8th stage. He said that he couldn't let them deal with the blood flame dragons so quickly. Chen Kong gritted his teeth and shouted that there were no grudges between them. Why did they attack them? The Poison Fang team's deputy asked with a grin. So they had no grudges? He still didn't understand anything after all? He should think carefully. How did he get the map? He asked in shock. Had they really used them as bait from the start to lure out the blood flame dragon? So they created this map? He laughed and said he was an idiot. It had dawned on him too late. Did he really think he could buy something as valuable as a hidden treasure map? They were good bait. MC was furious and summoned Little Skeleton. The Poison Fang team's deputy asked, what was he doing? If he dared to attack them, then the blood flame dragon would destroy his allies in an instant. Ping used the middle ring trap and ordered the monster to be captured. Suddenly, golden chains bound the blood flame dragon's movements. He cried out in shock. What was this thing? A 9th level blood flame dragon was actually bound? The monster screamed, trying to break free. They cried out in surprise. Could it be that the blood flame dragon was bound? The protagonist appeared behind the opponents and asked, do they have time to be surprised? Didn't they want to kill them? Shouldn't they get started? The Poison Fang party members cried out in shock as he floated in midair. Where did the party get the pole star of a titular 9th level master? Why did an intelligence report that such a young 9th level master was in the party? This is bad. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. The Poison Fang party's deputy declared that they shouldn't panic. Does his rank matter? Can't they see that he summoned Little Skeleton? He ordered all the snipers to aim their scorpions at him and declared that he didn't believe he could defeat them alone. In that instant, Little Skeleton destroyed all the enemies in his path. After a while, Gukshui told the team captain that he must hold on. Chen Kong asked with difficulty, what happened to the others? Chen Shan said, looking away, that Lao and Long had failed. The team captain uttered Ping's name with difficulty. Suddenly, the protagonist landed next to him and said he was here. He looked at him and said, please. Chen Kong recalled the past, when they were still in the cave. He said he had a bad feeling about this. If something happened to him, could he help him obtain the Star Cloud spiritual tree? The protagonist asked, turning to the team captain. This fruit is needed to enhance cultivation, isn't it? If something happened to him, why would he need it? Chen Kong said he asked that this be given to his daughter. The fruit of this tree can stimulate the full potential of a martial beastmaster below the 8th stage, causing them to be reborn. Perhaps it will help her immune system fight off illness. It's a cure for an incurable disease. He spent half his life in the wilderness, unable to care for his daughter. This is the only thing he can do for her. Currently, the protagonist looked at the pleading look of the dying group captain and went into the cave while the rest of the allies tried to save him. MC declared that he would do everything. After a while, the Poison Fang group captain, with the combat power of the highest 8th stage, asked if they had searched everything. His allies claimed that the tree was too big, they wouldn't be able to take it. He said they were idiots. What's the problem? They need to collect the fruit and then destroy the tree. If they can't take it, then the others won't get it either. The Poison Fang group captain's henchman prepared to strike the tree with his axe, but suddenly he received a fatal blow. They shouted, who's here? Are the people from the Polar Star group already here? The Poison Fang group captain said it was impossible. The Blood Flame Dragon's combat power was at least mid-9th level, and his deputy was there, unless there were gods in Polar Star. He thought the wound was so clean that the person who did this was a 9th level master. The enemy group captain said he didn't know which master had set his sights on these secret treasures. However, why didn't he come out and talk to them? They were willing to give him half. Then several more Poison Fang group members were felled with a single blow. They shouted, forming a defensive circle. Who is he? Let him come out. He can't do anything but shoot people in the dark. The protagonist used a spirit control weapon, a star power needle, to destroy several enemy soldiers. Team Captain Poison Fang shouted, using his powers, that he had found it. If he didn't want to do it the easy way, then he must die. Little Skeleton suddenly appeared nearby and slew his beasts with a single blow. He asked in horror, falling to his knees, how did 2 of his celestial beasts, with the combat power of the lower 9th step, suddenly die? He begs for forgiveness. He asks this master to take all these treasures. He only asks for mercy. The protagonist approached him and glared at him fiercely. He asked in fear, didn't he come for the treasures? Did he come here specifically to kill them? He asks him to state his name. He should at least must know whose fault it is that he will die. MC declared, using the star power needle, that he would not give those he had chosen to kill a single chance of resistance. He would die with fear and doubt. After some time, Ping decided to dispose of the enemy bodies using the beast's flame ability. The protagonist said they shouldn't leave a trace. Afterwards, the protagonist used his ability to take the spiritual tree with him. MC thought a group had suddenly appeared that was targeting them. Fortunately, thanks to Long and the others, they survived. In reality, it was impossible to protect oneself in the deserted areas, so he had to adapt as quickly as possible. After some time, they reached the 7th tunnel base. Ping asked what they would do now. Gukshui said they should bury the captain and deal with the aftermath of Lao and Long. Chen Shan said with a sad smile that he had saved him again. His weakness had made him a laughingstock. He didn't expect the losses to be so great this time. He's afraid they won't be able to continue exploring the secret realm. Does he want to return with them? The protagonist declared, gesturing toward the spiritual tree, that he had other plans, and that they would part ways here. He had unfinished business. They needed this tree, and the fruit they were to give to the captain's daughter. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's the legendary Star Cloud spiritual tree." He didn't need it? She asked, dumbfounded, how he knew about the captain's daughter. The protagonist said he wanted to go into detail. In any case, this was their captain's final wish. Can they fulfill it? They declared he could rely on them. MC remarked, using his ability, that was good. Also, those hidden treasures, they were in the cave and were highly valued. They needed to give them to the families of their deceased allies. Gukshui asked with emotion, is he giving up all these treasures? Ping said exactly that. The protagonist thought that, in any case, he had already taken the most valuable. Afterward, he would go after other treasures. It would be good if he gave these unused treasures to these people. The protagonist noted that the team captain, Long, and the others had sacrificed their lives for their chance to survive, and he was very grateful to them. A system voice announced, "Attention everyone. Explorers wishing to leave the base are kindly requested to bring the treasures they found in the secret realm to the checkpoint. Those who fail the inspection will be severely punished." Chenshan lowered his head, and Gukshui asked if he was okay. MC said he would go with them. After a while, they arrived at the Federal Security Service checkpoint. While the staff scanned the artifacts with a special device, the system voice announced that the following had been added to the database: a 6th level Wild Beast Crystal, an 8th level Heavenly Fist Scroll, a 7th level Dark Steel Sword, a 6th level Secret Fire Enchanting Stone, a 7th level Wind Python Scale, a 5th level Poisonous Bloodstone, a 6th level Dark Knight Beast Tooth, and a 6th level Rainbow Stone. The protagonist, noticing the people seated there, asked what they were doing. Chenshin whispered that he needed to be careful. These were security inspectors sent by the government to monitor the checkpoint, so they could be considered local authorities. The one in the middle was a 9th level master, and the two next to him were at the peak of 8th level. The system voice announced that the following had been added to the database: a 9th level Star Cloud spiritual tree. The security inspectors asked with interest, is this really a spiritual tree? They were lucky today. The head of security said they shouldn't make too much of a fuss. They said they knew about it. Then they asked, what is the price of the fruit of the spiritual tree? They wanted to know the price. Chenshan said he apologized, but it wasn't for sale. If they were interested in other treasures, they could negotiate the price. The security inspector kicked him and asked, who would be interested in such trash? He should get out of their way. The price for one fruit was only 5 million. They thought, reaching for the fruits, that by eating just one fruit, they would be directly promoted to the title rank. The protagonist grabbed the hand of one of the inspectors, and he asked irritably, who is he? What was he planning? The inspector wondered, does he really expect to stop him, the highest 8th level? MC said nothing. They decided to leave. The inspection was over. Ping thought it was nonsense. The federal inspection was clearly resorting to exploiting the first movers. He hadn't expected that. In addition to other groups, even officials were involved in shady dealings. If he'd known about this earlier, he would have put everything in his storage room and they would have passed peacefully. They chuckled and asked, did he really think he could just leave? Who did he think he was? The inspectors, using their abilities, shouted that the inspection would end whenever they decided. The people, dumbfounded, asked, what happened? Why did they hit him? The protagonist said his allies shouldn't worry about him. He was fine. They declared that Article 72 of the Federal Administration Act stipulated that anyone obstructing an inspection could be suppressed by force, and in serious cases, killed on the spot. The inspectors wondered how they could let them go when they had the opportunity to advance to the 9th level. The first movers chuckled and said, yet another person who dared to oppose the authorities. Last time, the other guy was badly maimed. This would be good for him. Could it really be him, the guy who dared to oppose the Tang family? Why don't they all go together and take him to the Tang family for a reward? Zun shouted that it was time for him to stop pretending. Endlessly hiding his true colors would only continue to attract the irritation of mediocrity. If he wanted to enter the wider world, he needed to be bolder and show his strength. The road would open itself to the strong. The protagonist thanked him for his advice. The inspectors rushed at him, about to strike, and MC activated his abilities. Ping dealt a powerful blow to them, using a cluster of star power. They shouted in shock. He's a title-ranked master master? At such a young age, he's reached the 9th level of strength? That's impossible. Even the young master of the Qing family had only reached the top 8th level. Where did this guy come from? Ping then used his abilities to store the spiritual tree in his vault. People shouted that he had control over the spirit. The inspectors asked in shock, has the tree really disappeared? Does that mean he has a spatial artifact? They used telepathy and said that spatial artifacts are priceless treasures. Who the hell is this man? They wanted to attack a simple miner, but ended up attacking a man with superior strength. They said they were asking for his forgiveness. They didn't immediately realize who they were dealing with. His blow was incredible. They deserved it. They were asking for his forgiveness again. The protagonist's expression changed and he asked, so they want forgiveness? That blow was for his friend. Now it was his turn. The inspectors asked fearfully, how about paying him 20 million as compensation? The head of security asked, how could 20 million be enough? Each of them would pay 30 million. If this became known, the security staff would have no excuse. He asked them not to make a fuss, but they tore down a wall. He hoped they'd learned their lesson. The protagonist thought, so they wanted to solve the situation with money? He wouldn't tolerate that. He'd say so, but upgrading the pet shop also requires a lot of money. 60 million was barely acceptable. MC said he'd agree to take the money. After a while, Ping said he'd better look after the tree for now. Chenshan said, clenching his fist, that it was his fault. He wasn't strong enough to let those people do this to him. Guxue remarked to Ping's teacher that if she could only become stronger, she wouldn't have to bother him again. The protagonist said they shouldn't blame themselves. He was the one who underestimated the tree's influence. The protagonist smiled and declared that he decided to plant the tree after he returned. It would be a great way to satisfy the captain's daughter's needs and diversify the pet food selection at the shop. When they reached the peak of the 8th stage, he would give them a star cloud spiritual fruit for free to help them reach the 9th stage. They asked in admiration, would he really give them that? He would be able to help people like celestial beasts. After some time, Dragon Scale Continent number 98, MC ordered Dark Dragon Dog to hide nearby. Ping said to descend into the water, and if anything happened, he could mentally call out to him. Afterward, the protagonist dove into the water and thought, I remember that a great secret treasure is located here, one with the power to move mountains and fill the seas. It's so well hidden. If he hadn't been accidentally reborn as the Dragon King's legacy, he wouldn't have found this place. It's already there. The protagonist took a Chankun scroll out of the box and thought that the scroll could be used to create a small world with star power, like a system storage. While it's not as powerful as the system storage, which plunders everything it touches, it can accommodate living beings, and the capacity grows as the user's star power increases. With his current star power of tier 5, it can create a space 4 times larger than a basketball court. In the future, he'll be able to plant a spiritual tree inside. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Dog contacted him, and MC mentally wondered if something was happening above. Ping, cautiously peering out of the water, thought that this skill was sharing a vision with the Battle Beast Master. Other explorers were somewhere nearby. He remembered that this continent also had a top-class secret treasure, an undead demonic fruit. This grants undead and demon-type pets immunity to fatal wounds for one time. Perfect for a little skeleton with full offensive potential. The protagonist ordered the Dark Dragon Dog to track down the bird's owner. The protagonist remarked that he wanted to know if they had retrieved the undead demonic fruit. Sometime later, in a forest of dead trees, the 8th level Battle Beast Masters shouted, "Why is the bird chasing them? Someone is targeting them." Suddenly they were attacked, and they shouted, "Who did it?" Wakin used his abilities to point out that the two of them were in such a hurry. Had they found something valuable? The pioneers shouted, "So he's from the Tang family? What does he want?" Rian said that now that they knew who was in front of them, they needed to hurry and give it to them. They couldn't let greed harm them. Mo declared that they already knew they had the undead demonic fruit. If they hadn't been stopped at the Dragon Ledge ranking, they wouldn't have taken it. They shouted as they ran, saying they were the first to find it anyway. It was time to escape and use Plan 36. Then the first movers screamed in shock as they sensed the enemy's attack. "Is that a cluster of star power?" he shouted. Did they really think they could escape? They were underestimating him, a 9th-tier old man. Mo used his abilities to stop the opponents. They asked with difficulty, "Aren't they afraid of ruining the Tang family's reputation with such methods?" Wakin declared, using his abilities, that if they remained silent forever, they wouldn't have any problems. He destroyed them with his attack and remarked, as he took the item from them, that if they weren't willing to give it up nicely, then they would take it the hard way. The protagonist grinned and took the item with lightning speed, much to their surprise. They shouted, "Where's the box?" They then used their abilities to summon their celestial beasts and shouted at Rian, "Is this really a cluster of star power? The mistress needs to be careful. This is a title-ranked master." Wakin shouted, "How dare he take the treasure from their family's hands?" He ordered his beast, the Shadow Asura, to attack the one who took the box. The protagonist grinned and noticed that they had arrived. MC ordered Dark Dragon Dog to use Dragon Armor, Wind Guardian, and Earth Guardian on the Purgatory Water Serpent, and he ordered the Purgatory Light Serpent to use Stone Armor, Vine Armor, Hardening, Ice Shell, and Fire Cloak. Ping shouted to his beasts to use Dragon Patron, which doubles defense and increases damage according to defense level. They need to catch the enemy off guard. After a while, he asked, in horror, Had the Dark Asura really been killed? He'd send the beast to attack again. Mo shouted that he must wait. This man had subdued a 9th-tier Shadow Asura in just a few blows. Its power was unfathomable. Hadn't he fallen for its trick and allowed it to surround the beast? Wakun asked. What should they do then? Should they just let it get away? He declared, using his abilities, that he wouldn't run away. He must watch how he deals with the thief. The protagonist chuckled and ordered Little Skeleton to attack, which easily stops the enemy attack. The protagonist remarked that he hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. The bait hadn't worked. He asked irritably, "Is it him again?" Mo noted that this guy had reached the title rank at such a young age. He would be a serious problem in the future. He wouldn't let him get away. Wakun shouted, summoning his heavenly beasts. What was this for killing his pet? He hadn't caught up with it at the Dragon Gate, but now he would definitely catch it. He ordered his heavenly beasts to attack, but suddenly Little Skeleton appeared nearby and struck with supreme sword art. Mo rushed to save Rion from the blow. Then, Rion asked in shock, "Is this really true?" She thought such exaggerated destructive power came from Little Skeleton alone. Mo used the Star Sword's technique and shouted, "How dare he attack his mistress? Only death awaits this pathetic thief. He must experience the full might of their family," MC declared, gathering strength for a fist, that he hadn't had the chance to test his fist on the dragon pillar, but now he could enjoy it. He asked in surprise, "What kind of mysterious martial art is this? There's something divine about it." Ping used the technique, Demon God's Overwhelming Fist, first style. Mo activated 9-star shields, but the attack dealt him damage. Rion looked at her ally with concern. He thought, barely able to stand, that this thief's strength was extraordinary. Mo ordered his beast, the Earth Dragon King, to take his mistress and flee from here. He declared that the beast was obliged to protect her. The protagonist asked, "Did they really were trying to escape?" MC ordered the Dark Dragon Dog and the Light Serpent to stop them from escaping. His opponent activated his abilities and declared, his body covered in dark energy, that the outcome of the battle had not yet been decided. Does he think the old man can't detain him? Mo used the Tang family's secret art, entanglement, turning into a silhouette of dark energy. Rion thought that entanglement was the secret art of forcibly taking over another's body at the cost of sacrificing his own. This is a last resort, to be used only as a last resort. How could this man push old Mo to such an extent? A dark silhouette in the form of Mo shouted that he must give up his life. The Ping heavenly beast rushed to attack him, but he only laughed and asked, does he think any physical attack can stop him? He is a worthless thief who should regret making enemies in the Tang family. Even if the old man is destroyed, he will turn into worms and take revenge. The protagonist took out a spiritual lamp from the storage room, while the opponent declared that his body would belong to the Tang family. Afterwards, Mo asked in surprise, why can't he take his body? Could this really be a secret treasure of spiritual protection? He is a terrible thief. He will kill him. After a while, Rion asked, what happened? Does the Dragon King of Earth really want to devour her? She ordered the heavenly beast, the fallen winged king, to pull her out. The protagonist asked, turning to the young lady, has she finally come out? Rion was perched on the shoulder of the fallen winged king with the combat power of the midnight stage. She declared that he shouldn't call her young miss. He didn't deserve it. Rion was dumbfounded, thinking, why couldn't she sense old Mo's aura? Could it be that Mo, with the strength of the mid-9th stage, had died too? She activated her aura and asked, who is he? Why is he killing their Tang family? MC asked, why are they doing this? Why did they kill those people? Rion declared, it's survival of the strongest. Does he mean that in his eyes, they are the same as those 8th stage masters who can be dismantled with a single blow? Ping activated his aura and declared with a smile that she guessed correctly. They are just his prey now. She thought, looking at her heavenly beast, was the fallen winged king of the 9th stage bloodline shocked? She asked, what does he want? If he lets her go, the Tang family will be able to satisfy all his demands. The protagonist smiled, clenching his fist and remarking that if she wanted to beg him for mercy, she would first need to show him her sincerity. Rion looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted. The protagonist said she didn't need to play dumb. He wanted her to free the fallen winged king. Rion wondered if he wanted her to free the celestial beast. The celestial beast's master would be weakened for several days if its beast was released from its contract. This guy was too cunning. She approached him and said she agreed. Rion remarked, using her stealth ability, that she would then break the contract with the celestial beast. Suddenly, she commanded her celestial beasts to pounce on him and destroy the enemy in her path. However, the little skeleton dispatched the opponent with a single blow. She thought, that's bad. MC used his storage to point out that since she didn't want to break her contract with the celestial beast, he'd have to physically separate them. His pet attacked the girl's beasts and Ping used the artifact on her, transporting her to another dimension. After which, Ruyan, dumbfounded, asked if this was really a spatial hidden treasure. The protagonist, surprised, said, this means that the scroll looks exactly like this inside. She asked why he didn't kill her. The protagonist replied with a smile that if she wanted to die, that was her business. However, that would only happen after he obtained all her valuables. Rion asked if he had the mark of the air on his forehead. She laughed and noted that he was the one who had cleared 9 floors. MC asked why she was laughing. Rion declared that she was on death's door and still knew nothing. Soon, he would die at the hands of a unique master, legendary throughout the Asian region. Ping said irritably that she shouldn't speak in riddles, let her just tell him what she knew. She remarked with a grin that she would soon die. Why should she tell him anything? The protagonist smiled and asked how someone with such a cunning nature could not threaten people. If she didn't tell him, not only would he allow her to die in a very ingenious way, but after a while, her photos would be spread all over the world. She should already know who the sender will be. Rian shouted that it was too mean. The protagonist gleefully remarked that she had forced him to do this. Maybe now she would tell? She gritted her teeth and said with displeasure that the person who would kill him was Yuan Tianchen, the legendary master of martial beasts. He had already appointed his granddaughter the heir to the Dragon Ledge column. Therefore, anyone who could take away the inheritance would be eliminated by him. The MC asked, but surely the 4 large families fighting over the column weren't afraid of being dealt with by him? Rian said that he shouldn't even joke about such things. Or did he think they could really get past the 9th floor of the column? Furthermore, they all promised Master Tianchen that even if they were lucky enough to clear the 9th floor, they would voluntarily renounce their inheritance or risk extinction. Ping said he understood. This meant that the entire secret realm was firmly under the control of the legendary Master Tianchen. The vice principal had said that the federal government had sealed off the inner zone for security reasons and had temporarily improved the outer zone. This was merely a pretext for Tianchen to monopolize the secret realm. The protagonist commanded the heavenly beast, the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, to burn everything to the ground. The protagonist thought that, in the end, the 4 large families were no different from ordinary explorers, forced to make do with the remnants of treasure. Although he had defeated opponents at the level of the Beast King, this was only achieved through non-cash resurrections and trial and error. This time, he would face a legendary opponent he had never encountered before. This opponent was clearly not to be underestimated. No one witnessed him break through the Dragon Ledge pillar, but it was only a matter of time before Tianchen really wanted to investigate. His most important task was to find a way to upgrade the Celestial Beast Shop to level 3 and move in with his mother and sister to prevent them from being used against him by enemies. After a while, people joyfully greeted Ping. They said they'd been waiting for him for so long. They wanted him to upgrade their pets. MC awkwardly said he agreed, but they just needed to wait in line. Ping thought everything seemed fine for now. After a while, the system window reported that the shop's income had been converted into energy points, and it currently had 1,035 energy points. The protagonist reflected that the shop's current daily income was around 10,000 energy points, and that it would take 10 days to accumulate enough for an upgrade. The protagonist noted that during this period, he needed to find a broker to purchase the territory. The screen indicated it was a network of tunnelers. He can press to call private customer service. MC thought the Walker Network was an organization that offered customized services for walkers. With money, most walker needs could be met very quickly. A Walker Network employee greeted him and asked how she could help him. Ping said he wanted to expand his store and buy some nearby land. She said that was good. She had already confirmed his store address. How much real estate did he want to purchase? The protagonist noted that it was about 3,000 square meters. The employee explained that based on prices in his region, that meant about 200 million star yuan would need to be put down as a deposit, and the remaining 100 million could be paid after the property was handed over. The protagonist asked in surprise, "The total cost is 300 million? When did the price go up so much?" She explained that with the start of the Global Elite League, the cost of pet breeding shops had increased, making it more difficult than usual to acquire real estate. MC thought it was a strange coincidence right at this time. Ping remembered and said that he still had a bloody flame dragon. How much would he sell a Supreme 9th level wild beast for? The employee nervously asked if he really had a Supreme 9th level beast. She politely asked him to wait. The market price of a Supreme 9th level heavenly beast is around 400 million star yuan. The price of wild beasts would be much lower. However, live Supreme 9th level wild beasts are rare on the market, and his wild beast is the only one in the entire city. There are already organizations willing to offer 250 million star yuan. Is he really sure he wants to sell now? The price could go up even more if his listing remains online for a while. The protagonist smiled and said he was sure. He was selling it now. The deposit would be paid from the proceeds from cultivating the beasts. She nervously said that she understood. They would immediately arrange the follow-up process for him. The protagonist thought he had received 250 million, and he still had 60 million left, which was just enough. He would spend the next few days improving his strength as much as possible. MC asked, accessing the system, if there was a more difficult cultivation zone than the Dragon King's heritage land. A system window appeared, indicating that 10,000 energy points were required to enter the divine cultivation zone. 10,000 energy points were required to enter the semi-divine cultivation zone. Ping thought, so there's a supreme divine realm? The price for this place is 10,000 points. He had passed the beginner's protection period, and now he pays 10% of the entry fee for each resurrection. Now he can't just die. However, fortunately, the semi-divine boundary is also linked to divinity. To level up the Golden Crow demon body to level 2, The heart, God Yunjin, is required. This is a celestial beast with dual attributes of God and fire. Perhaps he can find it in this zone. If his golden crow demonic body is successfully upgraded to level 2, his physical defense will reach level 9, and his survivability will increase significantly. The protagonist declared it was time to leave. Later, in the demi-divine boundary, the protagonist noted that the style of this zone was different from previous ones. It was like comparing the wild world with a civilized society. Was this place built by gods? A system window appeared informing the owner that he had entered the divine realm. Does he wish to purchase the divine language translation function? Cost: 500 points. MC thought it would be his first time using a translator. The Cloud Thunder Realm, the realm of the deceased Hundun, was on a completely different level compared to this place. Ping said that if he could communicate with them, he would be able to avoid many senseless deaths. He agreed to purchase it. The system window announced that the divine language translation function was being installed. They asked him to wait politely. Meanwhile, an unknown person nearby spoke in the divine language. The protagonist looked puzzled, and the system announced that the divine language translation function had been installed, and now the owner would be able to communicate normally with the divine race. The protagonist, dumbfounded, said, upon seeing the singing divine being, that this was bad. He needed to meet her. She wondered if she had sensed some kind of energy fluctuation. Was it just an insect? A girl from the divine race shouted, using her abilities, that she hated insects. MC summoned the heavenly beasts to protect him from the blow, but they failed. Ping thought she had terrifying power. The protagonist noted that, however, his little skeleton also had power. The system window announced that the effect had been triggered. The fruit of the undead. Immunity to one fatal wound. At the last moment, Little Skeleton managed to redirect the blow from its master. The protagonist declared that the light-bearing serpent of purgatory should resurrect in the same place. MC thought he didn't have enough energy for resurrection, so he shouldn't fight. Ping said he had no ill intentions. He wanted to explain everything. She said he didn't need to translate. She knew he wasn't from this world. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked how she knew he came from another world. The girl from the divine race said that his small stature and his resemblance to them meant he was nothing more than an insignificant human being. This was the domain of the gods, a place of immense power. How did he get here if an outsider hadn't transported him? The protagonist asked if she wasn't surprised he was human. She sighed heavily and said that gods and humans often unite and produce offspring. What backward colonial planet was he from? One that even their divine race didn't know? MC said he understands now. He had no idea that humanity had traveled so far into the universe and even established contact with the gods. However, why hadn't they heard of this on the Blue Star? The divine race girl thought that although this guy possessed the strength of a disciple, he was using a celestial beast from the vast sea realm, and that beast had even been reborn. The strangest thing was that there was still an indistinguishable, yet terrifying aura in his blood. Could it be that he wasn't human? She declared, activating her abilities, that the pleasantries ended there. What brought him to the central lands of the gods? Who sent him here? He must tell her everything in detail. Ping asked, she's talking about the central lands of the gods? Wasn't that a semi-divine realm? The divine race girl looked at him in surprise, then struck him with a beam of light, using her abilities. Afterwards, the system window reported that the master had died. The protagonist noted that her expression had changed. Did the name Demi-Divine Realm really hit her where it hurt? The protagonist thought it didn't matter now. His goal right now was to increase his strength. He didn't need to worry about that. MC remarked, activating the system, that he could take his time and explore other places. After a while, Ping appeared in the desert and the system window reported that 500 energy points had been spent. A total of 5,035 energy points remained. The protagonist noted that the surface here was very strange. At that moment, a monster emerged from the sand, its mouth wide open. The protagonist used his abilities and dodged, shouting, does this monster really want to eat me? MC used the skill, Divine Fist, breaking several of the monster's teeth. Ping asked if the monster had only lost a few teeth. The protagonist decided to use identification, and a system window appeared informing him that the Zerg was a scout. Species, Star Zerg. Unknown bloodline. Combat power, highest tier 9. Attributes, inferior. Special skill, unknown. The protagonist asked, summoning his celestial beasts, do scouts alone possess the power of the highest 9th level? This truly deserves to be called the land of the divine race. MC ordered Dark Dragon Dog to protect the light-bearing purgatory serpent, commanding it to take Little Skeleton in its mouth and entangle his sword in the flames of the purgatory dragon. The celestial beasts began to fight the Zerg scout while Ping gave orders to use his pet's abilities. The protagonist ordered Little Skeleton and Dark Dragon Dog to attack the enemy's eyes. The beast used the ability Petrifying Gaze on the celestial beasts. The system window reported that Dark Dragon Dog had died. The effect, Undead Demon Fruit, had been triggered. Immune to one fatal wound. The protagonist thought that in cultivation zones, after Little Skeleton was revived, it resets the undead demon fruit to an unused state. That's great. Now he can use such a useful ability. MC resurrected Dark Dragon Dog in the same spot and commanded Little Skeleton to continue attacking the opponent. Ping shouted that they must kill the monster while it was wounded. The protagonist rushed forward and commanded the light-bearing Purgatory Serpent to envelop him in Purgatory Dragon Flame. The protagonist delivered a powerful blow to the opponent with his fist. Afterward, Dark Dragon Dog discovered something and brought it to its master. MC asked what it was. A system window appeared, informing him that it was a divine crystal, an energy crystal produced by Star Zerg after devouring gods, with a strong divine nature. It can be used by celestial beasts to transform into divine beasts. Ping asked, accessing the system, if he could learn more about the divine beast. The system window informed that after a celestial beast evolves into a divine beast, its lifespan, physical strength, and comprehension will be directly enhanced, and it will gain the ability to confront demonic beasts and the undead, as well as the chance to master divine skills. The power of divine skills is 5 to 10 times more powerful than that of ordinary skills. The protagonist asked in surprise, so much more powerful than ordinary skills? Good. Another way to improve his strength. Since he's found a divine crystal, let it be his. Little Skeleton looked at Dark Dragon Dog with interest. The protagonist said to Little Skeleton that he has the noble bloodline of the Skeleton King and should pay attention to his image. He'd better get closer to the light-bearing Serpent of Purgatory. He should forget about some divine crystal. A system window appeared informing him that Dark Dragon Dog had acquired divine form. Rank, lower 6th step. Bloodline, draconic, demonic type. Strength, highest tier 8. Attributes, below average. Special skill, Dragon Armor, Dragon Roar, 100-mile soul pursuit, Undead Claw, Wind Guardian, Earth Guardian, Hardening, Thundercloak, Severed Limb Recombination. Divinity is 1 out of 100. MC asked thoughtfully, so the stats haven't changed? Only the divinity line was added. He thinks he needs to fill it completely for him to fully transform. Then they need to hunt other Zerg creatures. Suddenly, an unknown voice cried out for help. Is anyone alive? Ping noticed the source of the noise and asked, could it really be the divine race? The intern raised his hand in fear and begged for help. The Zerg attacked him furiously, and he covered his face with his hands, screaming for it not to eat him. A powerful beam of flame struck the monster. He looked at the protagonist in amazement and asked, is that a human warrior? MC, standing on the Purgatory Candle Dragon, shouted for them to grab onto him. They flew up quickly, and Zerg hit a rock. The guy happily thanked him for his help, and the protagonist asked not to misunderstand him, as they were simply lucky he was nearby. What were they doing here? How did they get stuck in such a dangerous place? A member of the Sheffen's small squad, at the level of the vast sea realm, replied that the Star Zergs were constantly invading their lands through space-time rifts. They were the ones responsible for clearing their nest. Their group had just been scattered by a high-ranking Zerg, and they both found themselves here in a deadly trap. The protagonist looked at the hole in the ground and asked, are these the nests they cleared? The small squad member agreed, and asked what the man was doing here. Su Ping replied that there was no particular reason, just passing by. He wondered if the Blue Star wasn't the only one with star rifts. However, the divine race was even more unlucky. The very aggressive Zergs had arrived. The protagonist wondered if the gods had wings. If they couldn't defeat these insects, with their level, the squad members could have simply flown away. The small squad member sternly raised his fist and asked, how dare MC insult divine wings with such words? Dying in the battle to expel the Zergs is the greatest honor for them, divine gods. The intern sighed tiredly and added that in the entire divine realm, there were only a few dozen pure-blooded gods with divine wings. Moreover, the skills they, demigods, practice are completely different from humans, and they can't fly whenever they want. MC was astonished and, remembering Joanna, wondered if the girl he accidentally met was a rare pure-blooded goddess. No wonder there's such a big gap in strength between them. If you compare her abilities to celestial beasts, she's probably much stronger than the little skeleton. It would be cool to have such a cool celestial beast. Su Ping asked, do they know anything about the demi-divine boundary? The trainee was surprised and asked, what is it? They grew up on the outskirts of the divine lands and have never heard of the demi-divine boundary. However, they do have a legend about the supreme divine realm. The warrior wants to listen, right? A small squad member tiredly noted that it had started again. Only fools believe in the existence of the supreme divine realm, the birthplace of pure-blooded gods, where one day of cultivation is equivalent to a year in the outside world. These are just the fantasies of fools. The protagonist wondered if the supreme divine realm was really just a legend. Why did they speak in such a tone as if this place had never been accessible? The trainee sadly explained that for many years now, the pure-blooded gods of the central divine lands have been trying to exterminate the Star Zergs race. Wasn't it difficult to find traces of the supreme divine realm? If only he could train there, even for a little while. The small squad member irritably agreed and added that so many years had passed, and there was not even a semblance of a trace. Instead of pinning hopes on such illusory things, it was better to seriously hone their own combat skills. Suddenly, beams of mana flew through the sky, cutting off the Purgatory Candle Dragon's tail, and the squad members screamed as they fell. They landed on the ground, and the trainees screamed in pain, falling face first into the sand. The small squad member screamed tensely. Was it really him? The trainee exclaimed in fear that they were chasing them again. The comrades looked at the enemy and shouted, it's a Zerg Centurion. The trainee fell to his knees in horror and asked, how will they kill these Zergs? Their death is here. The small squad member, clutching a light spear, ordered his comrades to quickly leave. His moment of glory had come. The protagonist smirked and thought that this divine warrior was quite selfless, but he had already set his sights on their divine crystals. MC, enveloping his body in mana, called for his assistance and clarified, "The squad members say they've never seen the divine realm? It would be unsatisfactory to die like that." The small squad member fell into a stupor and wondered what had happened. How could such an explosive impulse emanate from a human warrior of the apprentice level? MC confidently ordered the squad members to leave. The small squad member slammed his fist into his palm and exclaimed that he had never known such heroes existed in the human race. Then he leaves it to the protagonist. The comrades quickly ran and asked the warrior to take care of himself. Suping calmly remarked how nostalgic it was to encounter a swarm of insects again. He thought of that gushing blood, the feeling of the whole body's potential being stimulated by death. Exactly what the protagonist wanted. MC smiled decisively and prepared to attack. He instantly jumped and shouted that it was time to begin. Suping asked his comrades to give it their all. After some time in the dark space, the protagonist let out a tired sigh. He had 535 energy points left. MC noted that the energy would be enough for one last resurrection. He didn't expect Zerg Centurion to be so strong that even 9 resurrections wouldn't be enough to kill them. The higher the level, the harder it is to kill. It's good that Suping obtained so many divine crystals. The time for reconnaissance is almost up. There is little time to continue fighting the enemy. Why not explore other places? After some time, Joanna, scratching the tiger's cheeks, asked who the smartest cat in the world was. The tiger made a sound of pleasure. Joanna clarified, "Who's a cute cat? Mom's so hungry." The protagonist instantly teleported to her room. Joanna looked at him in a daze. MC fearfully asked, "What kind of coincidence is this?" She angrily said that they were an unpleasant human race. The protagonist was stalking her again. What were his intentions? MC tensed and wondered why this random place. There wasn't even time to summon Little Skeleton. Suping raised his hand and exclaimed that there had been a misunderstanding. He wasn't her enemy, so what could his intentions be? Joanna terrifyingly clarified, "He's not her enemy? Then why?" After she pierced him with that divine spear, which could rip apart even a soul, MC was able to appear before the goddess alive. If the protagonist dares to curse, he will be thrown into the dungeon of all sins and suffer torment, kneeling and begging for mercy. Suping thought that resurrection was out of the question. He needed to come up with a plan. He said he knew how to get to the supreme divine realm. Joanna was surprised and thought how many gods dreamed of returning there. If they had the powers of the supreme divine realm, they would have long ago destroyed the Zergs. But even with the efforts of the entire country, they hadn't made any progress. How could a human know this? Joanna asked how he could confirm it. The protagonist touched her spear with his finger and clarified that it didn't matter how he got there. She needed to know 2 things. He could enter and exit the central divine lands at will, and Joanna couldn't kill him. This proved his strength. Joanna remained sternly silent, and MC thought she was hesitating. He added one more thing. Suping turned around and said that he would leave from here then, and she would have to look for it on her own. Joanna asked, "Power, gold, or land? What did he want?" The protagonist thought she was responding to provocation. He replied, "Of course, power. Without power, no matter how much money and land he had, a person would be prey." Joanna raised her hand with a book and replied that no problem. She directed the book with mana towards the protagonist and told him that this was a secret manual for human cultivation. It was based on the highest divine art, divine origin. MC looked at the book and wondered, in other words, this thing can accelerate the speed of improvement? This is good. An amazing reward. Suping tried to open the book. A stream of mana enveloped the book, and the protagonist screamed, "Is this a barrier?" Joanna raised her finger and said that once she entered the highest divine realm, she would help him open the book. The protagonist agreed and clarified that before they entered, so that she wouldn't get lost in the space-time chaos, he needed to draw a talisman on her forehead. This would determine the coordinates. The goddess wouldn't mind, would she? Joanna approached him terrifyingly and agreed. Suping said he didn't have a ladder and asked if she could squat for a bit. Joanna squatted and asked him to draw the talisman. The protagonist raised his hand, shrouded in mana, and thought he had succeeded. He mentally asked the system if he could control it by signing the Heavenly Beast contract. The system window announced that this was possible. In front of the system, everything is a heavenly beast, and goddesses are no exception. A seal appeared on Joanna's forehead. She wondered if this was a human contract to absorb a pet. This person had underestimated her. Joanna smirked, brought her fingers to her back, and thought about letting MC look at the reverse divine sign. She would respond in kind. Suping tried to make a contract, but the goddess broke it. He was surprised and asked if it was really possible to break a contract. Joanna clarified that when the protagonist becomes the goddess's pet, he will repentantly reveal all her secrets. The chains approached the protagonist's body, but time instantly stopped. Joanna screamed in bewilderment. Was time really frozen? Her chains instantly broke. The goddess, standing in a dark space, asked, "What kind of method was this?" She froze in great surprise. Joanna fell to the ground and asked, "What is this?" She looked at the eyes that appeared in space and clarified. Was she really overwhelmed by just one look? Is this the power hidden in this man's blood? No, she's afraid it's a being from a higher dimension. Time resumed its flow. Suping looked at the goddess in amazement and wondered, what's going on? She just terminated the contract. Why is the goddess so depressed? The protagonist looked away and turned to the system. The system window notified that the system had done nothing, but the goddess's power had breached the protective barrier established by the system and received a response. MC thought that the beast contract didn't seem to work on her. Is there another way to subdue her? The system window notified that an employment contract could be concluded for highly intelligent beings to accept them as employees of the pet store. A scroll appeared in Suping's hands, and he wondered. He was simply trying to subjugate her, but suddenly he had a chance to take her on as an employee. The protagonist coughed and pointed at the scroll, clarifying that it was a test. He congratulated the goddess on passing and explained that this was the official contract. MC asked the goddess to read it. The scroll said that this was the employment contract of the Eternal Hundun Pet Store. The first rule of the employees: ensure the safety of the pet store manager and obey the manager's orders. The second rule of the employees: maintain the reputation of the pet store. The third rule: never miss an opportunity to improve celestial beasts. Special benefits for employees: 7 days of free passage to any dimension. The contract period is 1 year. The protagonist clarified. Doesn't it say here about special benefits for pet store employees? Now she believes him? Joanna said that this item really does have an aura of heavenly law. After signing, both parties will be bound by the law, and disobedience is excluded. But for a monster like him to command a goddess for an entire year? MC smirked and replied that if she didn't sign, he would leave. Then she wouldn't be able to leave this village. Joanna angrily thought that this man was too cunning. She couldn't trust a single word he said, but the power behind him would fulfill his promise. She resolutely exclaimed that for the sake of the future of all the gods, she was willing to try. If the protagonist went back on his word, he would pay 1,000 times more. Joanna signed the employee's contract. The system window notified that the employee's information had been entered. Her rank was the god of order. Her strength was the deified realm. The employee's rating was 100. Upon reaching 200, she would be rated as a very good employee. If below 60, she would be stripped of everything and turned into a heavenly beast. Suping wondered if he could see the ratings of others. Could this really be the boss's special powers? What even was that? The system window notified that there were 3 realms on the blue star: the realm of the vast sea, the realm of the empty cave, and the realm of fate. They were usually combined into a legendary realm. Above these 3 kingdoms, there are 2 more kingdoms that unite to form the deified kingdom. In short, this is a power that can conquer an entire galaxy in the universe. Suping was amazed and wondered, is the goddess really that strong? The gap in their powers is too great. No wonder he couldn't form a contract. But a system that can easily suppress the god of the divine realm simply by backlash. This is even more terrifyingly incomprehensible. What is the origin of this system? The system window notifies that it only knows how to worship the system. Connection time to the semi-divine boundary is coming to an end. The protagonist must prepare for return. MC asked when the system learned to show emotions. The goddess and Suping began to move, and Joanna asked if this was his domain. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter. He noticed that the goddess had shrunk and asked, what about her height? Joanna replied that the goddess's true form was inconvenient for activities in their world. What's the problem? MC said he wanted to ask about her height. Child labor was prohibited by law in their world. Joanna remarked that there was no need to worry about that, since the goddess had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Suping turned around and asked her not to pay attention to it. He needed to get ready, because the doors were about to open to receive customers. Joanna looked through the building and asked, is he talking about those insects spying on him? The protagonist turned his head to the side and clarified, are those Tianjin people? Is it really that fast? He called Qingzhu and thought it was a curse. MC thought he could hold out until the pet store renovation was complete. He simply underestimated the legendary master's power. Until now, Suping was looking for ways to hide his mother and sister. It was difficult for him to enter the cultivation zone when they were nearby, but he didn't particularly care. The video started playing and the protagonist asked in surprise, who is this? The man clarified that Suping was an ordinary person who had become a master of martial beasts. MC, after all, is a high-ranking professor at Fengshan University and the owner of the mischievous pet store. Suping noticed the background in this video and wondered, is this man in his house? What happened to his family then? The protagonist asked, what does the man want? The man showed the protagonist's relatives lying on the floor on the camera and said that the mother was Qingzhu, an ordinary person, a primary stage cultivator. The father was Su Yuanshan, an ordinary person, a low-ranking sailor. The younger sister was Lin Yu, a master of martial beasts, a first-year student at Fengshan University. MC screamed in rage, are they ordinary kidnappers? The man noted that the protagonist was smart and said that the master wanted to see MC. He asked Suping to be obedient, then they would have no reason to make their lives difficult. The protagonist mentally asked himself to calm down and thought that their target was him. MC clarified that he was currently at the pet store. If the master wanted to see him, he should come, but they must let his relatives go. Suping must see them first. At the same time, the man agreed and ended the call. He asked, but what's the point? The protagonist thinks he can escape the grip of the legendary master Tianjin. The man called the master and said that he had sent Tianjin MC's location. Tianjin replied that this was good. It's time to find out who dared to take the inheritance of the Dragon Ledge. After some time, the man pointed to the sky in surprise and shouted, "Are those really the titular masters up there? What are such powerful masters doing in the lower districts of the city?" An elderly servant of the Mu family, with the combat power of the lower 9th stage, the Beast Emperor, rubbed his beard with his fingers and asked, "Are they mistaken? A man who has passed the Dragon Pillar lives in such trash?" An elderly servant of the Qin family, combat power of the middle 9th stage, the titled Master of Restoration clarified. Servant Mu doubts Lord Tianquan's mental capacity? An elderly servant of the Liu family, combat power of the lower 9th stage, the King of Poisons noticed that a child of fortune was sitting inside. An elderly servant of the Tan family, combat power of the middle 9th stage, the titled Master of the Snake Heart said that it doesn't matter. Anyone who dares to covet Lord Tianquan's things will die. A legendary master, combat power of the vast sea realm, Yuan Tianquan appeared in the air. Title rank, combat power of the upper 4th stage. Dao Zun noted that time is of the essence. We need to end this quickly. The workers cried out in fear. It's Dao Zun, the old man next to Dao Zun. He has powerful star power. Could he really be of the legendary rank? Just one look makes him feel like he's dying. The Beast Emperor ordered the workers to leave. This doesn't concern their generation. He shrouded his body in mana, lifted the garage door, and exclaimed that the master has arrived, so the protagonist must come out into the light. The Beast Emperor tensed his arms and shouted for MC to watch as he smashed his pet store. He instantly lowered the gate. The Beast Emperor asked in surprise, "Is there really no reaction?" The Qin family servant suggested, "Maybe there's some kind of high-ranking defensive formation at this door." The gate began to open. Su Ping ordered the masters not to drag his family into this. Who was looking for him, and what do they want? Dao Zun was astonished and wondered, is it the protagonist again? This young man is a gifted youth. No less gifted than any young master from a famous family. MC is truly well-trained, but today the protagonist will fall at the hands of a legend. The Snakeheart Master sternly raised his mana-shrouded hand and exclaimed that MC's death was inevitable. Su Ping is in no position to make demands. He grabbed the protagonist with his mana fist and ordered him to come out. MC calmly broke his mana hand and replied that he would not do so. The Snakeheart Master instantly coughed up blood. He assumed a fighting stance and asked, "Did Su Ping really escape from his 9th stage star palm so easily?" The titular Restoration Master exclaimed, "This thief not only refuses to surrender, but also dares to resist." He proposed that the masters simultaneously seize the protagonist. Tianquan sank to the ground, and the masters were stunned. A powerful stream of mana rose into the sky from Tianquan's body. The masters asked him to leave it to them, as they could still fight. Tianquan asked, "Can we really trust them with this job?" The strength this young man displayed. The protagonist isn't at the same level as the masters. Tianquan waved his hand, called over the guards and MC's relatives, and asked Su Ping to calm down. He admired the protagonist. MC raised his hand, enveloped in mana, squeezed it, and ordered his opponents to take their hands away from them. Mana ropes bound the guards' bodies, and the protagonist squeezed his mother's and sister's hands with his mana hands. MC knelt down, hugged his relatives, and asked what was wrong with them. What had the opponents done? Tianquan replied that it was just anesthesia. They would recover in half a day. What was this? It felt like the protagonist had been robbed by a stranger. Su Ping sternly remarked that this was not the correct concept. After all, the legacy of the Dragon Ledge is in Tianquan's name, isn't it? Or maybe the opponent made up the name? The Beast Emperor raised his finger and shouted, "How dare MC speak to the Lord in such a tone?" Tianquan asked, "Does Su Ping mean to say that since he has power, the protagonist has the right to inherit? I wonder if this child is afraid of adults?" The Beast Emperor exclaimed decisively, "Their minds can't penetrate the pet store. They can't determine their strength. This is very strange. You need to beware of the hidden master in the pet store." Tianquan sternly said that he is a legendary master of fighting beasts, a legendary master in the entire Asian region. He instantly approached Su Ping and asked how two legends could be in this small room at the same time. Tianquan said that if the protagonist submits to him, as the four major families did, he will not make life difficult for him, but will also train the MC. The masters clarified, "Does the Lord really want to take this guy in?" The Poison King pointed out that, after all, there are very few people on Blue Star who can reach the title rank at this age, which truly makes people envious. Dao Zun thought that the previous Tianquan's manner was, if not kindness, then force. Su Ping thought that Tianquan looked friendly at first glance, but the star power he radiated was enough to make the surrounding people nervous. Even the four major families didn't dare refuse him. Tianquan said that the Secret Realm's resources, having fallen into the hands of mediocre people, were just that. Only by concentrating these resources on the best of the best can they cultivate true talent. The protagonist wondered, really? The best of the best? That is, those chosen by the master? MC clarified that he used to hate people who claimed that the rarest items in the game appeared on a certain map. If anyone dared to take them, they would be hunted down and killed. Tianquan raised his hand and called the protagonist a joker. He clarified that he had the power to hunt down and kill everyone. Children thinking they were on par with him was simply ridiculous. Tianquan warned that this was the last time he was asking and inquired whether the protagonist would surrender surrender or die? MC asked sternly. Should he ask again? Tianchen raised a huge mana sword and said that it was very pathetic. He ordered the protagonist to disappear. The master swiftly pointed the sword towards the protagonist, and Joanna raised her hand. She instantly destroyed the mana sword. The masters were stunned and shouted that Master Tianchen's strike required at least the 9th stage of combat power to barely withstand it. This young girl blocked the strike with one hand. The Beast Emperor asked, "Is she really a legendary rank?" The titular Restoration Master cried out in surprise. "Another legendary master has appeared in the Longjiang base city?" Tianchen ominously noted that she looked young. Her star power was well hidden, and he was almost broken. "She's the protagonist's mentor?" MC clarified. "He didn't give the order, did he?" Joanna replied that the first rule of being an employee is to protect the pet store. If the goddess understood correctly, by abiding by the employee contract, she would earn points to become a good employee. If she broke the rules, points would be deducted accordingly, including punishments. Does Suping want to deliberately lower her rating? The protagonist snorted in displeasure and remarked that she really was smart. Tianchen angrily raised his hand and, preparing to attack, shouted that they dared to ignore him. For this, a beam of bright mana struck the master, and he was interrupted. Tianchen was thrown to the side with tremendous force and hit the wall. Daozun was stunned and froze in place. The masters turned their heads in amazement and called out to Master Tianchen. Joanna noticed it was very noisy and asked if he should be left alive. Suping clarified that these weren't deserted areas, so no one could be killed. The one with the sword on his waist was his friend. He couldn't be touched. The rest were to be taken alive. Joanna asked if they had a couple of legs and arms less. MC wouldn't mind, would they? She filled the space with terrifying energy and said that if she controlled her own power, it would be very difficult not to kill these insects. The Poison King shouted that this was a demonic pet store. The strength of just one employee was already comparable to the legendary rank. The owner's strength was even more incomprehensible. Master never thought something like this existed on Blue Star. Tianchen asked the soul born of darkness to become a heavy axe to crush his enemies. He created a dark portal and ordered his strongest servant to come. A shadow beast of the Beast King rank emerged from the portal. With the fighting might of the vast sea realm, Tianchen shouted that they weren't finished. He ordered the Shadow Beast King to use a combination. Tianchen's body was covered in stones. The protagonist scratched his chin and asked, "Is it possible to merge with a heavenly beast? It looks beautiful." Tianchen changed his appearance to a combination with the combat power of the Void Cave realm. He terrifyingly exclaimed that he was the legendary master of the entire Blue Star martial beasts. Tianchen will teach the protagonist a lesson. The Beast Emperor fearfully pointed out that this was Lord Tianchen's hidden skill. This was the first time he had seen Lord Tianchen use it. The Snake Heart Master replied that it was terrifying. After the combination, combat power suddenly broke through the realm. The titular Restoration Master said that this was no longer a battle they could participate in. They must leave. Otherwise, they would be swallowed up. Daozun called out to Lord Tianchen and asked him to calm down. A battle between two legendary masters would lead to the destruction of all of Longjiang. Tianchen instantly disappeared from the scene and exclaimed that this was ridiculous. He's not stupid enough to destroy everything because of two people. Tianchen moved behind Joanna, raising his weapon and adding that one blow would be enough to kill her. He swiftly swung his weapon. Joanna calmly stopped the enemy's spear with her hand. She shattered his weapon into pieces and asked, "Is this all his power?" Tianchen was stupefied and screamed, "What does this mean?" Joanna pulled out a light spear. She stabbed it into the enemy's chest, and Tianchen coughed in pain. The goddess calmly asked the divine spear to enjoy the sacrifice. Streams of light shot out from Tianchen's chest, and he screamed. The protagonist clarified that this was almost enough. He asked Joanna not to kill Tianchen. She asked the MC not to worry, because his original spirit had been scorched by the divine flame. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to restore the current cultivation base. The master screamed in shock. "Really? With just one attack?" Suping grinned, beckoned the master over with his finger, and asked, "Are they still here?" After a while, Lingyu opened her eyes. The protagonist asked if she was awake. Her sister wasn't hurt, right? She raised her head and noticed that her head hurt a little. "What about Mom?" MC replied that Mom was a little tired. Let her sleep some more. The Beast Emperor greeted Lingyu with an ominous smile. She screamed in horror and asked, "Who are they?" The Beast Emperor raised his hand and said that she could call him Xiao Mu. Lingyu pointed at the masters in confusion and asked, "What are they doing here? Why are they in their house?" Her brother has an answer, right? Suping calmly rested his cheek on his hand and replied that he had caught them. Or rather, they were private tutors he had hired to give her lessons. His sister noted suspiciously, but he had only said that he had caught them. What kind of tutors are these? Her grades are in the top 10. Does her brother really think she's stupid? The protagonist clarified, even if she's the best in class, isn't that only in Fengshan? And the Elite League tournament is about to begin. During this time, they can teach their sister some knowledge that's unacceptable at the university. Lingyu crossed her arms and asked to be allowed to ask. What will they teach her? The Poison King crossed his arms and exclaimed that he's not a genius, but he's known as the titular Poison King. He can teach her some 9th stage poisoning and detoxification skills. The titular Restoration Master enveloped his body in mana and said he was the titular Restoration Master. He can teach her some 9th stage healing skills and physical strengthening skills. The Snakeheart Master exclaimed that he has the title Snakeheart. He can teach her 9th stage hidden weapon and mechanism techniques. The Beast Emperor raised a dragon and said he was the titular Beast Emperor. He can teach her the skills to control some 9th stage heavenly beasts. He also prepared a Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon Cub for Lingyue. Lingyue happily covered her mouth and clarified, he's giving her a Frost Dragon that ranks 8th in the dragon rank for free? Are you sure she's not dreaming? Is she really going to control it? The sister turned to her brother and asked, are they telling the truth? Are they really reliable? The protagonist smiled and confirmed it. 3 hours ago, the masters fearfully apologized to MC. They have eyes, but they didn't notice it. The masters bowed and asked Suping for leniency. The protagonist raised his hand and quietly asked, does Joanna know how to curse, cast spells, or something like that? She laughed and quietly replied, it's very funny. She's a noble and graceful goddess. How can she use such unpleasant methods? The MC held up 2 fingers, indicating she would receive 2 points toward her employee rating. Joanna asked if he was worried about the masters betraying him and wanted to keep them under control. Suping praised her, and Joanna sternly raised her mana-covered hand and said that it was for points. The goddess will deign to perform a miracle on this group of insects. The masters frantically knelt and declared they had seen the light. This was the heroic face of the goddess. Dao Zun wondered if these title rank masters were really being controlled like children. This was the first time he'd seen someone on the blue star use such a terrifying technique. Could she really be from another star system? If so, the master hidden in this demonic pet store might be more than just legendary. Suping quietly asked what she'd done to them. Joanna looked at the protagonist and replied, this is a blessing seal, a miracle that can only be used by those who have lost their faith in life and have wavered. Those blessed will have a certain faith in their hearts. If a blessed person commits an act of disobedience, they will be enveloped in divine flames and will burn for 10 days and 10 nights until destroyed. The protagonist noted that the goddess was cruel. MC directed streams of mana towards the masters and said that from now on, they all believe in the sanctity and inviolability of the Su family. Seals appeared on the masters' foreheads, and they agreed with the protagonist. Suping inquired that since Dao Zun was there, would his comrade be willing to teach him swordsmanship? Dao Zun tensely raised his hand and said that the master was too polite. He did not mind, but simply with the protagonist's strength, was there a need to learn from him? MC resolutely crossed his arms and agreed, asking Dao Zun to teach him. Dao Zun replied that since Suping insisted, he would not decline, but he still has 2 questions. First, his sword technique is very destructive. He needs to find a suitable place. Second, does the protagonist really want to use a sword? According to his observations, the fighting method that MC practices is more like a fist style. He's right? Suping asked his comrade not to worry about it and leave contact information. In a few days, he will prepare a special training field and then contact him. For now, the protagonist said that in any case, his sister will be able to learn from them and get the most out of it. The protagonist received a message and clarified that it was time for him to take care of the pet store. The woman greeted MC and said that the property he ordered earlier, as well as the bloody flame dragon that Suping wants to sell, are ready. Is he free now? The protagonist thought that, as expected from a professional team, fast service. He replied that it was no problem. MC asked him to come to his pet store for the delivery. 10 days later, Suping opened the gate. The system window notifies that the money has been automatically converted into energy points. The total energy points are 125,348. The protagonist asked the system to open the upgrade panel. He thought that a level 3 pet store would unlock the ability to cultivate 7 to 9 level heavenly beasts. He could accept $1 million order at a time from rich people like Hao. Earnings can be multiplied. In addition, MC will be able to sell beasts, and there will be more space. Finally, it looks more and more like a full-fledged pet store. Suping smiled confidently and upgraded the pet store. After a while, Joanna sat on a chair meditating. The system window notifies that 100,000 energy points have been deducted. 25,348 energy points remain. The owner's designated property has been converted into a pet store, with a total area of 3,078 square meters. The streets between the pet stores will also be protected. The protagonist wants to split now? Note, after splitting, devices will be automatically created for each zone. MC wondered if it was possible to automatically generate furniture and the like. Wouldn't that save some effort on decoration? First and foremost, we need to provide for our mother and sister. 300 square meters have been selected as the living space. The system window notifies that the upgrade has been completed. Joanna wondered if this mysterious power creates things out of thin air. And unlike ordinary creations that require energy to maintain, this is a real object that can last forever. She's afraid that even their supreme god couldn't do this. MC possesses such a powerful force. Suping clicked on the system window and thought that of the remaining space, A tenth should be allocated for the reception and office areas. Another fifth will be allocated for the feed area. In the end, all that's left will be allocated for the cultivation sections and testing areas. The system window notifies that the division is complete. Note, the maximum number of cultivation sections has been increased from 25 to 50. MC wants to purchase cultivation sections. Suping asked the system to purchase 25 second-level sections. The system window notified that 25,000 energy points had been deducted. 348 energy points remained. Suping inquired what rights the employees had. The system window notified that they could use 4 items: cultivation sections, cultivation space, the shadow clone cultivation function, and the right to go outside with the owner or enter the cultivation area for 1 hour each week. Do you need to issue a permit? The protagonist smiled and confirmed the permit. He thought these few permits were enough to keep the pet store running. After a while, Lingyu asked in amazement, did they get the wrong address? The mother replied that they shouldn't have. The daughter looked at the building and clarified that it couldn't be a coincidence, right? The protagonist asked, have they arrived yet? Have they picked up all their things? The titular restoration master said that, according to MC's instructions, all the luggage had been packed and loaded into the car. If that was all, they would go first. Suping agreed and replied that they were free to go. He raised his hands and ordered them to take their things out. Lingyu explained that early in the morning, the teachers hired movers and emptied their house. What's going on here? She even has to go to school. Mom asked why their pet store had gotten so big. Suping replied that it was a long story. He asked his sister to leave the university. He pointed to the door of the building and added that in any case, they should go with him first, and they could talk on the way. At the same time, the students, smiling, said that they wanted to level up 3 animals. Can I have her number? Joanna sternly ordered the insects not to cut in line. The protagonist asked the goddess not to call customers insects. Joanna, transformed into an adult, squeezed the animals in her hands and clarified that they were born insects. There are so many customers here. Where is MC going? Suping raised his hand and replied that he was busy. She should look after the pet store herself. Lingyu asked admiringly, is this their private pool? The protagonist asked his sister not to be shy and happy. Lying on her bed, Lingyu picked up the toy and asked, is this her new room? Her mother remarked that it was much more comfortable here than their old house. MC asked, didn't they like it? The sister happily agreed and exclaimed that their old bed was hard and uncomfortable. Chinju asked how much this house cost. The son told them not to worry, as the money had been paid by several clients from uptown. The last time he raised their celestial beasts, they said they were very pleased with the results. The clients easily paid him, as money was no problem for them. From now on, mom and sister can live here peacefully. If they think the house is too big, MC will hire several servants to clean and cook. Mom smiled and, disagreeing, noted that she was retired and expected these duties to keep her busy. Otherwise, she would have nothing to do. Lingyue asked who the gentle and sweet girl at the pet store was. The protagonist remembered Joanna's terrifying face and replied that she was his new employee. Qingju grinned maliciously and, nudging her son in the chest with her elbow, said that mom understood. She asked MC to invite Joanna to have a snack with them at noon. Suping was surprised and remarked that this was not funny. After some time, Joanna lowered her head and greeted her aunt and sister. Qingju asked what the young lady's name was. Joanna introduced herself, and Lingyue said that the goddess's blonde hair looked very soft. Could she touch it? MC tensed up and asked his sister not to touch the goddess. Lingyu delightedly rested her cheek against Joanna's hair and said that it was very soft and fluffy. Qingju asked where Joanna was from. How old was she? Did she have a boyfriend? Joanna smiled, picked up her plate of rice, and replied that she was from the outer lands and was 18. She hadn't thought about finding a boyfriend yet. Mom exhaled and replied that it was very pitiful. The protagonist, wiping his lips with a napkin, quietly asked why Joanna was acting so normal in front of them. The goddess asked irritably, will he give her rating points? If not, she might act a little strange again. MC coughed and replied that he would give her rating points. She should keep up the good work. Qingju clarified, are only the two of them working at the pet store? Can they keep up with everything? Joanna said that the current traffic was more than enough for the two of them. If there was one less, it would be a little more difficult. Lingyu exclaimed admiringly that Joanna was so strong. She thought there were almost 100 people at the pet store just now. Suping, chewing his food, thought that with Joanna's abilities, if someone appeared to help her, he might not have to work at the pet store. The young mistress of the Tan family was still locked inside. Without her, it would be inconvenient to plant the Star Cloud spiritual tree. Isn't that a good idea? After some time, the system window notifies that the owner's need for additional staff has been identified. Therefore, a contract for temporary staff has been signed. Note, temporary employees are not allowed to use any of the pet store's functions. Good employees with 200 points will be converted into full-fledged employees, and if they have less than 60 points, they will be stripped of everything and turned into pets. The protagonist clutched the scroll in his hand and said that this was good. The scroll quickly opened, and Rion fell out of it. She assumed a fighting stance and asked what MC was up to. Suping asked her to take off her shoes first. Otherwise, she would clean up on her own. Rian looked down warily and thought, does this place look like an ordinary bedroom? She must be in this man's house. But now he is alone, and there is no heavenly beast nearby. She does not feel the master's aura around her, which means the protagonist is prepared. All she can do is take a risk and break out the window to escape. That's what she will do. As soon as Rian returns, she will gather all the elite of the Tan family. She will make him pay for imprisoning her and provoking the Tan family. Rian slammed her head against the window and screamed. She put her hand to her head and asked, what kind of window is this? Is it really that strong? Rian clutched her stomach and exclaimed that she'd been locked up without food for so many days she couldn't do anything. The protagonist is a damn freak. The MC clutched the bag in his hand with a terrifying look. Rian sternly asked, what is he planning? Suping smirked and replied that, of course, he was thinking about how to squeeze value out of her. Rian raised her hands in fear and asked, what is he planning? A hand shrouded in mana moved towards her. Rian covered her face with her hands and screamed that she would never let him do what he wanted. The MC placed the food on her hand. She looked at him in surprise. Rian asked irritably, he wants to humiliate her with something like that? Everyone in the Tan family is seasoned and specially trained. She'll soon die of starvation. Rian opened the food, and steam rose into the air. She chewed the food sheepishly and said that the protagonist was a corpse. He would pay for this. Suping, grinning, picked up the bag of food and, holding the burning contract in his hand, replied that it wasn't so. She would be the one paying. The next day, the guys exclaimed with admiration that there were so many beautiful employees. It was like a fashion show. Joanna greeted the customers and asked them to line up in 2 lines. One for cultivation, the other for section rentals. Rian cried out in embarrassment, asking why she should endure the gazes of these unpleasant men. The so-called value lies in serving these commoners? Joanna, tired, added, serving these insects. Rian sternly thought that the door was before her eyes. This time, she couldn't be stopped. The protagonist asked her not to forget that she had signed a contract. Rian wouldn't be able to leave that door for a year. Rian irritably noted that while she was in danger, he had forced her to sign it. She ran quickly to the door and screamed at the MC not to think that this paper could hold her back. Rian said goodbye to Suping. She stopped instantly, hitting the barrier. Rian flew back with force. With shaking legs, she asked, what kind of magical pet store is this? You can't break the windows. You can't leave through the door. The protagonist clarified that Joanna had arrived before her. He would give the goddess a couple of points, so she should teach Rian everything. Joanna calmly replied that it was no problem. The host, holding a microphone in his hand, apologized and asked, who is Mr. Suping? The protagonist went outside and replied that it was him. The host asked if the MC had ordered a service for filming and posting short video ads on the passersby website. Suping agreed, and the host asked, so where will the filming take place? Does the protagonist have any suggestions? The MC thought that most of the pet store's customers were still old customers who had cultivated celestial beasts of below the 6th level of combat power. He should let everyone know that he was now cultivating beasts of the 7th level and above. Suping summoned the purgatory candle dragon and asked the host to film it. The host exclaimed, that's a very heavy smell of blood. The aura of this dragon beast is too terrifying. People asked, what are you doing? Are you filming a movie? The host, holding the microphone with a shaking hand, asked, what's the protagonist's slogan? The MC smiled and replied that no slogan was needed. The main thing was to film the dragon and the pet store's name. Suping thought that the Purgatory Candle Dragon, which ranked 3rd in the dragon rank, was the best signboard. High-ranking heavenly beast masters who know their craft will recognize him at first sight. Lin Yue resolutely placed her hands on the people's shoulders and called out to her brother. The protagonist noticed her and asked, shouldn't she be in class? Lin Yue agreed and clarified that they continued to pursue her, even waiting outside while she was in the restroom. Their aura was so strong that all her classmates were scared and ran away. Suping laughed, and his sister asked, why is he laughing? What's going on? He asked her not to worry, because masters wouldn't harm her. The protagonist asked them to protect her. At the same time, Rian, watching MC, asked, isn't that Elder Snakeheart? She thought that was good. Rian didn't expect to meet the Elder here. Does the protagonist think she won't be able to contact her family if he took her communicator? Even though MC defeated Feng Lao, who ranks 8th in the Tan family, Snakeheart ranks 3rd. The weapon hidden in his hand is excellent, capable of killing people hundreds of miles away without being seen. Rian used her mind to ask, is this Elder Snakeheart? Master Snakeheart turned his head to the side and clarified, is this the transmission of Star Sound? He mentally asked, why is she here? The Tan family has been searching for her in the secret realm for a long time. Rian replied, it's a long story. This villain captured her and imprisoned her here. The Elder must save her. Master Snakeheart pointed at the protagonist in amazement and asked, is she also captured by him? Rian clarified, what do you mean too? MC turned his head to the side with a terrifying grin. Rian widened her eyes in intense fear. She hid behind the door and thought the protagonist almost discovered her. Snakeheart said, also? What does that mean? Rian looked at the scene outside. MC asked the masters to only guard the school from the outside from now on and try not to disturb Lin Yue. The masters placed their hands on their chests and agreed. Suping added that his family now had a dedicated training field. Could they take turns training Lin Yue there every night? The masters agreed. Rian thought that in addition to the Snakeheart Elder of the Tan family, the Poison King Elder of the Lu family was also here. They were the titled masters in the entire city. Could they really have knelt before the protagonist? How did this happen? After some time, the system window notified that employee Joanna's rating had increased by 1 point. She currently had 104 points. MC picked up the scroll and thought the goddess had gained 1 point. Under the system's observation, she hadn't been lazy, while Su Ping wasn't looking, and had truly fulfilled her promise, training the newcomer. 1 employee point in exchange for a well-trained temporary worker. That was really cheap. The protagonist sent a tree through the portal and planted it in the ground. MC clarified, "This tree, like a living organism, will grow on its own in the ground." The system window notifies that this is a feeding instinct developed through the cultivation of the spirit. Unfortunately, the star cloud's spiritual tree's abilities are so low that after 10,000 years, it has only cultivated less than 20% of its spirit and hasn't even awakened its own consciousness. However, as a plant, it is already a rare species that can reach the threshold of spirit cultivation. Su Ping noted that he had been digging for 10,000 years, but in that time, it had only cultivated 20%. If the tree were to fully cultivate, then could it be used as a celestial beast? The protagonist thought that it was said that the star cloud spiritual tree bears fruit once every decades, or even hundreds of years. True commercialization is still a long way off. If it can truly transform into a celestial beast, as the system predicted, combined with self-healing sections, wouldn't it be possible to obtain a wave of harvest every year? The system window notifies that this is a reminder. The host has not yet met the conditions for learning the ability to cultivate the spirit. The protagonist must first become a cultivator. MC wondered, after becoming a martial beastmaster, his next step is to become a cultivator? Although he owns a pet store and has learned a lot about celestial beasts from the internet, he still knows little about actual cultivation. It can be said that his cultivation so far has relied on the power of the system. As for cultivation, he really needs to train a lot. But now he doesn't have time to think about these things. Although the Tianchen case has come to an end, there is no guarantee that similar incidents will not occur in the future. The protagonist needs to continue to his own combat power and prestige. He doesn't want to be famous. MC can hide at home every day and cultivate through the power of the system very slowly. But his mother and sister need to be able to do their own thing, and they can't live their entire lives under the supervision of a pet store or bodyguards. Therefore, Su Ping will become so strong that no one in the city will dare to mess with him. At the same time, Ruyan thought, this is power at work again. This familiar aura. After some time, the protagonist lay down on the bed and exhaled, exclaiming that he was tired of fighting. He had been revived more than 100 times, but finally killed Zerg Centurion. Since leaving the free resurrection period for newbies, this is the coolest thing that has happened to him. The income of the new pet store is truly amazing. MC took off his sweater and exclaimed that after taking a shower, he would continue fighting. He opened the door and looked at Joanna with a tray in her hands. She clarified that her aunt had made soup for him. Su Ping took the spoonful of soup in his hand with displeasure and thought, when did Joanna become so caring? It doesn't matter. He is invincible in the pet store anyway. Even poisoning him is impossible. Joanna asked if he had just used the power of the law of space to reach the divine boundary. MC thought she had good perception. Does he even know where he was? Su Ping clarified that if she has something to say, she should say it. Joanna asked him to take the goddess with him next time. She could use some of her power over the central divine lands to help him improve his cultivation. The protagonist thought she was definitely going to do something else. Joanna smiled and told him not to worry, as she didn't need an employee rating this time, as long as MC allowed her to do some personal matters alone. Su Ping thought she was testing the boundaries of the pet shop, testing what was allowed and what wasn't. He needed to be vigilant. Even if she had thoughts, under the suppression of the system and the contract, she wouldn't be able to make a single splash. But this deal could bring him many benefits. The protagonist approached Joanna and asked, what about Ruyan? If she went with him, what if Ruyan did something at the pet shop? Joanna asked him to calm down and noted that she had taken care of it. Ruyan had worked diligently all day and was very tired. The goddess had cast a sleeping spell on her. Even if the apocalypse happens, Ruyan will sleep until dawn. The protagonist put on a t-shirt and remarked that this was very clean work. He took the goddess's hand. MC opened a portal and said that Joanna would come with him. They needed to act while there was still time. Sometime later, at the demigod border near the world tree, Joanna thought with admiration that this was the world tree. She really returned here. Before, she thought they would end up in a random place. The goddess didn't expect him to be able to activate such a powerful spatial law with a wave of his hand. In any case, this man has the ability to travel between planes. There is a real possibility that Joanna will see the highest divine realm again. The protagonist asked her not to smirk and remarked that she was not even close to being a good employee. Where to level up? MC asked the goddess to show him the way, as he was not very familiar with these places. Joanna exclaimed in irritation that he didn't even understand what the power he wielded meant to her people. The goddess asked Su Ping to forget it, and said she had already told the chief god who governed this land to meet them. The protagonist asked in surprise, what god realm are they in? How are their god realms divided? Joanna crossed her arms and noted that it was indeed a common question. Pure-blooded gods naturally mature and become true gods, which is roughly the same level as the insects she had recently trampled. Su Ping thought that, in other words, the so-called pure-blooded gods were equivalent to the bloodline of about the 10th stage of their heavenly beasts. Joanna added that their great realm wasn't as complex as theirs, with only 6 levels. The supreme god, the god of order, the spiritual realm, the universal realm, the heavenly realm, and the true realm. But with the loss of the supreme divine realm, a long time has passed since any god could reach the realm of the supreme god. Therefore, only 5 levels are considered. MC thought it was no wonder Joanna was willing to risk signing an employment contract when the main one was away and enemies were constantly invading. A subordinate elf landed on the ground and clarified that he had come to meet Her Highness. And who is this? Joanna replied that he was the goddess's dear guest and asked the subordinate to pick up the protagonist too. The subordinate asked to hold his hand, and the comrades placed their hands on his palm. They instantly teleported to the city. Joanna said the subordinate could go. The servants knelt down and greeted Her Highness. The goddess asked them to prepare a divine spring, and they agreed. MC thought Joanna was serious. She wanted to wash and change her clothes before upgrading. After some time, huge statues stood in the dark room. They left wounds on his hand, and a clear liquid flowed down. Su Ping, looking at this in amazement, said he was surprised. There were so many resources here. Joanna explained that this divine spring could wash away all impurities in the blood, improve understanding, abilities, and the enhancement effect upon elevation is hundreds of times better than that of the breeding sections at the pet store. Only the best of them are allowed to dip once a year. The protagonist can consider himself lucky. When he finishes dipping, there is a special arena for his pets where they can practice their powers. MC is happy, right? Su Ping replied that this is very good. It would be even better if they could dip often. Joanna proposed a deal. Every time the protagonist returns her, she will allow him to dip in the divine spring. But could she ask him to stop hunting the star zergs? The protagonist asked, why not? Don't they fight the star zergs? Since they share the same goal, why does she want to stop him? Joanna replied that it was because she could smell the divine crystals on his body. MC raised his hand, sniffed his armpit, and asked, there's nothing strange about that, right? The goddess asked. When they appeared, Su Ping noticed this large world tree, didn't he? This is their mother. When gods die, their bodies turn into divine energy and return to the tree. The mother mixes them, makes them stronger, and then gives birth to each of them individually. With the protagonist's intelligence, he should understand what she's trying to say, right? MC said that after a god is absorbed by a star zerg, the divine power passes to the star zerg and takes the form of a divine crystal. As a result, it can't return to the tree. Joanna clenched her hands into fists and replied that one could say that. The higher their cultivation level, the more divine power returns after death. Thus, with each cycle, the total divine power of the entire divine realm should increase. But with the Zerg invasion, they lost as much divine power as they lost. Moreover, with the loss of the supreme divine realm, no god will be able to break through to the supreme god's realm. Their previously glorious divine nation is now in such a deplorable state. The protagonist took the goddess by the wrists. He placed a huge crystal in her hands and said that he had collected this today. Joanna looked at him in surprise, and MC smiled. He opened a portal and said that he had understood her thought. To put it even more simply, by absorbing their divine crystals, Su Ping is no different from the star zergs. From now on, he simply will not touch the zergs. In any case, his goal is to increase his own strength so he can make do with this spring. MC, standing among the beasts, asked the goddess to hurry and lead them to the arena for battle. Joanna should not hold back and train the beasts to death. She must show them the methods of the gods. Su Ping sat in the spring with pleasure and noted that the energy seemed to penetrate to the bones. Joanna thanked him for his understanding. If that is all, she will leave first. He can call her at any time. The protagonist asked her to wait and asked if she by any chance knew about the fiery Shinya. The blue star doesn't have this material. The goddess replied that she knew. This is the core of the Shinya divine flame beast. It's rare, but if MC wants it, the goddess can send the gods to hunt for it. Su Ping, filled with intense pleasure, asked for it as soon as possible. This is all his fighting body needs to break through to the second level. This spring water seems to activate the cells of his entire body. By training here, you can definitely get twice the results with half the effort. Joanna bowed to the protagonist. After a while, the goddess, holding little skeleton's hand, announced that the combat arena was here. She thought that MC was surprisingly able to collect so many divine crystals in half a day. An ordinary true warrior of the gods can get that much in at least 2 or 3 days without sleep. And the protagonist gave it all to her without hesitation. It seemed that Su Ping was potentially free labor, and for the sake of the revival of their people, it was necessary to establish a good relationship with him. At the same time, the protagonist asked the system to open the storage. The enormous system storage contains numerous crystals, MC thought it looked like these divine crystals would have to be stored in a more hidden location. After some time, the comrades moved to the protagonist's house. He resolutely raised his fists and thought, this is very good. The Golden Crow's demonic body has successfully surpassed the 2nd level, and his physical strength is now almost at the 9th highest stage. And the demon god's overwhelming fist also completed the 1st level in the last battle. Now Su Ping has caught up with the masters of the 9th stage, coupled with the flying ability of spirit control. Although the star power level is at the lower 6th stage, he can already quite claim the title level of the outer world. Tianchen was seriously injured in the battle with Joanna. The protagonist fears that the enemy has already fallen from the realm of the vast sea. So the only threat to him on this subcontinent is another legendary class. MC's strength should surpass him. He decisively slammed his fist into his palm and asked Joanna to hurry and wake Ruyan up to get ready. The protagonist spent a lot of money on advertising yesterday, so the pet store will be full today. They'll be busy all day. Joanna confidently agreed. After some time, the sister looked at the room and noticed that it was very empty. She happily asked if her brother had a day off today. Su Ping replied that it was obvious he was at work. But why did she come back? Lin Ye looked at his watch and noticed that it didn't look like work. They were let out of class early. This evening, they will have a lesson with the Poison King teacher at home. The system window notifies that Feifei Pet Store guarantees them a place in the top 10 of the Elite League tournament. It is reported that within the specified period, the top 3 who have accumulated the highest expenses across all Feifei Pet Store branches in this city will be entitled to guaranteed delivery. Ling Yue furiously screamed that it was unfair to use such tactics to attract customers. They have dozens of outlets all over the city, and they can attract so many customers. Even if they go bankrupt, they can still make a lot of money. Su Ping, putting his fist to his mouth, laughed, and the sister asked in confusion why he was laughing. The brother replied that he just thought it was cute that she was acting like a little boss lady. Lin Yu embarrassedly barked that he suddenly said something stupid. She just thinks it's unfair. The protagonist sadly said that he doesn't think it's fair, but what they do isn't that simple. The sister exclaimed that this is called fighting injustice. The MC explained that the fact that the last winner of the tournament came to support them was the main reason they attracted customers. Moreover, most customers follow the crowd and trust authority figures. They will probably sweep away all the customers in the city. The sister shouted decisively that this must not be allowed to happen. Maybe they should prepare their own top 10 too? Su Ping confidently placed his hand on his chin and exclaimed that they needed a big splash. They would prepare a tournament champion. After a while, a message came onto people's phones that the pet store Mischievous guaranteed the championship. People screamed. Did they see that Mischievous guaranteed the championship? In any case, there are so many people here in Feifei, and there are only 3 recommended qualifications. Why not try your luck at Mischievous? His turn will never come. At the same time, the manager slammed his fist on the table and shouted, where did this small pet store come from? And guaranteed first place? That's definitely a challenge for them. He'll show them a good time. Should they offer more guaranteed places to retain customers? The owner of the pet store Feifei, Liu Yuan, raised his hand and asked his comrades to sit down. He clarified that there was no need to jump around like a clown. The protagonist wants to become famous. Then we need to use PR managers. The owner ordered his comrades to get information about their owner and then publicize it. This pet store and its owner must be destroyed. The more people resent them, the more indignation, the better. It's time to paint them from red to black. Let them become the object of public criticism. The managers joyfully exclaimed that the president, as always, is on top. They don't need a single soldier for this. Once the pet store owner loses, that's the end of his pet store. As the saying goes, the more celebrity they get, the worse it will be for them in the end. The president is trying to deprive his opponents of the opportunity to stay in Longjiang in the future. After some time, at the Cho family residence, the elder remarked that this is very interesting. How dare this unknown pet store Mischievous guarantee the championship? The elders said that this pet store is truly reckless. How dare Mischievous steal business from a family in such a high-profile way? The owner doesn't even think about the 4 major families. They read online that the pet store owner is rising through the ranks every day and has countless titles under his belt. The owner can destroy a legendary rank with just one finger. They have been fighting the Liu family for years, and this is a good opportunity to weaken them. They will displace their opponents from the positions of the 4 major families. At the same time, in the Liu family residence, the elders of the Liu family asked, how dare he say such things? Who does this Mischievous belong to? The servant reported that his surname was Su, and the protagonist was a high-ranking professor at Fengshan University. Otherwise, nothing special. The head elder pointed out that Su does not belong to the 4 major families of Tan, Mu, Qin, and Liu. Neither do the Ya, Zhou, and other small clans. The assistant said that he heard that Lord Tianchen went to MC, but then he was brought back, and Tianchen never set foot outside the house. The head elder clarified, does the assistant mean the legendary Master Tianchen? The assistant said that legendary honor was at stake, and all witnesses were secretly disposed of. If the Poison King hadn't personally said he brought back Lord Tianchen himself, he'd still be in the dark. The leader ordered that information about this not be spread. They can't mess with this Mischievous until they understand the essence. They'll wait and see what happens. A few days later, Students standing outside the mischievous building asked, "Do they guarantee the championship?" Kwong inquired. "Are you sure the master isn't joking?" The protagonist clarified. "Does the student think he's joking?" Kwong asked. "Then who will the MC choose?" The sister asked. "Does the brother really want to promote one of the clients to the championship as stated in the advertisement?" Su Ping disagreed, noting that it was simply an unfair way to attract traffic. He thought that if too many uncertain factors were recommended, the matter was closely related to the future of Mischievous and could not be missed. Therefore, he should choose someone he trusted. Kwong wondered, will false information cause a backlash? The protagonist calmly exhaled and asked, why not? If he decides to recommend a student, as long as Kwong invests more money in cultivating beasts than others, wouldn't that be enough to firmly secure a place on the list? Kwong smiled sheepishly and replied that it was easy for him. Ling Yu resolutely exclaimed that she wanted to take first place. She could withstand any difficult training. The sister asked the protagonist to level her up. MC sternly asked not to make him laugh. It's not a good job to be a guaranteed champion. With the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon, as long as the sister takes action step by step, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Ling Jue clarified that being in the top 10 wasn't enough for her. She wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. She wanted to follow in her brother's footsteps. When the sister wasn't looking, he must have undergone a lot of inhuman training to gain the strength he has today. That's why she believes she can never become as strong as Ling Yue actually is, if she's going to be content with the status quo. Her brother sternly said that she'd already become a combat beastmaster in her first year, and the opportunity to enter the top 10 in the Elite League was already a very promising result. What is she worried about? A battle for the championship meant the entire city would be against her, not to mention the damned freaks of the 4 major families. The pet stores that competed with them were sure to use a lot of unfair means. And then, everyone on the street, even her former friends, would look at her differently. Moreover, in this tournament, Ling Yue decisively interrupted him and said that she was signing up for life or death. His words, she had already thought about it the moment she became a combat beastmaster. That day when she and her mother lost consciousness, something happened to MC, right? Her sister sensed a very strong aura from the combat beastmaster. The protagonist silently protected his relatives behind their backs. Ling Yu is not a child who needs help. She won't give this opportunity to anyone else. She also wants to protect the people around her. Su Ping smiled and said that they should think about it then. The man shouted for his money to be returned, and his comrades paid attention to this. The system window notified that someone had maliciously slandered their pet store, so the protagonist was given a temporary quest. They must restore the pet store's reputation and kill the culprit. Reward for successful completion: 1 legendary celestial beast skill book. Punishment for failure: 5 points will be deducted. Completion time, 24 hours. Refusal is not allowed. MC thought that this was the first time he had seen such a strong system reaction. What's going on outside? At the same time, outside, Sun Chu furiously slammed his fist on the table and shouted that this pet store had ruined his pet. Not only has it become weaker, but it won't live long. He has a contract. They shouldn't try to deny it. People in the crowd asked, but how is this possible? Could it be that they made a mistake because of the flow of customers? Owner Su Ping always leveled up pets very quickly. In fact, there have long been doubts about the speed of this pet store. Is it a hormonal issue? How disappointing if that's the case. They come here all the time. Are there really problems? Let the boss explain immediately. You can't spoil other people's celestial beasts. Maybe he's getting ready to run away? The man invested a lot of money to become a champion. Sun Chu laughed maliciously. Joanna kicked the ground with force. She enveloped her body in mana and, knocking the people to the ground with a stream of air, ordered them to be quiet. Sun Chu asked fearfully, are they suppressing people by force? He'll call the police and have their pet store shut down. The protagonist calmly asked Joanna to stop. MC clarified that he was the owner and asked what Sun Chu had just said. Sun Chu opened a portal and asked the protagonist to see for himself. Sun Chu's wounded fox Aurora appeared on the ground. Sun Chu pointed at her and shouted, a pet store did this. MC asked, is his name Sun Chu? Sun Chu agreed, and the protagonist clarified that Sun Chu had given them a heavenly beast the day before yesterday and picked it up yesterday. They also kept his signature on accepting the heavenly beast. Is it him though? Sun Chu shouted. So what if it's him? The protagonist shouldn't try to lie. His fox, Aurora, started getting sick after returning home. MC approached the fox and asked Sun Chu not to worry and let him check his heavenly beast. Sun Chu replied, do whatever you want. Su Ping used identification. The system window notifies that this is the fox, Aurora. Appearance: Ice, Thunder, Bloodline 6th stage. Strength, lower 4th stage. Properties, lower. Skills: Aurora Ray, Thunderclap, Thundercloak, and Ice Shield. Docile by nature and very easy to tame. This is a rare branch of the fox family, possessing the characteristics of loyalty and protection. The protagonist thought it was true. According to Sun Chu, the combat power had dropped sharply, but Aurora didn't look sick. It looked more like poisoning. MC asked, does Joanna know how to heal? She replied that she could, a little. Sun Chu angrily ordered them to stop saying that it wasn't true. They were at the hospital for heavenly beasts in the Shangcheng district. The doctor said it was a mutation caused by their indiscriminate cultivation and the use of spirit joy powder. The protagonist shouldn't talk about the cure. He'll do it now. Joanna slapped Sun Chu's face and ordered him to get out of the way. Sun Chu put his hand on the wound and asked, "Did she dare to hit him?" Joanna put her hand to Aurora's body and surrounded the fox with mana. Dark energy directed away from the fox's body. Aurora happily rose to her feet. Joanna patted her on the head and called her an obedient girl. People shouted that this was amazing. Aurora, the fox who had just weakened, stood up. She cured the beast in a second. The system window notified that Aurora's bloodline was 6th level. Her strength was average 7th level, and her properties were low. Su Ping thought it was amazing. Not only was she cured, but even her abilities had been raised to a higher level. Aurora licked Sun Chu's cheek, and he looked at her in surprise. The protagonist glared at him. Sun Chu clarified that now that they had cured Aurora, he would leave them alone. He apologized for offending MC. Sun Chu turned around and asked Aurora to leave. MC placed a hand on his shoulder. He sternly ordered Sun Chu to slow down. Their pet store also offers aftercare services. Su Ping asked Sun Chu to go upstairs with him. After a while, Sun Chu slammed into the wall and grunted. The protagonist horrifiedly noted that Sun Chu's first reaction to seeing his pet cured was not relaxation, but nervousness. It's obvious that Sun Chu is worried for a reason. Who sent him? Sun Chu irritably asked what the protagonist was talking about. Who sent whom? He doesn't understand MC. If the protagonist doesn't let him go immediately, he'll call the police. Su Ping lifted the opponents into the air with mana and said that they should probably add something bad. The opponent plans to tell everything? Aurora barked and Sun Chu screamed in amazement. The protagonist has a title rank? MC said that if he remembered correctly, it seemed that a title rank has the right to kill criminals without pressing charges. Is it true that there is no need to press charges? He hasn't tried it, and the opponent wants to try it? Sun Chu was scared and shouted that he would say everything. This is the Liu family, Su Ping wondered. Is this the family behind the Fei Fei pet store? He ordered the opponent to explain it. Sun Chu said that his celestial beast was accidentally seriously injured yesterday during a competition with others. To heal it before the elite tournament, a huge sum of money would be required, and then someone from the Liu family approached him. They said they would treat him for free if Sun Chu put the blame on the protagonist. MC asked, "What is this person's name? What does he look like?" Sun Chu tensely answered that he didn't know. The person was wearing a mask, and he couldn't see his face clearly. Su Ping quietly asked, "Does the goddess have a spell that can read minds?" Joanna replied that they, the gods, never use bad methods. The protagonist offered her 2 points, and the goddess clarified, "Hasn't the opponent already confessed? Was MC afraid Sun Chu hadn't told him the truth?" Su Ping agreed, and noted that he had spoken too easily and in too much detail in his explanations, as if Sun Chu had planned everything out in advance. If the Fei Fei pet store really uses such bad tactics, then when the situation changes, they will be the ones who lose. Joanna agreed and pointed her hand at Sun Chu. He covered his face in fear and screamed. "What is she doing?" Sun Chu asked the fox Aurora to save him. The fox instantly sent a beam from its mouth towards the goddess. Joanna calmly repelled the attack and used soul inspection on Sun Chu. In Sun Chu's memories, he said the cultivation effect is good. Aurora will definitely get a good rating in the competition. The bandit asked, "Where is Sun Chu going?" "The money Sun Chu owes to their Zhou family must be repaid with interest." Sun Chu asked for another month. "When will he receive the prize money for the competition?" The bandit shouted at Sun Chu to stop saying such things. It's the venom of a 9th stage black hell spider. If Sun Chu injects him into his own heavenly beast and frames the Liu family, their debt will be annulled. Sun Chu exclaimed that he had heard that the poison will cause the entire body to fester and die in pain. There is no medicine for it. The bandit inquired, "Isn't it just a 6th stage beast? If Sun Chu succeeds in framing them, the Lord will reward him with an 8th stage bloodline." Sun Chu apologized to Aurora, and she began to cry. Sun Chu's memories ended. The protagonist angrily lifted the opponent's shirt and screamed that Sun Chu would not survive. The opponent coughed and said he had no other choice. He asked MC to let him go. Aurora opened her mouth in fury. She instantly bit Su Ping's hand. Sun Chu grinned maliciously and asked for Aurora's sake to let him go. From now on, he would take good care of the fox. Without it, the beast will simply die. The protagonist turned to Joanna. She calmly agreed, and MC offered her 2 more points. He ordered the goddess to terminate the contract between Aurora and Sun Chu. Joanna swiftly waved her staff. Aurora calmed down and let go of the protagonist's hand. Sun Chu angrily screamed for the fox to come back. He was her master, and she must quickly come here. Su Ping clarified that Sun Chu was no longer worthy of being her master. Sun Chu, terrified, asked not to kill him. The protagonist quickly flew out the window, holding the enemy by the hood, and clarified, "Do you really mean to kill him? He doesn't like doing things like that." MC flew at great speed to the Chizhou family residence. The guards pointed to the sky and asked to look at this. Could this really be a title rank? They asked to know the master's name and asked what brought him to the Chou family home. MC sternly ordered them to call their clan leader. The owner of the mischievous pet store has come to visit. The guard asked the protagonist to stay put. They've already informed the leader, so they're asking him to wait a bit. MC arrogantly replied that he didn't have much patience. Sun Chu, standing on the Purgatory Candle Dragon, looked down and screamed. The Purgatory Candle Dragon flew toward the building at incredible speed. It stopped in front of the barrier, one of the 4 secret formations of the Shou family, the Xuanwu formation, which subjugates the tiger. It formed an elite army with combat strength of the 8th stage and above. It can block attacks of the middle 9th stage. The elite army crossed their arms and exclaimed that no outsider shall pass. Su Ping clarified that he needed their leader. Or, are they having trouble hearing? The commander of the Shou family's elite army, combat strength of the lower 4th stage, clarified. Does the protagonist want to see the patriarch? Entry without an appointment is prohibited, even if the MC is a title rank holder. Su Ping clenched his fist in rage and enveloped it in mana, saying that since the leader didn't want to come out, he would have to knock on the door. He struck with tremendous force with the demon god's overwhelming fist. The second force, Fumo, the powerful attack left cracks in the barrier. The elite army asked in amazement, what kind of fighting style is this? This is not the ordinary power of a title rank. The commander assumed a fighting stance and ordered the army to use all their strength to fight back. Death awaits the intruder. The protagonist is only a title rank. It is absolutely impossible to break the Xuanwu tiger's subjugating formation with a single move. The army members instantly coughed up blood. The commander tensely asked, how is this possible? The strength is not weakening at all. Does this guy plan to destroy their Chou family? The commander looked in amazement at the traces left in the sky. He called out to the Lord Protectors. They resolutely crossed their arms and exclaimed that it was better to die standing than to live on their knees. They used the Xuanwu explosive style, and the barrier instantly shattered. The commander thanked the Protectors for their measures. The head of the Chou clan, Zhou Qianlin, with the combat power of the highest 4th stage, clarified that this is the elite Chou army, consisting of the elite disciples of the Shou family. To join, one must be at least at the 7th stage. When did they become so ineffective that they can't even stop one titled master? They had to use the protectors close to him. The commander knelt and bowed, exclaiming that it was his own weakness that was to blame. He asked for an opportunity to correct his mistakes and catch the outsider. The Purgatory Candle Dragon landed on the ground, and the protagonist inquired, so Tianlin is in charge here? He would get straight to the point. The head's men were planning to damage his pet store. MC ordered the men to be handed over to him. The left protector of the Chezhou family, with the combat power of the middle 9th stage, Jia Chengwang called the protagonist impudent. How dare the MC barge into their house, lie and order the patriarch around? The right protector of the Chezhou family, with the combat power of the middle 9th stage, Zhouji clarified. The protagonist barged in alone, and now he wants to take someone? He used Nightmare Chaos with the combat power of the middle 9th stage and ordered the MC to die. The army exclaimed that they were completely prepared. It's time to crush Su Ping. The protagonist asked, what's the point of these weaklings? The leader summoned a beast and asked the frog at the bottom of the well to let him show him the formation. The elite army members instantly summoned beasts. They used the Shou family's secret formation, Qinglong Divine Punishment. The MC smiled and remarked that he didn't expect to see a dragon. Is the leader sure he wants to continue harboring the criminal? Tianlin scratched his beard and asked, is the protagonist still arrogant in the face of death? It's too late to beg for mercy now. MC's strength is at most the highest 9th stage, and Qinglong's divine punishment is at the limit of the 9th stage, half a step away from the legendary rank. He is capable of rivaling Dao Zun. Su Ping summoned Purgatory Candle Dragon and Little Skeleton. He commanded the beasts to pin the opponent down. Purgatory Candle Dragon and Little Skeleton attacked the opponent. The protagonist calmly watches, holding Sun Chu by the hair. She shouted in bewilderment. Did Qinglong's maximum 9th stage attack really get blocked? What kind of abnormal defense is this? Su Ping asked them to ignore it. He is not here to reason with them. Little Skeleton decisively leaped toward the opponent, intent on attacking. The leader looked at him in fear and asked, what is this little skeleton armed with a rotten tooth planning to do? Little Skeleton leaped menacingly over the opponent's head, and the protagonist ordered him to kill the dragon. Tianlin screamed, is this really a dragon execution? No good. That's a very rare move against a dragon. He crossed his arms, created molten Juque armor, and exclaimed that he should have underestimated Little Skeleton. The armor enveloped the dragon's body. MC grinned and asked, did the leader just remember the armor? It's too late. Little Skeleton savagely attacked with his sword. A stream of mana passed through the dragon, and the armor instantly shattered. The leader coughed up blood, put his hand to his chest, and asked, really? With one swing? She thought for a moment. He simply wanted to lure Mischievous so that the protagonist would stab the Liu family in the back. But how could he lose? With his own star power, he erased key memories, videos, links, and more. But how did the MC get to them? Su Ping clarified that he was asking again and inquired if the leader would also cover for them. Tianlin replied that he would show them. He waved his hand and ordered him to go and fetch these people. The leader thought that he only considered the enemy an assassin's knife. But this knife is not a weapon, but a true god of death. This key is connected to them. Half of the elite army was killed. the Shao family's home was destroyed, and 4 titled masters were injured. These losses far exceeded the expected increase. Even now, he should be at peace. An army member reported that everyone the leader wanted was here. The people fearfully asked not to kill them and give them a chance. Tianlin said that these sinners took it upon themselves to offend the protagonist. The leader asked the MC to punish them. Su Ping threw Sun Chu to the ground and asked him to check if everything was in place. Sun Chu looked at the men in confusion and said he didn't recognize them. The man exclaimed that it was his first time seeing him too. The protagonist wondered if they didn't recognize each other. Clearly, these 3 had appeared in Sun Chu's memory. Perhaps their memories had been tampered with? Ji thought that, to accomplish this task, he had divided the men into groups by task level and erased the memory of the family member who had given them the task. It seemed their key memories hadn't been restored. This guy had managed to contact the Chizhou family. Ji guesses that some secret treasure was used to examine Sun Chu's consciousness and detect some residual fragments of memories. But as far as he knows, this kind of powerful secret treasure either consumes a lot of power or has a strict limit on the number of times it can be used. The protagonist won't be able to recognize him through them. Su Ping instantly pierced the men's necks with a stream of mana. He sternly noted that this was only the minimum he could do. The leader must not try to deceive him. The protagonist will repeat one last time so that they hand over to him those who planned and carried out all this. The one who insulted the reputation of his pet store must wash it off with blood. Ji tensed and wondered, how can he be so sure? Tianlin replied that in fact, another group of people was approaching. He asked Su Ping to be calm. The leader waved his hand and ordered a member of the army to lead the people. They knelt in fear and begged for mercy. Tianlin said that all the participants were here and handed them over to the protagonist. The MC thought that, in all fairness, anyone who wasn't the main culprit didn't deserve to die. But besides fulfilling the system's task, he had a more important goal, prestige. To prevent something like this from happening again in the future, one cannot be kind. He instantly killed people. Ji laughed maliciously and thought that after killing so many people, it was time to calm down. Finally, they could send away this god of death. The system window notified that all participants in the event had been killed, but the culprit still hadn't been killed. The remaining time was 20 hours. The protagonist lowered his head and turned to the little skeleton. The beast swiftly launched a powerful attack on the ground. The little skeleton flew over the buildings and cut them in half. Tianguang angrily shouted that all the people involved in this matter had been handed over to the MC. Why is Su Ping still destroying their ancestral home? This is so unjustified. The protagonist asked sternly. Up the place, Ji's body was engulfed in flames, and he screamed in pain. The elite squad members, the protector, and the leader thought it was horrific. How glad they were that they had no part in it. From now on, the entire street where Mischievous is located is off limits to the Shou family. The leader must have no further contact with this man. The system window notifies that the criminal has been killed. With only a trace left of them, the old man bowed to Ping and said that all those involved in the taint on his pet shop's reputation had now been handed over to him, and he asked him not to be angry. He replied that this wasn't the end. He had only dealt with the villains. The negative impact they had left would still remain. The Zhou family must publish an announcement in the city, admitting their actions and clearing their name. In addition, his lost wages for the entire morning must also be compensated. The old man nervously replied that everything would be done. He would personally handle the apology announcement. In his heart, he was literally burning with rage. This gossip on the internet, rumored to be about the pet shop owner breaking through legendary ranks and trampling on holders of high titles, these weren't rumors, they were facts. As soon as he found out who published this, he would definitely skin that person. He brought up the topic of compensation. Does he even know what his family lacks? Star currencies, real estate, or treasures? He replied that he only needed a set of heavenly treasures to train martial beast masters, a set of the same class he was teaching the young master. The old man looked at him in surprise and thought that the young master was the first heir of the family, and they wanted to raise him to a level that would surpass the previous patriarch. These were considered to be the best resources available to their family. He frowned and asked displeasedly, did he want them to hand over these resources to him? Doesn't that mean their Zhou family will never become stronger than it is now? He plans to turn them into pigs. MC smirked and replied that there was one thing he might have overlooked. That was that even if it was a pig, he was confident he could elevate it to the level of the clan head. The man behind him shouted, how dare he compare their patriarch to a pig? A soldier can be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. If he wants to fight, they will immediately respond. The old man stepped forward and ordered them to be silent. They all stared at the leader in surprise, and he, glancing at Ping, asked, have they really forgotten? This man's skeleton has a strange appearance, but it was originally a heavenly beast with a first-stage bloodline. But this beast displayed the aura and power of the king of beasts. He said that he could raise a pig to the 9th stage. In his opinion, This was not a metaphor. The clan members remained silent, looking at him nervously, and MC said that he was truly worthy of being the leader. It would be good if they cooperated with him. He could raise super strong beasts for them and provide rare feed at a price much lower than the market price. They have long dreamed of taking a place in the 4 main families, right? To challenge them in this war, they need a well-armed army, and he could arm them with a nuclear warhead. The old man looked at him in shock and asked if he was also targeting the 4 major families. Ping patted him on the shoulder and advised him to look at the bigger picture, then mounted his dragon and took off, thinking that this entire base city would become his pet shop. The next day arrived. The news spread throughout the city, and people began to talk about everything. It turned out that this was the Zhou family's work, which meant that everything was fine with the pet shop. Boss Su, in a fit of rage, went to the Zhou family and divided their residence into 4 parts. Now they all work for him. None of them suspected that all the rumors on the internet were true. At first, they thought they were corrupt comments, but it turned out to be the work of evil enemies. Meanwhile, MC received a notification that his pet shop's reputation had been restored. He received a legendary celestial beast skill book. He immediately decided to open it, and a bright sphere appeared in front of him, which transformed into a scroll. He received the Beast Soul Imposition skill. It grants the celestial beast the ability to merge with its master for a short time. After merging, the master gains all the pet's power, and each time they use it, they temporarily gain one of the pet's skills, which is twice as effective as the original. He was quite surprised by this. Fusion is an ability that only legendary battle beast masters can master, and this ability can be learned directly by celestial beasts. This reward intoxicates him a little. Which pet should he give such a skill book to? He could give it to the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory. Then it would become a dragon warrior. Breathing flames and flying are pretty cool, but he's already used to using spirit control, so choosing a dragon would be a bit trivial. What about the Dark Dragon dog? It would be nice for him to be able to see souls 100 miles away, but a dog warrior sounds crazy. Of course, the one worthy of this skill book should be a skeleton. He summoned the skeleton, and it immediately began wandering around the house, waving its sword, and Ping said that this time he didn't summon it to slaughter people. He handed the skeleton the skill book, and it looked at him with glowing eyes as if asking permission, and he said that it was not a mistake, he was really giving it to it. Let it use it quickly, it will be useful. As soon as the skeleton used the skill book, its status window refreshed. The small skeleton's combat power increased by half, and this made him happy. He patted its head and thought that after the small skeleton completely absorbed the bloodstone, its appearance became like this, and its combat power jumped to 10. Since then, it couldn't improve its combat power in normal battles. A small skeleton with 10 combat power is comparable to a second-tier beast king. Ultimately, it won by relying on constant resurrection, and its combat power only grew to 10.1. After entering the demi-divine boundary, after many battles and with Joanna's help, it surpassed 11. Unexpectedly, this skill can directly increase the combat power of a small skeleton, which is so difficult to improve, by 0.5 points. He was overjoyed and patted the skeleton on the head, saying that, as expected of a legendary skill, it was too powerful. He received a message saying they wanted to bring 2 fifth-tier rookies to a deserted area for training, and so they wanted him to find a suitable location. MC read this and thought that the commotion at the pet shop had finally come to an end. It was time to resolve the championship issues. After that, he went to the meeting, and Kwang said that the strong man who was talking to Ping unexpectedly turned out to be a man who had mastered the art of the sword, killing countless 9th stage beasts with only his own strength. He stood at the limit of the title rank, the first person after the legendary Dao Zun. MC asked him to follow him, and the man looked around, said he hadn't seen his pet store for a few days, and didn't recognize it at all. Since he contacted him, does that mean he's ready to learn the art of the sword? He confirmed this, and asked what location he prefers. He answered him that his art is very dangerous, so a wide open space is preferable, preferably with mountains and seas. Ping said that this is no problem, after which a passage appeared in front of them, leading to a high cliff above the sea. They passed through the portal, and Dao Zun asked how a hologram could be so real. He could even smell the sea. He replied that it was a small trick that wasn't even worth mentioning. He can confidently use this test field. Even if it is damaged, it will be immediately repaired. Dao Zun prepared for battle and said that in the past, many people wanted to learn his swordsmanship, but they either lacked the basics or the understanding, so he should be able to handle it. He asked him to draw his sword, and he confidently said that he would begin then. After that, he summoned a small skeleton, and Dao Zun, clearly not expecting this, asked, "So, who is the one he should teach swordsmanship to? This small skeleton?" MC confirmed this, and said that he would be absent for a while, and would not be able to help with cultivation, so he would guide during his absence. And of course, it wouldn't be free. He handed him a fruit from the spiritual tree, and he noted that it could directly increase the star power of a martial beast master below the 9th step by 1 level. He thought that, although it would be difficult for him, At the peak of the 9th stage, to break through to the legendary rank, it would be enough to shorten his training time by 1 or 2 years. Moreover, this item was too precious for a martial beastmaster, and it had already become priceless. Without the necessary connections, a person wouldn't be able to buy it, even for hundreds of millions. He told Ping that it wasn't a question of money after all. If a skeleton didn't have the basic skills of at least the 9th stage, it wouldn't be able to master his House and Starblade. He was afraid he wouldn't even notice. MC immediately called out to the little skeleton, ordering it to show him its abilities. It then used its supreme sword art, and a huge skeleton king appeared behind it, causing the water to part with a wave of its sword. After that, it started to rain. Ping covered the man with his shield and asked, "Does this little skeleton have enough basic skills?" He was surprised to notice that it had used sword art, a 7th stage skill. This skill can add 60% to a basic attack, which is at the threshold of sword art. He looked at it in surprise and thought that the little skeleton with this introductory blade technique already possessed the power to destroy the sea. His unique technique, the House and Star Blade, can add 120% to a basic attack. He can't imagine how strong this skeleton will be if it can learn this. He smirked and said that this is enough to learn his swordsmanship, and now he wants to do everything possible to teach this little skeleton some skills as soon as possible. If he can't teach it today, he won't be able to sleep or eat. After that, he summoned a multitude of weapons, pounced on the skeleton, and MC said it would be a pity to waste such rare promotional material. He asked Rian to take a photo of them in a cool pose while they were training with swords, then make posters out of them and hang them everywhere. Returning to the pet shop, he called out to his sister and Shu Kuang, saying that since all the household chores were taken care of, he would take them to the deserted area. They got into a car stuffed with all sorts of combat gear, and Kuang looked around the interior in surprise, saying that he had heard about such a thing. Ordinary adventurers wouldn't be able to buy such a car. At least, a silver-ranked person has the right to buy it. As expected from a master, it is too honorable to drive this through a deserted area. MC said he asked his friend to provide them with a suitable barren area, and he didn't expect him to be so considerate. He even prepared a car and identification. He would take them to the warehouse, the base of the tunnelers, to later pick out a set of combat armor for them. The guy's eyes immediately sparkled with delight, and Ling Yue worriedly asked where he was yesterday. She read online that he had a skirmish with someone. Was he injured? He told her he was fine. It was the influential Zhou family in the city who incited him to attack the Liu clan, wanting to make a profit, but he achieved justice. He killed their senior management involved in this, along with their subordinates. As soon as he said this, their faces darkened, and Kuang said that the Zhou family is one of the most prestigious in the city. How could he deal with them so easily? Ling Yu asked. Wasn't it because of her championship? He called her stupid, and said that for every strong person, there was an even stronger one. Their growth would inevitably lead to a clash with the old forces, so she shouldn't blame herself or take it to heart. It was simply out of his own selfishness that he didn't want to involve her. Kuang asked, so he had originally planned to take first place himself? He tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied that he was a pet shop owner and had no need to become champion, so he chose them. Besides, the biggest advantage of being champion is that they can receive guidance from a legendary master of battle beasts. This is a great opportunity for them. Kuang smiled awkwardly and said that his strength was more than enough to win the tournament, and soon it was time to hunt. Having equipped themselves, they set out to hunt in a barren B-class territory. They hid on a high cliff and right now observed a devil hound with the combat power of a lower 7th stage, which had already managed to tear apart a couple of people and their beasts. Ling Yu said they needed to wait a little longer, after which her beast unleashed a stream of dark flames on the hound, and the monster immediately attacked in response, but the dog simply vanished into thin air. Then another beast appeared, grabbing the hound by the paws, preventing it from moving, and Ling Yu gave a signal to the phantom fire beast. It unleashed a fiery whirlwind at the enemy, and the hound screamed in pain, then unsheathed all its spines and, breaking free from its bonds, rushed toward the young man and woman. Kuang told her to be careful, as it was targeting her, and she said they had just seriously wounded the enemy. Only a little more to go. Let him block the beast's next attack. His beast protected her, and she summoned the moon dragon, empowered it to the 4th stage, and commanded it to use its moon claws. Flying forward, the dragon immediately dealt with the hound, and Kuang rejoiced, saying that the monster was finally defeated. But the battle was not over yet. Ling Yue noticed something, and immediately used a star shield, which protected them from the hammerhead python's attack. But she was wounded. Seeing this, Kuang became very worried and summoned a soul eater, commanding it to use miasma, and it created a smoke screen. He helped the girl move to a safe distance and worriedly said that it seemed like this beast was poisonous. Is she okay? She confidently looked up and said that, whatever the case, he saved her life. The Restoration Master and the Poison King taught her high-level healing and detoxification techniques. This small wound needs stimulation, then it can be easily cured. Watching her actions, Kuang said that his sister was incredibly cool, and she told him not to call her that. He irritates her. A roar rang out, and Kuang remarked that this was bad. The beast had revealed its kin. She said the miasma hadn't dissipated yet, and they hadn't found it yet, so the advantage was on their side. Let him hold his breath. The swamp crawler should team up with her phantom fire beast to crush them. Ping, meanwhile, watched from the sky. He smiled, thinking that he'd previously thought she'd beg him in tears for her return, but he'd apparently underestimated her. Upon closer inspection, in terms of character, talent, and teamwork, she was on par with some of the so-called young masters. He'd originally wanted to give the championship to Kwang because he thought she wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. But he'd been wrong. If Ling Yue could truly seize the opportunity and win the tournament, she wouldn't have to worry about her safety every day. He needs to wait until they are trained to the title rank. Then he can leave them to look after the house and go about his business in peace. He heard that Shenguang City, a neighboring continental region, has a thriving cultivation industry. He wonders what it's like. Meanwhile, they successfully dealt with the monsters, and Kwang gave the girl something. She asked, "Is this a highly effective medicine for restoring star power?" But it was very expensive. He said that if it weren't for her healing techniques, his beasts would have died a few battles ago. MC came down to them and told them to rest, but they said they weren't even tired and were ready to go into battle again. His sister said that she had never enjoyed fighting so much and wanted to keep fighting to save money, level up her moon dragon, and get on the top buyers list. He agreed and told them to keep up the good work. After that, they went to the tunneler's base. The people who returned with the loot came to the counting point, and one of them asked how much merit he had. The base workers told him he had only received 1,280. He was surprised and asked why so few. After all, he had killed so many animals. The man answered that hunting merits are assessed based on their merits. First level animals are worth 10 points, second 50, third 100, fourth 1,000, fifth 10,000, sixth 100,000, and seventh 500,000. His partner said that the tallest animal they had ever hunted was identified as a fourth level animal, but returning alive from a solo expedition as a traveler is better than many people. His colleague laughed and told him to keep up the good work, then called the next in line, the Night Wolves group. The number of registered adventurers was 64, and they received about 1.5 million in total. The guy was very surprised by this number, and the base worker asked how they planned to distribute the merit points. Their leader said that the first team would receive 100,000 each, the second team would receive 20,000, and the trainees would receive 5,000 each. Upon hearing this, the guy exclaimed in displeasure that he had hunted alone in the deserted areas and received a measly 1,000 merit points after such hard work, and some trainees would receive 5,000. He doesn't like solo hunting. He should join a group. After that, the next team was called. Ping, his sister, and Kuang. They received 2,250,000 merit points. The Night Wolves were very surprised. 2 million, and divided between 3 people. The guy exclaimed in shock. So each person can receive about 800,000? The worker asked how they wanted to distribute the merits, and the MC said it would only be distributed between the two of them, and that he wouldn't take any. He asked how they planned to distribute the points. Half and half? Kwang scratched his head with a smile and said that Ling Yue should take a little more, since she had saved him several times. She replied that she was just doing her job, so she would only agree to half for each. After that, the other miners, the interns, began to rebel. Someone shouted that this hunt had earned them millions in merits, but for some reason, they were only getting 5,000. It was unfair. Su Yanying didn't want to join them, and the girl asked why she was silent. Was she willing to work for several days straight for a few thousand merits? Even if she didn't use that amount to buy secret treasures and storage, she wouldn't even be able to convert it into star currency to buy cultivation services. The Night Wolves leader ordered them to be quiet, after which, a guy from his team said that these newbies don't understand the rules. They should be grateful that they're even being paid for their internship. The girl agreed with him, saying that at least the tail kept up with the paws. The intern was very indignant at her words and said that they, the students, might have misunderstood some things, thereby causing the team some minor troubles, but none of them were fatal. Another guy added that in the battle with the 8th stage fire dragon elephant, if Sister Su Yanying's rat hadn't stopped the other beasts, would they have killed it and escaped unharmed? They also killed several 5th and 6th stage beasts and only received 5,000. They want to take credit for what was originally theirs. Lin Jue watched them and wanted to say something to her brother, but he asked her not to jump to conclusions and to listen. Their leader told the newcomers not to think that killing a few beasts is a big deal. When it comes to killing wild beasts, do they think that more experienced explorers lack the strength to defeat them on their own? It was a very rewarding experience for them, and they were able to gain many merits. But they shouldn't forget how they returned. Reconnaissance, command, treatment, logistics. How much of this did they take on? Since they chose to join the team, they naturally shared the risk. They will even be compensated for any injuries they sustain. But this also means that they are no longer left to their own devices. Every profit they earn must be distributed among all contributing team members. If they are dissatisfied with their current income, they can set out to develop the wasteland on their own. Reality will teach them the value of everything. Ling Yue thought about it, and Ping, looking at her, thought that she was a brave girl who hated injustice. This is not bad, but but she could easily fall before she had time to gain strength. So now is a good time to hone your character in the desert areas. He asked why she was frozen. The road she had to travel was 100 times harder than theirs. They would exchange merit points for currency and return to the pet shop to level up. There was a month left, and every week he would drag them to the desert areas to earn some money. Only they were envious, wondering if they could reach the top of the customer rankings. Ling Yu nodded confidently, agreeing to this, and then they got down to business. With each new battle, their ranking increased, and finally, they achieved the result they needed. The MC announced that tomorrow was the opening day of the tournament, and today, the customer rankings were suspended. The guaranteed winner was confirmed. Everyone was in anticipation. Meanwhile, the man was watching for any changes online and said with a smirk that the pet shop was finally ready to announce a name. He wanted this person's name to spread throughout Longjiang within a day. If the Zhou family couldn't defeat him, they thought the 4 major families wouldn't be able to either. His subordinates asked, "Is this the person who's going to challenge them for first place?" He was just a youngster, so the fight would be very easy. Ling Yu had become the champion of the Pet Shop Global Elite Tournament, and the man turned to the leader and asked, "If I meet this person during the tournament, will it be okay if he kills her right away?" Soon, the long-awaited 52nd Global Elite League Tournament of Longjiang City, Xinyue District, began. The preliminary rounds were declared open. The spectators were thrilled, eager for the tournament to begin, and the host, noticing their reactions, said he had fully sensed the enthusiasm of this tournament. Then, without further ado, let the participants prove themselves. Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary rounds will be divided into 30 arenas, which will be held simultaneously. The gates rose, and Ling Yu, Luo Fengtianton from Jianlan University, and the younger generation of the Mu and Tang families entered the arena. The host announced that the number of participants in this tournament was 1,000. The gates were closed, and the arena's energy shield and force field were activated. This round was called the Insect Swarm Elimination Round. Afterwards, a swarm of insects flew out of an airship flying above the arena, and the guy exclaimed in fear, "Aren't these wild 5th-stage phantom bees?" The host noted that this was correct. In this round, the participants must survive a swarm of phantom bees, whose stings are enough to paralyze them. The time limit was 6 hours. The participants were shocked. How could they last 6 hours against so many monsters? No wonder they had to sign an agreement of individual responsibility. They began to scatter throughout the arena, shouting that this was not a competition, but an elimination game, and the host asked everyone to summon their pets. Fengshan University Vice-Chancellor Dong Min-song rubbed his mustache thoughtfully and said that this tournament was much more difficult than the previous ones, but this level should be just a game for Luo Fengtian. Zhou Yunchun, Vice-Chancellor of Jianlan University, asked, Yehao, whom they carefully prepared, isn't too far behind, right? Vice-Chancellor Dong said that Ping's younger sister was the focus of today's competition. The MC, sitting between them, asked how they ended up here, and the old man laughed, saying that since the last exchange match, his heroic behavior haunts the hearts of all the teachers and students, their admiration for him, like a raging river, endless. Wouldn't he like to become a gold-ranked teacher at their university? They'll pay him 5 times what he earned at Fengshan. Dong Min-song immediately became angry and exclaimed, "He dares to steal people from in front of him as if he weren't even here?" He asked in return, "Isn't it useless to have masters of a level they can't afford?" The vice principal ordered him not to poach him. He was just about to make him a very good offer. Ping sighed heavily, thinking that he had forgotten that he was a teacher, and said that he had been a bit busy lately, so he hadn't taught. He also used his connections within the university to obtain training materials. His teaching rating was probably at its worst. Dong Min-song laughed and said that as long as he was here, no one would dare lower his rating. He had heard that he single-handedly suppressed the entire Zhou family. With his strength, even if he didn't teach, it would still be a huge advantage for their university. Besides, many students who had visited his pet shop reported that their celestial beasts had become much better. Thanks to him, their teachers' KPIs had also improved significantly. Therefore, he plans to appoint him as the director of their cultivation department. Although it's a new department, half of the university's resources will be at his disposal. He can quit teaching now and just take on the job of cultivating celestial beasts for their university. What does he think about this? MC replied that he didn't want to hear about anything other than the tournament and suggested they talk later. He actually liked his proposal very much, and the old man, looking at how they smiled at each other, gritted his teeth in anger and thought that this old fox had no hesitation in giving up half of the university's rights to win Ping over. He has no teaching ethics whatsoever. If he had known about this earlier, he would have offered it to him first. The host asked if the players were ready. Anyone who leaves the field or is unable to move will be escorted out by their lovely staff. By the way, anyone who damages the grass flowers will also be disqualified. After that, the swarm of insects began to attack, firing their paralyzing poisonous stings, immediately eliminating several participants from the tournament, and the host noted that, unexpectedly, many were dropping out. This tournament looks really exciting. Grass flowers began to quickly carry the wounded out of the arena. Meanwhile, Ling Yu stood in the midst of this chaos and was not the least bit afraid. The host noticed that another unlucky participant in this round was setting the swarm's target, and as soon as the insects started shooting needles missiles at her, she deftly dodged, and the host remarked that she was very agile. After dodging a few more times, she thought that there were too many of these bees. They were not controlled by the master of combat beasts. But if this is a colony of wild bees, then why weren't the grass flowers attacked? Is this a coincidence? Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, some guy was fighting. He pounced on the insects with a fiery fist and said that it was easy. He would simply crush them with his power. Swinging his fist, he killed several bees at once and asked if he dealt with them all, then everything would be over? The host said that this participant still hadn't revealed his heavenly beast, and relying solely on his well-practiced tactics, he was able to kill several 5th stage bees. This is his way of hiding his strength, and a way to show it. Several burning insect bodies fell onto the field. The airship's cargo bay opened again, and a new swarm descended. Seeing them, the guy lost his former confidence, after which he was quickly eliminated. The host said that it seemed he chose the wrong way to solve the problem. Insects reproduce very quickly, and they have a very large supply. Therefore, even if the participant is strong, they should not take them lightly. Meanwhile, Lingyue ran around the arena and thought that most of the participants were at the 4th stage, only a few had reached the 5th, and only a few were at the 6th stage. But even if there was a 7th stage master, he wouldn't be able to withstand such an intense attack for 6 hours. Not to mention, the swarm's numbers couldn't be reduced by force. It was clear that the test of this round wasn't combat power, but something else. She ran past the younger generation of the Tang family, and they immediately targeted her, one of them asking, "Is this the little girl who wants to compete for the championship with the young masters? She's so impudent. Now they'll teach her a lesson." Lingyue, meanwhile, approached the wounded man and decided to test what would happen if she lured the bees toward the grass flowers. Of course, they weren't perceived as enemies by the swarm and were simply ignored. With such a precise enemy identification, only 2 options came to mind. The first is the ability to control celestial beasts from a distance. The second is that the grass flower's body contains some kind of secret treasure that can repel insects. If it's the first level, then she should be able to sense a supreme being with her star power, but she hasn't detected anything yet. If it's the second option, then it could be related to the rule of not harming grass flowers. At that moment, the boys attacked her. Seeing this, Zhou Yunshan gasped in fear and said that this was the Tang family's unique secret weapon, the blue stinger, the silver scorpion eye, and the twisted dart that pierces the heart. Vice Principal Deng was also frightened and said that according to rumors, these 3 unique weapons are so poisonous that one of them is enough to kill a person below the 6th stage. But Lingyue wasn't that simple. She easily dodged the attacks, then turned around and kicked them, sending them flying back at the boys. Having pierced several insects in their path, the blades and arrows pierced the guys, and they had already lost consciousness. The host said that it looked like 3 special participants from the Tang family were stung by a swarm of bees. It was a pity that they lost in the preliminary round. Lingyue, meanwhile, thought that there must be other insect-repelling treasures hidden somewhere in the arena. If she found them, she would be able to pass this round. Meanwhile, several insects targeted the guy with the fire frog. He commanded his beast to use a firewall and built a fire barrier around himself. The other participants immediately ran up to him, begging him to let them in, and he asked, "Do they take him for a fool?" This was an elimination round. Even if he saved them, what guarantee did he have that they wouldn't throw him out of the barrier? They promised him that they wouldn't stab him in the back and began to beg him to let them in. He didn't hear them and thought that it was fortunate that he had always adhered to Boss Su's training, otherwise he would have found himself in such a pitiful situation. Meanwhile, Lingyue noticed that the body of one of the insects was glowing. She immediately stopped and thought that she had already searched the entire arena, but no secret insect treasures had been found. Could they be hidden among the bees? If they were hidden inside them, then she would be able to sense it with her star power. She closed her eyes and concentrated on her sensations. The bees began to surround her, and she quickly found the one she needed among them. Using the strength enhancement and speed of the 5th stage, she caught it and tore off the wings under which the artifact was hidden. The host said with a smile that it was unexpected. In just 1 hour, someone had been the first to find the correct way to pass this round. Hearing this, the other participants immediately thought of Lingyue, and the host congratulated her on winning the first round. The other participants realized what was going on, and one of them cursed, saying he had just killed some bees. The guy next to him said he had smashed some hidden treasures, and Vice Principal Deng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger. He had begun to think that Fengshan was about to lose another star. Yunshan noted that Lingyue possessed such a skillful technique that she was able to fend off that attack. He turned to Ping and asked how she learned it. She replied that it was nothing special. The elder of the Tang family, who's a few steps below the patriarch level, taught her this. The old man was very surprised and remarked that they must have a strong relationship. Meanwhile, the host said that several participants had followed Linyue's example and obtained treasure. A total of 100 friendly marks were placed this round. Players who have already advanced can can leave the field to rest, but they have to be ready for the next round in 3 days. Lin Yue glanced at the treasure and sighed with a smile, saying that it was fortunate she discovered it earlier, otherwise the people in the arena could have died in vain, and everyone could have lost their qualifications. She decided to go home and calm her mother down, and the guy from the Mu family thought that since the trashy Tang family was out of the way, it was his turn to act. He summoned his beast, Demon Claw, and it used the skill Blood Mark, which caused the bees to target the girl. She quickly noticed this and dodged the bees' attacks, and noted that this was a secret technique of the Mu family that could infuriate the low-ranking beasts around them. Is this Blood Mark, which causes the beasts to attack the marked target? This skill is so heavy that half the load has to be shared with the heavenly beast. The man was surprised that she knew about this, and said that it wouldn't help her anyway. The host noticed what was happening, and worriedly said that the swarm on the field was controlled by one of the participants. All the insects rushed towards Ling Yu. The spectators immediately began to complain, saying that it was unfair and that they would leave a bad review on his popularity ratings. The host said that although there was no direct rule against attacking other participants, they could only morally condemn him. The guy smirked and asked, "So what if it was unfair? Who said nobles can't become food? The winner is king. He doesn't believe she can survive. The champion of this tournament is none other than him, the master of the Mu family." Noticing the huge swarm approaching her, she opened a portal, and the host noted that she was finally summoning someone. The participant managed to displace Ling Yu's battle pet, but she is surrounded. How can she fight back? After that, her beast jumped out of the portal, immediately unleashing a huge fire whirlwind on the opponents. The host was surprised to hear that it was the strongest long-range skill of a Tier 8 fire-type pet. The heavenly beast she summoned was a phantom fire beast. It possessed a Tier 3 bloodline, and it truly was the best of the best to be able to master such a powerful skill. The guy was very surprised and said that she had such a powerful battle beast. It was no wonder nothing was known about it, but there were endless phantom bees on the field. He'd see how long she could hold out with this extremely energy-consuming 8th stage skill. He wanted to give his demonic claw a command, but snakes had crawled onto his body, making him extremely nervous. He asked his beast to remove them, but it couldn't move, and then the boy also became paralyzed. Ling Yu approached him and said that the blood mark had one drawback. When the heavenly beast helped its owner share mental stress, its vigilance would decrease, making it very easy to get close. She removed the protective ring from his finger, and he nervously asked what she was doing. After that, she walked away from him and said that she personally wouldn't kill him. Her brother had taught her that. A swarm of insects swarmed the boy from all sides, and he screamed in pain, and when the bees had finally had their fill, they retreated. The spectators looked at this guy and were horrified. Luo Fengqian wondered if this was the power of the guaranteed champion of the mischievous pet store. Everyone on the internet was praising this place, and it seemed that the unverified reports, which were full of falsehoods, were true. Ling Yu left the arena happily, and the vice principals applauded her, saying it was amazing. They congratulated Ping on his victory, but it turned out he had already left. Meanwhile, Ling Yu walked down the long corridor, the atmosphere here starting to make her feel uneasy. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and she turned around, wondering if she was being followed. Meanwhile, a murder had occurred in the observation room. The man wiped the blood from his blade and asked, "Is this the unlucky girl named Ling Yue, who dared to compete with the 4 major families for the championship in the elite tournament? And what would the boss order him to do with her?" He showed his guys her photo and said that the buyer intended for her arms and legs to be removed. But judging by the photo, this girl is quite cute, so they will have a good time with her first. This is the Black Dog Squad. They have the combat power of the 8th stage, and they are notorious for their bad reputation in the desert areas. But since they often did dirty work for the 4 families, they were hidden. No one dared to arrest them. They hid behind the door, waiting for her, but before she got there, someone came up behind her and grabbed her shoulder. She immediately turned around and used the power boost of the 5th stage, after which she threw a punch, but it turned out to be only her brother. He caught her fist and noted that she had good reflexes, and she, sighing with relief, asked him not to test her anymore. Someday he will not have time and he will become a cripple. He smiled and remarked that maiming was her talent. He came to take her home. After that, he turned around and headed back, and she, confusedly pointing a finger behind him, asked, "Isn't the parking lot that way?" He told her that he had just been there, and it was very dirty, so he asked someone to clean it up. Meanwhile, the gang of black dogs noticed that Ling Yu was late and decided to go out and check everything out. Instead of the girl, they saw a small skeleton standing by the wall, and the gang leader asked, "What kind of joke is this? Were those just the footsteps of this skeleton?" It took a sword, gave them a stern look, and then attacked, quickly cleaning up all the dirt with the Chaos Star Blade technique. First style, 100 shattered stars. MC, meanwhile, brought his sister to the pet store and was surprised to see Dao Zun. He asked if his pet also needed nurturing. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and looked away, saying he just came to see if the little skeleton was available, but since it was taken, he should forget about it. Ping looked at it in surprise and thought, "What's going on?" During the month he was gone, what happened between the little skeleton and this guy? Well, As long as his skeleton became stronger, he immediately handed it over to Dao Zun and said that he was entrusting him with the care of his pet. He and his sister went inside and, seeing the huge boxes, he asked what they were. Joanna said they were those ants the Zhou family sent them. There were also more than 100 orders for high-class celestial beast grooming services. They also left a message that read, "Please accept these secret treasures that the young master has been learning, and we hope that Master Su will overlook our shortcomings and the Zhou family will be at your service in the future." He asked if the things were clean. She told him that she had checked with her divine eye. There were no traps or poisons inside, but only junk. Those ants who called themselves the Zhou family dared to insult him by giving him all sorts of trash. Should she kill them? He decided to check what was inside himself, and when he lifted the lid of the box, a very bright light hit his eyes. He immediately closed it and exclaimed that he was almost blinded. Joanna crossed her arms over her chest and noted with a satisfied smile that she was right. He asked if she considered this trash. He should give her an audit sometime. Lingyo was also surprised. There were so many high-class treasures here, and she wondered what her brother was going to do with it. He called her stupid and said that of course it was for her training. Let her take advantage of the 3-day rest and quickly absorb these secret treasures. She became very excited and exclaimed that she had only seen secret treasures in a book once and didn't know how to use them. Then Rion approached them and said that these treasures were too high level for her. If she forcibly absorbed them, her body would explode and she would die. There was no sense in their heads. Her arrival made him think. After all, she was a young lady from one of the 4 major families, and these secret treasures must be very rare. An idea occurred to him and he extended his hand to her with a sinister grin, saying that he needed to talk to her about something. Seeing something sinister in his eyes, she became very frightened. Time passed. The girls moved to the cultivation area, and Ruyan, having tied Lingyue's hands, began to restrain her and hit her on the back with some kind of plant. Lingyue asked her to wait, as it was very ticklish, but the girl only smiled and said that since she was constantly moving, to prevent her from going crazy during cultivation, she had to tie her hands, so she should be patient and focus on her body. Lingyue sighed heavily and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" An hour ago, MC asked Ruyan to tell her how to use these secret treasures, and she, proudly lifting her head, asked what benefit she would get. Would he let her go? He told her that he could let her go, but he would soon take the Tang family under his wing anyway, which is why she ended up here. He asked her to hurry up, and Lingyue looked at him with fear, thinking that he was becoming more and more like a villain. Rian smugly asked, he, a good-for-nothing title master, was planning to take them over? For his information, the Tang is a large clan, covering several base cities. In Longjiang alone, one branch of their many branches keeps pace with the other 3 main families. Since they were discussing her family's origins, they should start with their long history. One day in the 2nd year of Yuan Hei's reign, an unlucky player visited their ancestral home. Ping no longer listened to her and mentally turned to the system, asking. When they recruited Joanna, it said the contract was limited to celestial beasts, right? Since it could be used on gods, was it also effective on ordinary people? A system window appeared in front of him, labeled "All creatures are pets." When using a temporary contract with a human, their knowledge and strength remain the same, but their ability to think is reduced to the level of a celestial beast of the same rank. The effect lasts until the end of cultivation. It is recommended to use this on someone weaker than him, otherwise it may fail. He used this skill, then quickly approached the girl and said that he wanted to make a deal with her. He grabbed her hands, raised them, and said that it was a pity that they couldn't come to an agreement, so he had to resort to fists. She became very nervous and ordered him to leave her alone, and then he touched his finger to her forehead, making a mark. The system informed him that the temporary contract was successfully signed, after which the girl immediately retreated and exclaimed, "What did he do to her?" He answered her that he did nothing. Does she feel something for him now? When she thought about it, she realized that something was wrong. The man in front of her is clearly her enemy. She wants to tear him to pieces and kill him, but for some reason, she feels his breath, his words. Everything he does is majestic, like the heavens, and he cannot be disobeyed. He said her name, and she immediately fell to her knees in front of him, saying that she was here. What are his orders? Lingjie was very surprised and asked why she suddenly became a different person. MC asked her to stand up, as he liked her defiant look, and she stood up, discontentedly telling him to quickly say what he needed. She didn't have time to mess around with him. He asked her to explain how to use these secret treasures. He had to prepare Lingyue for the next round in these 3 days. She asked, "Are you crazy?" After that, she walked over to the box and opened it slightly, saying that there were many secret treasures. They could be roughly divided into 3 aspects: strengthening herbs for the body, combat skills for mastery, and spiritual stones for star powers. The first stage of strengthening herbs alone requires at least 3 months. If your body isn't suitable, you'll die from a ruptured liver or your body will be torn apart during subsequent training. Ping thought about this, and then an idea occurred to him. Since the contract with the beast was signed, shouldn't he be able to transfer them to the cultivation zone? One day there is equal to 1 hour in the real world. In 3 days, they would train there for 72 days, which was enough to complete the first stage. After that, he approached his sister and asked her to close her eyes, and she, seeing his evil grin, asked what he was planning. He asked her to be obedient, since he was incapable of harming her. After that, he touched her forehead and said that he would take her to a good place, so let her be obedient and close her eyes. She did so hesitantly and asked, "He's not deceiving her, is he?" After that, he also put a mark on her, and now she was suffering under Rion's torture. MC was nearby the whole time, cultivating in the air. He thought that although it was slower than expected, there would be a few days off after each round, and by combining them, she would be able to absorb all the secret treasures before the finals. Ling Yu called out to him loudly, asking him to save her, and Rion asked her not to fidget. This is to clear her meridians and improve her physique. She protested, saying it was incredibly ticklish, and Ping told her not to be distracted. During this period of time, she should obediently soak in the medicinal baths and train well. Isn't this much more convenient than fighting in the deserted areas? Many people would like to be in her place. She burst into tears and began to beg him to go to the deserted areas. Anything is better than this. Meanwhile, a report came to the Mu family that the black dogs had been attacked. The headman inquired about the outcome, and the man told him that the entire group had been wiped out, and their target was safe and sound. They were surprised by such news, and one of the elders asked, "Lin Yu couldn't have killed them, right?" He replied that this had not yet been confirmed. The cameras and other data had been destroyed by the black dogs. The old man inquired about the bodies. They can always tell what weapon or technique an opponent is using by a wound, right? The boy lowered his head and apologized. No bodies were found at the scene. The black dogs looked like they'd been through a juicer. All that was left of them was a bloody mess. Hearing this, they were surprised, and the elder said that someone had killed an entire squad, whose strength was at the 8th stage, leaving only pools of blood. He was afraid. Even the titled masters couldn't help. The leader rubbed his chin in confusion and said that if it didn't work outside the arena, then they would take care of her in the arena. They wouldn't let her through to the finals. She was only getting in the way of the young master. After that, his subordinates arrived, greeted them, and asked what their orders were. The leader said that he was giving them a flame crystal purgatory serpent, as well as 2 secret treasures of the 7th stage. This will help them win the 2nd round of the tournament. They were very surprised, because this beast ranks in the top 15. And of course, they were happy with such a gift. Meanwhile, the Qin and Tang families were also plotting against Ling Yue and preparing for her defeat. And it was time for the tournament again. The host addressed the participants who had passed the preliminary round and asked how they had rested over the past 3 days. The audience screamed in anticipation, and he announced that the 5-player close combat tournament would soon begin. The preliminary round tested the participants' observation speed. This stage tests their combat prowess and ability to assess the situation. The 5-player close combat tournament is held in a limited ring, and each participant is allowed to take up to 2 secret treasures. Those who surrender, lose consciousness, or fall from the ring are eliminated. Only one of the 5 participants advances. Ring destruction is prohibited, so the organizers asked them to think twice before using mass destruction techniques. The list of matches for each arena was announced in advance, so they should proceed to the waiting area and line up in order. Ling Yu joined the queue, and he announced that the close combat tournament was officially open. MC, meanwhile, sat between the vice principals, meditating, as always. Dong Minsong said that this year's participants were all very good, and he would be interested to see how it turns out. Yunshan asked if he heard that people from the Starry Sky had come to the city. He clarified, did he mean the most powerful organization on the subcontinent? He heard that its original founder was a legendary master of martial beasts. Why were they so condescending to them? Yunshan whispered that he didn't know, but wherever the Starry Sky went, nothing good usually happened. Last month, he heard that there was a large family in another city, and they were destroyed because of a secret treasure that the Starry Sky was targeting. Even the boundary wall of the base city had a gaping hole. The city was almost attacked by wild beasts. Minsong was surprised and exclaimed, "Are they crazy? What is all this for?" The old man said that, alas, they can only hope that they don't have what they need. At this moment, the 5th group of participants just entered the ring, and the host announced that the battle had begun. Ling Ye was in a group with Zhang Shuo, some strange guy who liked to stick out his tongue, Ma Zun, who wore beast bones on himself, and Gei Shui, a woman in a red suit. They all started threatening her, and she took a defensive stance and told them to try attacking her. Besides them, there was another participant who didn't seem to pose a threat, a little boy named Yu Jijian. He called Ling Yue sis, and said that they looked at them so scary. She turned her gaze to him and asked what he was afraid of. They didn't want him, and anyway, they were rivals, so he shouldn't call her that. He wiped away his tears and said that if they teamed up to defeat her, he would be the next one to lose. Could they team up? She smiled and said that she didn't expect him to be able to assess the situation so well, so she wouldn't mind collaborating. He laughed happily and extended his hand to her, asking her to cover his back, and she reciprocated. In fact, he wasn't a cute boy, but another villain. He smirked faintly, and thought that he had lost count of how many innocent girls' hearts had been deceived by his harmless face. Now she couldn't escape. In his other hand, hidden behind his back, He held the Mu family's 7th stage secret treasure, the Devouring Star Lock. It can block all the star power of those below the 6th stage and cannot be unlocked by itself. Direct contact is required for use. He already thought she was caught and pointed the artifact at her, thinking that if she lost her star power, she wouldn't even be able to summon a heavenly beast. She, an ordinary girl, could be humiliated as much as she wanted. But something unexpected happened. An electric shock ran through his entire body, causing him to fall to the ground, and his artifact rolled to the side. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised, and the host asked, "What happened?" Participant Yuji Jiang suddenly fell. He looked up at the girl and asked, "Is this paralyzing toxin her doing?" She picked up his artifact and put it in her pocket, then showed him the needle hidden between her fingers, saying that it was he who insisted on shaking hands, and she simply accepted it. Mazun asked how she was so sure that he was an enemy. What if she poisoned the wrong person and had fewer allies? She grabbed the boy's leg and dragged him along with her, saying that they were both from the Mu family. The two of them, from left to right, are the Qin and Tang families, right? They were very surprised, not understanding how she knew this. After which, she threw the boy out of the ring and said that ever since they came here, their posture when they walked and the way they breathed completely revealed their personalities. Her brother said that she could not show mercy to any of the 4 major families. She opened a portal, and her opponents immediately summoned their beasts, and Zhang Shuo exclaimed that this was all nonsense. She thinks he came here to play games? Geishui ordered him to stop chatting with her. The 3 of them needed to attack her. She was no match for them. They immediately sent out Sonic Bee and Storm Wolf, and Ling Yu summoned Phantom Dog. Jaishui became very agitated and called out to Ma Zun, asking why he didn't summon his heavenly beast. He told her not to order him around. His Mu family had just lost a member for unexplained reasons, so Ling Yu surely had some aces up his sleeve. Of course, he wouldn't recklessly attack her. The girl became angry and asked how he dared to use them as a springboard. He told her that if she had time to complain, she should command her pets more. They were already under pressure. They both immediately turned their gazes to their heavenly beasts, and when the Phantom Beast pinned them to the edge of the ring, Ma Zun said that apparently there were only a few attacks, and in that time, their beasts were already pinned down. Geishui cursed, saying that she would have to use the secret treasure her family had given her. She called out to the Tang family guy and told him to hurry up and use his methods to deal with her. Otherwise, both sides would suffer, and Mu would only suffer a small loss. She took out a 6th stage enhancing secret medicine, a giant strength pill. It increases the user's strength for 10 minutes and can shake a 6th stage supreme beast. He took a snake out of his mouth and said that she didn't need to mention it. It was his 6th stage secret treasure, a puppet snake. It moves quickly and can't be detected by stellar power and will attack the enemy autonomously, and its poison can kill a 6th stage heavenly beast. After that, they all pounced on the poor Phantom Beast at once, and Ling Yue said that so many people are bullying Snowball. Aren't they ashamed? She tugged at her collar, using the Mu family's unique skill taught to her by the Beast Emperor, and became a beast herself. She prepared herself and told Snowball that they would deal with them together. Unexpectedly for her opponents, the Phantom Beast disappeared. Jie Shui began to look around and wondered if it was an illusion. It and its owner immediately appeared above her. Noticing this, she warned the beasts of the danger, after which Ling Yue deftly dodged the blows and said that they were too slow. Lunging forward, she attacked with her cat, striking each beast, and the girl asked in surprise, what kind of strange fighting method was this? She became as agile and ferocious as a wild beast. They didn't even touch her. Zhang Shuo said that she had a terrifying form. She was no inferior even in a fight with a 6th stage war beast. He pounced on her, telling her not to be too arrogant, as she was no match for him in strength. Meanwhile, Ma Zun carefully watched the fight from the sidelines. He wondered if Ling Yue's tactics were a secret beastmaster art that only the high-ranking children of the Mu family could learn. Typically, the master pet synchronization rate is between 40 and 60%. Some experienced masters and celestial beasts, after years of cooperation, can understand each other with just a thought or a glance. Currently, the synchronization rate is close to 90%. Yunshan, meanwhile, glanced at Ping with a grin, noticing that his sister was easily fighting against 5 people with her beast. Such a girl, and yet she wasn't tired at all. He merely smirked in response. Ma Zun thought that a team was a team after all. The maximum synchronization rate was theoretically 100%, but only the Mu family's unique royal technique allowed the consciousness of a celestial beast and its master to penetrate each other, as if they had become one. The synchronization rate of Ling Yu and her beast is 200%. She pounced on Zhang Shuo, exclaiming that he was constantly sneaking around, which irritated her so much, so she would deal with him first. She knocked him to the ground, but another opponent appeared. A huge dragon shielded the boy from the blow, throwing them aside, and the host excitedly said that the boy, who had been watching from the sidelines, had finally shown his strength. Ma Zun noted that their speed was quite good, and commanded the Flame Crystal Serpent of Purgatory to activate Dragon Majesty. It howled loudly, causing enormous pressure to fall upon them, but the Phantom Cat still stood firm. Ma Zun asked, so her beast isn't afraid of Dragon Majesty? There's something in the pet shop that raised it, but they only need to be under the influence of Dragon Majesty. Since her mind is unstable, she won't be able to maintain the state of beast blood resonance. Her claws and horns immediately began to disappear, and Yunchun, noticing this, said that if not for his intervention, she would have been able to deal with both opponents. Minsong said that he actually used an adult 8th stage dragon beast, which is in the top 15. Only the Mu family, who won the last championship, has such financial resources. Meanwhile, the two opponents she fought recovered, and the girl said that they would see how arrogant she was without her strange fighting technique. Zhang Shuo smirked and said that since she had harmed him, he would do the same in return. The host said that the two had teamed up to approach Ling Yu, who was overwhelmed by the dragon's majesty. Will she be the second participant eliminated? She said that such a domineering dragon, but hid pitifully on the sidelines. It seems the winner of this match has been decided. Ma Xun laughed and called her clever, but she said it was a pity that the Tang and Qin families had worked so hard for half a day, only to have their secret treasures wasted. Ma Xun became suspicious and asked, "What is this she's talking about?" Ling Yu slowly rose, resisting the dragon's majesty, and turned to the two of them, saying that most of her physical strength had been expended in this round. If the three of them worked together to defeat the Mu family now, it would be prudent, despite their feud. But if they were still on the Mu family's side, then after she was defeated, even if they joined forces, it would be impossible to defeat him. Would they really give the throne to someone who simply used them? Zhang Shuo clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that, although it upset him, the situation was indeed as she had said. If this continues, it will be like working for the Mu family in vain, so they need to team up and defeat him first. The girl told him not to rush. Ling Yu is in better shape than them. She is afraid. She still has an ace up her sleeve. Let her fight Mu alone. They will wait and recover their strength, and when he finishes her, then they will fight him. Let him also try what it is like to be used as a springboard. Ma Xun was indignant and exclaimed, "What did she say? He should get rid of her first?" She began meditation and told him to come closer, but then they will destroy him together with Ling Yue. She advises him to be obedient and get rid of her first. Zhang Shuo joined her and said that this is good. That way they can be sure that Ling Yue will lose, and they will have a chance to win. The guy got angry and told them not to get carried away, then thought that if it weren't for the flame crystal serpent of Purgatory's offensive abilities, which could easily destroy the ring with its lava breath and meteor shower, he could kill the three of them in a second. The longer the battle dragged on, the longer it would take them to recover, and it wouldn't be very good. After that, he pounced on Ling Yue with his dragon, and she thought that the distance was short, but it was better than being under siege. She ordered Snowball to use nightmare paralysis, but as soon as it attacked, the dragon protected itself with a shield and struck. The phantom cat was thrown to the side. Ling Yu called out to it worriedly, and the guy pounced on her, telling her to take better care of herself. After that, he launched a kick, which she tried to block, but she was thrown back, and if not for her beast, she would have been thrown out of the arena. She glanced at her opponent and cursed, thinking that the dragon had dulled her mind. Fortunately, Snowball was unharmed. Ma Xun walked towards her and told her not to waste time and just give up. His dragon was invincible. Ling Yu collapsed under the influence of the dragon's majesty and wondered why the nightmare paralysis didn't work. If she could find the reason, then they would have a chance. Meanwhile, the other two opponents continued to meditate, recuperating, and Ma Xun told her not to waste time. If she voluntarily surrendered, he would give her a fitting end. She frowned and thought that although Snowball possessed the combat power of the Supreme 7th stage, it was also capable of controlling a lower 8th stage beast, but the opponent was able to resist its illusions. Could it be that Ma Xun used tactics or secret treasures to counter the psychological attacks? She decided to try again, and they ran off in different directions, which made the boy angry and said she'd wiped her dirty feet on his kindness. He ordered the dragon to teach the phantom fire beast a lesson, and he would personally deal with this nasty girl. Seeing it approaching, Ling Yu called out to Snowball, and it used nightmare paralysis, but her opponent exclaimed that it was all useless. Ling Yu noticed the flash emanating from the dragon, and dodging the opponent's attack, said that she knew he was using a secret treasure. He asked what this knowledge gave her. His secret treasure is a sleeping dragon bone. After absorbing star power, it can make the dragon beast immune to negative effects. Ma Xun smirked and asked what she would do now. After that, he suddenly moved to the side, slashing at her with his claws. She was surprised that he was so fast, after which he began to move at such a speed that her eyes could barely catch him. He called her an idiot and asked, despite being overwhelmed by the dragon's majesty, she still took the initiative and left the protection zone of the phantom fire beast. Without her pet, she is just a lamb being led to slaughter. His 6th stage secret tactic is the shadow butterfly step. This technique is modeled after the 8th stage beast, the heavenly snow butterfly, which can blur its shape when moving at high speed, as well as appear and disappear without a trace. With this technique, he dealt her numerous rapid strikes, causing her to immediately fall to the floor, and the host excitedly said that his attacks are very powerful. Participant Su Ling Yue is defenseless against the enemy's furious pursuit. As expected of a competitor trained by the previous Mu family champion, he wiped the sweat from his face with a grin and thought that the consumption of shadow butterfly step was quite high, But with that amount of blood loss, she should have fainted. But it wasn't that simple. She used the ultimate art of recovery, healed her wounds, nimbly rose, and challenged him to battle again. The other two opponents were surprised by such abilities. While Mazun said that it was so annoying, he would have to rip out her heart. He used Shadow Butterfly Step, circling around her, while Ling Yue stood still and watched him. She closed her eyes to concentrate, and when he attacked her from behind, she immediately turned around and kicked upward. But it was just an illusion. Mazun appeared behind her and, calling her a fool, said he was here, then suddenly lunged forward, striking her. The host exclaimed, "Was the Ling Yu contestant injured, or was it just his imagination?" She smirked, saying he was caught, after which she grabbed his arm tighter and attached a star lock to it. The host exclaimed excitedly, "Are his eyes deceiving him?" She pretended to show her weaknesses and deceived him to get closer. Then she sealed his star power with a lock, and now he won't be able to escape on his own. It's so deadly. Ling Yue pulled the opponent to the edge of the arena and said that without star powers, he has the strength of an ordinary adult. Even if the dragon's majesty overwhelms her, she can easily deal with him. Realizing that he could lose now, he became very nervous and asked his beast for help. But as soon as it approached, she ordered Snowball to deal with the enemy, as the secret treasure had already been deactivated. After that, she threw Mazun out of the arena, but it wasn't that simple. The beast caught him. Lingju looked up at her opponent in surprise, and the host noticed that the recovered participants had joined the battle. They returned Mazun to the arena, and Jie Shui said that the big picture was important. They couldn't allow him to lose to her. Zhang Shuo said that her strength shouldn't be underestimated, and he didn't want his family to punish him for failing the mission, right? He suggested that they put personal interests aside and deal with her first. Mazun agreed and called out to his dragon, causing Ling Yue to immediately fall under the influence of it. The host said that she was going to gain a chance to win with a minor injury, but the situation changed again. As a result, the three parties decided to deal with her together. Suddenly, her brother's voice appeared in her head, telling her to use it, and she immediately turned a worried gaze to him. The vice principals were already upset. They thought she would lose, but only her brother believed in her. He told her that she didn't need to hide it anymore, and let her use her trump card. She agreed and recalled Snowball, after which her opponents laughed and said that she would regret not giving up. Let her regret being an enemy of their families. They all pounced on her at once, and then she summoned her moon dragon, which had grown so much by this time, and commanded it to use freezing for thousands of miles. Seeing such a huge beast, they immediately froze in shock because it ranked 8th in the dragon rank. After that, her beast used frost breath, turning them into ice flows, and the host remarked that it was so terrifying. With the appearance of the moon dragon, snow began to fall in the arena. Contestant Ling Yu annihilated 3 opponents with a single 9th stage skill. It is said that the moon dragon of the Silver Frost Star once froze 1,000 miles around itself with this technique. Now, having seen it in person, he can say for sure that her reputation has been well-deserved. Ling Yue commanded her dragon to cancel the technique, after which the ice crust shattered and all 3 participants lost consciousness at once. That's how she won. The spectators admired her skills and said that with such a powerful trump card in hand, it was no wonder she dared to become champion. With just one move, she decided the outcome of the match. It was powerful. They began to praise her dragon, calling it beautiful, and the host congratulated her on her victory and on successfully advancing to the next round, called Nightmare Hunt, which would begin in 3 days. Yunshan was overjoyed and applauded, congratulating Ping on her victory. His sister had performed exceptionally well. Minsong said that this was to be expected from Director Su, who had chosen the champion by default. She would definitely become a great asset to their university in the future. Soon, night fell. Lin Yue came to Ruyan's, but she still couldn't bring herself to go in. She sensed her presence and asked, "What's wrong?" There was still an hour until today's practice. She allowed her in, and Ling Yu, peering inside, apologized. She said that standing outside the door was bothering her even more. Star power was as chaotic as mosquitoes in a tropical forest. She couldn't even concentrate on training. Let her say what she wanted and leave. As a token of gratitude, Lin Yue brought her a box of cakes and said that she wanted to train with her every day, which was why she apologized in advance for bothering her. Rian smirked and noted that the last time she trained her, she'd been against it. Why was she so drawn to her? She was interested in her tactics, right? She blushed with embarrassment and told her that it wasn't like that at all. After participating in the tournament's battles, she realized she was still far from becoming champion. Rian took one of the cakes and asked if she was impressed by her opponent's strength. Lin Yue told her that in her brother's hands, the moon dragon had become so powerful that she'd found herself at a disadvantage time and time again. If she stays the way she is afraid that soon she will not be able to fight alongside her beast, let alone win the championship. So she wanted to become stronger. Rian realized she was afraid her pet would stop obeying her, and after tasting the cake, she asked, besides her body, what else did she want to learn? She said that in the arena, she was overwhelmed by the majesty of the 8th stage dragon. Snowball was vulnerable, and therefore she wants to make up for the lack of mental strength. She replied that she wants a lot. Mental strength is the most difficult stat for a martial beast master. There are few tactics that can enhance it, and they usually rely on secret treasures to compensate. Let her think about why an 8th stage martial beastmaster can recruit a maximum of 5 pets. But their Tang family has a secret technique that is passed down to women but not men. Let her summon her dragon, she will demonstrate it. She asked in surprise, right here? But isn't it cramped? Ruyan sighed heavily and said that she was truly stupid. Just one head is enough for the majesty of a dragon. Don't they teach them such basic knowledge at the university? After the summoning space is opened, let her not release all the star power at once. Ling Yue decided to try it immediately, and her pet's head peeked out from the portal. Ruyan examined it and asked, "Is this the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon?" It breathed on her, and she said she'd been locked in the pet shop for a long time and really missed the combat atmosphere. Even the dragon's roar became pleasant to listen to. Suddenly, the dragon became angry and attacked her, and she used the immobile glass body technique to protect herself and silence the beast. Ling Yue was amazed at her strength and exclaimed that it was amazing. She actually repelled its attack. Ruyan said that this secret skill could not only provide physical defense far superior to that of a being of the same level of cultivation, but also provided excellent mental protection. It would hardly satisfy her needs completely, but at least she would be able to fight dragons without getting caught in their crossfire. It was 100 times better than the useless body training techniques the Zhou family had taught her. Ling Yu's eyes lit up with anticipation, and she asked Ruyan to teach her, and Ruyan, raising her head proudly, said that she liked to eat salty foods. She understood what she had to do, right? She happily said that from now on, she would buy her food every day as a sign of respect. Ruyan glanced at her with a smirk and mentally called her stupid. She wouldn't teach her so easily, only she could practice the immobile glass body. As soon as she used this technique during the tournament, her family would immediately recognize it. She wouldn't have to worry about her own salvation, and on top of that, she would have a little subordinate who would buy her delicious food. That idiot Ping feeds her only canned food, so she could finally eat something delicious. Meanwhile, he stood outside the door, listening to their conversation. Smiling, he remarked that it was interesting, then told the old men that he was using star power for soundproofing, so let them continue their report. The Beast Emperor said that their patriarch Mu was very dissatisfied with the result of the tournament. He punished the 2 defeated disciples, and Yuer was considered the 4th threat. The top 3 threats include the young masters of the other 3 families. The titular Master of Restoration informed him that their patriarch Qin doesn't seem to care much about the tournament, but young master Qin Shaoqian hopes to fight Yuer. His pet is a blood demon of 9th stage strength, so it's recommended to avoid combat. Master Snakeheart informed him that Patriarch Tang's focus is still on the young lady's disappearance. Tang Rian's whereabouts are still unknown, so a secret search force has been dispatched to the Dragon Ledge Mountains. The titular Poison King laughed and said that Patriarch Liu has decided to remain neutral. They refused to provoke him. Ping was even surprised and asked why they were the most reserved. The old man immediately knelt before him and said that he had reported Yuer's murder to the Patriarch. Their family is known for its poisonous heart, which is quite dangerous against enemies, but not for him. Therefore, he intervened to prevent their family from harming the girl. Ping remarked that he had acted wisely and asked him to stand up. Did they find anything about the Starry Sky organization? The man replied that they had discovered that the person sent by Starry Sky was a woman named Yan Binyue. There were also several strong title masters, but the exact number was unknown. The MC said that as soon as they learned anything, they should immediately inform him. During the 3-day break, they should take care of a participant named Xu Kuang. He didn't think he would be free during these days, so they should take him with them. With that, the meeting ended. They all dispersed, and he thought about everything they had told him. What was Starry Sky trying to achieve in this tournament? It was useless to think too much. It was time for him to act. He needed to take Joanna to the cultivation area once a week. As soon as he called her, she immediately appeared before him, and he told her that she needed to bathe in the divine spring. She smiled slightly and remarked that it seemed a strong enemy had entered the field and was very nervous. How about taking her supreme divine realm? The speed of cultivation there is much faster than in the spring. Once he tried it, he would never forget it. He was surprised that she had heard everything and wondered if she wanted to reach the supreme divine realm ahead of time. Currently, the benefits of the semi-divine boundary were still untouched, so there was no need to rush into opening up new territories. He told her that she was right, but the condition for advancing to the supreme divine realm was that she become an excellent employee. It was written in the contract. She couldn't violate it, could she? Did she have any other suggestions for quickly increasing her combat power? She was slightly disappointed that he hadn't fallen for it and thought that the road was long and that she would still have an opportunity. She said that if he wanted to get a huge boost in a short period of time, she had a method that suited him, the heavenly trial. As cultivators' levels continue to rise, the heavens, which govern the balance of all things, unleash a devastating plague upon them. This calamity is called the heavenly trial. They are affected by various conditions, which can be divided into 4 types: wind, fire, water, and thunder. If a person passes the heavenly trial, their cultivation level will enter the legendary realm. Afterwards, they set off for the demi-divine boundary, the land of the rum trial. There was a man at the peak of divine thunder. If he succeeds in passing the trial, he will be able to become a full member of the 7th Shenen team. He activated his divine ox body, after which lightning struck the peak. Ping, watching in surprise, asked Joanna, "Is this a heavenly trial?" He could feel the destructive pressure even from this distance. She confirmed it and said it was a pity they were a step late. The people at the top of the peak had already begun the trial. He smiled nervously and said that he was new here, so he should get his bearings first. It took him a while to find someone to create an online website for the pet store. If most of their customers hadn't switched to online ordering, his mother would have a hard time running the store today. The girl asked why the other 2 aunts didn't come with them, and he wondered if she was talking about Lingyue and Ruyan. He told her that they wouldn't understand the meaning of the heavenly trial, so it was too early for them to come here. He left them to practice, so she shouldn't worry about them. Meanwhile, the other trial members were also observing the top of the peak. One of them said that the thundercloud's range was 10 miles. As expected of this team, he is quite talented. Last year, 6 also produced many thundercloud minions, all of whom, without exception, became excellent soldiers with great achievements in battle. It seems that Team 7 will definitely become famous this year. MC wondered if the natural talent they talk about is what the system calls properties. The ability level is linked to the range of thunderclouds. The beasts he tamed possess roughly average properties, and he wondered how many miles of thunderclouds they would extend. At that moment, a roar was heard, and lightning struck the man, shattering his divine bull body. He cried out loudly, asking the mother tree to bear witness to his glory. After that, the lightning struck even more powerfully, breaking his divine body and reaching his core, causing his horns to break and his skin to become covered in burns. Screaming in pain, he fell to his knees and activated his shield, but it too cracked under the power of the lightning, and he was defeated. After that, the heavens calmed down, and all was quiet. Seeing this, his comrades were greatly upset, and one of them clutched his head, saying that this was too much. After all, it was a 10-mile thundercloud. God is jealous of talents. Even the anti-thunder treasure of the vast sea kingdom could not withstand it. Although he barely survived, his godly insides were destroyed, and he became ordinary trash. That man, meanwhile, was crying at the top of a peak, and since he himself was aware of what he had become, he decided to end it all. He struck, his body dissipated in an instant, and Ping, watching this, thought it was cruel. If he doesn't have the system's protection, he's afraid he too will dissipate like smoke and dust. He must make the best use of this power. He asked if the probability of failing this heavenly trial was high. Joanna said it wasn't a matter of probability. You just heard the word talent, right? Besides talent affecting the strength of the heavenly trial, it also represents the potential for future strength. But whether he can survive the trial depends on his current combat power. That guy was at the 9th step, but his combat power was destroyed, and it's normal that the vast sea realm couldn't withstand it. But what's wrong with his face? She can see everything. He's scared, right? He turned away from her and told her that this was not so at all. And she said that when the gods die, they pass through the embrace of their mother and return to this world again. And he was just worried about himself. After this, one of her subjects approached her and said that it was his turn to pass the test. She created a treasure next to her, which she handed to him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the shield of Asius?" She actually bestowed upon him a treasure. It was an honor for him. The shield was extraordinary, living, and he laughed, saying it had been a long time since he had been in the outside world. This shield was forged from the body of a powerful member of the god race. It possessed extremely strong defense and could guarantee the user's invincibility. Joanna said that according to the rules, no one else should be present during the test because its intensity would vary depending on the natural talents of those present. She pointed to Ping and told her subject that this human warrior who wished to undergo the heavenly test would bring many changes in the future, so he had a duty to protect him. After that, they headed for the peak, and the boy burst into tears, thanking Her Highness. Even if he risked everything, he would definitely protect this warrior. Once they landed on Divine Thunder Peak, he told Ping that when the test began, he simply needed to hide behind it. With this shield, even 50 miles of thunderclouds would be no problem. The shield told him not to look down on him. Even 100 miles was no problem for him. MC agreed and told him to start the test quickly, after which clouds began to gather above the peak. Joanna noticed that it was all starting, and the men next to her began to question her. Why let the human race, with its 6th stage cultivation base, interfere with their heavenly tests? The thunder test has 9 levels in total, and with his mortal body, he's afraid that the first thunderclap from a 1-mile cloud will be enough to kill him. If this matter gets out, it will disgrace Her Highness's reputation. Finally, the test began, and a roar was heard. Joanna peered at the top of the peak and noticed that the weather had changed. Right now, the clouds there were turning red, and the guy became very nervous, exclaiming that this couldn't be. Could this really be a colorful heavenly thunder test? Ping didn't understand what he was talking about, and the guy nervously turned to him and said that he would explain everything to him now. This kind of trial had only appeared a few times in the past 100 years, which is very rare, and its power is 3 times greater than that of ordinary thunder trials. Meanwhile, The warriors below were very surprised, and one of them asked how warriors with the strength of the 6th and 9th steps were able to summon this trial. Could it be because of that shield? Joanna said that then perhaps the one at the top of the peak violated the heavenly rules in their past life. They said that the power reached 7 miles, which is almost equivalent to the power of an ordinary heavenly trial of 21 miles. Meanwhile, the shield asked the guy, does he want him to help him with his insignificant talent? He is such a weakling. The results will be exactly as he calculated in the previous test. The guy sighed, saying that it was great that he could easily defend against this level. MC asked, how can you be so happy when your talent is so low? The guy warned him that the first thunderstorm was coming soon, and told him to hurry up. After that, Ping summoned his dog and said that it was first in line. Meanwhile, the men below noticed that the thunderclouds weren't over yet. They had reached level 11 and were continuing to grow. The guy noticed that the level had increased to 27 miles, which surprised him greatly, and the shield remarked that they had finally reached the level of an average champion. Let them keep it up, or he'll fall asleep. When the dark dragon dog's properties reached 20 miles, he summoned the moon dragon, and the man noticed that its strength continued to increase, reaching 30 miles. Meanwhile, the moon dragon had reached 23 miles, and MC thought that its combat power was obviously one tier lower than of the dark dragon dog, but it had good properties to defeat it, as expected of a dragon beast ranked in the top 10. After that, he summoned the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, and the boy asked in surprise, where did he get these beasts? The shield laughed and said that he was also starting to feel that something was wrong. Meanwhile, the mark reached 100 miles. Seeing this, the men were very surprised and exclaimed, what is even going on there? What kind of incredible talent is this? Someone actually attracted thunderclouds 100 miles away? They became worried about Her Highness and suggested that she retreat to the foot of the mountain. If she stays here, she will be involved in the trial. She told them that they can go. She has passed the trials many times before. She frowned in displeasure and thought that she just wanted to take this opportunity to find out what secret lies behind Ping. But how was he able to arrange such a thing? In order to hold off the Lord of the Heavenly Trials, she will have to sacrifice her truly divine artifact. She summoned it, then threw it towards the peak, and the guy at the top caught it, asking in surprise, isn't this Her Highness's treasure? MC thought that of course she still had a trump card, in which case he had nothing more to worry about. He summoned a small skeleton, and the men began to scatter, asking what was going on. It was the people on the mountain who should be undergoing trials, not them. Meanwhile, thunderclouds spread beyond Divine Thunder Peak, and the guy shouted in fear that this was a colored trial, and 200 miles at that. He had never seen anything like it in his life. Asius laughed nervously and said that, to be honest, this was the first time he had seen anything like this either. He had already thought he wouldn't see anything glorious. Several bolts of lightning headed towards them. He hid behind the shield and called out to Ping, telling him to quickly stand behind him. Taking out the artifact, he asked the Mother Tree to witness his glory, after which a powerful shield appeared in front of them. The system reported that the small skeleton had activated the undead fruit effect, gaining immunity to one fatal wound. The small skeleton was mortally wounded again, and its soul was completely destroyed, as were the souls of the Lightbringer Serpent of Purgatory, the Moon Dragon, and the Dark Dragon Dog. The boy called out to Ping worriedly, saying that all his beasts had died, and he replied with a smirk that their souls had merely been destroyed. He resurrected them in the same place, after which he said that when it came to beatings, they were professionals. He was only responsible for his own survival, and he would leave the rest to him. The boy looked at him in surprise and thought it was incredible. Life and death were intertwined in an instant. He asked him not to take it so lightly. There is a 9th level of thunder trials, and the thunder that just erupted is only the first level. The destructive power of each level is greater than the previous one. The trial entered the 2nd level. Huge thunder snakes approached them, and MC ordered his beasts to attack. A small skeleton rushed into battle, swung its sword, cutting one of the snakes, causing an explosion. The effect of the undead fruit immediately took effect, making the skeleton immune to one fatal wound. Ping said that these ghostly things explode after being killed, so they should keep their combat distance. The dragon began to breathe fire, and the guy warned Ping about the approaching next level. Their speed would get faster and faster. The 3rd level arrived. This time their opponents were huge wolves. MC exclaimed that they were just in time, then used the demon god's overwhelming fist technique and struck, preventing the enemy from getting close. It was time for the 4th level. The moon dragon immediately died in the mouth of a huge beast, and Ping resurrected it, then ordered everyone to attack. But the enemy wasn't so simple. The light serpent, the dark dragon dog, and the small skeleton were all instantly destroyed. MC rushed forward, quickly dispatching the enemy. Then it was time for the 5th level. He couldn't react and was immediately impaled on the elephant's sharp horn, and his beasts began to attack. They all died, revived, and began a new battle. The level kept increasing, causing them to constantly receive strong blows and die. Having revived once again, Ping tiredly caught his breath, and the guy asked if he was okay. He answered that because he was constantly dying and reviving, it was getting harder for him. How much longer is left? The warrior answered that the last level remained, the 9th. This time, a huge deity appeared above the peak. Its palm began to approach MC, energy, and he, cursing loudly, exclaimed that he had almost no energy left. Is this the end? The warrior said there was only a little bit left, and that he shouldn't give up. He tossed the treasure Joanna had given him into his hands, and he looked at it in surprise. The prismatic star core is a secret treasure that significantly increases the user's energy limits and provides a constant supply of energy. As soon as he used it, his body immediately filled with strength, and he was ready to continue the fight. The protagonist madly raised his fist and thought it was a terrifying secret treasure. Thanks to this prism star core, his golden crow form and overwhelming demon god fist were temporarily enhanced by one realm. MC summoned Little Skeleton and used beast spirit coating. Su Ping's body was enveloped in dark mana. He moved to his subconscious and, looking at the system windows, asked, "What is this?" The system window notified that first, MC can temporarily acquire the skill possessed by the merged pet. Second, this skill will be twice as powerful as the original. Su Ping thought he almost died just now, as his understanding of combat was too limited, but the prism star core continuously nourishes his stellar energy. If the protagonist's golden crow form combines with the recombination of severed limbs, isn't that an invincible force? MC pressed his finger on the system window and exclaimed that to fully experience the baptism of the heavenly trial, he wanted to improve the quality of every life. He decisively chose the recombination of severed limbs. His body was covered in the spirit of the beast. A huge hand of mana appeared in front of Su Ping. Purgatory Candle Dragon casts Stone Armor, Vine Armor, Hardening, Frost Shell, and Flame Shield on the protagonist. Dark Dragon Dog casts Wind Guardian, Earth Guardian, Thunder Shell, and Hard Shell on MC. Su Ping slid sternly across the ground, stopping his hand. Lava flowed down the protagonist's arms and he screamed in pain. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed that he was finally able to endure it. This spiritual attack really hurt. The warrior fearfully remarked that it was terrifying. MC truly took the initiative to face the heavenly trial. Asius laughed and exclaimed that he would like to fight too. He decisively jumped to the side and asked the new recruit to stand still. Asius is in action too. Asius used the Asius Patron skill on Su Ping, receiving a huge defense boost. Asius clarified that he will protect the protagonist. MC can retreat calmly. MC thought that thanks to the shield, he really was not injured. He decisively shouted that he was pushing back. The heavenly trial must simply wait until Su Ping destroyed it. He dealt a powerful attack to the enemy using the demon god's overwhelming fist. Zhenmo. The fist instantly crumbled under the enemy's force. The protagonist asked in surprise, did even the overwhelming fist not work? But with the prism star core, MC is capable of dealing at least 100 blows. He dealt numerous blows to the enemy. The demon glared at the protagonist, and MC thought that the attacks made sense. Su Ping shouted decisively that he needed to attack again. He struck the enemy with tremendous force. The elves exclaimed in amazement, "This human warrior is very brave. Be it talent or combat prowess, he is a very bright presence in their divine world. No wonder Her Highness favors him so much." Joanna sternly considered this. So, is fist art somehow related to the Crow clan? The protagonist prepared to attack and shouted. Then, with her permission, he destroys. MC and the demon struck with their fists at the same time. A bright light enveloped the space. A red stream of smoke appeared before the protagonist, and he looked at it in amazement. The warrior joyfully raised his fists and exclaimed, "He did it!" The protagonist passed the heavenly trial. MC removed his armor and landed on the ground. Joanna asked how he felt after winning the heavenly trial for the first time. Su Ping calmly looked at the sparkling object in his hand and replied, "Very well." During his last battle, his body had been destroyed and restored, drained and refilled with energy. His body had become lighter and more durable. His star power had also increased from the lowest 6th stage to the peak of the 6th stage. The warrior knelt down and thanked Her Highness for her support. Joanna raised her hand and asked him to return. The protagonist wondered what that bar above this god's head was. The system window indicated that it was the comprehension bar, and each time the comprehension bar was full, the MC could comprehend a skill. Su Ping wondered, perplexed, why he was only seeing this now. The system window indicated that the host's abilities were insufficient in the past, but thanks to the baptism of the Thunder trial, the host accidentally touched the path of thunder. The protagonist could now cast thunder skills on people with a full comprehension bar. Note, MC can't view the comprehension scale of those who are stronger. Su Ping thought in horror, could the path of thunder be the thing that flashed by then? However, while he was racking his brain, countless thunder-type skills appeared in his head that MC had never seen before. The system window notified that there were a total of 999 types of thunder path skills, sorted by comprehensive abilities. The system of these skills is different from the system of the blue star where the owner came from. Su Ping wondered, so how strong are thunder path skills? Will he be able to engrave all 999 types? I wonder. He can customize the skills according to the characteristics of pets. After returning to the pet store, MC smiled mischievously and said that the comprehension scale of the Moon Dragon and Dark Dragon Dog was just full. He will start with both of them. Su Ping placed his hand on the Dark Dragon Dog and thought that the Dark Dragon Dog's defense was very high, and he needed to add some abilities. Skills more suited to tank pets. The protagonist engraved the 773rd Path of Thunder, Thunderous Killing Zone, on the Dark Dragon Dog. The 773rd Path of Thunder uses the power of the Thunder God to strangle everyone who enters the skills zone within a 10-meter radius. Su Ping thought that the Moon Dragon's skills were mostly long-range. It needs some explosive abilities. He engraved the 689th Path of Thunder, Wind God's Thunder Arrow, on the Moon Dragon. The Wind God's Thunder Arrow releases the power of the Thunder God in the form of an arrow. It ignores all defensive skills along the way. MC smiled and thought it was very good. Thus, the combat power of the Moon Dragon and the Dark Dragon Dog increased significantly. In the next round, they might have to meet young masters from other families. Kwang can borrow the Dark Dragon Dog as support. After some time, in the Upper Shangcheng district, in the central arena of Longjiang City, the host announced that a total of 1,000 participants from the city had passed the previous round of the tournament, and these 1,000 participants would take part in the Nightmare Hunt, which would take place in the largest fighting arena of Longjiang City. In the J6 arena competition for the final 5 places, people enthusiastically shouted that it would begin soon. 1,000 to 5. That's amazing. How they love fighting. The host asked people to welcome all the participants. Now they would all enter a state of deep sleep in the capsule. People looked at the abyssal dream beast, a modified organism. The host added that then the abyssal beast would again transfer people's consciousnesses to the dream world dedicated to the tournament. This round uses a scoring system. Participants will receive 1 point for killing those who have no points. By killing others, they take their points for themselves. Killed participants wake up and are instantly eliminated. After time runs out, the 5 players with the highest number of points will advance to the final round. Round time is 5 hours. Each participant can use no more than 1 secret treasure, which does not exceed their own combat power. To prevent unexpected attacks from hiding, those who have scored over 100 points will be highlighted for all to see. The release of sleeping gas has begun. The host wished everyone a fun game in the dream world. The participants plunged into the dream world. Min Song handed the protagonist a pair of glasses and said that all participants were connected. They would have to put them on to watch the recording of the game. The MC noticed him and clarified, "And Min Song is here? What a coincidence." Min Song put on special glasses made using biotechnology that allow you to see anywhere in the dream world and laughed, exclaiming his luck. He thought he spent $1 million to get a seat next to Su Ping. After a while, the nightmare hunt officially began. Ling Yu landed on the ground. She adjusted her headphones and wondered, "Is this a forest area? I need to take a good look around first." She picked up the secret technology imparted to her by the Snakeheart Master. The puppet owl is a 6th stage secret treasure, swift, immune to star power, and capable of seeing everything within a 20-mile radius. Ling Yu asked it to look around for enemies. The owl flew over the forest. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. Ling Yu exclaimed that she had found it. At the same time, a participant asked Brastodon to kill the enemy. A second participant ordered the Scarlet Firebear to roast Brastodon. At the same time, guns were aimed at Brastodon's body. The boy holding the 6th stage biotechnology, the beast rifle, remarked that 2 fools were making such a noise. It was like a living target for any hunter. Ling Yu appeared before the boy and asked, "Does he hunt people?" The boy froze in utter terror. Ling Yu instantly snapped the opponent's neck. 3 people were successfully eliminated. Ling Yu jumped onto a tree branch. She wondered in bewilderment, how could this man kill 5 so quickly? Ling Yu exclaimed, "That's powerful." She noticed the screams of her opponents. Ling Yu sternly lowered her head and thought that their fight would continue to attract people. She would simply continue to wait and take the rewards from those who wanted to come and pick up the shards. It was both safe and effective. Ling Yu will wait until she reaches 100 points, and then use white carefully cultivated by her brother to take the lead. Numerous bright beams flew into the air. The host announced, "Very fast." Just an hour after the round began. One after another, the players had already reached 100 points. More than half of the participants in the arena had been eliminated, as expected from famous families. The young master of the Mu family, Mu Chen, Xiaotian, the young master of the Liu family, Liu Qingfeng, the young master of the Ye family, Ye Longtian, and the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Wen. They are standing in a pentagon. "Are these the old rules again?" The protagonist asked what the old rules were. Min Song replied that it was an agreement between the young masters of the great families. They first meet in the center of the location and then go out separately. This way, none of them will eliminate each other before the finals. They will also be able to get rid of all the scattered people who are not part of the famous families. MC thought for a moment and asked, "Isn't this tantamount to monopolizing the final 5, not allowing others to survive?" Min Song laughed and remarked that director Su Ping was very funny. Besides the protagonist, no one in their city would dare to compete with the major families. Speaking of the major families, why is the young mistress of the Tang family not visible this year? After a while, the Longjiang business community, the businessman's son and the politician's son looked at Qingfeng with admiration and exclaimed that the Liu family's sword was very powerful. No one could stand in its way. With such speed, the round will soon end. Young Master Liu is very cool. Qingfeng asked not to praise him. He guarantees that the hunters will survive to the top 10, simply because they bought 10th place from the Feifei pet store. He asked the Longjiang business community to carefully remember that without the protection of their family, they are nothing. Qingfeng noticed rays of light rushing into the sky. At the same time, Lin Yue cried out in surprise. Could that be another golden light? The host announced that the 6th participant had scored 100 points. Such a fast speed, could it be the young master of the Tang family? Kwang laughed and exclaimed that these people were like damned trash. He happily asked Dark Dragon Dog to crush them all. Lin Yue screamed in amazement. Why is he acting like a villain? Xiao Chun smiled and asked, is it not far from here? Xingfeng asked confidently. Haven't they met this man before? The enemy must learn the truth. Trees taller than a forest will be blown away by the wind. After a while, Lin Yue struck the two opponents with her hand. She looked at the rays of light and wondered if Xiaoqin and Qingfeng were moving toward Kwang. This is no good. She must hurry to help. After a while, a stream of mana struck the tree. Qingfeng, surrounded by Longjiang's business circles, stood among the falling trees. He noticed that he seemed to have found the opponent. But Kwang still didn't hide. He was waiting for him, wasn't he? The opponent has courage. Kwang thought that Qingfeng could split a tree so large that it could be surrounded by 2 or 3 people with a single strike. This is a very sharp sword. He grinned and exclaimed that he was a man who wanted to be in the top 5. Kwang would fight the opponent sooner or later anyway, so why run away? The businessman's son mockingly asked how Kwang dared to compete with young Master Liu for the top 5. The politician's son asked the opponent not to be so overconfident. The businessman's son advised the opponent to surrender. Otherwise, Master Liu's sword would allow Kwang to see the gap in strength. Kwang confidently crossed his arms and said that the 2 freaks had also spoken. But is there a chance that he will show them the difference in strength? Qingfeng swiftly raised his sword. He delivered a powerful attack, leaf-blowing autumn wind. A stream of wind struck the Dark Dragon Dog. Kwang glared at the opponent. Qingfeng remarked that he had never met such a good one. He wondered if the wind hadn't moved the opponent. Qingfeng introduced himself and asked the opponent to state his own name. Kwang smiled confidently, pointed at himself and exclaimed, "This is cool." His last name. Qingfeng instantly prepared for the attack and interrupted him. He struck with a wild wind and downpour. A gust of wind spread around the Dark Dragon Dog, but it didn't budge. The businessman's son laughed arrogantly and called Kwang trash. The politician's son exclaimed that the opponent dared to provoke Mr. Liu. He's finished. Kwang, calmly sitting on the Dark Dragon Dog, exclaimed that his surname is Shu. The businessman's son and the politician's son cried out in amazement. What is this? Kwang arrogantly asked. Could the opponent stop distracting him while he speaks? The opponent is only capable of surprise attacks? Qingfeng stared tensely at his sword. At the same time, the spectators exclaimed that the master of the Liu family, who had killed hundreds of people with his own sword, had unexpectedly lost. What kind of person is this Kwang? An ordinary dark dragon dog, 2 to 3 meters tall, but to the audience, it seems like it's at least 5 to 6 meters long. How was it bred? Was it injected with hormones? Minsong wondered why this guy named Kwang seemed familiar. Kwang's face appeared in the glasses. Minsong was stunned and thought that it seemed like Kwang was the one calling the protagonist master. Kwang is MC's follower? Su Ping smiled confidently and crossed his arms. Qingfeng terrifyingly created a portal and said that he would remember Kwang. A beast emerged from the portal. Qingfeng added that as the first person to see his beast on the battlefield, he would know pain. The businessman's son exclaimed in fear that this was a very oppressive aura. This was Master Liu's heavenly beast. The politician's son added that the dark black dragon ranks 5th in the dragon ranks. Minsong thought it was the dark black dragon. In the previous exchange match with Jianlan University, Fengshan also used the same dragon beast to kill their 5 prodigies. But when comparing Qingfeng's and Fengshan's pets, they are terribly different from the same species. Kwang, sensing an ominous aura, gritted his teeth with tension and exclaimed, "This is the majesty of a dragon." Qingfeng raised his weapon intimidatingly and asked, "How does it feel to be suppressed by bloodline?" He would see if the opponent could withstand his sword. Lin Yue swiftly kicked Qingfeng. He calmly counterattacked her and clarified, "Is she Lin Yue?" She confidently landed on the ground and replied, "Yes, Lin Yue will be his opponent." The businessman's son asked with great fear, "Is she the one claiming the title of #1 in the city?" The politician's son inquired with horror, "Why doesn't the dragon's majesty affect her at all?" Xiaoqin grinned and asked, "Didn't she just use a motionless glass case?" Qingfeng was surprised and asked, "How did the opponent know?" Xiaoqin explained that after all, he was fighting the young mistress of the Tang family. Of course he knew. Qingfeng thought sternly. He heard that this was a unique technique that only the young mistress of the Tang family could practice. How did Lin Yue learn this? No, the young mistress of the Tang family wasn't visible in this year's tournament. Was this possible? No wonder his father was so wary of Mischievous Pet Store. No wonder Mischievous dared to go for first place. Qingfeng smiled, lowered his head and laughed, thinking he was such a fool. The young mistress of the Tang family was practically in their domain. Xiao Chun sternly asked why the opponent was laughing. Qingfeng replied, "Nothing. He heard that Brother Qin wanted to test Lin Yu. Was that true?" Should he give the enemy the go-ahead? Qingfeng thought that the Qin family would suffer greatly if they became enemies with the mischievous forces. At that time, their Liu family could take the opportunity to kill them. Kuang decisively raised his hand and exclaimed that it just so happened that Grandpa Shu would like to have a few more fights with Qingfeng. Lin Yu asked a comrade to lend her Xiaochen. Kuang should be careful. Xiaochen raised his staff and agreed, replying that he would then teach her a lesson about how strong a person truly is, who claims to be a champion. He opened portals and commanded the giant earth dragon and the fire and thunder dragon to come. The dragons stopped next to their master. The spectators exclaimed, "This is the giant earth dragon, also known as the Iron Wall, and the fire and thunder dragon, which ranks in the top 7 in the dragon rankings. Judging by these dragons, it's clear that they are very expensive. For ordinary people, owning a dragon is almost as difficult as owning a private jet. But Xiaochen owns both a jet and a yacht." Xiaochen grinned and said he'd heard Lin Yue also owned a dragon. There was no need to hide it, she just had to summon it. Lin Yue remained silent, thinking that the phantom fire beast couldn't handle 2 dragon beasts alone. She ordered White to come and he came out of the portal. The dragons approached each other and lightning filled the space between them. The businessman's son covered his head with his hands in horror and screamed. 4 dragons? The politician's son exclaimed in fear that his dad couldn't even buy him one. The earth dragon opened its mouth and used a 3rd stage pet skill, Breath of the Underworld. Qingfeng raised his sword and asked if Kuang could handle it. Kuang raised his hand and replied that he absolutely could. He ordered the dark dragon dog to attack. The earth dragon sent a stream of mana towards the enemy, but the dark dragon dog blocked the attack. Qingfeng thought with irritation that Breath of the Underworld is known as a terrifying skill that pierces bones and entrails. This freak could actually withstand it? Kuang arrogantly shouted that even the dark dragon dog wouldn't be able to handle this level of attack. Qingfeng furiously rushed into battle and ordered the dark black dragon to restrain the dark dragon dog. Beast martial artists are the core component. They'll see how the opponent can hide when Kuang presses the dragon's majesty. Kuang confidently looked at the tip of the opponent's sword and replied that if he blinked even one eye, he would change his surname to Weak. He instantly enveloped his body in mana and raised his fist with the intention of attacking. Qingfeng's mouth opened in surprise. Dark Dragon Dog used Wind God's Shelter on Kuang, Gaia Guardian, Hard Shell, Storm Thunder Armor, and Dragon Blood Battle Armor. Kuang threateningly punched Qingfeng in the face and asked, "Does the opponent see how easy it is for Grandpa?" Qingfeng said that the opponent should be cursed. He called the opponent a freak riding a dog. Qingfeng's body spun in the air. He fell to the ground with force. Kuang smiled, placed his hand on his neck, and remarked that this was a good compliment. If there are any other techniques left, the opponent can use them. Qingfeng rose to his knees in anger and shouted that he had only brought a 6th level sword because of the rules. If he had used the Zhanlu sword right now, Kuang's head would have fallen to the ground. He called out to the dark black dragon. The pet instantly stood behind its master. Qingfeng instantly jumped onto the dark black dragon's nose. Kuang was surprised and asked, "Is the opponent really leaving?" The dark black dragon rose into the air, and Qingfeng shouted at the opponent not to rejoice prematurely. The dark black dragon created a sphere of death annihilation. Qingfeng asked furiously, "Has the opponent gone mad? If Kuang has the courage, he can do it again." Ling Yu struck the opponent and clarified, "Isn't that an 8th level death annihilation?" Xiaochen asked, "Is she scared?" His pet could block it. Ling Yue, placing her hand on the ground, swung her legs and ordered her opponent to escape. Because the 2 Xiaoqian dragons couldn't even defend themselves, they were about to turn into ice sculptures. Xiaoqian approached his opponent with a grin and said, "This is what he thinks of her pet." First, he would turn Ling Yue's beast into a tooth grinder for his own pets. The spectators shouted that this was so cool. Xiaoqian and Ling Yue were still fighting. Being on the same level as the master of a famous family is considered to be somewhat outstanding. They hadn't even taken 2 steps before they would have been killed on the spot. The annihilation of death was about to fill up. A third of the island would be vaporized. Xiaotian sent a huge sphere of annihilation toward the ground and shouted that they would all be killed by him. Kuang jumped onto Dark Dragon Dog and asked him to use that method. Dark Dragon Dog instantly jumped off the ground and, approaching the sphere, used Zone Expansion, Thunderous Killing Zone. The Killing Zone quickly came into contact with the Annihilation Sphere. Cracks appeared on the Annihilation Sphere and it instantly exploded. The spectators exclaimed in amazement, "Death Annihilation is dissipating." The spatial skill released by Dark Dragon Dog Kuang absorbed Death Annihilation? This is too strange. As soon as it entered this field, it immediately turned to dust. This is the first time they have seen such a powerful spatial skill. Kuang laughed maliciously and remarked that he learned this skill from his master. Of course they couldn't see it. Qingfeng asked in amazement, "Who is the opponent's master?" Kuang ordered the opponent to listen carefully. His master is the owner of the famous pet store Mischievous, Su Ping. Qingfeng, fading away, wondered if this could be the protagonist's follower. Kuang, with such power, is only a combat unit of the pet store Mischievous. The Tang family will still take action once they recognize their own motionless glass body. It will be interesting to watch this year's tournament. Qingfeng was eliminated. Kuang looked at the businessman's son and the politician's son and asked, Should they both be killed too? The politician's son crossed his arms and begged not to be killed. The businessman's son said that after the tournament he would ask his father to pay them. Dark Dragon Dog instantly landed on the opponents, and 2 points were added to Kwang's score. Kwang snorted in irritation and remarked that the two trash only had 1 point. And these are the Feifei champions? At the same time, the spectators exclaimed in amazement, "This is amazing power. Feifei's pet store is no match for Mischievous's." Even the young master of the Liu family was completely eclipsed. After the tournament, they will immediately go to Mischievous's pet store. They will cancel the order from Feifei right now and go to Mischievous's. Minsong exclaimed that defeating Qingfeng in such a loud manner would be tantamount to a public slap in the face of the 4 great families. Would that be inappropriate? The protagonist replied that he wanted to make a big fuss some time ago. MC said he would temporarily lend Kwang Dark Dragon Dog. Kwang shouted joyfully, "He really had the opportunity to use Master's pet? Are you sure this isn't a dream?" Su Ping picked up the scroll and replied that of course it wasn't a dream. Renting pets is a regular service at their pet store. He needed to sign a temporary contract for money. Kwang said that money was no problem. What he was afraid of was that the pet was too strong, and he wouldn't be able to control it. The protagonist asked his comrade not to worry, because the restrictions on signing a temporary contract only applied to the levels of the 2 parties. Although Dark Dragon Dog had peak 9th stage combat power, his level had only reached the 7th stage. This was more than enough to sign with Kwang's 6th stage star power. The comrade bowed and thanked Master. He was counting on Senior Dark Dragon Dog. MC smiled and asked Kwang not to call Dark Dragon Dog Senior. You need to treat it like your own battle beast. During the tournament, Kwang can confidently display his strength. No need to hold back. The Elite League tournament is such a rare opportunity for publicity. It's very suitable to dispel all the public's doubts about their pet store. At this moment, the audience asked in amazement, "What is this?" Lin Yue said that it was time to change the state in Longzhou, which was under the control of the 4 families. Her body was enveloped in bright mana. A silhouette of mana pulled the thunder arrow of the wind god into its bow. The host announced, "Has another thunder skill, unprecedented until now, appeared?" It was aimed at the master of the Qin family. Xiaoqian, tensely clutching his staff, noted that the pressure was very strong. He clarified that this was the right moment and ordered the pets to come. A natural patron, with the combat power of the lower 4th stage, and a bloody demon squire, with the combat power of the middle 4th stage, appeared from the portal. The host exclaimed that the bloody demon squire is said to be the most vicious and difficult to tame 9th stage demonic beast. Although its combat power is very strong, it is not uncommon for it to harm its own owners. Like the Purgatory Candle Dragon, it was almost included in the ranks of wild beasts. A silhouette of mana instantly shot at the enemy. Xiaoqian ordered the beasts to use the protection of the goddess of trees, the guardian Gaia. The host announced that 3 9th stage defensive skills appeared in an instant. Participant Xiaoqian's strength cannot be underestimated. Ling Yue confidently pointed out that it was useless. The beasts created a huge barrier and the arrows swiftly pierced it, destroying the dragons. Xiaoqian asked, "How did this happen? Were his defensive skills not enough?" He summoned the bloody demon squire. The pet instantly crossed its arms and stopped the arrow. It slid along the ground with tremendous force under the pressure of the airflow. The bloody demon squire screamed in pain. He turned to the side, and the arrow instantly changed direction. It fell among the trees with terrifying force, and an explosion thundered. 36 people were eliminated. Kwang joyfully said that this power truly satisfied him. The host exclaimed that this was an extremely terrifying thunder skill. It penetrated 2 9th stage defenses, like a ghost that was impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Bloody Demon Squire possessed some of the best physical abilities of the 9th stage, so he was able to parry the attack. Xiaoqian tensely inquired, "Was this her best strike?" He should have underestimated this skill of hers, but everything has already been decided. He summoned Bloody Demon Squire and commanded him to use the flash. Bloody Demon Squire appeared behind Lingye. She glared at him terrifyingly and noted that the opponent was fast. The host announced that the heavenly beast from both sides was heading straight for the martial beast master. He has no intention of showing mercy. Bloody Demon Squire clenched his teeth at the crystal that appeared, puzzled. Xiaoqian froze in confusion and said it was a 9th stage ice-type defensive skill. Lin Yu invoked the ice goddess's protection and noted that the opponent's pet was certainly fast. It was time for her white to catch up with the enemy. He appeared with lightning speed behind Bloody Demon Squire and bit the enemy, after which blood gushed out. Xiaoqian called out to Bloody Demon Squire and Ling Yu sternly said that White's arrow was just a test. How would the opponent react to the next one? Numerous silhouettes appeared around Xiaoqian, and they drew their arrows into their bows. Xiaoqian declared he was mistaken. The silhouettes struck simultaneously. Xiaoqian screamed, "Is the arrow so powerful?" And there were several of them? A powerful explosion immediately followed. The announcer announced that a second player, after Kwang, had appeared, with 200 points. Is there really no one to stop them from killing 4 families? Chen smirked and asked, "Did Xiaoqian and Xingfeng really lose? Had they underestimated the enemy?" Longqian clenched his fist and said he didn't care. It was his turn now. Lin Yu and Kwang attacked the hunters, and the system window announced that 8 people had been eliminated. Ling Yue, sitting on White, said that she would attack from the air, and Kwang should finish them on the ground. She suggested that her comrade get rid of the rest. Kwang excitedly exclaimed, "It's easy. Ling Yu should watch as his dark dragon dog chariot slaughtered them all." The host announced that Ling Yu and Kwang were approaching Chen and Long Tian with devastating speed. How would the young masters of the Mu and Ye families react to this? Long Tian wondered if they were really coming from the other end of the island. He snorted in irritation and said that due to the tournament restrictions, he couldn't use the highest secret treasures. The opponents were just lucky to be on equal terms. Chen irritably agreed with him and added that he would have destroyed the opponents. The host announced that they were running away. They had no chance to fight. What a pity. There were 5 surviving participants out of 100 on the field. Finally, only the last 5 players remained on the field. The hunt for nightmares is over. There are 5 participants left, who will enter the finals of the Longjiang Base City Elite Tournament. The host asked to congratulate the players. The 5 players who reached the finals are Longtian, with a final score of 112 points, Chen, 118 points, Wen, 149 points, Kwang, 327 points, and Ling Yue, 299 points. The host asked everyone to leave the capsules and stretch their bodies. Any discomfort must be reported to the staff immediately. Kwang enthusiastically exclaimed that they were now in the finals. Ling Yu thoughtfully scratched her chin and asked her comrade not to take this lightly. They still had the final round ahead of them. Kwang noted that she was worrying too much about this. How could these 3 fools defeat them? Ling Yu would deal with one, and he with the other, and in the end, he would lose to her, and Ling Yu would become champion. Ling Yu asked her comrade not to think about victory ahead of time. Kwang joyfully raised his fist and shouted that he was inviting her to relax somewhere in the city tonight. Ling Yue, tired, put her hands on her head and said that she suddenly felt a lot of pressure. She'd better go home and train. Xiaoqian remarked that he really didn't expect to fall to her hand this year. The comrades turned their attention to their opponents in surprise. Xiaoqian smiled and asked them not to misunderstand him. He was here to congratulate Ling Yue and Kwang on their passage. They would also get to know each other. The wind god's thunder arrow surprised him greatly. Xiaoqian lost to Ling Yue. He hoped that in the future, they could learn from each other. Ling Yue asked sternly, "He doesn't want a rematch, does he?" Xiaoqian laughed and said that she shouldn't worry. He wasn't planning on winning the tournament this time. After all, Zhenwu Academy was his goal. Ling Yue screamed in amazement. Is Zhenwu Academy really the #1 educational institution in all of Asia? Kwang joyfully threw his hand over Qingfeng's shoulder and said that fighting the opponent was very cool. He invited Qingfeng to do it again. Qingfeng furiously wondered, who would want to fight a monster like Kwang? Not only was the opponent's beast strong, but his skin was also thick. Kwang asked if Qingfeng's face was okay. Qingfeng walked away and shouted that he had things to do and was leaving. Liu quickly ran towards him and asked the owner not to be angry. This time, Mischievous was lucky to defeat them. He has a new plan. Qingfeng angrily slapped the director's cheek and ordered him to shut up. Liu still hasn't realized how strong Mischievous is. The director dared to implicate their family. He will hold Liu accountable for this. At the same time, followers of the Tang family are sitting among the spectators. They exclaimed that Ling Yu technique, there can be no mistake. It's a motionless glass case. The family must be informed immediately. Minsong exclaimed that Ling Yu has entered the top 5 in the city. This is the best result in the history of their function. If the director is free later, the protagonist looked at the message that came on watch and, interrupting him, replied that he was busy. Did Master Snakeheart really send something? The message said that someone from their family tried to secretly send a report on the use of a motionless glass case. He's afraid this will cause trouble. The message was intercepted by him. What to do about it? MC noticed that the Tang family finally got it. He wrote that Master Snakeheart won't be able to keep this matter quiet forever. Therefore, the comrade should publish this news in a few days. Su Ping already has countermeasures. Sometime later, at the Zhou family residence, the commander ordered the army members to train harder. He forbade them to be lazy. He turned his head to the side and, looking at MC, exclaimed that it was Su Ping. The commander ordered the army members to stop, because the patriarch ordered them to greet the protagonist when they see him. The army members greeted Master Su Ping with irritation. The protagonist thought that although the patriarch swore allegiance to him for his own interests, the others were still dissatisfied, and their loyalty was not high. He would have to teach them a lesson again later. MC clarified that if they did not want to, they did not have to greet him. He wants to see the patriarch. The commander ordered an army member to approach. He asked an assistant to take Su Ping to the patriarch, and the army member agreed. After a while, Tianlin noticed that Mr. Su Ping had a lot to do. But why did the protagonist decide to visit his humble abode? MC inquired. Some time ago, the patriarch placed more than 100 orders to cultivate high-level celestial beasts. What was the effect? Tianlin said that the cultivation results were amazing. They could say that all their pets that were sent to the protagonist's pet store had gotten rid of all their deficiencies. Su Ping clarified that if this was true, then why hadn't he noticed any changes among the members of the Zhou family's elite army? Tianlin replied that these orders were given to high-ranking staff of their Zhou family. How could ordinary servants deserve such a good thing? Su Ping thought, so that's how it was. So after he wreaked havoc on the low-ranking employees, nothing changed. No wonder the Zhou family's elite army behaved like that. The protagonist asked if the patriarch had watched the Elite League tournament yesterday. Tianlin agreed and exclaimed that his sister and followers' performance immediately surprised him. Not to mention defeating the two young masters, especially those two thunder techniques, which he had never heard of before. The patriarch was very surprised to see them. Many disciples of the Zhou elite army recorded this and watched every day, hoping to one day learn the divine art of MC. Su Ping stood up and agreed, saying to have their army line up and summon all the major heavenly beasts. Tianlin clarified that the elite army was currently training. Why was Lord Su Ping doing this? The protagonist smiled and replied that it was time to build up their strength. After some time, on the Zhou family's testing field, a beast spewed a sheer flame towards a medium-strength testing treasure. The testing treasure created a barrier, and the flames fanned out. A green seal appeared on the treasure's tail. An army member joyfully raised his fist and said, "These are 7 levels of green light." The flaming bat finally reached the combat power of the middle 7th stage. The high-ranking son of the Zhou family opened a portal and asked his comrade to look here. A thundercloud beast appeared behind him, and the high-ranking son ordered it to use thunderclap. A stream of lightning headed towards the treasure. 8 levels appeared on the treasure's tail. The army members exclaimed, "These are 8 levels of orange light, the combat power of the upper 8th stage." The target almost exploded. An amazing growth, considering that last month he possessed the power of the lower 8th stage. This is a very fast rate of improvement. The commander remarked that at his age, with a heavenly beast with the combat power of the upper 8th stage, there is nothing stopping the high-ranking son from rising to the level of the right protector in a few more years. The high-ranking son asked, "Don't the elders have more opportunities? Doesn't the commander want to compete for it?" The commander slammed his fists together and replied that he wouldn't dare. He's no longer young and is probably stuck in this kingdom for the rest of his life. With the high-ranking son's growth rate, he believes his son will ascend to his rank in the near future. The high-ranking son thought that Mischievous's raising services were truly amazing. If you go there regularly, essentially doing nothing, you can become a master of combat beasts. He raised his hand, laughed, and said that the commander was a good man. He knew the truth. It was time for the old man to retire. The protagonist grinned and clarified that the high-ranking son's pet had been raised several times in his pet store. He had only risen a few kingdoms in a month, and that's really fast. Tianlin ordered the elite Zhou army to stand firm. They need to summon the heavenly beasts, because Master Su Ping is going to test them. The army members instantly opened portals. The beasts appeared behind the army members. The commander arrogantly crossed his arms and asked, "Their elite army has pretty good momentum, right?" The protagonist noticed that the commander's beast was completely wild. He wondered if it was bad luck or low understanding. Couldn't MC be able to pass on the skill? He'd search again. Near the army member stood an ancient vine with the combat power of the lower 8th stage. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed that he had found it. He asked Ancient Vine to come forward. Su Ping squatted down and explained that Ancient Vine was a plant with a 7th stage lineage and belonged to the healer class. The beast still didn't reach the main strength, did it? The army member agreed and exclaimed that he planned to train Ancient Vine to become a multifunctional battle beast that could both fight and heal. Ancient Vine would be able to protect its comrades on the front lines. The high-ranking son smiled haughtily and remarked that the army member spoke well. But the thing is, Ancient Vine is useless in both attacking and healing. Such trash should be kicked out of the squad altogether. Why is Lord Su Ping so lenient towards him? The protagonist should pay more attention to his thundercloud beast. MC placed his hand on Ancient Vine's head and asked, "Is this really a style that combines healing and attack?" He saw an interesting combination. He engraved the 993rd Thunder Path, Thunderous Dragon Wave, on Ancient Vine. A powerful stream of lightning struck Ancient Vine. Tianlin asked in amazement, "Is this really a direct engraving of a pet skill? Even a 9th stage cultivator can only dream of such a skill." MC patted Ancient Vine's head and said that he gave him a new pet skill based on an army member's idea. Why doesn't the army member try out the healing and attack abilities? The army member, sitting on the ground in fear, agreed and clarified, "But are there any wounded here who need healing?" The protagonist struck the high-ranking son with a first-style demon god fist, striking him, and said that the son seemed to be in need. The high-ranking son cried out in pain, blood gushing from his hand. The MC smiled and asked the army member to use it now. The army member resolutely raised his hand, enveloped the beast in mana, and asked the Ancient Vine to use a thunderous dragon wave. A mana dragon rushed toward the wounded man with tremendous speed. The high-ranking son screamed in fear. "This thing will finish him off, right?" The dragon flew through the high-ranking son with lightning speed, and he screamed. The high-ranking son's hand instantly became covered in veins. He looked in amazement at the hand that appeared and clarified, "It doesn't seem to hurt." Tianlin cried out in amazement. "Is this the regeneration of a severed hand?" The commander asked in shock. But only an 8th stage limit healing technique can do something like this. A thunderous dragon wave rushed toward the treasure. It instantly destroyed the treasure. Tianlin shouted that the target had been destroyed. The destructive power had also reached the peak of the 8th stage, so in this world, there really is a pet skill that can attack and heal at the same time. The beast was so easily controlled. With a single wave of his hand, it rose several small realms. The army member shouted in amazement that the beast was very strong. His ancient vine could display such terrifying power. The protagonist wondered if the severed limb hadn't completely healed. He calmly noted that, thanks to his teachings, the ancient vine would be able to unleash its full potential. The army member's beast needed more training. The commander was dumbfounded and thought that MC wanted to teach them such a complex skill. This is extremely generous. It's better to follow him. How he regrets being dissatisfied. Isn't it too late to befriend Su Ping? Or has the protagonist remembered them after all? It doesn't matter if this opportunity is missed. The army members instantly knelt down and shouted, "The Zhao elite army swears to follow Lord Su Ping until death." The protagonist sternly said, "That's very good." He thought that a loyal army wasn't enough. MC said that they would all come to him day and night for improvement while the off-season lasted. He would strengthen them in a short time. The patriarch thought that this guy was planning to eliminate him to directly control the elite army. Tianlin wondered what the rush was about. Su Ping raised his hand and asked, "Hasn't Lord Zhou noticed yet? Something is changing in Longjiang." At that moment, he received a message. Master Snake Heart wrote that MC should be careful. The purpose of Starry Sky's trip is to help Yan Binyue win the tournament. Mu and Tang plan to team up with Binyue and the others to destroy Su Ping on the day of the finals. He asks the protagonist to be careful. After some time, the host announced that the finals of the Elite League tournament had finally begun. Today they will determine the champion. The candidates in the A2 arena, representing their base city Longjiang, will compete today. The spectators pointed at something and shouted, "It's those people on the towers. They are all men with noble names. Who is this empty seat for?" The head of the Tang family, Tang Lujan, said that Mischievous should be cursed for dragging him into this game. The head of the Mu family, Mu Beihan, asked his comrade not to worry. If the finals are ruined, the overlord will not sit idle. The head of the Qin family, Qin Duwang, asked, "Is this girl the one who defeated his son?" The head of the Liu family, Liu Tianzong, crossed his arms and said that he wants to personally see how strong this Mischievous is. The head of the Ye family, Ye Wuming, clarified, "It seems like something strange will happen today." Tianlin laughed calmly. The Star Guards thanked everyone for their patience. Binyue sternly ordered the tournament to begin. Minsong inquired, "Who is this girl?" The host announced that this was a truly grand entrance. She sat on the throne, and the audience cried out, "Is she really sitting on equal terms with the patriarchs of large families?" The host announced that Binyue was sitting in the center. The lady would directly participate in their final as a member of the Starry Sky organization. The audience exclaimed, "This is the most powerful organization on the subcontinent. An outsider directly entered the final. That's unfair. It's a bit dangerous to stay here. They'd better watch the live broadcast at home." The host exclaimed, "That means 6 participants will be competing for the championship today. It's a great honor for their city to attract the attention of Starry Sky." Due to the changes in the number of participants, the final rules have also been adjusted accordingly. The 6 participants will be divided into 2 groups, A and B, by drawing lots. Each participant must defeat the other 2 to advance. The 2 winners will battle for the champion title. The remaining 4 will settle in the top 6. Lingyue and Quang stared tensely at the screen and noted that this was the reason for the draw. The host announced that their names had been drawn. Lingyue asked, would they fight even before they reached the real finals? The family heads grinned menacingly. The host announced that they would begin the first match in Group A, Binyue versus Chen. Beihan raised his hand and announced that the Mu family had surrendered. The audience asked in confusion, did the Mu family, from which the previous champion came, voluntarily give up the chance to become champion? Could it be because of Starry Sky? Even big families don't dare challenge Starry Sky. Outsiders want to usurp the highest and only title of their city. All hope lies with Mischievous. The protagonist was greatly surprised, and Minsong noted that although the government never made this public, the MC should have known about this rule, right? The elite tournament, the royal tournament, various talent selection mechanisms, large and small. For individuals, it's an opportunity to rise in class, but for the city as a whole, it's a trade-off to obtain the resources poured into it by the Blue Star Federation. Core cities that can't cultivate strong individuals are not valued by the Federation. If outsiders usurp the elite tournament championship, their city's development will stall for years, or even reverse itself. These large families usually demonstrate their own power, but once they encounter Starry Sky, they become like animals who can't do anything. Minsong mentally prayed for the director to win the championship. The host announced that the second match in Group A was Binyue versus Long Tian. Wuming thought he understood everything. The old freak from the Mu family was trying to get rid of Mischievous with Starry Sky. In this siege, his Yi family also wanted a share. Although the price was high, it was acceptable as long as they avoided senseless losses until the subsequent royal tournament. Wuming raised his hand and said that the Yi family surrendered. The host announced that, unexpectedly, the 2 major families had conceded defeat one after another. Lady Bin Yue would directly advance to the finals. Wu Ming quietly asked Tianlin to let him advise his comrade. If Tianlin wished to continue living in Longjiang, he should just let the young master sacrifice himself, so that Ling Yue would be left with a few wounds. The host announced that this was the first match in Group B, Ling Yue versus Wen. Tianlin sternly ran his fingers through his beard and told Wu Ming to listen to him now. He was afraid that Starry Sky and the others wouldn't be able to defend themselves this time. If Wu Ming still wants a place in Longjiang, he shouldn't be a fly that gets in everyone's way. Wu Ming shouted angrily. Who was the patriarch calling a fly? Tianlin said that the Zhou family was surrendering. The host clarified. Was the Zhou family also surrendering? The audience screamed. What does that mean? The Zhou family is on Mischievous' side. Now the odds are even higher. Beihan asked. Did he really choose Mischievous? Lu Zhan clarified. With old age comes weakness. Their family now faces only destruction. The host announced that the second match in Group B was Lingyu versus Kuang. The comrades sternly clarified that Master Su Ping had said that Bin Yue had never demonstrated her strength to others, so Lingyu should be more careful. She resolutely agreed with him. Kuang raised his hand and exclaimed that he surrendered. He asked Lingyu to rise to the battlefield and defeat her opponent. She must show this champion title stealer her own strength. Lingyu agreed with full confidence. The host announced that next up was the long-awaited final match of the Elite League tournament, Lingyu versus Bin Yue. Lingyu took a fighting stance, placing her hand on the ground and exclaimed that they would determine the winner. Bin Yue smiled and said it was cute. In Bin Yue's childhood, the cat meowed happily after looking at the sausage. Bin Yue looked at it sadly. The man stroked her head and remarked that Bin Yue was very caring. The assistant said the cat was very cute. Does the lady wish to take it? She will bring a carrier. Bin Yue sternly disagreed. After a while, the cat's corpse lay on the floor. Bin Yue looked at it with a bloody face. She said she hated cute things. Currently, Bin Yue, enveloped in mana, descended onto the battlefield. The judges exclaimed that both contestants were already there, and the 9th stage protective barrier had been set up. They must win 2 out of 3 rounds. Submission or loss of consciousness is considered a loss, and no one can possess more than 1 7th stage secret treasure. The spectator raised his fist and wished Lin Yue good luck. He asked her to send the opponents home. Longjiang won't give them to them. Suddenly, a stream of mana hit the people, cutting off the spectator from finishing his sentence. The people screamed in fear. Did they really kill a person? The protagonist remained sternly silent. The titular weapon demon, supreme 4th stage combat power from Starry Sky, 3-star master, Zhao Wuji warned that anyone who dares to speak ill of Starry Sky will end up like them. The titular dragon knight, supreme 4th stage combat power from Starry Sky, 4-star master, Yin Fengxiao laughed. He remarked that it seemed like the people in Longjiang needed to be re-educated. He ordered everyone to take their seats and the tournament would continue. The host asked the judges to continue reading the rules. The judge said that healing is not provided during the tournament, so participants must monitor the duration of their pets. Lingjie confidently asked why her opponent had immediately advanced to the finals. It wasn't because they lacked the confidence and strength to first win the title of champion of their own city. Seals instantly appeared on Bin Yue's body, and Ling Yue froze, opening a portal. Bin Yue attacked her opponent with lightning speed, and Ling Yue was forcefully thrown aside. The host declared it was a sudden strike. This power is far beyond the 6th stage. Will Ling Yue be able to withstand it? Ling Yue, shrouded in a barrier, clarified. She said it correctly, right? The host declared that she was safe and sound. Participant Ling Yue successfully took the blow. Lu Zhen thought that of course it was Rion's motionless glass body. After the tournament, he would publicly destroy Mischievous. Min Song exclaimed that as soon as the round began, she attacked. How unfair. Su Ping said that the star patterns on Bin Yue's body are not simple. With the protection of her motionless glass body, she flew so far. This means that the power added by her star patterns can far exceed the 7th stage. Min Song shouted in bewilderment. Why is the referee pretending not to see? The protagonist noted that he began to doubt when they were divided into groups A and B. Among the organizers, including the judges, there must be many people who obey Starry Sky. The referee gave a warning for a premature start. The protagonist added that even if Starry Sky breaks the rule, they will do nothing about it. Min Song clarified, if they are all bribed, is there any point in continuing to fight? MC replied that of course there is. This is what makes them superior to their opponents. Lin Yue ordered the moon dragon to come. The spectators cried out that this beast's form was different from last time. Could it have evolved? The golden glow radiated a sacred feeling. Bin Yue froze, feeling a powerful pressure. White directed a powerful stream of air towards her opponent. She was sent flying with tremendous force, and a cloud of smoke rose up. Wu Ji and Feng Xiao wondered how this dragon could suppress the 8th stage peak, star-patterned mistress, with its own body alone. This heavenly beast is no ordinary one. Swordswoman Xiao Ju, with the combat power of the highest 8th stage, rushed forward and asked the mistress to take the sword. The blade rose from its sheath, and a bright light blinded the spectators. Ling Yue asked White to attack the opponent. The sword swiftly touched the barrier and passed through it. Binyue calmly grabbed the weapon with her hand. She swung her sword with tremendous force, creating a flow of mana. The host announced that the mistress's sword not only easily cut through the 9th stage protective barrier, but also damaged the moon dragon. How terrifying, Minsong cried out in surprise. This is a 9th stage secret weapon. Yitian? They say it can cut through iron like mud and kill beasts of the same rank. He's afraid even the silver moon dragon won't be able to handle it. But isn't this sword a family heirloom from another base city? How did she end up with it? Beng Xiao smirked and remarked that she was able to move the mistress, which is quite impressive. But that's where it ends. A spectator shook and pointed at the battlefield and shouted that he couldn't bear it anymore. The use of secret treasures above the 7th stage is prohibited in the tournament. The man raised his fist and exclaimed in agreement that the elite tournament is fought with battle beasts, not with magical weapons. Wuji raised his star power spear and said that they were noisy. He pointed the weapon at the audience and barked that they had no right to give Starry Sky orders. The mana fist instantly stopped the spear. Wuji asked irritably, "What is this?" The MC sternly said that if they really wanted to show the difference, they should do it properly and within the limits. The tournament judges with the combat power of the lower 9th step wondered, is Su Ping threatening them? This guy was able to withstand the attack of a higher 9th step master. Even they are incapable of this. They will ask Starry Sky for instructions. Wuji shouted that how dare they ask for help when they are incapable of anything. Feng Xiao smiled and asked his comrade not to worry. They are here to help the lady win the championship. Once they are finished, Wuji can do whatever he likes. Wuji ordered Ju to explain. She agreed and explained that Yiqian was considered a star beast, as the mistress had signed a contract for its use. This meant she was the pet's caretaker. The judge noted that there had indeed been a case where a peak cultivator had unlocked an object's spirit and imbued it with intelligence. Mistress Binyue's sword met the requirements of a star pet and was not limited by rank, so the round continued. The host announced that one could only say that this truly was the strongest organization on the Asian continent. They had many acquaintances, and even the best trainers in the world worked for this organization. The audience angrily asked, how could this sword be considered a pet? That was definitely not true. With the support of such a strong organization, it would be difficult. Binyue terrifyingly filled the sword with mana and mastered the sword's spirit. The host announced that the mistress's star power had begun to rise. Binyue commanded the beasts to come, and 3 huge portals instantly opened. The host said that she had summoned 3 battle beasts at once. Sad Worm, a mid-9th stage, Angry Devil, a mid-9th stage, and Asur Dragon, a high 9th stage. The host shouted, could they all be at the 9th stage of power? One of them, the 2nd-ranked dragon, the Asur Dragon. Fully prepared, she will not leave the slightest trace on her opponent. Lin Yu stuck her finger into the ring around her neck and exclaimed that it was time for them too. She pulled on the ring and, using the resonance of her beast's blood, shouted that they must win. The Asur Dragon opened its mouth and prepared to attack with Asur's flames. White launched a 1,000-mile freeze attack. Streams of frost and flame collided, and the opponents leaped toward White. Lin Yue screamed terrifyingly that they had many flaws. She unleashed a powerful attack with her moon claw. The announcer announced that, as expected of the Mu family's unique technique, unity of spirit, the first strikes after the others. Silhouettes of mana surrounded Binyue's beasts and prepared to attack with the arrows of the wind god. The host shouted that it was better to injure 5 fingers than to break just one. Contestant Ling Yu decided to use a unique attack. The arrows rapidly approached the beasts. A powerful red beam struck the ground, breaking the arrows. Ling Yue tensed up, and the host asked, what happened? Contestant Ling Yue's attack somehow didn't work. Binyue landed on the ground and said that the opponent's thunder arrow completely ignores defensive skills. The more star power is used for defense, the weaker it becomes. If Ling Yue hadn't demonstrated this in the previous match, she wouldn't have immediately realized that it was the arrows that needed to be destroyed for defense. A surprise attack is, after all, a surprise attack. It's foolish to assume that this will always work. Binyue resolutely rushed into battle. The host announced that the mistress had launched a frontal attack, but contestant Ling Yu proved capable of fighting the mistress. The war beasts of both sides are also evenly matched. Binyue launched an attack, and blood gushed from the wounds on Ling Yue's body. The host shouted, this is wrong. As the direct combat continues, Ling Yue is constantly pushed back by the sword blade, distancing herself from her own war beast. As a result, the combined effect of the beast's blood resonance will not be fully utilized. Ling Yu is losing her grip under Ms. Binyue's onslaught. She has no choice but to dodge. But on the other hand, the Moon Dragon is a powerful opponent. Besieged from all sides, the situation is even more complicated. Ling Yue thought that now was the time to catch them all at once. White unleashed a powerful attack with his 8th stage deified skill, Divine Wing Slash. Threads of light swiftly left cuts on the opponents. The host declared that this was another war beast skill that no one had seen before. He seriously injured 3 9th stage war beasts in a single breath. Will the winner really be decided soon? Wuji smiled and pointed out that the mistress's war beasts were not the trash Ling Yue had encountered before. Binyue said in a frightening tone, this is killing intent. Her beasts instantly screamed terrifyingly. The host declared that this was a very dangerous move. This complete disregard for the life of a war beast is like swearing to crush the Moon Dragon at any cost. Lin Yu wondered, Is this her opponent's plan to win the first round? She must resort to this. Lin Yue asked Snowball to come. She rushed into battle and thought that Bin Yue's war beasts were at their limit. If she and Snowball could hold out, victory would be theirs. Lin Yue used a fire whirlwind. Bin Yue calmly clarified that she already knew what her opponent wanted to do. Lin Yue's phantom fire beast's fire whirlwind was an illusion. This won't harm her. Lin Yue wondered fearfully, what does this mean? Bin Yue raised her sword, creating threads of mana behind her back and clarified, didn't the real beast circle her from behind to attack unexpectedly? Then the opponent will get her answer. The threads instantly cut Snowball, and he roared in pain. Bin Yue frighteningly noted that she finally saw the true expression on her opponent's face. But who will save Lin Yue now? She moved lightning fast. Bin Yue instantly brought her sword to her opponent's body. The host noted that this is very fast. Will the Lin Yu contestant be able to dodge? Dark smoke spread to the side. Bin Yue's sword broke upon hitting the ice enveloping Lin Yue's body. The host announced that this is the patronage of the ice goddess, who once blocked the fatal blow of Bloody Demon Squire. She managed to block the attack. Lin Yue furiously thought that this was a curse. It's bad that they're drifting further and further apart. Bin Yue's strength is far superior to hers. Now only White could compete with her. He swiftly attacked the opponents. Lin Yue confidently thought that she needed to act now. Silhouettes of mana and White surrounded Bin Yue. She sternly turned her attention to Lin Yue. Bin Yue instantly appeared behind her opponent. Lin Yue noticed her and screamed, "Is that a flash?" Bin Yue noted that the opponent's protection from the ice goddess was impregnable, but the wind god's thunder arrow couldn't ignore protection. What Lin Yue wanted, she got. She's right? White froze, and the host asked, "Is the moon dragon hesitating?" This was no good. Mistress Bin Yue's battle beast took this opportunity to bite the moon dragon. White opened its mouth, intending to unleash a 1,000-mile-long freeze attack. Bin Yue resolutely raised her weapon and shouted, "This is a rock-cutting divine sword." She unleashed a powerful weapon attack on White, and he cried out in pain. Mana silhouettes instantly shot toward her opponent. Lin Yue raised her hand in fear and called out to White. Tentacles curled rapidly. They enveloped Lin Yue's body. The announcer announced that Lin Yue's 2 heavenly beasts were seriously injured, and she was tied up. Are the judges ready to give a verdict? They turned their heads to the side. Wuji smirked and waved his finger in refusal. The judge said that Lin Yue hadn't given up yet and was still capable of resistance. The round continued. The spectators shouted furiously, clearly wanting to give up until her mouth was shut. "This is bullying," Wuji arrogantly asked. "What's wrong with bullying? The strong should bully the weak. Otherwise, there will always be fools who want to break the rules. Surely the mistress will show you how not to behave." Lin Yu shook in fear and grunted. The spectators covered their eyes with their hands and asked, "What are they doing during the day? They can't watch anymore." Du Huang pointed out that Starry Sky was really overdoing it. Beihan shouted that if they dared to claim first place, they should get it. The protagonist silently watches the battle. Bin Yue resolutely raised her sword, intending to attack. A beam of light swiftly flew through the barrier. The tip of the sword stopped in front of Lin Yue's face. Su Ping, sternly clutching the weapon, noticed that Lin Yue had said she had surrendered. The first round was over. The members of Starry Sky asked in amazement, when did the protagonist manage to do this? The host announced that a huge hole had appeared in the protective barrier of the 9th stage. The MC asked in a frightening tone, "Haven't they made a decision yet?" The judges tensely exclaimed that Bin Yue had won the first round. Bin Yue wondered how this man could do it. His appearance didn't match his true strength. But why did she sense something inhumanly frightening? Wuji clarified, was this the man behind mischievous? Su Ping? Feng Xiao noted that it was a good gift, but the arena was a place for participants. The protagonist injured the mistress's pet and interfered with the judges. He landed horribly on the ground and clarified, "Is this an attempt to mock the weak?" Lin Yue instantly fell to the ground and began coughing. The host exclaimed, "This is terrifying star power. The entire arena is depressed and trembling." Su Ping pointed at his sister and asked not to misunderstand him. He is an ordinary pet store owner, simply providing services to a client. Lin Yue froze in surprise at the cloak. Su Ping asked menacingly, "One little skeleton isn't too much, is it?" Wu Ji sternly said that they would forget that the protagonist had interfered with the judge's decision. But the MC was going to let his own pet participate? Su Ping shouldn't think they would just sit back and watch. The protagonist sternly explained that their pet store had always offered celestial beast rentals, despite the fact that this little skeleton was his. He raised the scroll behind his back and added that Miss Lin Yue had rented little skeleton in advance. The MC always fulfills his own duties. Besides, Yitian's sword also has a personal caretaker, right? The audience screamed that that was too strong a word. Wuji angrily raised his fist and asked, "What if little skeleton seriously injures the mistress's pets?" The protagonist pointed at Bin Yue's pets and replied that it was simple. It just so happened that their mistress's battle beasts didn't have much combat power. She'd better recall them. In return, they would summon their own beasts, and the number didn't matter. The main thing is that they admit defeat. The family heads considered this. Was it really that rude? MC doesn't know who he's talking to? Fighting starry sky monsters. Is there an unlimited supply? He's won several times and already forgotten his place. Looks like this guy will be executed anyway. Feng Xiao raised his hands intimidatingly and, laughing, noted that this was a bold statement. Wu Ji asked with a terrifying expression. Su Ping dared to challenge Starry Sky? The protagonist better have some secret methods. 5 portals appeared around the battlefield. The spectators shook and screamed. It's a terrifying aura. This match is becoming increasingly dangerous. Beasts flew out of the portals. They flew through the barrier, and the spectators shouted that they easily smashed the protective barrier. Could it be that each of them's combat power is close to the limit of the 9th stage? It felt like the nature of the game had suddenly changed to a show of strength. Bin Yue thanked her comrades for their help. She will live up to their expectations and make these insolent people die. Lin Yue clarified. Are these 5 heavenly beasts stronger than the Acer Dragon? The protagonist clarified that she would have the opportunity to fight. She would sign a temporary contract, and Little Skeleton would be hers. The sister exclaimed in fear, but the difference is huge. She was afraid to forcefully sign the contract. Little Skeleton knelt down, and Su Ping asked them to trust him. Ling Yue took Little Skeleton's hand and thought that his hand was small, but full of battle marks. She felt neither heat nor cold. Lin Yue had entered into a temporary contract. She moved into a dark space and thought that it was the consciousness of Snowball and White. They may be weak, but they are alive. She will definitely heal them later. This is strange. Where is Little Skeleton's consciousness? Little Skeleton stands among the dark smoke. Ling Yue was transported back, turning her head to the side, thought that this was the battle beast that accompanied her brother on his adventures. The host announced the beginning of the 2nd round of the finals. If Lin Yue's participant loses again, then Bin Yue will become the champion of the elite tournament. Ling Yue shouted that each of the battle beasts on Bin Yue's side was also amazingly strong. Is it possible to defeat them all? The protagonist flew up and asked his sister not to worry and just give the order. Little Skeleton will figure it out on its own. The host announced the start of the round. Bin Yue decisively ordered everyone to attack together and destroy the opponents. The beasts resolutely rushed into battle. Lin Yue confidently raised her fist and shouted that she was counting on Little Skeleton. He moved with lightning speed. A flash of undead pierced the opponent's head. Little Skeleton raised his weapon and cut the beast's head. Bin Yue screamed, "The opponent is so fast, she can't keep up with his movements." Wu Ji shouted in fear. Could a battle beast close to the limit of the 9th stage be killed? The opponents rushed towards Little Skeleton with the intent to attack. Little Skeleton slashed at the opponents with his sword at incredible speed. He delivered a terrifying blow with the infinity slash of chaos stars, and blood gushed out. Bin Yue's beast used the 9th stage's illusionary art, Illusory Eternal Prison. The Little Skeleton inhaled a rush of air through its nose. It opened its mouth and let out a cadaverous roar, reducing its enemy to nothing but bones. The leader screamed, could a 9th stage battle beast have been killed with just a roar? How divine is this Little Skeleton? Bin Yue looked in fear at the beast parts falling to the ground. She turned her attention with horror to the little skeleton that had landed on the ground. Wu Ji anxiously asked the mistress not to do this and to stop. The little skeleton instantly plunged its weapon into Bin Yue's chest, and blood gushed out.